In the final year of high school, the underachiever Xiao Jun received an unexpected notification on his phone, an invitation to a mysterious group named Elite Scholars Chat Group. As the perfect notes of Takashima Hui and the blueprints of Stark's armor, along with Dr. Erskine's super serum formula, flooded his screen, he discovered that he could extract the knowledge of all group members. Chapter 1. The Elite Scholars Chat Group. In September, despite having long passed the beginning of autumn, the weather in Wu City remained oppressively hot, indistinguishable from summer. Today marked the commencement of the academic year at Wu City No. 3 High School. In Class 1 the third year, one of the key classes, Xiao Jun, who had just joined the ranks of seniors, sat in a corner, staring blankly ahead, lost in thought, oblivious to the homeroom teacher Yang Huira's address. His mind was preoccupied with concerns. The previous day, upon waking, he noticed an unfamiliar group had appeared in his QQ messaging app. Named the Elite Scholars Chat Group, he found himself inexplicably designated as its owner. The group's description read, "A sanctuary for scholars, welcoming all academic achievers." Strangely, he was the sole member, a solitary leader without any followers. I certainly did not create such a group. Why has it suddenly appeared in my QQ? And how could a slacker like me become the leader of an elite group? Xiao Jun felt a profound sense of incongruity. Could it be that his QQ had been infected by a virus? Although he had performed decently in his first year, his grades had steadily declined since the second year, as he became engrossed in gaming and novels, leading to a lack of focus on his studies. Even when he excelled previously, he had never been associated with the top students. Now, with his grades plummeting and only a year remaining before the college entrance examination, he felt like a mere fish out of water, devoid of any ambition. Glancing at his QQ, the Elite Scholars Chat Group still lingered there, devoid of members. It appears to be just like any other chat group, not at all resembling the magical tools depicted in novels. Xiao Jun rested his chin on his hand, continuing to ponder, yet discovering nothing. At that moment, Yang Huiru concluded her address. That will be all for today. You have now entered your final year, and in a year, you will face the college entrance examination. Therefore, treasure your time, cherish your high school life, and strive to enter university. Now, I will begin to announce the student's report card from last semester. At 26 years of age, Yang Huiru was a striking beauty, standing at 1.7 meters tall with a melodious voice, one of the few esteemed female teachers in the school. Many boys in the class referred to her as the goddess teacher. However, she was also known for her strictness, leading many students to keep their distance. First place, Yang Qianqian, 660 points, first in the grade, second in the city. Congratulations to Yang Qianqian, you are the pride of our school. Yang Huiru proclaimed excitedly. Indeed, this student was her pride and the pride of the entire school. Wu City No. 3 High School was not a key high school in the city, rather. It was an ordinary institution. Wu City No. 1 High School and Wu City No. 2 High School held that distinction. Yet, this ordinary school had produced a genius student who achieved second place in the city, rivaling the top students from key high schools, a source of immense pride for them, as they had witnessed Yang Qianqian's consistent progress over the past 2 years, rarely stagnating or regressing. Yang Qianqian, please come up to receive your report card. Yang Huiru called out to her. Yes, teacher, Yang Qianqian replied, her expression calm, devoid of any joy, as though she had anticipated her excellent performance. Yang Huiru felt a sense of satisfaction, seeing Yang Qianqian's humility. Such individuals were destined to go far. Those who became arrogant were often prone to downfall. Wow, my goodness, our class leader has improved yet again. Although she is always first in the grade, this time she is second in the entire city. She is surpassing most of the students from key high school classes. Truly, she is my goddess. Our class leader is simply impressive. Last time she scored 647 points, which was also first in our grade, but only ranked 34th in the city. I can't believe she jumped to second place this time. Amazing. This is what a scholar looks like, always progressing. I can see our class leader becoming a student at Capital University. Absolutely. With this score and a bit more effort, becoming the provincial champion is within reach. Second place, Li Chaohang, 619 points, 5th in the grade, 125th in the city. Please come up to receive your report card. Yang Huiru continued with a joyful tone, knowing that maintaining this score would secure a place in a key university. The gap between the first and second places is so large. The difference between second in the city and 125th is indeed significant. Come on, for us that is still impressive. Let's not forget that our school is an ordinary high school. The top 100 ranks are basically dominated by Wu City No. 1 and No. 2 high schools. True, many students whispered among themselves, and Yang Huiru allowed it, understanding that comparisons could motivate the students. Third place, fourth place, Yang Huiru continued announcing the report cards, with students stepping forward one by one to collect theirs. Xiao Jun remained distracted, still pondering the peculiar situation regarding the elite scholars chat group in his QQ. As for his own report card, he didn't need to think. He was certain it would place him at the bottom again. Next to last, Zhou Jiayu, 410 points. Zhou Jiayu, your scores are concerning. If you do not improve, you might not even qualify for a second-tier university during the college entrance examination. Yang Huiru admonished Zhou Jiayu, who sat next to Xiao Jun. Understood, teacher. Zhou Jiayu replied, sitting up straighter. Good. Now come up to collect your report card, Yang Huiru instructed, and Zhou Jiayu hurriedly went to receive it. And now, the last place, Xiao Jun, 350 points. Please come up to collect your report card. Yang Huiru's voice carried a hint of sigh, and her delicate features betrayed a look of disappointment. With this score, any prospect of university was out of the question, particularly in the arts. Haha, once again at the bottom. Last time I remember Xiao Jun scored 380 points. This time, he has slipped even further. He will probably be expelled from the class. Always glued to his phone, reading novels, and a gaming addict. How can his grades improve? Several classmates whispered derisively. Xiao, it's your turn to collect your report card. Stop daydreaming and hurry up. Zhou Jiayu nudged Xiao Jun. Chapter 2. Expelled from the key class. As Xiao Jun took the report card from Yang Huiru, she looked at him intently. Xiao Jun, you have ranked 239th in the entire grade. According to school regulations, you have been expelled from our key class, class 1 of the third year. This afternoon, you will need to move your belongings to class 18. Teacher Chun there will assist you with accommodation arrangements. As she spoke, Yang Huiru felt a pang of regret. She wished she could awaken this lost child. She was aware that Xiao Jun often hid in his seat, absorbed in his phone. She had spoken to him several times, urging him to focus on his studies, but he seemed impervious to her guidance. Consequently, since the second year, his grades had steadily declined, now falling beyond the 200th position in the grade. Though Wu City No. 3 High School was an ordinary institution, it still distinguished between key and regular classes. Classes 1, 2, and 3 were the key classes, each containing around 50 students. This meant that these 3 key classes essentially captured the top 150 ranks in the grade. However, the school has a regulation that mandates personnel adjustments in the elite classes after each monthly exam, midterm, and final examination. Regardless of which class or student it is, anyone who ranks within the top 150 in the overall grade can join the elite class from the ordinary class. Conversely, if you're already in the elite class and fall out of the top 150, unfortunately, you'll be expelled from the elite class, making way for those high-achieving students from the ordinary class. Such is the harsh reality. This regulation was not previously established at Wuching No. 3 High School. It was instituted by the newly appointed principal, Li Deo, 2 years ago. In fact, many teachers and parents have expressed their support for this initiative. Over the past 2 years, the number of students achieving top-tier university placements has increased by a quarter compared to 2 years ago. This is the most direct outcome. However, this situation presents a problem, as many individuals attempt to leverage connections to secure admission for their children into the elite class. Such occurrences were common in the past. Yet, since Principal Li Deo's tenure began, this has not happened again. Even Principal Li Deo's own son, Li Xiaojian, currently resides in the ordinary class. This demonstrates his selflessness and sets an example, resulting in a leadership team that dares not engage in underhanded tactics. Consequently, Xiao Jun, who has fallen out of the top 150 in rankings, has been expelled from the elite class. He had mentally prepared for this outcome and glanced at his homeroom teacher, nodding, understood, teacher. Go on. Yes. Yang Huiru's announcement sparked whispers among the students below. He's really been kicked out. Well, he can only blame himself for not studying properly. He spends all his time on his phone, playing games and reading novels. He never wanted to learn anyway. Staying in our class would only hinder us. It's better for him to go to the ordinary class. He can play on his phone and skip classes freely. He's the 10th student from our class to be expelled. It seems I need to work hard. I only scored 440. I'm in a precarious situation. If I mess up next time, he'll be kicked out too. Indeed, being expelled is so embarrassing. If my parents find out, I'd be in serious trouble. The students expressed a range of reactions. Some sympathized, others mocked, some took pleasure in his misfortune, while others paid little attention. There was a myriad of discussions. Calmly, Xiao Jun returned to his seat. What's the use of studying hard? Xiao Jun scoffed, continuing to fiddle with his phone. Who says it's useless? Good grades can lead to prestigious universities, and graduating from a good school means securing a good job, Xiao Jun argued, counting on his fingers. My family was compensated with 6 new apartments after the demolition last year. Even if I just coast through life, it'll be fine. Xiao Jun replied without looking up. His classmate, the chubby Xiao Jun, was momentarily stunned, then clutched his heart, feigning distress. Wow, hearing your words makes my heart ache. So, you're a second-generation demolisher. Oh, Xiao Jun suddenly noticed a notification on his phone indicating someone wished to join the top students chat group. What's up, Lao Xiao? Zhou Jieyu, still recovering from his shock, inquired. Xiao Jun stared at his phone in surprise as a prompt appeared. Takashima Sui requests to join the group accept or decline. Wait, isn't he the main character from the anime Top Students, Takashima Sui? At that moment, Xiao Jun recalled the familiar name. No, perhaps it's just a username someone might be using this anime character's name to join the group. This Top Students chat group is probably not anything special, Xiao Jun reasoned. Nevertheless, as the sole administrator of the group, he decided to accept the request since it was a rare occurrence. With a gentle tap on the screen, he accepted the request, and soon the first member of the Top Students chat group appeared, Takashima Sui. It was noteworthy that Takashima Sui was indeed the protagonist of the anime. Welcome, newcomer. Where are you from? Xiao Jun nervously made his first statement in the group. Takashima Sui, greetings, group leader. I hail from the land of the rising sun. The land of the rising sun? Does this mean he is truly a character from the anime? Xiao Jun pondered, believing he was not referring to the real-world Japan, but rather the fictional world of the anime. Congratulations, group leader, for acquiring the first top student member. For future communication convenience, would you like to implant this knowledge into your mind? Implant? So it really is a special ability. Xiao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 3. I will return. Without hesitation, Xiao Jun opted for the transplantation. The elite student chat group has been successfully integrated. From now on, the group leader can simply think of the group in his mind, and it will automatically display the chat interface, allowing him to communicate with the members at any time and place through thought. Additionally, whenever the group leader needs to share a video, file, or image, he can merely gaze at the desired item to capture and post it in the group. As soon as the voice in Xiao Jun's mind faded, he perceived a semi-transparent group interface materializing before him. This was the elite student chat group. This screen, akin to a luminous display, was visible solely to him, invisible to others. Goodness, how advanced. So, this means my eyes are akin to cameras? Xiao Jun swallowed hard, just as he was about to test this functionality. A new announcement appeared in the elite student chat group. Group member levels and titles have been assigned. Please check your titles. Oh. It resembles the chat groups in mobile QQ. Even the member titles are present. Before long, Xiao Jun observed the classifications of member titles, ranked from highest to lowest: Master, Genius, Elite Student, Average Student, Weak Student, and Underachiever. Since there were only 2 members in the group, Xiao Jun immediately noticed the prominent title, Elite Student, displayed next to Long Dao Hui's name. No wonder Long Dao Hui is indeed an elite student. Xiao Jun was not particularly surprised, as Long Dao Hui was the male protagonist among the top students and the eldest son of the Long Dao group. He could mobilize the operations of the Long Dao group, a flawless Superman, consistently ranked first in academics for years, excelling in both sports and studies. He had demonstrated extraordinary abilities since the age of 5, participating in global memory competitions and marathons. In every aspect, he was undeniably exceptional. Thus, it was quite fitting that he was designated an elite student in the chat group. Next, Xiao Jun glanced at his own title, Underachiever. Damn, comparing oneself to others is disheartening. As the esteemed leader of the elite student chat group, he was, in fact, an underachiever, outclassed even by a mere group member. This was truly disheartening. Haha, I am indeed an elite student. At that moment, Long Dao Hui spoke in the group. Xiao Jun felt a pang of hurt. Leader, what is your title? Genius or Master? Surely, in Long Dao Hui's eyes, the leader of the elite student chat group must hold a prestigious title, at least higher than his own. Did he not see that I am labeled an underachiever? Xiao Jun paused, but soon realized that the words, group leader, preceding his name obscured everything. Therefore, Long Dao Hui could not perceive what title Xiao Jun truly held. Indeed, only he could see his own member title. Of course, it's higher than yours, but I won't say it to dishearten you. Xiao Jun coldly tossed out this message. Long Dao Hui replied, that's not right. I am the group leader. I can edit member titles. I could just change my underachiever title to Master. Xiao Jun immediately took action. This title is assigned based on the member's status and achievements. The group leader cannot edit or modify it. If the leader achieves first place in the city next time, The group will automatically upgrade your title to elite student. Damn, Xiao Jun wanted to curse. What good is this position as group leader if I can't do anything? Elite student chat group announcement. Monthly benefits are now being distributed. Please claim your benefits. Holy moly, there are benefits? Is a true golden finger adventure about to unfold? Xiao Jun no longer dwelled on being a weak student or underachiever. Is this monthly group benefit distributed once a month? The next moment, 2 red envelopes appeared in the group, each labeled with names. It seemed every member received benefits. He just didn't know what they were. Group leader Xiao Jun's red envelope. Group member Longdao Hui's red envelope. Click to claim. Xiao Jun clicked to claim. He received a bottle of brain nutrient solution number 1. Wishing the group leader soon becomes an elite student. The higher the member's title, the better the monthly group benefits. As Xiao Jun opened the red envelope, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. So, the monthly group benefits he received as an underachiever were the lowest level? That hit hard, my friend. Longdao Hui. What did you get? Longdao Hui responded, Leader, I received an IQ2 skill card. My IQ has now risen from 188 to 190. I feel even smarter. I knew that joining this elite student chat group would benefit me. I didn't expect such benefits from the monthly distribution. This is fantastic. Upon reading Longdao Hui's message, Xiao Jun felt another pang. IQ2? IQ can actually increase. Damn it, I'm so envious. Xiao Jun was consumed with envy and jealousy. He also admired Longdao Hui's IQ. He possessed an IQ of 188, surpassing even Einstein's 187. Now, with an increase of 2, he reached an IQ of 190. It is noteworthy that the average IQ is set at 100, with most people falling between 85 and 115. Intelligence is controlled by genetic factors and cannot be altered by human effort. Due to various innate factors, individuals develop differing levels of intelligence. An IQ below 90 is considered foolish, while above 110 is regarded as intelligent. Only 1 in every 100 people exceeds an IQ of 120. And those surpassing 140 are deemed geniuses. If your IQ exceeds 160, you might be a world-class genius. However, Longdao Hui is not of this earth. His character is designed as a flawless elite student, so an IQ of 188 is likely a fixed attribute. Xiao Jun sat with his head bowed, his mind swirling with thoughts about the elite student chat group. Yet, to the homeroom teacher Yang Huiru, he appeared distracted or perhaps engrossed in his phone. Xiao Jun, why are you looking down? Are you not paying attention to my explanation of the language exam? Yang Huiru was utterly disappointed in Xiao Jun. After all, he was her student, and although he had been expelled from the class, she could not bear to see a previously promising student fall into decline. Destined to face obstacles in society. Hey, wake up. Stop daydreaming. His classmate, the chubby Shoujiayu, nudged his arm. Xiao Jun immediately snapped out of his thoughts regarding the elite student chat group, facing the disappointed gaze of his homeroom teacher. As he spoke, the entire classroom erupted in laughter. Chapter 4, Deceiving Longdao Hui haha, just kicked out of the honors class and making such bold proclamations? I admire that. I bet $1 this is a bad joke. It's quite amusing. One by one, his classmates looked at Xiao Jun, amused by his declaration. Indeed. No one believed he could achieve it. Even Yang Huiru was reluctant to believe him, constantly preaching about studying hard, yet he had just been distracted. Starting tomorrow, study hard. Tomorrow is a myriad of tomorrows. Perhaps it would be endless tomorrows. All right, let us continue with the exam paper. Everyone, pay attention. After sitting down, Xiao Jun ignored the peculiar gazes of his classmates. What he had just said was sincere. The reason was that Longdao Hui, being an elite student, received superior group benefits. Thus, a strong desire blossomed within him to transform himself into an elite student to earn better group benefits in the future. Since heaven had granted him such a golden opportunity, he certainly would not squander this valuable resource. Although he was currently an underachiever, that did not mean he would remain one forever. If he could not manage it himself, he could always seek help from the elite students in the group. In the mind of Xiao Jun, the current chat group of academic elites allows for a unique communion with peers, enabling him to seek assistance during examinations by simply capturing images of the questions and sharing them within the group. This, undoubtedly, is a remarkable tool for academic dishonesty. Amused by this thought, Xiao Jun couldn't help but chuckle. However, whether the scholars in the group would lend their support was another matter entirely. He needed to establish a good rapport with them to ensure their help when the time came. Determined, he resolved to cultivate a relationship with Takashima Sui, an exemplary student among the elite. With his exceptional learning abilities and prodigious intellect, Xiao Jun believed that securing his assistance would pose no challenge. Xiao Jun, Takashima Sui. What are you up to right now? Takashima Sui. Not much, just reading. By the way, I've noticed that my IQ has increased by 2 points. My reading speed has improved significantly. Xiao Jun. Oh, Takashima Sui. Now that you are a top student, you shouldn't devote yourself solely to studying. At your age, you should explore the realm of romance. Life should encompass more than just academics. You ought to enrich your existence with other splendid experiences. So, you're still single, huh? Takashima Sui. In another dimension, within the confines of a luxurious study in a grand villa, upon reading Xiao Jun's words in the group, Takashima Sui felt a wave of despair. After all, he was indeed single. Xiao Jun, being single isn't the issue. The real concern is whether a single person can charm someone. That's what truly frightens me. I suspect you must have developed feelings for someone. Yet you realize you cannot win her heart? Takashima Sui, not at all. I have no one I fancy. I don't want to fall in love. Sitting in his study, Takashima Sui felt exposed after Xiao Jun's analysis. How could the group leader know he was single? How did he ascertain his affections for a girl? And how was it that he knew he hadn't succeeded in courting Huayuan Guang? Suddenly, Takashima Sui wondered if Xiao Jun had the ability to peer into his innermost thoughts. Xiao Jun. Does a top student care so much about appearances, being contradictory? I know you fancy a girl named Huayuan Guang, don't I? With that, Takashima Sui leapt from his chair in shock. How could the group leader know about his feelings for Huayuan Guang? He had never disclosed this to anyone. It seemed that Xiao Jun wasn't from his reality. How could he possibly know? Noticing Takashima Sui's silence, Xiao Jun continued, surprised? Stunned? Just admit it. You cannot deceive me. Xiao Jun's intention was to assist Takashima Sui in winning over the enigmatic Huayuan Guang. By doing so, Takashima Sui would owe him a favor, making it easy for Xiao Jun to call upon him for assistance with academic queries in the future. Takashima Sui, how did you know? Xiao Jun, in truth, I am not only the leader of this academic chat group, but I also possess prophetic abilities. Thus, I am aware of many things, including your future. I can see both the past and the future. Indeed, Xiao Jun was earnestly spinning tales, given that he had watched the anime Top Student. He was well versed in Takashima Sui's past and present. Takashima Sui found himself somewhat persuaded by Xiao Jun's words. After all, with the existence of the academic chat group, perhaps the leader possessed certain mysterious powers. Yet, he remained skeptical. Xiao Jun, I foresee your future. You and Huayuan Guang will ultimately not end up together. With a chuckle, Xiao Jun told a little fib. As expected, Takashima Sui grew anxious upon hearing this. Takashima Sui, what? How could this be? Who will she end up with? Xiao Jun, I cannot divulge too much. However, the future is not set in stone, so there is still ample opportunity for you. If you continue on your current path, you might indeed lose your chance with her. Reflect on why you haven't been able to win Huayuan Guang over. I believe the issue lies with you. Takashima Sui, me? But I have been trying to pursue her for a long time. She seems oblivious to my efforts. Is it that I am not good enough? Not captivating enough to catch her attention? Or perhaps she simply does not like my type? Seeing the panic in Takashima Sui's expression, Xiao Jun realized that this exceptionally intelligent individual had become flustered, questioning his very existence. Often, high intelligence does not equate to high emotional intelligence. Many bright individuals possess low emotional awareness. Xiao Jun recognized that he had successfully nudged Takashima Sui into the first step of his plan. Now, the second step awaited. By assisting Takashima Sui in winning over Huayuan Guang, Xiao Jun believed his stature in Takashima Sui's eyes would elevate significantly. Chapter 5. An in-depth analysis of Huayuan Guang. Xiao Jun, what you are saying is misguided. I believe you do not yet fully understand Huayuan Guang. If you do, pursuing her will be quite straightforward. Takashima Sui, oh, esteemed leader, I seek your guidance. If you can help me win over Huayuan Guang, I will go to great lengths to assist you with any future requests. Xiao Jun, Takashima Sui, first, you must comprehend what kind of girl Huayuan Guang is before deciding how to pursue her. As far as I know, Huayuan Guang is an exceptionally innocent girl, somewhat naive and slow to grasp romantic feelings, yet she is always eager to help others. Am I right? Takashima Sui nodded vigorously. Akin to a chick pecking at rice, he felt that the leader's analysis was spot on. After spending time with Huayuan Guang, he had indeed perceived her simplicity and her warm-hearted nature, which led him to gradually fall for her. Huayuan Guang's straightforward personality and her aversion to indirectness made her rather oblivious to romantic gestures. Your kindness did not register as love. Therefore, the various romantic settings and coincidental encounters you orchestrated, along with subtle hints and implied confessions, were futile. They likely resulted in misunderstandings. Wouldn't you agree? Xiao Jun inquired with a smile. Takashima Sui continued to nod in agreement. The leader's analysis was profoundly insightful. What astonished him further was that the leader seemed to know everything he had experienced in life. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to predict the past and future? At this point, he was already convinced to a significant extent. Because Huayuan Guang is a girl with a lack of awareness regarding romance, your affections fail to reach her consciousness, leading to misunderstandings and repeated setbacks. Therefore, your previous methods are ineffective. Xiao Jun stated calmly. Takashima sway. So, my previous approach was incorrect? Xiao Jun, indeed. Thus, you must express your feelings in a different manner. Takashima sway. Please, leader, bestow your wisdom upon me. This exceptionally intelligent Takashima sway found himself at a loss, as he could not conceive how to convey his love for Huayuan Guang. He had already faced numerous failures, having tried countless methods. Xiao Jun, when dealing with Huayuan Guang, who is oblivious to love, you no longer require the roundabout hints of the past. I believe you should seize an opportunity, find the right moment, and directly approach her, boldly proclaiming your love and desire for her to marry you. Takashima sway was left speechless. Wouldn't that be too direct? It seemed more like a proposal than a confession. Precisely. It must be this direct. Otherwise, she will remain unaware of your intentions. As for marriage, don't you wish to marry her? Xiao Jun countered with a smile. He understood that for a girl like Huayuan Guang, who was slow to grasp romantic sentiments, a direct proposal was the most effective approach. Takashima sway found himself in a state of profound confusion. Indeed, Xiao Jun had provided an in-depth analysis of how he should confess his feelings to Huayuan Guang. Yet a lingering fear gripped him, the fear of rejection that might follow his declaration. If that were to happen, it would be disastrous. Observing Takashima's silence, Xiao Jun pressed on with fervor. If you do not seize this opportunity, you will truly miss the chance to grow old together with Huayuan Guang. Xiao Jun understood that as the protagonists of their narrative, the two were destined to be together, and thus he felt no concern for the outcome. All right, thank you. Group leader, I will find a time to propose to her. Await my good news. With that, he disconnected. Looking forward to your good news. Just as Xiao Jun and Takashima were conversing, Yang Huizhu at the front of the classroom noticed that Takashima seemed to be lost in thought once more. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Many students chose to remain in the classroom, squeezing in extra study time rather than rushing to the cafeteria, a testament to the disciplined atmosphere of the advanced class. In contrast, the typical students from ordinary classes would have been quick to head for their meals. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun was busy organizing his textbooks, as he was to transfer to class 38 in the afternoon. His deskmate, Zhou Jiayu, assisted him in gathering his books and papers. Old Xiao, remember to visit us in the dormitory often, Zhou Jiayu said, his tone tinged with melancholy. After a year of sharing a desk, their bond had grown quite deep. A loud laugh erupted from some classmates who overheard Zhou's words. Qin Lidfeng, who previously shared a mutual affection for a girl from the adjacent class with Xiao Jun, had a history of conflict with him over a basketball game that had led to a physical altercation. Consequently, their relationship had soured, and now, seeing Xiao Jun ousted from the advanced class, he seized the opportunity to mock him, a routine occurrence. However, it was unfortunate that the girl from the adjacent class had withdrawn from school early, leaving both of them with unfulfilled feelings. Very well, classmates, you all have heard that, right? Please bear witness, Xiao Jun said with a relaxed demeanor, as if victory were already assured. Humph. Overestimating yourself, Qin Linfeng scoffed before walking away. Chapter 6. The freedom of the ordinary class. All right, let us go eat, someone suggested. After lunch and a brief nap, in the afternoon, Qin Hailing arrived at class 18 with a large stack of books. In the entire grade, only classes 1, 2, and 3 were advanced classes. The remaining were ordinary classes. Class 18 was among those ordinary classes, and its homeroom teacher, Qinwei, was a middle-aged man with a somewhat greasy appearance, yet he seemed amiable and approachable. Students, today we welcome a new member into our Class 18 family. Let's give a warm welcome to our new classmate, Qinwei announced, gesturing toward Xiao Jun, who stood beside him. Applause erupted from the dozens of classmates who turned to look at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun, please introduce yourself, Qinwei prompted. Hello everyone. I am Xiao Jun. I enjoy reading and playing basketball, and I hope to get along well with you all, Xiao Jun said with a smile, delivering a brief self-introduction. The customary applause followed, but as Xiao Jun was merely a boy, most classmates paid little attention, and there was no gossip to be had. Had a new female classmate joined, it would likely have garnered significant interest. Once Xiao Jun finished his introduction, Qinwei instructed, please take a seat at the last desk in the 4th group. There is an available spot there. Yes, teacher, Xiao Jun replied, carrying his pile of books to his new desk. His new deskmate, a slender boy wearing glasses, greeted him. Hello, Xiao Jun. I am Huang Yanzhao. Nice to meet you. Xiao Jun replied. The lesson on test papers was dreadfully dull, and he noticed that most students were lethargically resting their heads on their desks. However, he was surprised to find no one was playing on their phones or reading comics, suggesting that the ordinary class was not performing poorly at all. Most students were either on their phones, reading comics, or dozing off, while only a handful were attentively listening to the Chinese teacher. Notably, his new deskmate, Huang Yanzhao, was engrossed in a movie on his phone. In an advanced class, the majority of students would typically be engaged in the lesson, with phones and comics virtually non-existent. As those caught playing or sleeping were generally expelled from such classes, much like Xiao Jun had been. The afternoon classes swiftly passed, and Xiao Jun, instead of paying attention, found himself studying the chat group for academic overachievers. After an afternoon of exploration, he discovered several functions available to him as the group leader, such as the ability to remove members and mute them. However, it appeared that the group could not be joined by others, as it was invisible to those outside. Thus, he realized that those around him could not access this group. After classes ended, he had lunch, showered, and washed his clothes. During evening self-study, the homeroom teacher conducted a brief inspection before departing. Typically, during self-study sessions, subject teachers would be present to assist students with any questions. But Xiao Jun observed that none of the students approached the podium to inquire about problems. Instead, they were all engrossed in their phones, keenly aware that the teacher would not come down to check on them. The atmosphere in the ordinary class was indeed relaxed and free. Students could use their phones openly without fear of reprimand. Xiao Jun reflected on this, noting that the stack of books on his desk obscured the teacher's view, allowing him to play on his phone discreetly. He could even place a book on top, turning a page with one hand while keeping the phone hidden, ensuring that passing teachers would only see him reading. After self-study, Xiao Jun and his new deskmate, Huang Yanzhao, went to the cafeteria for a bowl of noodles. He also stopped by the convenience store to buy several packs of spicy snacks and a few bottles of cola to share with his new dorm mates. In no time, they were chatting and exchanging stories, having grown quite familiar. Just as Xiao Jun and his new roommates were in the midst of animated conversation, the dormitory bell rang indeed. It was the lights out signal. While classroom lights could be controlled individually, dormitory lights were managed by the school, turning on at 6 in the morning and off at 10:30 at night. After lights out, supervisors and duty teachers patrolled the dormitory corridors to ensure students were asleep and not using their phones. Any violations would result in warnings or confiscation of devices. Only after 11:30 did the supervisors and duty teachers depart. It is worth noting that Wuching Third Middle School operates as a closed, full-time institution. Dormitories lack charging outlets to prevent students from charging their phones. The school forbids phones on campus, confiscating them upon discovery and returning them only at the end of the term. Although there are charging outlets in classrooms, using them carries the risk of confiscation if seen by teachers. Furthermore, classes are held every day from Monday to Saturday, with Sunday mornings reserved for additional lessons, leaving only Sunday afternoons free for students, and a single half-day off each month. Chapter 7. Skipping class for fried eggs. Weekend remedial classes have become quite prevalent in ordinary high schools, as students often lack a solid foundation. Without these classes, the number of those who can gain admission to universities would dwindle further. Thus, students are compelled to study fervently and tirelessly. Many parents support these remedial sessions, as who wouldn't wish for their children to attend college. Additionally, it is worth noting that Wuching No. 3 High School does not allow students to stay off campus. Even if you live right across the street, overnight stays are prohibited. This is a strict school policy, as it operates as a fully enclosed institution. In the pitch-black dormitories, everyone huddles under their blankets, engrossed in their phones. Xiao Jun is no exception. He is currently engrossed in a novel titled The Technological System of All Realms, which is exceptionally captivating. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Brothers, the duty teacher has left, time to rise and shine." With a loud commotion, everyone scrambles out of bed and rushes to the bathroom. Xiao Jun, witnessing the scene, is taken aback. What on earth? A horde of grown men rushing to the bathroom. What is going on here? Hey, Xiao Jun, need to charge your phone? There are 2 spots available. Another roommate cheerfully offers. I have 7 power banks. I don't need to charge. You guys go ahead. Xiao Jun replies with a mischievous grin. Dude, 7 power banks? That's incredible. Huang Yanzhao exclaimed in envy. The other roommates chimed in. Seriously? 7 power banks for a week? That's a week's worth of worry-free charging for your phone. I wish I had 7, but a good power bank costs over 100. I can't bear to buy 7. Indeed, cheap power banks are prone to exploding. The new roommates are utterly envious of Xiao Jun's collection of power banks. Wait, how do you connect the plug to the light? Isn't it impossible? Xiao Jun queries, puzzled. We bought those clip-style connectors, so it works. Impressive. In fact, due to the lack of power strips in the dormitory, many students resort to such methods to charge their phones. Charging in classrooms is too risky, and with dozens of students in each class, there are only 3 charging spots available, allowing only 4 or 5 students to charge their devices. Therefore, students must find their own solutions. They either buy several power banks like Xiao Jun or devise their own charging methods. Finally, after half an hour, everyone settles down to sleep. However, Xiao Jun cannot doze off. Today, he discovered his potential and set a small goal for himself to become an academic achiever. He wonders if there are other scholars in the group, scholars from different realms. Oh, right. Today, he received the nutrient brain tonic, Shinming number 1, as a group benefit. He wonders what effects it might have. Xiao Jun immerses himself in thought and opens the scholar chat group. Shinming no. 1 brain tonic. 1 bottle increases intelligence by 200 for 10 minutes. No side effects. Upon seeing the intelligence boost, Xiao Jun is elated. How incredible. But when he realizes the effect lasts only 10 minutes, his excitement deflates. What? Only 10 minutes? What good is that? He mutters, pouting. It appears he must strive to become a scholar soon. The group benefits will surely improve. The next day, during class, Xiao Jun begins to pay serious attention. He has succumbed to the distractions of his phone. Scholar chat group. Xiao Jun. Nakashima. How is the situation? Nakashima. Group leader. I'm currently planning. It requires more time. This concerns my happiness, so I cannot be hasty. Xiao Jun. Stop dragging your feet and just get on with it. Nakashima. Chatting a bit with Xiao Jun. Then back to the phone. At this moment, the class bell has not yet rung. Skip class? That doesn't seem right. Xiao Jun is still hesitant about skipping. Relax. In ordinary classes, as long as it's not the homeroom teacher's lesson, other teachers generally won't pursue it too rigorously. Besides, if the English teacher asks, there will be classmates to create a diversion. Moreover, these teachers are aware that we aren't keen on studying. So as long as we don't engage in overly outrageous behavior, they usually turn a blind eye. It's our senior year. After all, skipping is quite common. Wang Yanzhao, the veteran, explains. Is that true? Why would I lie? Look at the last row. 4 or 5 have already bolted. Besides, skipping class for fried eggs, who wouldn't want that? Wang Yanzhao said, licking his lips. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun decisively grabs his phone and meal card and heads out. Initially reluctant to skip class, the prospect of fried eggs changes everything. The cafeteria at Wiching No. 3 High School is notoriously unappetizing. The food is outsourced, making it not only unsatisfactory but also overpriced. Yet, within this dismal cafeteria, there exists one dish that remains the students' favorite, scallion fried eggs. It is the most delectable item on the menu, rivaling even restaurant quality. Compared to the other dishes that taste like slop, it is a culinary masterpiece. Fried eggs are only available during lunch, and one must arrive early. If you come late, you might miss out. Each serving window has only 1 large plate, and once it's gone, it's gone. Typically, those who manage to secure fried eggs at noon are the students in gym class, who are usually released 5 minutes early, allowing them to rush to the cafeteria. The second group consists of those who sprint the fastest as soon as the bell rings. By the time the third and fourth groups arrive, the line is so long that the fried eggs are likely sold out. As for those in the 5th group, don't even think about it. Chapter 8. He has fallen in class 18 of senior year. English teacher Lu Jiaju stands at the podium. Observing that more than half of the students in the last row are missing, about 7 or 8 individuals. Where have the students in the back row gone today? Mr. Lu, they've all taken leave, a student replies. So many people are on leave? Lu Jiaju's tone carries a hint of humor, acknowledging the situation without openly confronting it. Indeed, the group of students chuckles. All right, let us begin class. Everyone, take out your textbooks. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun and Huang Yanzhao are in the cafeteria, playing on their phones. As the meal has yet to begin, time flies when engrossed in their devices, and soon it is past 11. Let us go. We can start lining up now. Huang Yanzhao glances at the clock and urges Xiao Jun. Let us go. I want 3 fried eggs today. Xiao Jun licks his lips in anticipation. Although they escaped class early, they still need to queue, as some classmates from gym class have also arrived at the cafeteria ahead of them. Among the skippers are Xiao Jun and a few others. Hey, Xiao Jun. He greets an old classmate, noticing that many of the students in line are his former classmates. They seem to be in gym class today. ISNT that Xiao Jun? He seems to be in class 18 now, but ISNT their gym class for them today? Right, and no labor class either. So how did he end up in the cafeteria early? A few classmates whisper curiously. Do we even need to ask? He is definitely skipping class. Skipping class has become commonplace in ordinary classes. One student shakes his head. He has fallen. Another student remarks. Yang Qianqian glances over at Xiao Jun, seeing him chatting animatedly with Zhou Jiayu and others, and can't help but shake her head. She and Xiao Jun were once neighbors and had known each other since elementary school, often playing together as children. There is no saving him. Yang Qianqian silently contemplates. She perceives Xiao Jun's current state as one of aimlessness, devoid of ambition or direction, lost in the world of online gaming without any pursuit of life goals. Although she was aware that Xiao Jun's family would receive 6 apartments due to the previous demolition, she understood that relying solely on such fortune would lead to eventual depletion. She found such a life devoid of meaning. Unlike her, despite her relatively stable family background, she exerted herself diligently in her studies. Her aspirations were clear: to gain admission into the country's most prestigious university, perhaps even pursue further studies abroad, and eventually venture into entrepreneurship. She yearned to stand atop the world, surveying everything beneath her. Uncle Xiao, perceiving Xiao Jun's current disposition, undoubtedly felt disappointed. I must have a word with him. Yang Qianqian mused to herself. Isn't that Xiao Jun? Skipping class today? At that moment, from a distance, Qin Linfeng mocked him. What business is it of yours? Xiao Jun replied, turning his face with an expressionless demeanor. Rest assured, in a month's time, you'll be waiting to witness my downfall, Xiao Jun retorted nonchalantly. Angered, Qin Linfeng pointed at Xiao Jun, momentarily at a loss for words. Very well, I shall remember this. Don't go back on your word when the time comes. Qin Linfeng, feeling certain of his victory, fell silent, akin to an arrogant rooster awaiting triumph in a month. Soon, Xiao Jun finished his meal and, along with Shou Jiayu and Huang Yinzhao, found a spot to sit and eat. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared before the trio, her presence heralded by a fragrant breeze. This individual was none other than Yang Qianqian. Not only was she the top student academically, but she was also strikingly beautiful, standing at 167 meters. With an elegant oval face, eyes like autumn waters, and pearly white teeth framed by crimson lips, exuding an air of refined elegance. Yet in her gaze, there was an aura of grace and sophistication that captivated those around her, leaving them feeling inadequate and hesitant to approach. Indeed, she embodied the essence of a cool, aloof beauty. Yang Qianqian sat opposite Xiao Jun, placing her lunchbox down and addressing him in a frigid tone. Xiao Jun, are you truly planning to squander your potential like this? Despite their past acquaintance, Xiao Jun was not particularly fond of her. Though they had once been neighbors and played together in childhood, their relationship had soured over time, leading to mutual disdain. In primary school, when seated together, they would often draw an imaginary line down the middle of their desk, the infamous 38th parallel. Crossing that line could lead to playful retaliation, or worse, the sharp end of a compass. One day, young Qianqian, upset, plopped down and cried. Their grudges only deepened thereafter, with Yang Qianqian going so far as to report Xiao Jun to his father for frequenting internet cafes. At school, they acted as if they were strangers. But when encountering each other nearby, it would spark a barrage of verbal sparring. Well, my esteemed class monitor, have you come to lecture me? Xiao Jun smirked. Meanwhile, the scene had caught the attention of several onlookers. Wow, was Yang Qianqian just sitting across from Xiao Jun, talking to him? I wonder what they were discussing. How envious. I wish I could sit next to her. Good grief, old Xiao, is our class monitor trying to persuade you? Have you caught her eye? Zhou Jiayu remarked, his mouth full of admiration. Get lost, Xiao Jun shot back, rolling his eyes. Xiao Jun, it appears that you know that beauty, Huang Yinzhao chuckled. The allure of Yang Qianqian drew the attention of many, including Huang Yinzhao, who was eager to discover the nature of Xiao Jun's relationship with her. We were neighbors, Qin Hailang remarked casually. I see. Childhood sweethearts, then. Why not pursue her? It's not that simple, Xiao Jun replied with a disdainful glance. Really? That sounds a bit pretentious. How could someone so beautiful not be worthy of your attention? You wouldn't understand, Xiao Jun replied, dismissively. From a distance, Qin Linfeng felt a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing Yang Qianqian's concern for Xiao Jun. Although he could only catch snippets of their conversation, he sensed that she was admonishing Xiao Jun. In the afternoon, Xiao Jun felt he had seamlessly integrated into the life of the ordinary class. Aside from bathing, sleeping, and eating, the rest of his time was spent on his phone. As for studying, he chuckled to himself. Study was an impossibility for him, never to be realized. The relaxed academic atmosphere of the ordinary class appealed to him greatly. Before long, it was time for evening self-study. Today, math teacher Yang Jinrong was overseeing the session. Sure enough, moments later, the 30-something teacher entered the classroom, carrying a stack of test papers. As he crossed the threshold, students straightened in their seats, putting away their phones and sitting up straight. They all knew that this math teacher was notoriously strict. Anyone caught using their phone would have it confiscated. Thus, everyone was on their best behavior. Moreover, each student was required to submit their test papers. The consequences of failing to do so were severe. No question may be left unanswered. Even if you are uncertain, write something, Yang Jinrong declared sternly. His intention was to prevent students from submitting blank papers or merely completing a few multiple-choice questions. He understood the tendencies of the ordinary class, which is why he resorted to such measures. As soon as the teacher left, a chorus of complaints erupted among the students. This math teacher really knows how to play us. I had hoped to finish watching the series I started this afternoon during self-study, but that seems impossible now. Ugh. We have to write something, even if we don't know the answers. That means I must fill out the entire test before I can get back to my novel. The students grumbled. As students who were not academically inclined, many merely attempted the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions on tests. Of course, only a handful dared to do so. The majority tried their best to complete as much as they could. Oh, another test to write? Xiao Jun sighed, looking at the math test paper in his hands, feeling a headache coming on. As a senior, tests were a constant reality. Teachers would distribute tests every few days, and there were always more tests than lessons. Having finally escaped the torment of the rigorous class, Xiao Jun found himself ensnared in the same fate within the ordinary class. Ah, I still have a bottle of Shinming No. 1 that I haven't tried, Xiao Jun thought. Tonight, I shall test its effects. He intended to trial this brain-boosting tonic. According to the description, one bottle would instantly enhance his intelligence by 200 points for 10 minutes. After 2 days of observations, Xiao Jun discovered that the benefits could be retrieved from the chat group at any time. Retrieve, he silently commanded, and in his hand appeared a small glass bottle, akin to the size of a Huoxiang Zhengqi oral solution, with 4 prominent characters, Shinming No. 1. There was no production date or manufacturer's information. Seizing the opportunity while his classmates were distracted, Xiao Jun opened the bottle and drank deeply. In the next moment, he felt a surge of warmth rush to his head, followed by an unexpected coolness. An increase of 200 points in intelligence? At that moment, Xiao Jun remained skeptical. The efficacy could be tested soon enough by tackling a math test. 1. Multiple choice questions. This section contains 12 items, each worth 5 points, for a total of 60 points. 1. In an arithmetic sequence, if 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2, 4, then 7 corresponds to 6, 7, 8, or 9. Generally, for such math questions, it would take about 30 seconds to read, followed by 2 minutes to solve. Certainly, this refers to questions of general difficulty. When faced with more challenging questions, it takes a full minute to comprehend the question's meaning and the problem itself, let alone finding the solution. Thus, the answer is, Xiao Jun quickly jotted it down, completing the reading, problem-solving, and writing of the answer in just 3 seconds. My goodness, how terrifying. Is this the horror of having an IQ of 300? Is this the sensation of being a top student? It feels absolutely exhilarating. Xiao Jun was filled with excitement. Although he was unaware of his original IQ, it must have been above 100 by conventional standards. Now, with an additional 200 points in intelligence, his IQ certainly surpassed 300, making him more brilliant than Einstein. Xiao Jun's foundational knowledge was not lacking. After all, he was a student from a key class, which meant he had accumulated considerable mathematical knowledge. With a sudden surge in intelligence, his analytical skills, computational abilities, and capacity for drawing analogies skyrocketed, allowing him to solve problems as effortlessly as drinking water. It was astonishingly simple. He suddenly realized that completing the test papers was actually quite an enjoyable endeavor. Chapter 10. 8 perfect scores in the following moments. Xiao Jun entered a frenzied mode of question solving. No, it was not merely solving. It was more akin to racing through questions. While his peers struggled to ponder over a single question, Xiao Jun finished each one in mere seconds. Questions that baffled others were resolved by him in the blink of an eye. Since this test was not an official examination but rather akin to an assignment, students were allowed to refer to their books, and no teacher was present. Many classmates began flipping through their textbooks, while Xiao Jun had already completed the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank sections. By the 9-minute mark, Xiao Jun had finished the entire paper. Every question was answered, and he felt confident that he had scored perfectly. After completing the test, Xiao Jun savored the sensation of his intelligence surging by 200 points. It was simply delightful. For the first time, he felt no anxiety when faced with a test paper, having completed a math exam in just 9 minutes, allowing him to experience the thrill of being a top student. Indeed, during the problem-solving process, he realized that many questions that would have previously required deep contemplation now seemed remarkably easy, almost as if a university student were tackling an elementary school exam. Was the effect of the medication nearing its 10-minute mark? Xiao Jun pondered. Never mind. He decided not to dwell on it too much and instead looked forward to what rewards the next group benefit would bestow upon him, hoping for an item to further enhance his intelligence. Casting the test paper aside, he took out his phone and began to play, still engrossed in the book The Universal Technology System. Wow, you finished? Huang Yanzhao observed Xiao Jun engrossed in his phone with a look of astonishment, noticing that his math paper was seemingly filled. Yes, Xiao Jun nodded. At this speed, you must have just been scribbling, right? But that is not important. I'll just copy your answers. Huang Yanzhao took Xiao Jun's paper and began to transcribe it. After all, this was not a formal examination, resembling the usual practice of copying homework. For students like them, who were considered average, teachers typically did not scrutinize such behavior. Why did Huang Yinjiao choose to copy? Because he found the process of solving problems tedious and was unaware of how bothersome writing a test could be. Secondly, he simply didn't know the answers. Thirdly, finishing quickly meant he could return to his phone. Seeing his classmate copying his paper, Xiao Jun did not object. After all, it was not a formal exam. Soon, Huang Yinjiao completed his transcription and returned to his phone. What? Old Huang, you finished so quickly? Let me copy. Wang Xishan from the adjacent desk exclaimed, reaching for the test paper. Go ahead. Wow. Old Wang, you finished the test so fast? Let me copy too. Lu Huangjie from the desk next to them chimed in, eager to borrow the paper. During this math class, Yang Jinrong hurriedly walked in and placed down the test papers from the previous night, having completed the grading. The results left him both astonished and a tad furious. Astonished because there were 8 students who scored full marks, indeed, a perfect score of 150. Furious because the answers of these 8 students were identical, indicating that they must have copied from one another. While it was expected that the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank answers would be the same, it was improbable that the more complex problem-solving sections had identical answers, as there were various methods to reach a solution. No matter how coincidental, it was unlikely that all 8 students would utilize the same approach. Moreover, he was well aware that these students typically scored below passing marks. Thus, achieving perfect scores this time must have involved cheating. He was certain that he had not leaked any answers. This raised the question, among these 8 students, one of them must have scored full marks. Although this was not a formal examination and students were allowed to consult their books, obtaining a perfect score of 150 was no small feat. In a key class, even with the ability to refer to books, it was unlikely that more than 5 students would achieve a perfect score, especially since the last 3 problems and the final bonus question were quite challenging. Yesterday evening, I completed the grading of the math test. You all performed admirably, with no one submitting a blank paper or failing to submit. However, I was particularly astonished to find that 8 students achieved perfect scores. Yang Jinrong smiled slightly. In the regular class, it was his first time seeing anyone attain a perfect score on a math exam. Upon hearing this, the students below were all in shock. What? 8 perfect scores? Those last few difficult problems and the bonus question were quite challenging. Even our class monitor and the student representative couldn't solve them. How could there be 8 perfect scores? It defies logic. Who could they be? The students exchanged glances, filled with curiosity. The names Xiao Jun, Huang Yinjiao, Wang Xishan, and Yang Jinrong were read aloud. Wait a minute. Huang Yinjiao usually scores only 20 or 30 points in math. How did he achieve a perfect score this time? Did he get the answers somehow? Aside from Xiao Jun, who had come from a key class, it seemed that the other 7 students were typically scoring in the 20 or 30 range. How did they all manage to score perfectly this time? Truly, Xiao Jun, a standout from the key class, had achieved a perfect score, showcasing his remarkable abilities. Xiao Jun, upon hearing of his perfect score, felt no surprise whatsoever. However, Huang Yinjiao and the others were taken aback by the revelation that they had all copied the perfect score. He could hardly believe that his deskmate, who had finished the test in 9 minutes, had achieved a perfect score. How did he manage to do that? Was he truly a top student? Yet, if he were a top student, why had he been removed from the key class? At that moment, Huang Yinjiao's mind was a jumble. He was utterly flabbergasted. As for Wang Xishan and the others, they were anxiously contemplating whether their perfect scores would lead to inquiries from the math teacher. Indeed, just as bad luck followed good. Yang Jinrong stood at the podium and proclaimed, "You 7, did you all copy Xiao Jun's test paper?" He was not foolish. Among these 8 students, Xiao Jun was the most likely to score full marks, given his background from a key class. Huang Yinjiao and the other 7 students lowered their heads, not daring to breathe a word. Their silence was tantamount to an admission of guilt. "You 7, hand in your papers, having copied 20 times each," Yang Jinrong commanded sternly. The other students erupted in laughter, clearly enjoying the spectacle. As for Xiao Jun, he stood up and said, "Next time, remember not to let others copy, all right?" "Yes." Xiao Jun nodded. "Take your seat." Yang Jinrong nodded with satisfaction, his eyes betraying a fondness for talent. It was evident that Xiao Jun had garnered his special attention. How could he possibly punish him? Chapter 11. The identity of the underachiever is revealed. The classmates were first taken aback by Xiao Jun's remarkable feat of answering every question on the exam correctly, followed by astonishment that Mr. Yang Jinrong, their mathematics teacher, chose not to penalize him. This ignited a wave of envy among Huang Yinjiao and others. Had they known, they would not have resorted to copying, and now they faced the prospect of rewriting the exam 20 times. Indeed, teachers always had a preference for top students. Many classmates silently criticized the unfairness. From now on, if anyone dares to copy another's exam, I assure you that the consequences will extend far beyond merely copying 20 times. You will face 100 repetitions, Yang Jinrong declared sternly, surveying the room before continuing. Now, let us begin the discussion of this exam paper. Later that evening during self-study, Xiao Jun was surprised to see the usually silent Nagashima Hui suddenly chiming in. She even sent a cheeky pug emoji. Xiao Jun, what's up? Did you succeed? Nagashima Hui. Yes, group leader. I confessed my feelings to Huayuan Guang, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. In that moment, Nagashima Hui shared her joyous news with Xiao Jun, realizing that his earlier analysis had been spot on. Huayuan Guang seemed utterly indifferent to romantic feelings, but fortunately, when he professed his love in her presence, even someone as oblivious as she was could comprehend his intentions. Thus, Nagashima Hui succeeded. Nagashima Hui, hee. I owe this all to your guidance, group leader. Otherwise, I would have missed my chance. If you ever need my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. I will do everything in my power to help you. Nagashima Hui understood that he owed a significant favor to Xiao Jun, and thus pledging his support was only fitting. Xiao Jun, pleased with Nagashima Hui's response, chuckled. My dear brother Nagashima, since you've made such a generous offer, I shall take advantage of it. Whenever I face a test or encounter a question I do not understand, you must assist me. By the way, the subjects I study may differ slightly from yours, such as history, geography, and language arts. Therefore, I think it prudent for you to purchase some textbooks and practice exams from Huaxia in advance. Otherwise, it could be troublesome if you don't comprehend the material when I seek your help. Aside from these 4 subjects, mathematics and English should pose no issue for you. After all, both are universally understood, and with your current IQ of 190, mastering this knowledge should be a breeze, right? Nagashima Hui was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Jun's words. He should buy high school textbooks for language arts, history, politics, and geography from Huaxia and study them? Assist him with exams at any time? Ask him for help with questions he could not comprehend? Nagashima Hui, wait a moment, group leader. I've just realized something. Are you actually an underachiever? If you were a top student, you wouldn't need my help with these things, right? What? The leader of the top student group is an underachiever? This is simply astonishing. Xiao Jun felt as if his heart had been pierced by 1,000 needles. Oh dear. The truth has been revealed. Cough, cough, Nagashima Hui, it's like this. Although I am the leader of this top student group, it does not necessarily mean I am a top student myself. My strengths lie in understanding the past and predicting the future, as well as effectively managing this group. Therefore, whether or not I am a top student is of little consequence, Xiao Jun said, thick-skinned. Nagashima Hui, so the group leader is indeed an underachiever? Xiao Jun, I fear we have no common language. Nagashima Hui, perhaps this is the generational gap between underachievers and top students. I hardly communicate with the underachievers in my class. Xiao Jun scowled. Get lost. In the end, after some back-and-forth banter, Nagashima Hui agreed to Qin Hailang's request. After all, this was a profound favor he owed, and he was a man of his word, one who valued gratitude. Originally a super scholar, coupled with his current IQ of 190, mastering those subjects would be remarkably simple, requiring only a bit of time for study. Seeing Nagashima Hui excitedly log off to meet Huayuan Guang, Xiao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Another few days of boredom passed. There were about 3 weeks left until the next monthly exam, and similarly, 3 weeks until the subsequent holiday. Each monthly break consisted of a meager 2 days. A lamentably short respite. During these weeks, Qin Hailing diligently studied the top student chat group. After several days of research, he discovered that this group distributed benefits to its members on the 1st of each month. The quality of these benefits was directly related to the achievements of the members. For instance, take Nagashima Hui. In his school, he consistently ranked first in exams, undeniably a top student, and thus reaped the corresponding rewards. As for Xiao Jun, being an underachiever, you understand the implications. However, Xiao Jun believed that as long as he performed well in exams or attained commendable grades and titles, his future benefits from the group would undoubtedly improve. That evening, after school, Xiao Jun received a call from his father, Xiao Rui. Son, have you been kicked out of the advanced class? His father's deep voice resonated through the phone. Xiao Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. How did you find out? Xiao Jun felt that given the circumstances, it was better to confess than to deny. That's none of your concern. Just know it wasn't he, your homeroom teacher, who informed me, his father retorted. You've been slipping in your grades. Xiao Rui's tone grew stern. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun thought to himself, it must have been that Yang Qianqian who reported him. Typically, students are not notified when they are removed from advanced classes. How dare Yang Qianqian sabotage him? Chapter 12. Monthly exam truly, the cruelty of a parent is palpable. In truth, Xiao Jun understood that his father, while tough on the outside, was soft-hearted. His monthly allowance was 1,500 yuan, placing him among the upper echelon of his peers. Even with the recent deduction of 500 yuan, 1,000 yuan a month was still sufficient for his needs. Suddenly, he found himself oddly anticipating the arrival of the monthly exam. As the summer days drifted lazily by, time flew. Over 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Xiao Jun had effectively turned into a sloth, spending his days either asleep or engrossed in his phone, relishing his time as a carefree student in the regular class. In class 38 of the senior year, during evening self-study, the homeroom teacher, Chen Wei, stood before the students and announced, "Tomorrow is the monthly exam. I urge everyone to take it seriously. Although it may not count toward your college entrance examination, treat it as such, especially those of you with decent grades. If you can place within the top 150, you will have the opportunity to enter the advanced class. Once you're in, barring any unforeseen circumstances, maintaining your grades will ensure you at least secure a spot in a second-tier university." Chen Wei's gaze fell upon the class monitors and study committee members, who consistently performed well, placing within the top 200. They had a solid chance of entering the advanced class. As for Xiao Jun, having been expelled from the advanced class, he received no attention at all. However, after observing Xiao Jun's disinterest in studying for weeks, he gradually lost hope for him. Even Yang Jinrong, the mathematics teacher, has transitioned from initial optimism to current disappointment. This shift is primarily due to Xiao Jun's subsequent performance in class examinations, where he only managed to score between 70 and 80 points, a stark contrast to the perfect score he had previously achieved. Given the total possible score is 150. In the eyes of his teachers, Xiao Jun is seen as a lost cause, akin to mud that cannot be molded. He is often seen engrossed in his phone or slumped over his desk. The teachers continuously emphasize the importance of diligent study, but perhaps many students grow weary of hearing it. As the homeroom teacher, I can share from experience that education is indeed the best path for those from humble beginnings. While it is not the only route to success in today's society, where substantial financial gain equates to success, possessing a university diploma can provide more options upon entering the workforce. Knowledge, ideas, and capability open doors that remain closed to those lacking them. The homeroom teacher passionately shares his life insights, yet it remains uncertain how many students are genuinely listening or absorbing his words. Perhaps many will regret not taking their studies seriously once they enter the workforce. However, is there any remedy for regret? None. The adage holds true. Ignoring the wisdom of the elders often results in immediate consequences, which one will only reflect upon when faced with the repercussions of their choices. The self-study period eventually passed amidst the teacher's monologue, and at last, the class was over. "Xiao Jun, are you going for a late-night snack?" Huang Yanjiao inquired. Many boys enjoy heading to the cafeteria for a late-night bite after self-study sessions. The cafeteria typically offers simple fare like noodles and porridge. High school students, still in their growth phase, often find themselves hungry by 10 o'clock after a 6 o'clock dinner. After waiting in line for 10 minutes, they finally managed to get their late-night snacks and sat down at a table to eat. Xiao Jun looked up to see Qin Linfeng's infuriating face not far away. It seemed he was also there for a late-night snack. "Worry about yourself instead. Get ready to stream your fish-catching antics," Xiao Jun retorted sarcastically. "Xiao Jun, this guy must be an idiot. He brings that up every time he sees you," Huang Yanjiao remarked, chowing down on his food. It was indeed somewhat foolish. Xiao Jun mused that Qin Linfeng's mind must have been affected somehow. Later that evening, Xiao Jun entered a chat group for top students and tagged Longgao Hui. "Longgao Hui. Brother, I have a monthly exam tomorrow. How prepared are you?" Longgao Hui replied, "I spent half a month reviewing all your Chinese, history, politics, geography, English, mathematics, and so forth from elementary to high school textbooks. I've nearly memorized all the essential points. Additionally, I've reviewed many of your high school exam papers, including several college entrance exam papers. So if you aim for a perfect score, I can help you achieve it in no time." After hearing this, Xiao Jun couldn't help but give Longgao Hui a thumbs up. "Impressive. As expected of the perennial top student, you're amazing." Longgao Hui's character is that of an unrivaled academic achiever, excelling in both athletics and academics since he was 5 or 6 years old, participating in global memory competitions and marathons. He is outstanding in every regard, which is why he confidently claims he can help Qin Hailing achieve a perfect score. After all, his IQ is an astounding 190. The following day at 9 o'clock, the monthly examination commenced, beginning with the Chinese language test. Students were allowed to enter the examination room 10 minutes early. The Chinese exam typically encompasses aspects such as phonetics and character forms, ancient poetry recitation, literary knowledge, grammatical errors, punctuation mistakes, reading comprehension of modern and classical texts, and essay writing. Many students harbor a deep-seated fear of the essay and reading comprehension sections. Once all students were seated, the two invigilators began distributing the Chinese test papers. This month's examination was particularly stringent, adhering to the standards of midterm and final exams, prohibiting any books, mobile phones, or papers from being brought in to prevent cheating. As the examination bell rang, Xiao Jun mentally prepared himself, recalling the chat group for top students. Longdao Hui. It's time to work. I'm currently taking the Chinese test. With that, he focused on the paper in front of him, capturing an image of the test with his eyes and uploading it to the chat group. In an instant, the entirety of the Chinese test was photographed and sent. Remarkably, it seemed as though his eyes had transformed into a camera. This function was truly astounding. As expected, Longdao Hui promptly came online. Group leader, I received it, and I'm ready to provide answers immediately. The answer to the first question is, the answer to the second question is. Within 3 seconds, Longdao Hui began sending Xiao Jun the answers to the Chinese test. Hey, Longdao Hui, you're pretty quick with those answers. Xiao Jun praised as he began to fill in the responses on his answer sheet. 10 minutes later, he had completed the first half of the Chinese test. After stretching, Xiao Jun sighed, as expected of the top student Longdao Hui. With him, I'll never fear exams again. It feels like I can easily score full marks. Longdao Hui, do you feel confident about achieving a perfect score on this Chinese exam? Xiao Jun inquired. I'm 99% sure. If I don't score full marks, it will only be in reading comprehension and the essay. However, I am very confident. My essay will undoubtedly be a perfect piece. Longdao Hui boasted. He was careful not to overstate his confidence, for after all, he had yet to prove himself, and a perfect score across all subjects would be rather ostentatious. 20 minutes later, Xiao Jun finished the entire Chinese paper. Although he could submit it, the school regulations prevented early submissions. Glancing around, he observed his classmates either deep in thought or anxiously answering questions. How quick is this? Xiao Jun felt a sense of solitary superiority. While they were all grappling with questions, he was breezing through them, unburdened by any pressure regarding the exam. The afternoon brought the mathematics examination, and Xiao Jun resolved to aim for a perfect score in this subject. Once the test paper was distributed, he quickly captured the questions with his eyes and uploaded them to the chat group. Longdao Hui, get up and get to work. This time, I'm aiming for a perfect score, so make sure to take your time with the answers. No problem, group leader. This will be a piece of cake for me. Xiao Jun rolled his eyes at the overconfidence. As you said, I'm just flexing my abilities. 15 minutes later, Xiao Jun completed the entire mathematics test. With everything filled out, he felt no need to review his answers. After all, Longdao Hui was the perennial top student. What need was there to double-check his work? The mathematics exam was 2 hours long, and Xiao Jun had finished in just 15 minutes. With time to spare and no option to submit early, boredom set in. Most frustratingly, he couldn't even use his phone. He decided to take a nap, resting his head on the desk. Is it not enough to simply sit and stare at the desk? At this very moment, the invigilator standing at the podium is Yang Jinrong. Upon noticing that Xiao Jun, seated in the third row of the third group, has audaciously laid his head down on the desk and succumbed to slumber during the examination, Young's brow furrows in disapproval. Indeed, I misjudged him. He clearly has no desire to study at all. Nearly 15 minutes into the exam, and he is already asleep. A flicker of irritation ignites within Yang Jinrong. This behavior reflects a lack of respect for his own life, a betrayal of his parents, and a squandering of the teacher's earnest efforts. Yang Jinrong abruptly rises from his seat, instantly drawing the attention of several students. However, after receiving a sharp glare from him, they all lower their heads. He approaches Xiao Jun's desk, adjusts his glasses, and gently taps the surface of the desk. Awakening from his slumber, Xiao Jun rises. You cannot sleep during the exam. Have you completed your paper? Yang Jinrong whispers. The discipline of the examination hall must not be disregarded. As an invigilator, he cannot permit students to rest their heads on the desks. If one does not wish to take the exam, they ought to remain awake until the very end. Xiao Jun looks at his mathematics teacher and softly replies, I'm done. Done? Yang Jinrong pauses, taken aback. He had presumed Xiao Jun had hastily scribbled a few lines and decided to stop. But now, Xiao Jun claims he has finished? It has only been 17 or 18 minutes, and he asserts that he has completed a mathematics paper? Typically, many students struggle to finish mathematics exams in time, especially when it comes to the final challenging question, which even the top-performing students often cannot complete due to its difficulty. Yang Jinrong's first instinct is to assume that Xiao Jun is boasting. Without uttering a word, Yang Jinrong picks up Xiao Jun's paper and begins to review it. To his astonishment, he discovers that every question on both sides of the paper is filled with answers. Remember to check your work thoroughly. Yang Jinrong admonishes in a tone of authority. Although surprised by how Xiao Jun managed to complete the entire mathematics exam in just 15 minutes, he suspects that the answers must be hastily written, prompting him to verify the quality of Xiao Jun's work. Could he truly have written them correctly at such speed? Yang Jinrong begins to scrutinize the answers, starting from the first question. In fact, having been somewhat idle at the podium, he had already reviewed many of the questions, so he retained some familiarity with the answers. Ah, all the multiple-choice questions are correct, he exclaims, astonished. Even the fill-in-the-blank questions are all accurate. As time passes, approximately 10 minutes elapse, and Yang Jinrong has assessed about a quarter of the exam paper, realizing that Xiao Jun's answers are predominantly correct. He initially considers continuing his evaluation, but then decides against it, as he is currently invigilating. Setting the paper down, a faint smile of approval graces Yang Jinrong's face. Be sure to check your work thoroughly. He suddenly realizes that Xiao Jun is rather enigmatic. If he possesses such capability, why does he seem disinterested in studying? Chapter 14. The results are announced given Xiao Jun's rapid answering speed and the accuracy of the previous multiple-choice and fill-in-the-blank questions. It is evident that he is a top student. Could it be that he intends to be a low-profile academic, only to astonish everyone during the college entrance examinations? Yang Jinrong muses that a student like Xiao Jun, with such rapidity, would undoubtedly excel in any mathematics competition, as his ability to complete an exam in such a short time proves that his mind works swiftly. Thus, the first day of the monthly examination concludes. The following morning features an English exam, followed by a comprehensive arts exam in the afternoon. Xiao Jun navigates these assessments with remarkable ease, as he has the assistance of Long Dao Hui, which is akin to cheating. Consequently, he approaches the exams with great relaxation, often not even needing to read the questions. He simply writes down the answers provided by Long Dao Hui. Naturally, he intentionally leaves some questions unanswered or scribbles random responses, as he does not wish to achieve a perfect score. After all, a student recently expelled from the honors class suddenly scoring full marks in a monthly examination would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the city. It is worth noting that even provincial top scorers may not achieve a perfect score. After the examinations, the teachers begin to grade the papers, a process expected to take 2 to 3 days. On this day, Yang Jinrong, along with a group of mathematics teachers, is unsealing and recording the results of the mathematics papers. They have already finished grading all the mathematics papers for the entire grade. And now it is time to unveil the sealed edges and record the scores. Old Yang, did you come across any perfect scores in the mathematics papers? One of the mathematics teachers inquires. None at all. In the batch I graded, the highest score was 139. Yang Jinrong replies, raising his hands. Which of you managed to find a perfect score? I didn't either, but both Old Liu and Old Qin each graded a perfect mathematics paper. What? 2 perfect mathematics scores in this monthly examination? Quite rare. Yang Jinrong's expression reflects astonishment. It is well known that achieving a perfect score in mathematics is exceedingly rare, especially in an ordinary high school like theirs. In comparison, in other prestigious high schools, perfect scores are relatively common, with perhaps 5 or 6 students achieving them in a single grade. However, for Wuching No. 3 High School, a perfect score in mathematics is already considered exceptional. The fact that 2 students have managed this feat is indeed commendable. Let us hurry and see whether the students are from Class 1, Class 2, or Class 3. One teacher urges. I suspect one of them must be Yang Qianqian. The ordinary class students are not even considered in their minds, as they subconsciously believe that no student from the ordinary class could possibly achieve a perfect score in mathematics. Their belief that Yang Qianqian would be among the top scorers stems from her well-known academic prowess throughout the school and indeed, across the city. She ranked second in the last semester's examinations. Moreover, her mathematics scores have consistently been outstanding, often exceeding 140 or even reaching perfection. Thus, her chances are the highest. Soon, the mathematics teachers commence the unsealing of the 2 specifically selected perfect score mathematics papers. Upon unveiling the concealed names, they discover the name of Yang Qianqian prominently displayed. I told you so. One of them is definitely Yang Qianqian. Yang Jinrong exclaims with excitement. If she maintains this trajectory, admission to Beijing University is all but assured, with a significant chance of vying for the liberal arts top scorer in Jiangbei province next year. Indeed, the prospects are promising. Quickly, let us see who the second student is. The teachers swiftly proceed to unseal the second paper. Class 18, Xiao Jun. What? From the ordinary class? No way. Old Yang, isn't this one of your classes? All the mathematics teachers turn to Yang Jinrong in unison, utterly astonished. The revelation of a perfect mathematics paper originating from an ordinary class leaves them in disbelief. Each of the mathematics teachers is taken aback, completely unprepared for such an outcome. The one most stunned by this revelation is none other than Yang Jinrong himself. He had never anticipated that it would be Xiao Jun. Initially, Xiao Jun had once achieved a perfect score in a mathematics test, leading Yang Jinrong to believe he had potential. However, after witnessing Xiao Jun's subsequent month of disinterest in studying, he had gradually labeled him as a lost cause. Yet today, he did not expect Xiao Jun to secure a perfect score in a formal examination. It is essential to note that the previous perfect score test allowed for reference materials, whereas this time, it did not. It is truly astonishing. He is indeed a genius. Yang Jinrong reflects on his earlier misjudgment with a sense of profound realization. Could there be a flaw in this perfect score? Upon reflection, it appears that there are several discrepancies in the problem-solving methods compared to Yang Chanqian, which suggests that he is not merely imitating her. Moreover, they seem to be in different examination halls. It seems plausible that Xiao Jun has indeed just been expelled from the elite class, yet he possesses a solid foundation. Witnessing his colleagues question Xiao Jun's remarkable scores, Yang Jinrong could not contain his discontent. Truly, he is a talent. However, one wonders why he was dismissed from the prestigious class. Perhaps his performance in other subjects was lacking? In Class 18 of Senior Year 3, today marks the day the monthly examination results are announced. The homeroom teacher, Chun Wei, stands at the podium, his face adorned with a broad smile. First and foremost, his class has made a modest improvement in their collective results, particularly among the top students. Secondly, astonishingly, 2 students have ranked within the top 150 of the grade. This means they are now eligible to prepare for reporting to the elite class. Thirdly, an exceptional student from their class has achieved a perfect score in mathematics. Ahem, the results of this monthly examination are as follows. First place goes to Xiao Jun, with scores of 100 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 81 in English, 199 in comprehensive arts, totaling 530 points, and ranking 72 in the grade. The second place, Wang Guimei, has a total score of 420, ranking 149 in the grade. What? 530 points. The classmates were utterly astonished. For such a score in their ordinary class was indeed a dream score. My heavens, Xiao Jun achieved a perfect score in mathematics? How impressive. Every classmate was left in shock, as none could fathom that the student, who often appeared to be either sleeping or engrossed in his phone, could attain such an accomplishment in mathematics. Although our class leader, Wang Guimei, ranked 149, she too is eligible for the elite class. Chapter 15, A Return to the Elite Class. No worries, once a desk mate, always a desk mate, Xiao Jun remarked with a smile. A score of 530 is quite close to what he aimed for. In any case, he can return to the elite class now. A genius remains a genius. Even without attending class, he can score over 500 points. Below, many students engaged in discussions about Xiao Jun's performance. Soon, the teacher distributed the report cards. All right. The results are out. You must reflect on your performance and assess whether you have improved or regressed. Those who have made progress should not become complacent, and those who have declined should not lose hope, Chun Wei reiterated from the podium. Currently, our class boasts 2 students who have placed within the top 150 of the entire grade, Xiao Jun and Wang Guimei. Xiao Jun, you may report back to your original Class 1 of Senior Year 3. As for Wang Guimei, you can report to Class 2 of Senior Year 3 this afternoon. Chun Wei instructed both students. Xiao Jun, please come to my office for a moment. Yes. Upon entering Chun Wei's office, Xiao Jun received both praise and a stern admonition. Chun Wei recognized that Xiao Jun is a gifted student. After all, he consistently scores over 500 points while frequently distracted by his phone. Therefore, he felt compelled to advise Xiao Jun to adopt a more serious approach henceforth. Xiao Jun, you must strive harder in the future to aim for a top-tier university. At this moment, Yang Huira was also announcing the monthly examination results from the podium. Overall, she found comfort in the fact that most students in her class had not regressed. The top scorer of this monthly examination is Yang Chanqian, with a total of 650 points, ranking first in the entire grade. Particularly noteworthy is her perfect score of 150 in mathematics. In fact, 2 students in the entire grade achieved perfect scores in mathematics this time. Congratulations to our student, Yang Chanqian, Yang Huira said, leading the applause. Indeed, our class leader is remarkable. Consistently achieving the highest marks in every examination is truly impressive. It is rare for her scores to decline, and even when they do, it is seldom by more than 20 points. Her performance has been exceedingly stable. Wow, a perfect score in mathematics, how enviable. The classmates applauded, filled with admiration. Mathematics is generally considered a stronghold for boys, as girls are often perceived to lack the same mental agility in this subject. Yet, Yang Chanqian's perfect score attests to her formidable capabilities. Teacher, Which class did the other perfect scorer in mathematics come from? Class 2 or Class 3? A curious student inquired. Yes, indeed, a chorus of students chimed in, intrigued. In their eyes, a perfect score in mathematics would likely originate from either Class 2 or Class 3. The other two elite classes. After all, achieving a perfect score in mathematics indicates an extraordinary level of mastery. The other perfect scorer in mathematics is from Class 18 of Senior Year 3. He will be reporting to our class shortly, and you will soon find out. Yang Huira smiled. To be candid, she was quite taken aback when she first learned of the student's perfect score. So she decided to keep her classmates on edge for a bit longer. What? From an ordinary class? And he is coming to report to our class? This implies he must have ranked within the top 150 overall. It stands to reason that with a perfect score in mathematics, his performance in other subjects must also be commendable. Many students gasped in surprise, as they had never anticipated a perfect scorer in mathematics to emerge from an ordinary class. The students in the ordinary class were acutely aware of their standing, recognizing that most of them were underperformers. The emergence of a dark horse in this monthly examination was indeed unexpected. As Yang Qianqian walked up to collect her report card, she too was slightly astonished. She had not anticipated the rise of a dark horse from the ordinary class. In fact, she felt a sense of anticipation. Achieving a perfect score would certainly warrant her respect. At this moment, none of the students could fathom that the perfect scorer in mathematics would be Xiao Jun. The second place in class, Li Chaohang, scored 607 points, ranking 7th in the grade. The third place followed as Yang Huiru continued to announce the results. Wow, how impressive Li Chaohang is, being second in class. His momentum is commendable. Indeed, he is bound for a top-tier university. In Class 1 of Senior Year 3, Yang Qianqian and Li Chaohang have consistently been the center of attention. Yang Qianqian, the perennial top scorer, needs no introduction, while Li Chaohang's performance is remarkably stable, often ranking among the top 5 in the class. Additionally, he is quite handsome, academically accomplished, and comes from a wealthy family, making him the quintessential Prince Charming in the eyes of the female students. Originally, they were in a liberal arts class, with 50 students, 36 of whom were girls, leaving only 14 boys. Class 2 of the elite program is also a liberal arts class, while only Class 3 is a science class. Of course, the ordinary classes are another story altogether. Thus, Li Chaohang is even more sought after. However, many are aware that Li Chaohang has been pursuing Yang Qianqian for quite some time. As soon as the class results were fully announced, Yang Huira was preparing to explain the examination papers when there was a knock at the door. Someone is knocking. Everyone turned their gaze toward the door. Is it the student from Class 18 reporting? Oh, isn't that Xiao Jun, who was previously expelled from the elite class? What is he doing here? Did he forget something? The students were puzzled as they saw Xiao Jun standing at the entrance, none of them expecting him to be there for reporting. Impossible. How could he possibly achieve a perfect score in mathematics? Indeed, he spends all his time on his phone and still manages to score perfectly in mathematics. How laughable. Xiao Jun, come in, Yang Huira said with a smile upon seeing him at the door. She had previously felt quite disappointed in Xiao Jun, but now she was thoroughly impressed. Even now, Yang Huiru found it hard to believe that this student, who seemed disinterested in studying, was indeed a genius. Chapter 16. The ability to remember everything. With the teacher's approval, Xiao Jun stepped confidently into the room. Below, many students were left in disbelief. Incredible! He actually scored a perfect score in mathematics? Among the two students who achieved perfect scores in mathematics for the entire grade, one of them is indeed remarkable. It appears that he was not exaggerating after all. Previously, he had always feigned mediocrity, but now, despite his perfect score in mathematics, his overall ranking of 72nd in the grade is not particularly impressive. The brilliance of his mathematics score stands out, causing a mix of astonishment and envy among his classmates, while others remain indifferent. At this moment, Zhou Jiayu, his former desk mate, observed Xiao Jun approaching and found it hard to believe. Zhou had initially thought that Xiao Jun was merely putting on an act, never anticipating he would actually accomplish such a feat. Xiao Jun rolled his eyes, asserting that he had never boasted. Indeed, there are those who rejoice and those who lament. Just look at Qin Linfeng over there with his sour expression, Zhou Jiayu teased, pointing at him. Upon catching sight of Xiao Jun's mischievous gaze, Qin Linfeng quickly looked down, overwhelmed by a flood of disbelief. He never imagined Xiao Jun would succeed. How did he manage to achieve a perfect score in mathematics while seemingly preoccupied with his phone? It felt utterly unjust. To make matters worse, they had a wager, leaving him to ponder whether he would evade his obligation. Yang Qianqian turned her head to glance at Xiao Jun in the corner and, to be honest, she too was incredulous and astonished that he had indeed succeeded. She had previously thought Xiao Jun was hopeless, unaware of the potential he possessed. Frustration welled up within her. Had she known better, she would not have tried to dissuade him. Now, she felt somewhat foolish, having been outwitted by him. As the class began, Yang Huiru commenced the explanation of the exam paper. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun was lost in a conversation within the academic elite chat group with Takashima Sui. Group leader. What score did you achieve? Takashima inquired. Hee, thanks to you. I scored 530. Xiao Jun replied. What? Only 530? I expected you to score perfect. That seems implausible. Takashima exclaimed. I intentionally missed a few questions to keep a low profile. Xiao Jun explained. While they bantered, Xiao Jun suddenly noticed a change in his group member title. He had leveled up from struggling student to underachiever. Only a single level up? Xiao Jun thought, somewhat dissatisfied. However, considering his current achievement as merely one of the students in the key class, he understood the situation. If he were to become the top student in the college entrance examination, he would undoubtedly be a true academic prodigy. Nevertheless, transitioning from a struggling student to an underachiever was still an improvement. He anticipated that the next time group rewards were distributed, he would receive something better than before. Today was the first of the month, the day for distributing group benefits. As expected, an announcement from the academic elite chat group arrived. The monthly group rewards have begun. Members may claim their benefits. Xiao Jun quickly clicked to claim his rewards and received a photographic memory card, wishing the group leader early success as an academic elite. The higher the member's title, the better the group rewards. A photographic memory card? Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled upon seeing the reward. This time, he had finally drawn something valuable. It certainly appeared far superior to the previous reward. He examined the specific function of the photographic memory card. Photographic memory card, a permanent item. Using this card grants you the ability to possess a photographic memory. The description was succinct, yet the meaning was clear. Moreover, since it was a permanent item, once activated, he would forever possess this capability. A photographic memory implies that one can recall information after a single glance, signifying an extraordinary memory. Xiao Jun recognized that this ability would be immensely beneficial to him. To become an academic elite, one must possess such a skill. However, he understood that merely having a photographic memory does not guarantee high exam scores. While it allows one to remember textbooks, problems, and lectures, it does not ensure comprehension or application of that knowledge. For instance, consider a classical poem found in the literature textbook. With a photographic memory, one could memorize the poem instantly, but would they grasp its meaning? Furthermore, what of the concept of making connections? Memorizing a poem does not imply the ability to compose a similar piece. The same applies to mathematical functions. Knowing the solutions does not equate to solving similar problems during an exam. Thus, possessing a photographic memory alone does not assure high scores. It merely aids in remembering content, necessitating the integration and application of that knowledge to truly excel. Chapter 17. You can live stream eating excrement now that I possess the ability of photographic memory. Once I have reviewed all the knowledge points for the college entrance examination, I can then devote time to thoroughly understand and integrate them. Achieving high scores in the future will undoubtedly be a straightforward endeavor, Xiao Jun mused. However, fully assimilating all those knowledge points is no easy task, as it also involves one's intelligence quotient. Those with lower IQs may memorize everything yet remain unable to comprehend or make connections, rendering their efforts futile. No matter. I hope to receive rewards that enhance intelligence in the next group benefit distribution. Once my IQ rises, nothing will be insurmountable. He was eager to discover what rewards Takashima had received. I obtained a new rapid mathematical algorithm called Super Fast Mathematical Algorithm. This method surpasses the speed of the fastest algorithms in the world, rivaling computer capabilities. However, it has certain requirements. One must possess a photographic memory and an IQ of 180 or above. Is it truly that impressive? Can it rival a computer's computational ability? What if one's IQ is insufficient? Xiao Jun inquired. It won't work. It will stall, Takashima replied. Ah, Xiao Jun exclaimed. Although this super-fast mathematical algorithm isn't perfect, it is still somewhat useful to me. By the way, group leader, what did you receive? I acquired the photographic memory ability. After chatting for a while, Xiao Jun exited the academic elite chat group. He was eager to test this new ability, using the photographic memory card. In the next moment, the card vanished from his hand. Suddenly, he felt a warm current surge through his mind, swiftly followed by a refreshing sensation. This must signify the completion of the activation. He would now permanently possess the ability of photographic memory. Meanwhile, Yang Huiru was explaining the Chinese language exam paper at the podium. The students below are attentively listening, with not a single individual dozing off or distracted by their phones. This exemplifies the focused atmosphere of the elite class. There is no need for the teacher to supervise. The students are dedicatedly absorbing the lesson. Remarkably, I find that I do not need to exert myself to concentrate. The teacher's explanations seem to effortlessly imprint themselves in my mind. Xiao Jun has been listening for approximately 5 minutes and realizes that Yang Hui Rua's teachings are thoroughly registered in his memory without any omissions. Astonishing. Xiao Jun feels a surge of excitement. He is experiencing the sensation of genius. He discovers that he can multitask, listening to the lesson while simultaneously engaging in other activities. The morning's classes pass in this manner. As school dismisses, Xiao Jun notices Qin Linfeng in the distance, seemingly ready to escape. With a smile, he approaches Qin Linfeng. When are you planning to live stream your eating of excrement? On which platform will you broadcast this? This time, you have indeed lost the bet. Qin Linfeng, who was about to leave the classroom, freezes in place. Yes, Qin Linfeng. When do you intend to fulfill your wager? Adds Zhou Jiayu with a mischievous grin. Did I ever mention live streaming excrement? Although Qin Linfeng's mind races with countless expletives, he decides to feign ignorance. After all, he has no intention of genuinely broadcasting such a spectacle. Oh, so you intend to back out? Xiao Jun replies coldly. He has not forgotten how Qin Linfeng has repeatedly mocked him, even in front of others. As the saying goes, blood debts must be repaid in blood. Even if this fellow tries to weasel out, everyone must be made aware of his character. When you made the bet, many in the class heard you. Zhou Jiayu quickly interjects. Indeed, their exchange captures the attention of several classmates nearby. Wait, did Qin Linfeng really have a wager with Xiao Jun? He did. I clearly heard it because I wasn't in a hurry to go to the cafeteria. This Qin Linfeng isn't seriously considering backing out, is he? He must be trying to weasel out. Does he really think he would eat excrement? Many students are whispering and pointing fingers. Qin Linfeng's expression darkens. He feels as though he has shot himself in the foot. His resentment towards Xiao Jun intensifies. I was just joking. Qin Linfeng resolves to stubbornly deny the situation. After all, he is already committed to this path. Joking? Xiao Jun strokes his chin, quietly observing Qin Linfeng. If you believe it was merely a jest, so be it. I cannot compel you to stream anything. Regardless, I have come to a clear understanding of your true character. With that, Xiao Jun strides out of the classroom, having achieved his objective. In truth, this approach will make Qin Linfeng's predicament even more unbearable, for the entire class is now aware of his character. Only Qin Linfeng remains, his face ashen. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Jun. During evening study, Xiao Jun is summoned to the office of his homeroom teacher. Next door is a designated office for the homeroom teacher. Come in. Yang Hui Rua's melodious voice rings out. Upon entering, Xiao Jun sees Yang Hui Rua seated in a stylish dress, grading assignments. Teacher, did you need to speak with me? Xiao Jun inquires, nearly entranced by her beauty. It must be said that Yang Hui Rua is a goddess of unparalleled beauty, with fair skin, striking features, and a unique aura. If she wore professional attire, her allure would only increase. I wanted to inform you that the upcoming month-long break will coincide with a mathematics competition for all universities in Jiangbei province. Would you like to participate? Yang Hui Rua asked Xiao Jun, believing that, given his perfect score in mathematics, he would likely achieve an impressive ranking. A mathematics competition? Xiao Jun's brow furrows slightly upon hearing this. To be honest, he is not particularly keen on participating in such competitions, as he is uncertain whether they would elevate his status within the academic elite chat group. If it were a national or global mathematics competition, securing a notable ranking might enhance his standing within the group. Are you interested? Yang Hui Rua inquires. Xiao Jun hesitates, wishing to decline but feeling somewhat reluctant to express it. Wait, we get a week off from classes? His eyes light up. As a proud academic underachiever, he is not keen on attending classes. I'm in. I'll participate, regardless of anything else. The important thing is that I have to attend classes. Exiting the office, Xiao Jun feels quite pleased. After all, it's just an exam. With Longdao Comet around, he feels completely unthreatened. The next day marks the beginning of the month-long break. However, the break is only 2 days long, which is rather short. It must be noted that Wuqing Third High School operates under a highly rigorous management model, practically a school of strict oversight. To speak of Xiao Jun's family, they were originally quite ordinary, with both parents employed in state-owned enterprises. His father owned a small vegetable delivery vehicle, and they inherited a house from his grandfather, which placed them in a comfortable but not affluent position. However, 5 years ago, their lives changed when the house was designated for demolition. Suddenly, they received 6 new apartments and 1 million cash, placing them firmly in the ranks of a prosperous family. During lunch, with both parents working, he decides to visit the market to prepare a meal for himself. As an underachiever, while his academic performance may not be stellar, he is still capable in the kitchen. Xiao Jun spends the entire day playing video games. His father, Xiao Rui, bursts into his room, rolling up his sleeves, and upon seeing his son engrossed in gaming, his temper flares. Xiao Jun, are you playing on the computer again? Are you planning to remain a failure forever? I'm balancing work and rest. I'll study later tonight, Xiao Jun replies, focused on defeating monsters in his game. Oh, now you're using fancy words? Balancing work and rest? You've already been kicked out of the elite class, but still have time for games? Xiao Rui's neck bulges with frustration. At this moment, his mother, Cheng Xia, enters. Oh, stop criticizing him. I've known for a long time that he is not cut out for academics. He can always work harder in the future. Cheng Xia is the quintessential doting mother. Indeed, Xiao Jun has been spoiled by her. After all, the computer was a gift from her during elementary school, allowing him to indulge in gaming from a young age. And she also helped him purchase his phone in middle school, effectively enabling his addiction to the online world, games, and novels. What? Both Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia exchange incredulous glances. Bang! Xiao Rui slams his hand on the table, demanding, "Are you lying to me? I'm not gullible. Show me your report card, and I will also inquire with your homeroom teacher." Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia, half believing, glance at the report card and are astonished to find that he scored 530, with a perfect score in mathematics, ranking 72nd in his grade. It's true. Humph. Report cards can be fabricated. I'll send a message to inquire with his homeroom teacher, Xiao Rui declares, immediately messaging Yang Huirua. At this moment, both Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia are overjoyed. Oh my son, you're impressive. You really followed through. Xiao Rui pats Xiao Jun's shoulder. As a father, he understands that children must not become dependent on their parents. If they do not strive, wealth cannot last through generations. Thus, the family heads out for a celebratory feast. When he returned, it was already 8 p.m. In the room, Xiao Jun was engrossed in his textbooks, diligently reviewing his notes. He finished a geography book in just 20 minutes, committing everything to memory, including the teacher's notes. Setting the book aside, he felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the essence of a lackadaisical yet industrious approach to studying. Reading without much thought, merely skimming through. Previously, reading had caused him headaches, but now it was utterly stress-free. His remarkable ability to remember allowed information to flow effortlessly into his mind. The door was slightly ajar, a crack revealing a glimpse into his newfound diligence, much to the surprise of his parents, Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia, who were peering through the gap. They decided not to disturb him and went for a walk. As the clock struck 11 p.m., Qin Hailing had thoroughly reviewed all the geography textbooks from high school, along with important exam papers and their answers. A fervent pursuit of knowledge. A relentless commitment to memorization. Chapter 19. The arrival of a new academic elite. Had this been the old Xiao Jun, he would never have exhibited such diligence. However, endowed with a photographic memory, studying became a seamless task. A glance was all it took for his mind to automatically store the information. In the past, he had to exert considerable mental effort to remember. The next day, Xiao Jun refrained from indulging in leisure activities. As a typical homebody, he seldom ventured outside and remained in his room, engrossed in games. To his astonishment, he discovered a new member had joined the chat group at noon. The prodigious academic, Sheldon Lee Cooper, requested to join the group. Accept, decline. Oh, a newcomer. Xiao Jun's face lit up with surprise as he clicked accept without a second thought. Academic Elite Chat Group. Group announcement. Welcome, newcomer Sheldon Lee Cooper. 1. New members with an IQ below 110 must first endure ridicule. Your IQ insults the term academic elite. This is a rule. 2. New members with an IQ below 150 must share a photo. If deemed unattractive, a monetary penalty applies. This is a rule. 3. New members with an IQ above 180 receive no reward for joining. This is a rule. 4. Do not disturb the group leader for trivial matters. The group leader is busy. Angering the leader may result in expulsion. Nagisa Hikari. Ridicule. Ridicule. Nagisa was excited. Finally, they had a new member. The group announcement was whimsically crafted by Xiao Jun during his free time. It was essential to instill some fear in the newcomers to assert the leader's authority. In another dimension, Sheldon Lee Cooper smirked at the announcement. Sheldon Lee Cooper. Sorry. My IQ is 187. Xiao Jun. Oh, that's quite impressive. Xiao Jun recognized the Sheldon Cooper. He was a character from a television series. A genius physicist with an IQ of 187, known for his eccentric thinking and lack of understanding of humor. Unexpectedly, a character from a TV show had entered his chat group. The inclusivity of this academic elite chat group was astonishing. At that moment, Sheldon felt a surge of satisfaction as the group leader acknowledged his intelligence. Academic elite, Sheldon Lee Cooper. Just average. I'm the third in the world. Xiao Jun found his boastful demeanor amusing. His assessment of Sheldon was that of a pretentious academic. Nevertheless, the group recognized him as an academic elite, which stirred a sense of envy in Xiao Jun. Nagisa Hikari. With that IQ, it seems ridicule is unnecessary. Sheldon Lee Cooper, by the way, what are your IQs? Nagisa Hikari, just average, second in the world. My IQ is 190, 2 points higher than yours. Sheldon nearly choked at this revelation, having taken pride in his intelligence only to be confronted with someone surpassing him. His ego took a significant hit. Sheldon Lee Cooper, impressive. We should spar intellectually sometime. Nagisa Hikari, anytime. I'm available now. As the perennial top student, Nagisa had never shied away from challenges. Sheldon Lee Cooper, great. By the way, what is the group leader's IQ? Xiao Jun, the Buddha says, it is not to be spoken. Nagisa Hikari, brother, do not casually inquire about the leader's IQ. He detests such questions. If you provoke him, he may expel you from the group. Xiao Jun was at a loss for words, realizing Nagisa was aware of his academic struggles. Fortunately, Nagisa had the decency not to expose his shortcomings. Sheldon Lee Cooper, my apologies, group leader, it won't happen again. Sheldon was genuinely apprehensive, sensing the benefits of being in this group and not wanting to be ousted. Xiao Jun, you all continue chatting. I'm off to play games. Although Xiao Jun left, the discussions in the group persisted. Sheldon Lee Cooper, Nagisa, which university did you graduate from? I am an alumnus of the University of Texas, holding a Bachelor of Science, a Master of Science, a Master of Arts, a Ph.D. in Philosophy, and a Ph.D. in Science. What about you? Nagisa Hikari, I didn't attend university. Sheldon's expression turned smug. That's quite unfortunate. A life without a college education is indeed regrettable. At that moment, Sheldon reveled in his accomplishments, having never anticipated that someone had not attended university. His alma mater was a prestigious institution, second only to Harvard, and he relished listing his numerous degrees, feeling he had outshone Nagisa. Sheldon Lee Cooper continued, what was your childhood like? At 10, I modified a neighbor's toy oven into a robotic warrior. By 13, I constructed a reactor to power the entire town. But an agent informed me that storing yellow cake in my garage was illegal, halting my endeavors. Nevertheless, my childhood was vibrant. I entered the University of Texas at Austin directly after finishing 5th grade at 11, graduating with top honors at 14. I was a visiting scholar at Heidelberg University in Germany at 15 and delved into torsion theory at 16. Do you know how many global corporations are eager to recruit me? Yet, I turned them all down, ultimately choosing to become a theoretical physicist at Caltech. Sheldon boasted. Nagisa Hikari recognized that Sheldon was merely an ostentatious genius. Chapter 20, Defeat. My childhood was rather bleak. At 5, I won first place in a global memory competition. At 10, I invented a new management model. By 11, I began managing my family's company. At 13, I created a new energy reactor, generating a value of $50 billion for my family. By 14, I was already handling the daily operations of the Nagisa Group. In truth, my childhood was perpetually busy, and I found it quite dismal. I yearned for a return to a simpler life, sighed Takashi Miike. Upon reading this, Sheldon Cooper was left utterly astonished. The inner monologue echoing within him was, defeated, defeated. The opponent is so remarkably accomplished, even surpassing me. Is your decision to forego university due to your management of a publicly listed company? Sheldon inquired. Incorrect. I must clarify that the Takashima Group I manage is a conglomerate. Furthermore, I am still attending high school, Takashi Miike replied with a smile. At that moment, Sheldon Cooper felt a surge of frustration. The reason he had mentioned not attending university was that he was still in high school? What a blow. He abruptly realized that all his academic achievements were rendered trivial in comparison to someone who hailed from a family with a conglomerate. His numerous degrees seemed meaningless. He was destined to work for others, while Takashima was a natural-born leader. To add insult to injury, Takashima's IQ was 2 points higher than his own, leaving Sheldon feeling quite despondent. Without waiting for Takashima to respond, he made his exit. Observing from the sidelines, Xiao Jun could not help but chuckle. Haha, truly a whimsical academic. Regardless, with the arrival of such a character, the group would undoubtedly become more lively. Soon, the next school day arrived. At noon, Xiao Jun was summoned to the office of Yang Huiru, his homeroom teacher. Inside the office, Yang Chanqian was somewhat taken aback upon seeing Xiao Jun, as this meeting pertained to the upcoming provincial mathematics competition. What could Xiao Jun be called to discuss? Chanqian, the school has decided to send you and Xiao Jun to compete together. You must collaborate and communicate frequently. As I hope you can secure a commendable ranking for the school, Yang Huiru informed Yang Chanqian. What? Him? Yang Chanqian was genuinely surprised. She wondered if the school's decision had been made too hastily. Although Xiao Jun had recently scored full marks in mathematics, his past performance had been rather unremarkable. It seemed unwise to send him to a competition based solely on a single perfect score. Surely, a classmate with consistently strong mathematics scores would be a better choice. Indeed, This is the decision made by the mathematics faculty, Yang Huiru replied. Very well, Yang Qianqian nodded. Since the school had made its choice, she felt it would be inappropriate to argue. She believed that even with her own efforts, she could achieve a good ranking, while Xiao Jun could merely tag along. Most of the competition questions would be akin to Olympiad-style problems. Excelling in high school mathematics did not guarantee success in such challenges. In contrast, she had explored various types of mathematical problems. The competition format involved teamwork, with two students from the same school competing together. Now, let me outline the preparations for the competition. Starting the day after tomorrow, our school's mathematics faculty will conduct an intensive 5-day training and practice session for you both. Therefore, you will not attend regular classes during this period. You are to report to the comprehensive building the day after tomorrow, Yang Huiru stated. After exiting, Yang Qianqian glanced back at Xiao Jun. I didn't expect you would be recognized by the school. Hearing her condescending tone made his brow furrow. What? Do you think I'm inadequate? No, I merely believe you won't contribute much in this competition, Yang Qianqian retorted before leaving him with a perfect view of her back. Humph. Such a haughty hen. Xiao Jun scoffed. The mathematics teacher for class 3 was named Chun Jianyong, a meticulous middle-aged man. You are all aware of the results of the recent monthly exam, correct? While the class performed reasonably well overall, many of you still struggled with the final, high-difficulty questions. Only 8 students answered correctly, while 13 scored 0, and the rest either got some points or were partially correct. Do you all believe that the final questions in the college entrance examination in mathematics are the dividing line for prestigious universities? Many perceive these as questions designed solely for top students, causing some of you to avoid them altogether. If you approach the mathematics entrance exam with such a mindset, failure is inevitable. Therefore, in the days to come, I will dedicate some classes each month specifically to tackle these final questions. Chun Jianyong proclaimed. The purpose of these final questions is to provide a basis for universities to select talent. Thus, they are designed to exhibit differentiation, ensuring that not all students walk away empty-handed. The final mathematics questions typically comprise 3 parts. The first is relatively easy, accessible to most students with a solid foundation. The second is of moderate difficulty, requiring both foundational knowledge and problem-solving skills. And the third is the most challenging, often reserved for the top students. The students below were left feeling dejected by the teacher's words. I also wish to conquer the final question, but it's far too difficult. Indeed, I would rather double-check the earlier questions than waste time on the final one. Sometimes pondering for half an hour yields no progress. How frustrating. It was indeed a gathering of top students. What new tactics would the mathematics teacher employ this time? This lesson will serve as the first round of rigorous training for the final question. I will present a question, and those who complete it ahead of time may leave for the cafeteria without waiting for the bell. Chun Jianyong smiled slightly. Now, I will write the question on the board. Chapter 21. 3 minutes to solve the problem. Could you kindly cast a vote for me? Swiftly, Chun Jianyong inscribed a final question on the board. 1. Given the function f, x, determine its domain. 2. Establish the monotonicity of the function within its domain and prove your conclusion. 3. When f, x, is always true, find the maximum value of the positive integers. You have not misread. This is indeed a final question related to functions, Chun Jianyong remarked mildly. Oh, another function question. How tiresome. I dread seeing it. This final question seems much more challenging than those on previous exams. Was it specially prepared for us by the teacher? The students below sighed and shook their heads. All right, enough complaining. Derivatives, inequalities, conic sections, these will undoubtedly appear in the entrance examination. So, regardless of your discomfort, you must conquer them, Chun Jianyong stated solemnly. It must be noted that this final question was indeed meticulously prepared for these students. It was not originally his own, but rather a request made to his former university mathematics professor for assistance. Even he had taken half an hour to solve it, categorizing it as a question of hellish difficulty. Subsequently, the classroom fell into a hushed silence as each student gazed at the problem on the board, contemplating it deeply. Xiao Jun read through the question and began to brainstorm solutions. Soon, he found a way to tackle the first part, determining the function's domain. Typically, the first part of such questions tests foundational knowledge, and most students with a decent grasp of the basics can answer it. As a student in the advanced class, Xiao Jun had retained his foundational skills, further solidified by reviewing the entire high school mathematics curriculum in the past few days. However, he found himself at a loss for the second and third parts. This was no longer merely a matter of foundational knowledge. It involved one's reasoning abilities, familiarity with similar problems, and even intelligence. In a moment of frustration, Xiao Jun decided to pass the problem to the academic prodigies in the group chat. He had no intention of solving the problem himself. Instead, He snapped a photo of the question on the blackboard and sent it directly to the elite student chat. Xiao Jun, Lingdao, hurry up and help me solve this problem. Lingdao, all right, group leader. Xiao Jun was quite pleased with Lingdao's prompt response. As time ticked away, Xiao Jun was curious to see how quickly the seemingly omniscient Lingdao could resolve the problem. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Just then, a notification chimed in the chat. Sheldon Cooper, Xiao Jun, group leader. I've solved it. Answer. The domain of 1 is 1, 0. Thus, 2 foot 1112 indicates that the positive and negative aspects are related to 111. Therefore, it is monotonically increasing on 1, 0, and monotonically decreasing on 1, 0. Method 1. Separate the variables. Let 111, then 1211, set time to 0, yielding 110. The function initially decreases and then increases, thus determining 2, 3, so on, 3, 4, thus 3. Xiao Jun was taken aback. Sheldon had been lurking in the shadows all along. Was he trying to get back at Xiao Jun for a previous embarrassment? Did he wish to showcase his superior problem-solving speed compared to Lingdao? Lingdao, group leader. I've solved it too. Upon seeing Sheldon's answer, Lingdao's face fell. Was he deliberately trying to undermine me? Sheldon Cooper, Lingdao, I was just trying to solve it out of boredom. Lingdao, as long as you're happy. Sheldon was brimming with pride, having solved the problem 5 seconds faster than Lingdao. He felt he was not inferior to him. Observing this dynamic, Sheldon mused. Indeed, youth is filled with exuberance. However, it must be said that Sheldon truly was a genius. He managed to tackle such a challenging problem in just 3 minutes. An impressive feat. Lingdao was not far behind, the slight time difference rendering them evenly matched. Without further ado, Xiao Jun hastily transcribed the answer into his notebook, completing it in mere minutes. After just 5 minutes had passed since Chun Jianyong, the mathematics teacher, had finished writing the problem, Xiao Jun confidently gathered his meal card, dorm key, and homework, striding towards the podium. Meanwhile, his classmates were still grappling with the problem, some tugging at their hair in despair, others staring blankly at the blackboard, and a few biting their pencils, unable to begin. Even Yang Qianxian, the top student, wore a furrowed brow as she contemplated her approach. Xiao Jun's confident ascent to the podium captured the attention of the entire class, including Teacher Chen. What is he up to? Is he going to the restroom? Could he have actually solved it? It has only been 5 minutes. Surely not. He must be attending to nature's call, someone speculated. Teacher, I'm done, Xiao Jun announced, placing his notebook before the teacher. A collective gasp filled the room as every student stared in disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit a duck egg inside. He solved it in 5 minutes? How is that possible? Yang Xianxian, still struggling with the second problem, was equally astonished. No, it can't be right. He must be mistaken. She desperately reassured herself. Not only Yang Qianxian, but all of his classmates were similarly incredulous. He completed it so quickly? Let me see. Even Teacher Chun was momentarily stunned. Though he knew Xiao Jun had achieved a perfect score in the last exam, he could hardly believe that anyone could solve such a challenging problem in a mere 5 minutes. Chapter 22. La la la. I am that powerful. Xiao Jun brimmed with confidence regarding his answer, convinced that a genius's solution could not possibly be flawed. If there were any issues with Sheldon's answer, Lingdao would surely voice his concerns. Teacher Chen began to scrutinize the answer intently. 1 minute passed, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. 2 minutes passed, and he appeared utterly bewildered. 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, shock was evident on his face. The answer was indeed correct. How extraordinary. While it took him half an hour to ponder such problems, his student had managed to provide the answer in just 5 minutes. How was this possible? Many classmates gazed at the podium, eager to discover whether Xiao Jun's solution was right or wrong. Surely, he couldn't have gotten it all right in just 5 minutes. Xiao Jun, you have solved all the problems correctly. You may leave class early, Teacher Chun said with an admiring gaze. Such a genius being his student filled him with joy. Although Xiao Jun had previously struggled academically, his remarkable performance in the recent exam and this 5-minute problem-solving feat had earned him the teacher's respect. Wait, what? All correct. How is that possible? I still haven't grasped the concepts, and Xiao Jun is already leaving. Yang Qianxian thought to herself, feeling slightly overshadowed by Xiao Jun's brilliance. Well done, Xiao Jun. Zhou Jieyu gave him a thumbs up. How could this be? Yang Qianxian's beautiful eyes were fixed upon Xiao Jun as she processed the teacher's words in shock. Her earlier self-doubt paled in comparison to reality. Meanwhile, Qin Linfeng, witnessing Xiao Jun's performance, was equally astonished. Wasn't this guy a slacker before? How did he suddenly soar to such heights? Word had it that Xiao Jun and Yang Qianxian would represent their school in the provincial mathematics competition. Clearly, Xiao Jun possessed genuine talent. Had he been concealing his abilities all along? Yet, Despite the accolades, many classmates regarded Xiao Jun with a mix of admiration and envy. Once a mere bronze-level contender, he had transformed into a formidable competitor, inciting feelings of jealousy among the diamond-level students. All right, everyone should learn from Xiao Jun, particularly his speed in problem-solving. Remember, during college entrance examinations, time is of the essence. Spending too long on complex problems can waste precious time. So, you must all work on your speed. Xiao Jun, well done, but don't let it get to your head, Teacher Chen reminded him after the praise. I understand, teacher. I'll be on my way now, Xiao Jun replied, striding out of the classroom amidst the envious gazes of his classmates. At this moment, he felt a certain song resonating perfectly with his mood. Ha ha ha, you can't compete with me. There's simply no way. I am that formidable. Ha ha. You can't catch up with me. La 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 la. Ha ha ha, you've been defeated by me. Let's all join forces. I am utterly unafraid. Ha ha ha, you can't outshine me. La 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 la. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he purchased a few chicken feet from the snack shop to nibble on while playing on his phone. Just as Xiao Jun finished gnawing on the chicken feet, he caught sight of young Qianqian appearing before him. Oh, this girl is quite adept at problem solving, having completed it in just over 10 minutes. Quite impressive, he thought to himself. While he continued to gaze at his phone, young Qianqian approached him. Xiao Jun, how did you manage to solve the problem so quickly? Have you encountered similar ones before? Young Qianqian was eager to know if Xiao Jun had prior experience with such questions. Otherwise, how could he have solved it so swiftly? She, on the other hand, had spent over 15 minutes on the same problem, as she had never encountered anything like it before. Had she done so, she was confident she could have solved it within 8 minutes. The reason I solved it so quickly is due to my high intelligence, Xiao Jun chuckled. Arrogant and boastful. Yang Qianqian rolled her eyes, feeling a wave of disdain. Well, I won't press further, but I advise you to take the time to study Olympiad problems. Also, make sure to put in the effort during the 5-day training starting the day after tomorrow. Don't hold me back during the competition, young Qianqian said coldly before walking away. In her eyes, Xiao Jun was now capable enough to compete alongside her. Had this been in the past, even if he had scored full marks in mathematics, she would still have regarded him with skepticism. You need not worry about holding me back. What I want to know is whether you were the one who informed my father about my expulsion from the gifted class, Xiao Jun inquired. He suspected she was indeed the one who had reported him. Did I inform on you? Do you have any evidence? Yang Qianqian halted, turning her stunning face towards him. In truth, she was the one who had informed, but she felt no guilt. Over the years, they had frequently reported each other's misdeeds, and she had always looked down upon Xiao Jun's pettiness and calculative nature. Conversely, Xiao Jun detested her unreasonable demeanor, her vengeful mindset, and her air of superiority, as she constantly flaunted her achievements to mock him. Their animosity had deepened since an incident in elementary school when his arm accidentally crossed a boundary, leading to her poking him repeatedly with a pen. His small act of retaliation had unexpectedly spiraled into a long-standing feud. Thus, they had harbored mutual disdain for one another all these years. The question, do you have evidence? Struck Xiao Jun deeply, for his father had no intention of revealing who had reported him. Humph. Be careful, don't let me catch you in a lie. Xiao Jun could only muster this retort, feeling utterly frustrated. Perhaps in the next life. Yang Qianqian left him with a perfect view of her back. Chapter 23. Independent and unconventional. Soon, it was time for evening self-study. Just as the class ended, the Chinese class representative, Liu Jian, appeared in the classroom holding a thick stack of test papers. Oh no, 3 more Chinese test papers to be submitted the day after tomorrow. Just kill me now. The deadline is too tight. It seems I'll have to burn the midnight oil again tonight. Good heavens, this morning the geography teacher assigned 2 papers. The history teacher 1, and the English teacher 3. This afternoon, the math teacher also handed out a math test. Now we have 3 Chinese papers? Most of these are due in 2 to 3 days. Do we have enough time to complete them? I've only just entered my senior year for a month, and I can already feel the truth in what the seniors said. Senior year is indeed a hellish trial. Indeed, every day is filled with revision, practice tests, or examinations. I find that there is never enough time. As the students glanced at the pile of test papers, their expressions ranged from sighs of despair to headaches. Entering senior year, most of the coursework had been completed. The remaining time was primarily devoted to review, practice tests, discussing answers, and examinations in an endless cycle. It could be said that if you didn't lose 5 to 10 pounds during senior year, you would feel embarrassed to admit you were in your final year. If you gained weight instead, you were either a poor student or distracted by romance. With so many papers, I want to cry. His deskmate, Zhou Jiayu, lamented, staring at the nearly 10 test papers before him, feeling overwhelmed. Completing test papers was undoubtedly the most excruciating part of senior year, bar none. Staring at the blank sheets that required filling out could make one feel nauseous. It's just a test paper. Just fill it out. Xiao Jun scoffed. Suddenly, he found himself reminiscing about the month he spent in the regular class. In that environment, one could skip tests or copy from others. Of course, submission was still necessary, but one could haphazardly scribble some multiple choice and fill in the blank answers and hand it in within a minute. However, in the gifted class, avoiding submission or scribbling haphazardly was simply not an option. Fill out the test papers, and how dare you pull out your phone to start playing? Zhou Jiayu observed as Xiao Jun took out his phone to play Dodiju, feeling speechless. It seemed he was the only one in the class still playing on his phone. The key was that he had scored full marks in mathematics. How infuriating. Damn it. I didn't even get the landlord. Xiao Jun cursed. Zhou Jiayu could only resign himself to the fact that he would have to work diligently on his papers. Unable to compete with such a carefree genius. Doing test papers is impossible. It will never happen in this lifetime. Such tasks can be left to the two top students in the group, whether Long Dao Hui is busy or not. I'm sure that Sheldon is just idly twiddling his thumbs. After a game of Dodiju, Xiao Jun snapped pictures of all his test papers and sent them to the academic chat group. Hey, guys, what are you all up to? If you have some free time, could you please help me with these test papers? Thanks. Long Dao Hui, another exam? Sheldon, I'll do it. I happen to have nothing else to do. At that moment, all the students in Class 1 of Senior 3 were diligently engrossed in their test papers. With only Xiao Jun holding his phone, playing games, a truly striking contrast. Oh, I almost forgot. Xiao Jun glanced at the time, put down his phone, and began to work on the papers. Well, more accurately, he began to copy the answers. Academic chat group, Sheldon, group leader. I've uploaded all the answers. Did you see them? Xiao Jun. I did. Thanks, buddy. Sheldon. No need to mention it. This somewhat brash youth, Sheldon, was always eager to showcase his knowledge. For instance, he completed nearly 10 test papers in just over an hour, aside from the history and Chinese papers, which he skipped because he was unfamiliar with the questions. As for history and Chinese, Long Dao Hui had already assisted Qin Hailang with those. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun had completed all his papers. Suddenly, the entire school erupted from a hush to a cacophony as evening self-study concluded, and everyone resumed their activities. Class 1 of Senior 3 remained quiet, with no students leaving the classroom, still focused on their papers. This starkly illustrated the difference between the gifted class and the regular class. The students in the regular class had long since rushed to the dormitories or dining hall, while couples had already sought out dark corners to rendezvous. The students in the elite class are diligently striving at the forefront of time. Even during self-study sessions, they make the most of the half hour to delve into their studies, as the lights will not be turned off for another 30 minutes. However, Xiao Jun remains a distinctive presence. He picks up his phone, preparing to leave. Hey, Lao Xiao. Are you done? Zhou Jiayu inquires upon noticing his deskmate's intention to depart. Have you completed a Chinese exam paper? In just half an hour? My goodness. Zhou Jiayu gasps in astonishment. It's 3 Chinese exam papers. Xiao Jun retorts with a smirk. In truth, he has finished papers from other subjects as well. But he couldn't be bothered to mention it. 3 papers in half an hour? How on earth did you manage that? Zhou Jiayu is once again taken aback. Are you writing at 60 words per second? Can you read a question and answer it in 3 seconds? Young man, it's time for you to practice your speed. Xiao Jun departs, leaving a stylish silhouette in his wake. However, as he exits the classroom, he draws the attention of many classmates. For while the rest are engrossed in their papers, he stands out as the sole individual leaving, naturally attracting curious gazes. Chapter 24. The prestige of Olympiad mathematics. Zhou Jiayu suddenly realizes that his deskmate seems to have undergone some transformation. To him, Xiao Jun appears to have morphed into a top student. The following day, Xiao Jun doesn't attend regular classes for starting today. He and Yang Chanqian are to undergo a 5-day intensive training session with the school's mathematics teachers, all in preparation for the provincial mathematics competition scheduled in 5 days. In the comprehensive building, within a self-media classroom, 2 mathematics teachers are present, alongside Xiao Jun and Yang Chanqian. One of the teachers is Chun Jianyong, and the other, a female instructor named Zhou. Both educators are renowned at Wuching No. 3 High School, teaching in the elite class. From today, Miss Zhou and I will conduct a 5-day training for both of you, focusing on relevant math problems for practice, as well as explanations for those problems. Additionally, we have acquired a fine set of practice questions for you to tackle, Chun Jianyong states solemnly. The provincial mathematics competition has been held annually, yet our school did not participate last year. This year, we intend to join once more. Such competitions predominantly feature Olympiad-style questions, which differ significantly from the high school mathematics curriculum you are familiar with, presenting greater challenges and a broader scope of knowledge. I can also assure you that if you achieve commendable results in this provincial competition, you will have a strong chance of qualifying for the National Olympiad competition in October. Are you saying that if we secure a certain rank in the provincial competition, we could qualify for the National Olympiad competition? And if we win first place there, we might have the opportunity to join the national team and eventually compete in the International Mathematical Olympiad? Xiao Jun queries. He possesses a modicum of understanding regarding Olympiad mathematics. The International Mathematical Olympiad is a prestigious global competition focused on mathematics for high school students, boasting a history of over 30 years. The questions often exceed the compulsory education levels of various countries, presenting difficulties far surpassing those of college entrance examinations. Experts believe that only exceptionally gifted children, about 5%, are suited for Olympiad mathematics, and those who reach the pinnacle of the International Mathematical Olympiad are exceedingly rare. To participate in provincial or national Olympiad competitions, there are 3 pathways. 1. Being exceptionally talented and receiving school recommendations. 2. Registering for online Olympiad competitions. Or 3. Enrolling in training programs at educational institutions. As for the International Olympiad, only by securing first place nationally can one qualify for the national team and subsequently the international stage. Indeed, for national competitions, one must first achieve commendable results at the provincial level to have a chance to compete nationally. Of course, merely studying classroom material is far from sufficient. You must acquire Olympiad books for further study. Ms. Zhou interjects. Now, let us set aside the lofty aspirations of the National Olympiad. Our immediate focus should be on excelling in the provincial competition. This year, 58 high schools from Jiangbei province will participate, with only the top 3 teams being awarded. Most participants are from various prestigious high schools across the province, while Wuching No. 3 High School is merely an ordinary institution, thus the pressure is immense. Qin Jianyong speaks with a hint of lamentation. The disparity between ordinary and elite high schools is indeed substantial. By the way, 3 high schools from Wuching have registered for the competition. No. 1 High School, No. 2 High School, and our own No. 3 High School. As he mentions this, Qin Jianyong's expression darkens. 2 years ago, these 3 schools also participated, and unsurprisingly, the top 2 high schools managed to advance past the preliminary round, only to falter in the second round. Rather than risk embarrassment, it would have been better not to participate at all. However, this year is different. Firstly, Yang Qianqian's exceptional performance, ranking second in the city, adds a layer of hope. The teachers have also acknowledged her prior engagement with Olympiad mathematics. Thus, the mathematics faculty decided to register for the competition after consulting her. I see. Xiao Jun nods. Wuching has a total of 8 high schools. Yet only 3 have registered for the competition, excluding the county-level high schools that lack qualification to participate. It seems that this Olympiad competition possesses an air of prestige. Now, enough idle chatter. Let us commence the lesson. The 2 mathematics teachers begin instructing Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian, explaining intricate Olympiad problems before assigning them practice questions for further clarification. However, as the morning progresses, Xiao Jun seems disinterested and distracted, much to Yang Qianqian's annoyance. She wonders what the teachers are thinking. Xiao Jun rarely engages with Olympiad questions and has not undergone systematic training. Isn't his participation merely a hindrance to my efforts? Yang Qianqian privately feels a twinge of discontent. Forget it. Relying on him is less promising than trusting in my own abilities. I am confident that I can secure a commendable rank. Yang Qianqian maintains her self-assurance. Having delved into Olympiad mathematics since middle school and consistently achieving outstanding scores in high school math, she is determined not to allow regrets to mar her high school experience. In the multimedia classroom, both Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian are engaged in solving Olympiad practice problems. At the entrance, Ms. Zhou glances at Xiao Jun, who appears deep in thought, then quietly remarks to Qin Jianyong, Teacher Qin, do you think Xiao Jun is capable? It seems he is not well versed in Olympiad knowledge. Whether he can or not, it has come to this. He must press on. You know, if it weren't for Yang Qianqian, our school wouldn't even be participating in the provincial mathematics competition this year. Initially, the math department intended to select an outstanding and stable student from the entire grade to join Yang Qianqian, but a promising candidate from the science class. Despite never achieving a perfect score, consistently scored around 140. I heard he has some experience with Olympiad mathematics, but he declined to participate, leaving us no choice but to find a last-minute substitute. I've heard that the student from the science class believes the provincial competition is highly competitive and that securing a good rank would be difficult. Rather than waste time on the competition, he'd prefer to spend the week studying diligently. I hope Yang Qianqian can handle it alone. Generally, competitions consist of only 3 problems, and if one is capable, they can manage alone. Chapter 25. A brief encounter during the subsequent 5 days of training. Xiao Jun refrains from utilizing the resources available in the top student chat group. Instead, he simply listens to the two teachers as they elucidate various Olympiad question types. Either tackle the Olympiad practice questions or nothing at all. True to their reputation, these Olympiad problems are indeed significantly more formidable than the high school mathematics papers. Xiao Jun gazed at the questions before him, feeling a wave of frustration. Despite 5 days of rigorous training, he found himself unable to solve many of the problems. Alas, the complexity of Olympiad questions was overwhelming. His intelligence quotient had its limits. Nevertheless, although he struggled with the practicalities of these problems, he had committed to memory all the knowledge imparted by the teachers over the past 5 days, including the exercises and their solutions. This was the remarkable gift of photographic memory. He hoped that during the upcoming mathematics competition, the questions would bear resemblance to those he had studied in the past 5 days. If so, his remarkable memory would surely guide him through. All right, that concludes this morning's class. Gather at the school gate at 2 p.m. We shall depart for the provincial capital of Jiangbei at 2:30, Chen Jianyong announced, glancing at the clock as he addressed Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian. Understood, teacher. They nodded in agreement before tidying up and heading to the cafeteria for a meal. With the competition looming the next day, the group was set to embark on their journey to the provincial capital that afternoon. At exactly 2 p.m., Xiao Jun appeared at the school gate with his luggage. Upon arrival, he noticed that Chen Jianyong, teacher Zhou, and Yang Qianqian were already present, along with a large bus waiting. Time to board, Chen Jianyong remarked, checking the time. After stowing their luggage, Xiao Jun climbed aboard the bus, only to discover that there were others already on it. Teacher, are those students from Wuqing No. 1 and No. 2 high schools? Yang Qianqian inquired, glancing at the two groups situated in the front half of the bus, distinctly clad in their respective uniforms. Indeed, each school has only sent 2 teachers and a few students, and since we are all from the same city, 1 bus is more than sufficient. Hence, we are traveling together, Teacher Zhou explained. As the vehicle began to accelerate onto the highway, the journey to Jiangbei's provincial capital was estimated to take around 3 hours. Are those students from Wuqing No. 3 high school sitting behind us? A tall boy in a Wuqing No. 1 uniform asked a classmate beside him. Yes. It is surprising that Wuqing No. 3 is participating in the provincial mathematics competition this year, considering they did not take part last year. What prompted this sudden change? True enough. As an ordinary high school, they can only serve as cannon fodder in such a prestigious competition. This tall boy, named Mei Wenjie, was an academic prodigy at Wuqing No. 1, consistently ranking first in the city. Certainly, the provincial mathematics competition has always been a battleground for the elite high schools of Jiangbei, with little relevance to ordinary institutions. In the past decade, I have yet to witness an ordinary high school achieve any notable ranking. Wuqing No. 1 was indeed proud of its status as the top high school in the city, ranking among the top 5 in Jiangbei province and recognized as one of the nation's top 100 high schools, despite its lower position in the rankings. This institution consistently sent a considerable number of students to prestigious universities, and although they faced elimination in the first round of the provincial competition 2 years prior, they had secured 3rd place last year. This year, Wuqing No. 1 brimmed with confidence, largely due to the mathematical genius Mei Wenjie, who had propelled the school to its previous success. The 2 students from Wuqing No. 1 whispered amongst themselves, but Xiao Jun, seated just behind them, could overhear their conversation. Looking down on others, Xiao Jun felt a wave of disdain. He was indifferent to those who reveled in their own self-importance. After all, who could predict who might be eliminated in the first round? Mei Wenjie, did you see that beautiful girl from No. 3 who just boarded? Isn't she Yang Qianqian, who ranked 2nd in the city during the last term? I did see her. I wonder if I could find a chance to connect with her once we arrive at the provincial capital. Perhaps I could ask for her WeChat. Mei Wenjie said with enthusiasm, clearly intrigued by her beauty. Haha, you think you can woo Yang Qianqian, that aloof girl? You should take a good look in the mirror first. Xiao Jun knew little about Yang Qianqian, but he was aware she was a remarkably composed woman, seemingly indifferent to the many suitors who pursued her at No. 3 high school. It was unlikely that she would be easily won over. Before long, after a 3-hour journey, they finally arrived in Jiang City, the provincial capital of Jiangbei. Given the significance of the mathematics competition, the organizers had arranged accommodations and meals for the participants. The first round of examinations was scheduled for the following morning, with results to be announced at 5 p.m. The second round would take place the day after, with results released the day following that. Each examination would span 45 minutes and consist of 3 questions. We have done all we could over these 5 days. You are free to study tonight. The exam tomorrow is at 8 a.m., so do not place too much pressure on yourselves. Chen Jianyong advised Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian in their room. At this stage, last-minute cramming is futile. It is better to maintain a relaxed mindset. Understood, teacher, they replied. The initial round's questions shouldn't be exceedingly difficult. It primarily serves as a preliminary screening to eliminate less competitive schools. The real challenge will come in the final round. I have great faith in your abilities. Jolie chimed in. Teacher Chen, I fear we might struggle in this preliminary round. Jolie expressed her concern. This provincial competition is fiercely competitive. Even if we are fortunate enough to advance past the initial round, I doubt we will fare well in the finals. Not to mention Wuching number 1. There were 2 other schools even stronger, Jiangbei High School and Jiangbei University Affiliated High School. Jiangbei High School is ranked among the top 20 high schools nationwide, while Jiangbei University Affiliated High School also ranks among the nation's top 100, consistently hovering around the top 40 in previous years. In recent years, the first place in the provincial mathematics competition has typically been claimed by students from these 2 schools. Chapter 26. Dismissed by Yang Qianqian. Just an onlooker at 7:40 a.m. the next day, Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian entered the examination hall. With a total of 58 high schools participating in the mathematics competition, the candidates were divided into 6 examination rooms. Each room accommodated 10 groups of contestants, with the last room hosting 8 groups. Each school represented 1 group, consisting of 2 participants. Oh, in the same examination room, we have Jiangbei High School, Jiangbei University Affiliated High School, and Wuching number 1. Upon entering the examination hall, Xiao Jun quickly scanned his surroundings and identified the contestants from these 3 prestigious schools. Easily recognizable in their uniforms, these schools were among the top 5 in the province and well-renowned nationally. The other contestants noticed the situation as well. Being in the same examination room is quite daunting, one remarked. What is there to fear? We're likely to be eliminated in the first round anyway. Your mentality is rather optimistic, another replied. At 7:55 a.m., the invigilators began distributing the exam papers. At 8 a.m. sharp, the bell rang, signaling the commencement of the examination. As the papers were handed out, Yang Qianqian began to read the questions with utmost seriousness, acutely aware that every moment counted. Since this was a team competition, the 2 participants could collaborate. However, it appeared that Yang Qianqian had no intention of discussing the problems with Xiao Jun, opting instead to ponder them independently. Xiao Jun glanced at the first question. It pertained to functions defined on positive integers that yield non-negative integer values. The parameters included 4, 0, 6 greater than 0, and 66, 66, 11, 11. And for all, there are either 0 or 1, and he was to find a solution. Upon reading this initial problem, Xiao Jun felt it was several times more challenging than the final questions of a typical mathematics competition. Truly, it was deserving of its classification as an Olympiad problem. And this was merely the first question. The difficulty could only escalate from here. This was just the preliminary round. What horrors awaited in tomorrow's finals? It was utterly mind-boggling. Xiao Jun felt completely at a loss after reviewing the question. None of the high school mathematics textbooks he had perused, nor the lessons taught by his teachers, nor the exercises he encountered in school provided any assistance. How frustrating. There were no analogous concepts to draw from. He had never encountered a problem of this nature before. Xiao Jun tugged at his hair, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. He longed to contribute, but his mind was devoid of ideas. He was not alone. Many other competitors from ordinary high schools were equally bewildered, their faces a mixture of confusion and contemplation. Some shaking their heads in despair, while others gnawed at their pencils in deep thought. Was it really the case that the first question was this difficult? Had he known, he might have refrained from participating in this competition. Yet, he had been summoned by his school, and it seemed impolite to decline. Many candidates shared the same sentiment of discontent. 15 minutes passed swiftly. Yang Qianqian had yet to put pen to paper. Instead, she turned to Xiao Jun and inquired, "How about you? Do you have any insights?" Xiao Jun shook his head. "Then perhaps you should take a look at the second and third questions." Upon seeing Xiao Jun's response, Yang Qianqian sighed inwardly. It seemed she would have to rely on her own abilities for this competition. Xiao Jun was merely a bystander. Suddenly, she began to write furiously on her test paper. So she had figured out the first question. No wonder she encouraged him to move on to the next one. 20 minutes later, Yang Qianqian successfully solved the first question. "Xiao Jun, do you have any insights on the second question?" she asked, relieved after completing the first. Xiao Jun once again shook his head. Yang Qianqian thought to herself, "Forget it. I can't rely on him." She turned her focus to the second question. So far, it appeared that Qin Hailang was merely a spectator in this endeavor. Before long, an hour and a half had elapsed. At that moment, Yang Qianqian was diligently working on the second question. It must be said that she was quite adept. Her manner of solving the problem suggested she was on the right track. If she could tackle the third question as well, then this preliminary round seemed promising. Suddenly, Xiao Jun noticed that another team appeared to have finished their test. Was that Jiangbei High School? They had completed it? Indeed, they had. Remarkable, only an hour and a half had passed, and they had solved all 3 questions. It was no surprise they ranked among the top 20 schools nationwide. Their competitors clearly possessed impressive skills. Were they destined to take first place again this year? Xiao Jun was not the only one noticing this. Other competing teams were equally aware of the situation. The 2 students from Jiangbei High School, having finished their papers, wore smug smiles as they surveyed the struggling contestants around them, exuding an air of relaxed confidence. For those still grappling with the questions, the sight was disheartening. Imagine. They had already completed all 3 problems while some had yet to even conceptualize the first. The pressure on those still working was palpable. Xiao Jun had initially considered reaching out to the academic chat group for assistance, but seeing that Yang Qianqian seemed capable, he decided to hold off for the moment. He would intervene only if she truly struggled. In his mind, he reassured himself that with the academic elite chat group at his disposal, even if there were only half an hour left to answer, he would manage. Besides, this exam spanned 45 minutes, and only a little over an hour had passed. As time flew by, the 2-hour mark arrived. The second group of contestants finished Jiangbei University-affiliated high school. Although they were half an hour slower than Jiangbei High School, their efficiency was still astounding. The reason for the extended time in Olympiad mathematics is precisely because some problems can take 2 hours of intense thought without yielding any solutions. In the examination hall, the students from these 2 schools, having completed their tests, sat back with smiles, watching the other contestants, who felt a chill run down their spines upon meeting their gazes. At this 2-hour juncture, Yang Qianqian began to tackle the third question with fervor. Xiao Jun had initially thought he would need to step in for the last problem, only to be surprised that Yang Qianqian was handling it herself. Observing her progress, he realized he was indeed coasting through this competition. Chapter 27, Surrounded by Elite High Schools Out of Caution. Xiao Jun decided to share the 3 questions in the academic elite chat group. Without prompting, the overzealous Sheldon, the self-proclaimed intellectual, volunteered to assist with the solutions. It must be noted, Xiao Jun found himself appreciating Sheldon's enthusiasm. After all, he loved to showcase his intelligence and knowledge. This made him eager to help with problem solving, which was precisely what Xiao Jun needed. Sometimes, Long Daohui might not be available due to his commitments to romance and managing the family business. Thus, having Sheldon, who was perpetually free, came in handy. As the examination reached the 3-hour mark, Yang Qianqian finally completed the final question. Phew. She set her pen down, exhaling deeply. To be honest, she had felt quite anxious, especially after witnessing Jiangbei High School finish in just an hour and a half. It was truly intimidating. Then, seeing Jiangbei University-affiliated high school complete their test 2 hours and only heightened her sense of urgency. Thankfully, her extensive experience with Olympiad problems and her own capabilities allowed her to persevere. Although the difficulty of the second and third questions escalated, she managed to grasp a glimmer of insight and successfully found a way to solve them. After some trial and error, she finished all 3 questions ahead of schedule. With over an hour remaining, she could thoroughly check her work and transfer her answers from the draft to the test paper. Xiao Jun, upon seeing Yang Qianqian had completed her test, compared her answers with those provided by Sheldon. Although their approaches differed, the results were consistent. It seemed Sheldon's methodology was more refined, likely yielding higher scores. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun had no intention of sharing his answers. The preliminary round was merely an elimination phase, filtering out those who could not solve problems or scored poorly. He was confident that Yang Qianqian's responses would suffice to get through this stage. Clearly, Yang Qianqian was quite capable. Xiao Jun regarded her with newfound respect. Oh, Wuqing No. 1 High School had also finished. The last hour passed quickly, and as the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, everyone hurried to submit their papers. How many questions did your school tackle? One student asked. We managed the first and second questions, but the third was too difficult. We spent 2 hours without any breakthroughs and had to give up. What about you? We only managed the first question. Oh no, this is bad. Many students emerged from the examination hall, expressing their dismay. You're out. Yang Qianqian, Xiao Jun. How did you do? Shun Jin eagerly inquired. Not bad. All 3 problems have been solved. I just wonder how many points the grading teacher will award. Yang Qianqian said sweetly. You've solved all 3 problems? Well done. This demonstrates your unique problem-solving approach, even if you don't achieve full marks. Passing the first round should be a breeze. Besides, attaining full marks on such Olympiad questions is akin to climbing a mountain. Qin Jianyong exclaimed with astonishment and joy. Regardless of the final score, the fact that all 3 problems were tackled proves capability. This is an improvement compared to 2 years ago when students from their school could only solve the first problem, leaving the second and third untouched. In the dining hall, teachers and candidates from all schools were gathered for a meal. However, a stark divide was evident. Firstly, the majority of students from prestigious high schools appeared quite content, seemingly satisfied with their performance in the initial round. Conversely, students from ordinary high schools looked despondent, resembling wilted eggplants. It seems we are destined for an early exit this year. The questions were even tougher than last year's. Students from the ordinary high school lamented. In the afternoon, they awaited the results to be announced at 5 o'clock, exercising patience. During lunch, when Wang Li inquired about who took the lead in problem-solving, Xiao Jun, rather bluntly, stated that it was entirely young Chanqian who tackled the problems, revealing his lack of direction. This prompted a sigh from the two teachers, who recognized that Xiao Jun had merely coasted through this time. Nevertheless, they offered encouragement instead of discouragement. At 5 o'clock, in a multimedia classroom, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The results are about to be announced. I hope we are not eliminated. The tension among everyone present escalated. On stage stood an elderly gentleman, specifically a renowned mathematics professor, famous throughout Jiangbei province. Greetings, I am Yang Huanchan. This provincial mathematics competition has seen participation from 58 high schools. The preliminary results are now available. A total of 10 schools have successfully advanced to the second round. I will now announce the names of the schools proceeding to the finals. The over 60 young Huanchang exuded vitality, embodying the essence of a seasoned scholar. A gasp rippled through the crowd below. Only 10 schools advanced to the second round? That means 48 schools have been eliminated? Such a high elimination rate. It seems this year's questions were more challenging than last year's, leading to more schools being cut. First place, Jiangbei High School. Second place, Jiangbei University Affiliated High School. Third place, Lucheng High School. Fourth place, Wuching No. 1 High School. Seventh place, Wuching No. 3 High School. The moment Yang Huanchang announced Wuching No. 3, Yang Chanqian and her companions erupted with excitement. We passed the preliminary round. Well done, Yang Chanqian. When Yang Huanchang concluded the announcements, the audience was a mix of joy and despair. My goodness, did I hear that correctly? Wuching No. 3 is not an ordinary high school. Yet they have advanced past the preliminaries. What? Wuching No. 3 made it through? Uncountable expressions of shock and disbelief filled the room. Clearly unanticipated by many that an ordinary high school like Wuching No. 3 could progress. Teacher, it seems we are the only ordinary high school to advance past the preliminaries. Surrounded by prestigious high schools, Xiao Jun remarked. Chapter 28. The finals indeed. Among the 10 advancing high schools, 9 are prestigious institutions from various parts of the province, while Wuching No. 3 stands as the sole ordinary school. Yet, against all odds, this ordinary high school has advanced past the preliminaries. Though they will now face formidable competition and pressure from the 9 prestigious high schools in the finals. At least they have successfully passed the first round, right? The fact that Wuching No. 3 made it to the finals was a stunning surprise for everyone. Particularly, the 2 teachers and several students from Wuching No. 1 were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that No. 3 would pass the preliminaries. It was truly unexpected. Mei Wenjie felt a flush of heat on his face, having initially speculated that Wuching No. 3 would falter. Yet, they had persevered through the preliminaries. Humph, but they will surely be eliminated in the finals. Mei Wenjie chuckled to himself. In the finals, the other 9 schools were all prestigious. Notably, Jiangbei High School, ranked among the top 20 high schools nationally. Alongside Jiangbei University Affiliated High School and Wuching No. 3 and Lucheng High School, all ranked among the top 100 high schools in the country. It was certain that the top 3 placements in this mathematics competition would emerge from these schools, even if a few among them faltered and failed to secure a position. It was unlikely that Wuching No. 3 would claim any recognition. The foundation of ordinary high schools was still too weak, lacking not only in teaching resources and philosophies but also in faculty strength and student backgrounds. There was simply no comparison to the prestigious institutions. Mei Wenjie pondered. All right. The 10 successful schools can come forward to collect their entry tickets for tomorrow's finals. Yang Huanchang announced loudly. After collecting their tickets, Chun Jianyong remained enveloped in joy. At least they had passed the preliminaries, providing a good explanation for their school. Who would have thought that Wuching No. 2 would be eliminated in the first round while they advanced? One must commend you, Yang Chanqian. You are truly remarkable, Jolie exclaimed, giving Yang Chanqian a thumbs up. Of course, Xiao Jun, you did well too. I hope you excel in tomorrow's exam. This latter statement was merely a consolation, as teachers generally do not wish to undermine students' self-esteem. As they left the multimedia classroom, it was already 6 in the evening. Upon entering the small dining hall, Xiao Jun noticed that the dinner crowd was noticeably diminished, far far less lively than that morning and afternoon. After serving their meals, they found a place to sit down. Suddenly, a handsome figure appeared before them. It was none other than Mei Wenjie, accompanied by his companion, Xia Ping. Hello, I am Mei Wenjie from Wuching No. 1 High School. And this is Xia Ping. You must be from Wuching No. 3? Are your teachers attending a dinner as well? Mei Wenjie greeted them with a smile. Yes. Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. He recalled how disdainful Mei Wenjie had been toward Wuching No. 3 previously and wondered what his intentions were today. Haha, our teacher is as well. By the way, what are your names? I'm Xiao Jun. I am Yang Chanqian, she replied, equally expressionless. Since they were all from the same city, it was fitting to recognize each other as fellow townsfolk now that they had arrived in the provincial capital. Congratulations to you both. Today, we've managed to break through the barriers and enter the finals together. It's unfortunate that No. 2 could not make it, Mei Wenjie remarked. There's nothing to celebrate. The finals tomorrow are what truly matters, Yang Chanqian replied. She was not typically averse to conversation. Despite her cool demeanor, she found interest in appropriate topics. Indeed, tomorrow is crucial. However, we face immense pressure against Jiangbei High School and Jiangbei University Affiliated High School, Xia Ping said, his expression grave. As the two groups ate and conversed, being of the same age allowed for a comfortable dialogue. Yet, Xiao Jun regarded Mei Wenjie and Xia Ping as insincere, smirking internally at their apparent disdain towards them. It was clear that Mei Wenjie possessed a certain cunning, complimenting them openly while secretly disparaging them. As they neared the end of their meal, Mei Wenjie turned to Yang Chanqian, Xiao Jun, with the finals tomorrow. Why not find a place to exchange some knowledge on Olympiad mathematics? When Mei Wenjie spoke this, his gaze was fixed solely on Yang Chanqian, scarcely acknowledging Xiao Jun. It seemed Xiao Jun was merely an afterthought. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Jun realized that this fellow had intended to pursue romantic interests. I apologize, but I wish to retire early this evening. I am not fond of last-minute endeavors. Yang Chanqian's tone had grown noticeably frigid, evidently having deduced Mei Wenjie's ulterior motives. Very well, Mei Wenjie sighed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, before continuing, Yang Chanqian, may I add you on WeChat? We could exchange various insights. I'm afraid I don't use WeChat. I must take my leave now. Goodbye, Yang Chanqian stated, gathering her belongings and rising to depart. This left Mei Wenjie seated in his place, feeling quite awkward. He was incensed. He had never before encountered such a straightforward rejection from a girl. At Wuching No. 1 High School, not only did he excel academically, but he also hailed from a wealthy family and was regarded as the school heartthrob, a veritable figure of admiration. Countless girls had pursued him ardently, thus the disparity was rather stark. Observing Mei Wenjie's ghastly expression, Xiao Jun couldn't help but stifle a laugh, nearly bursting into mirth. Damn, Mei Wenjie finally exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Old Mei, do not take it to heart. Such exquisite beauties are notoriously difficult to court, Xia Ping consoled him. The following day, the provincial mathematics competition finally reached the finals. This time, there was only one examination room. Xiao Jun and Yang Chanqian entered the venue early once again. As they took their seats, Yang Chanqian wore an expression of gravity. After all, this was the final round, and her confidence was not particularly strong. In contrast, Xiao Jun appeared nonchalant, eliciting a slight furrow in Yang Chanqian's brow. Soon enough, the time arrived, and the invigilator began distributing the examination papers, marking the commencement of the test. Chapter 29. My dear, you have erred. After all the candidates received their papers, they initially scanned the questions. A collective gasp arose as many realized the first question of the finals was even more challenging than the last question from the previous day. It was indeed the finals. The difficulty level was akin to that of a national Olympiad problem. How difficult? I have no clue where to begin. Many could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Xiao Jun too scrutinized the first question, his brow furrowed. Let p, x, be a polynomial with integer coefficients and a degree greater than 0. And let k be the number of distinct integer roots, then k must be greater than or equal to 2. This is exceedingly hard. I feel utterly at a loss. Xiao Jun rummaged through all the mathematical knowledge he had acquired, only to find himself bereft of a solution, entirely devoid of inspiration. Additionally, the 5 days spent on Olympiad mathematics recently proved to be of no assistance. Glancing sideways at Yang Chanqian, he noticed she too was frowning. Unable to put pen to paper, minutes swiftly passed, and Yang Chanqian remained without a clue, as the first question was indeed tremendously difficult. She glanced at Xiao Jun beside her, observing his seemingly carefree demeanor, and deemed it pointless to inquire if he had any insights. In her mind, asking would be a futile endeavor. If he had struggled with yesterday's easier problem, today's challenge would surely be beyond him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jun, with nothing else to occupy him, surveyed the room, and noticed all the competitors were deeply engrossed in thought, with not a single one beginning to write. Clearly, the finals had indeed placed immense pressure on all participants. Entering the academic elite chat group, Xiao Jun posted the 3 problems he faced. Attention everyone, comrades. Let's get to work. I seek perfect solutions for these 3 questions. Sheldon was the first to respond, likely due to his habitual idleness. Group leader. Are these Olympiad problems again? Wow, these 3 questions are rather challenging. To achieve perfect answers, I will need approximately an hour. Olympiad problems often possess multiple solution methods, and acquiring a perfect answer is generally quite difficult. Even in international competitions, few manage to achieve full marks. Simply having a solution approach is commendable, as it still garners points. Read Jima comment. A perfect answer? Alright, I will get to work now. Sheldon. Let us see who finishes first. Exiting the elite group interface, Xiao Jun observed that all around him, participants remained without pen in hand, each lost in contemplation, many nearly chewing their pencils to pieces. This first question had indeed stumped numerous candidates. As time silently slipped away, many began to feel that the 45-minute exam duration was far too brief. An hour had passed before they realized it. Finally, Xiao Jun noticed a group of candidates had begun to write. It was Jiangbei High School. Impressive. They had discerned the solution in just 1 hour? Xiao Jun frowned, internally acknowledging the prowess of a top 20 high school in the nation. Truly, it was a cradle of talent. Just then, he was tagged in the elite chat group. Entering, he silently recited a mantra as the group's interface appeared. Sheldon, group leader. We have written down the answers to all 3 problems. This time, Jima Comet and I collaborated. It is assuredly a flawless solution. Jima Comet felt exasperated, noting that it was indeed Sheldon who had struggled for an hour to produce a perfect answer and had then roped her into the endeavor. Perfect answers? Xiao Jun inquired. Indeed, Jima Comet confirmed. Haha, you 2 are remarkable, thank you. After reviewing the answers, he instantly memorized them, showcasing his prodigious ability for retention. Upon exiting the elite chat, he observed that Yang Chanqian had nearly completed her answer to the first question. It seems your method is flawed. Moreover, the steps you used for proof are rather contrived, and your final answer is evidently incorrect. After a moment of reflection, Xiao Jun realized that Yang Chanqian appeared to have erred. Finally, Yang Chanqian completed her answer to the first question and exhaled in relief. My dear, it seems you have made an error on the first question. Xiao Jun remarked nonchalantly to Yang Chanqian. Where did I go wrong? Yang Chanqian's brow furrowed. Casting a cold glare at Xiao Jun internally, she scoffed, wondering how someone so uninvolved could presume to know she had erred. Did you even grasp how to approach this Olympiad problem? She had nearly exhausted her mental faculties in crafting her solution. Could he really assert it was incorrect? All of it is incorrect. Xiao Jun grinned. His words only served to irk Yang Chanqian further, her tone laced with sarcasm. Since you claim I am wrong, do you possess a solution for this problem? I have my reasoning, though I am uncertain if the answer is correct. Shall I show it to you? Xiao Jun smiled, revealing a row of pristine teeth. Go ahead, let me see. Yang Chanqian, somewhat taken aback, wondered if he too had arrived at a solution. Within 3 to 5 minutes. Xiao Jun had inscribed his answer on a piece of scrap paper. Here, take a look. Yang Chanqian took the paper and began to scrutinize it. Initially, she approached it with a casual demeanor, convinced Xiao Jun's answer was merely nonsensical. However, after a minute, a look of astonishment crossed her face. 2 minutes later, she was utterly shocked. After 5 minutes, she bore an expression of sheer admiration. Your approach to the problem is simply exquisite. I have never encountered such a uniquely perfect method of solution. Moreover, your proof is accurate, and the answer is indeed correct. I have made an error, Yang Chanqian stated, lifting her head to gaze at Xiao Jun in disbelief. Initially, she had harbored some confidence in her answer to the first question. However, after reviewing Xiao Jun's answer, she realized her earlier mistakes. Not only was the answer incorrect, but her entire problem-solving approach was flawed from the very beginning. Chapter 30, The Astonished Professors. Is that so? That's wonderful. So, shall we consider the first question resolved? Xiao Jun said with a smile. Of course. Just write that answer down. Yang Chanqian replied cheerfully, amazed at how Xiao Jun, who had initially seemed to be just a bystander, had garnered her respect. Previously, she had thought that although Xiao Jun performed well in high school mathematics, he had never formally studied Olympiad mathematics. His lackluster performance the day before had led her to label him as merely a casual participant. However, based on his recent performance, she felt he was now worthy of collaboration. He had earned the right to work alongside her on the next problem. Well, it's already been over an hour. Let's quickly explore the solving strategy for the second question, Yang Chanqian suggested earnestly. Sure. The second question asked whether there exists a function from positive integers to positive integers such that 12 is true for all integers greater than 1. After reading the problem, Yang Qianqian's expression turned serious. The second question is indeed more challenging than the first. We might need over an hour just to develop a strategy. We still have the third question to tackle, but that's all right. We have ample time. Xiao Jun, I currently have no ideas at all. What are your thoughts on this problem? After a minute of contemplation, Yang Qianqian realized her mind was completely blank. The first problem had already posed a significant challenge for her, and having made an error, she felt even less equipped to handle this second question. My thoughts. I believe I already have a solving strategy in mind. I'll write down the answer first, Xiao Jun replied with a subtle smile. What? You've already formulated a strategy so quickly? Yang Qianqian stared at Xiao Jun in astonishment, nearly at a loss for words. How could he have developed a strategy for such a difficult Olympiad problem so swiftly? Even internationally renowned competitors would find it improbable to do so. Indeed, with swift strokes, Xiao Jun scribbled the answer on a piece of draft paper. 2 minutes later, he had completed it, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary. In truth, he had simply copied the solution, which required no significant time. Take a look. How is this approach? Yang Qianqian exclaimed after glancing at it, her admiration evident. After reviewing it, she was almost overwhelmed with excitement, but she managed to suppress her exhilaration, realizing they were still in an examination setting. Your answer seems flawless. Though she had no idea how to solve the second question herself and her mind was void of ideas, seeing Xiao Jun's answer illuminated a path forward. She felt the solution was remarkably thorough and unlikely to contain any major flaws. Is that so? That's excellent. I'll start writing down the answer to the third question. Please write the answer to the second question on the exam paper, Xiao Jun suggested. What? You're going to write the answer to the third question? Does that mean you have a strategy for it as well? Yang Qianqian was taken aback once more. Her gaze towards Xiao Jun transformed. As if she were viewing a prodigy. Had he somehow unlocked his potential overnight? It appeared that these notoriously difficult Olympiad problems seemed as simple to him as elementary mathematics. Instant solution? Indeed. With remarkable speed, Xiao Jun pinned the answer to the third question. Take a look. Yang Qianqian, still somewhat dazed, accepted the answer. She was genuinely astonished by Xiao Jun's capabilities. After reviewing the answer, she was once again struck by the brilliance of his approach. In retrospect, she believed that his method was entirely correct, meaning his answer was surely accurate. Wow, I didn't expect that we could complete all 3 questions in just an hour and a half. Perhaps we might even secure a top 3 finish? Yang Qianqian felt a mix of joy and disbelief. To be honest, she had little confidence in the finals given the difficulty of the questions. However, Xiao Jun's sudden surge of brilliance had filled her with hope. Perhaps this year, Wiching No. 3 Middle School could achieve a commendable ranking. Looking around, she noticed that aside from Jiangbei High School and Jiangbei University Affiliated High School, which were diligently working on their problems, the other groups of competitors were still contemplating their strategies, having yet to put pen to paper. 3 hours later, the examination finally concluded. After submitting their papers and exiting the examination room, Chen Jianyong and Zhou Li rushed over to greet them. How was it? Were the questions difficult? How many did you manage to solve? The questions were very challenging, but we completed all 3. Yang Qianqian reported honestly. What? You finished all 3? That's fantastic. Chen Jianyong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qianqian, you were amazing. Zhou Li also praised Yang Qianqian, completely overlooking Xiao Jun, who had previously been regarded as just a casual participant. Teacher. All 3 problems were solved by Xiao Jun. Yang Qianqian did not take credit for the work. What? Xiao Jun managed to solve all 3 problems by himself? Zhou Li and Chen Jianyong were both stunned, clearly not anticipating such a revelation. They were shocked that Xiao Jun had accomplished this feat, especially considering his lack of contribution the day before. Of course, it was indeed a cause for celebration to witness their student excel in the finals by solving all 3 problems. After the morning exam, the afternoon and the following morning were designated for grading. The results would be announced the next afternoon. Inside the grading room, a dozen or so mathematics professors were diligently reviewing the papers. Ah, this problem-solving method, this line of reasoning, how remarkably perfect and innovative. I never would have considered this approach. One of the grading professors, Luo Huafeng, marveled at Xiao Jun's paper. Upon reviewing the first question's answer, he was instantly captivated. I believe this warrants a perfect score. I can't find any flaws to deduct points. Everyone, come take a look at this paper. I believe the first question deserves full marks. Luo Huafeng addressed the other grading professors. In competitions of this caliber, he alone did not possess the authority to award full marks. It required the collective agreement of the other professors after thorough review. Naturally, only an answer deserving full marks necessitated such deliberation. as perfect scores in Olympiad-style examinations were exceedingly rare. What? A perfect score answer has emerged? The other grading professors were astonished, quickly gathering around. Chapter 31. First place. It is worth noting that in competitions of this nature, achieving a perfect score is extraordinarily uncommon. For instance, in international Olympiad competitions, while many participants earn gold and silver medals each year, the scoring system dictates that each question is worth 7 points, with a perfect score totaling 42 points. Participants scoring above 28 points receive a gold medal, yet perfect scores are exceedingly rare, sometimes not appearing for several years. This indicates that attaining a perfect score in an Olympiad competition is no simple feat. As the group of grading professors reviewed the answer to the first question, astonishment filled their eyes. This innovative problem-solving method was indeed unprecedented for them, and its clarity and perfection left no room for critique. Every explanation and answer was impeccably executed, making it utterly unassailable. Honestly, I too cannot conceive of such a flawless solution. Well, since everyone agrees, let us award full marks for this answer, shall we? I concur. Almost all the professors unanimously approved of granting full marks. At this moment, a teacher responsible for grading suddenly exclaimed, quickly, look, the answer to the second question appears to be remarkably perfect, and the third question seems to be correct as well. Let us see if it can achieve a perfect score. A throng of onlookers turned their attention to the answers of the second and third questions. As each individual scrutinized the answers repeatedly, they ultimately discovered that the solutions to both questions were akin to strokes of genius, devoid of any flaws. This indicated that the paper could indeed secure a perfect score. It felt as though the first place was already assured. However, the identity of the school remained a mystery, concealed by the sealed edges of the examination paper. The latter two questions could also merit full marks. Do you have any objections? Yang Huanchang, the chief grader, inquired. No objections. Such answers certainly warrant full marks. There were no perfect papers in the previous year, nor the year before that. It was truly unexpected to see one this year. This is undoubtedly a prodigy. Indeed, the scene shifted to the following afternoon, the day of results announcement. The grand auditorium was bustling with people. Besides the organizers and the education department, numerous journalists had also gathered. After all, it was the day for awarding the provincial mathematics competition. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as reporters captured various moments. The audience primarily consisted of representatives from the top 10 high schools, alongside various individuals from different sectors and media. Who would emerge as the first place winner this year? I firmly believe it will be Jiangbei High School, as it is among the top 20 high schools nationwide and has claimed the provincial mathematics competition title for 3 consecutive years. Truly a triple crown. I concur. Moreover, over the past decade, several students from Jiangbei High School have joined the National Olympiad team, competing internationally and even securing gold medals. While Jiangbei High School is formidable, Jiangbei University Affiliated High School is not to be underestimated either. I recall they achieved the highest score in the preliminary round a few days ago. I believe they have a significant chance to maintain their lead in the finals, potentially surpassing Jiangbei High School. Haha, I would say Lu City High School is also impressive. They might just be the dark horse in this competition. If they secure first place, they will qualify for the National Olympiad competition in October, right? That is assured. Although the official announcement of scores has yet to commence, numerous discussions and speculations are already underway. At that moment, Yang Huanchang stepped onto the stage. Ahem, good afternoon, friends. I am Yang Huanchang. The results of this year's Jiangbei Provincial Mathematics Competition Finals have been finalized. A total of 10 high schools participated in this competition. The top 3 have been determined. I will now announce the results, starting with the third place. The atmosphere grew tense among the teachers and students of the 10 high schools. Do you think we will achieve a ranking this time? Yang Chanqian asked, her voice tinged with anxiety. You answered all 3 questions. I believe there is a chance, Chun Jianyong replied, though he too was uncertain, as the other 9 high schools were formidable competitors. Third place, Jiangbei High School. Total score, 15 points. Full marks for the first question, 5 points for the second, and 3 points for the third, Yang Huanchang announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the teachers and students from Jiangbei High School instantly froze. What? We placed third? The students from Jiangbei High School were taken aback. They believed they had the potential to secure first place this year, yet the outcome contradicted their expectations. They had merely achieved third place. Oh my, I thought Jiangbei High School would secure 4 championships this year. It's quite regrettable that they only managed third place. Indeed, this year's rankings were far more intriguing than last year's. Consequently, the first and second places were likely to be contested between Jiangbei University Affiliated High School, Lu City High School, and Wuqing No. 1 High School. These 3 institutions currently held the most competitive edge. I am certain that either first or second place will belong to Jiangbei University-affiliated high school, while Lu City High School and Wuchingno one high school may very well emerge as this year's dark horses. Following the announcement of the third place, many were filled with unexpected anticipation. It's over. It's over. The strongest Jiangbei High School only placed third? Then we have no hope at all, Teacher Jolie remarked, her face reflecting despair. In contrast, the teachers and students from Jiangbei University-affiliated high school were growing increasingly excited. Haha, we have a chance. They eagerly anticipated securing either first or second place. Knowing that with Jiangbei High School out of contention, their prospects seemed brighter. Second place, Jiangbei University-affiliated high school, total score, 16 points. Full marks for the first question. 6 points for the second, and 3 points for the third. Yang Huanchang continued. I thought Jiangbei High School was done for, and that Jiangbei University-affiliated high school would become the champion. It turns out they only secured second place, unchanged from last year. This means that Lu City High School and Wuching No. 1 High School could be the dark horses. All eyes were now fixed on these two schools, as the gap between them and the others was significant. As for Wuching No. 3 High School, no one even considered them. Now, I will announce the first place, Wuching No. 3 High School. Total score, 21 points. Full marks for the first question, full marks for the second question, and full marks for the third question. What? The first place is actually Wuching No. 3 High School? Am I hearing this correctly? Lu City High School and Wuching No. 1 High School have been left behind? The announcement of the first place was utterly surprising, made even more astonishing by their full marks. My goodness, after several years, a perfect champion has emerged once again, and it is from an ordinary high school. It appears that even ordinary high schools can harbor hidden talents. In the audience, representatives from all universities, media, and various sectors were left agape by the explosive news of Wuching No. 3 High School's victory. Initially, as the only ordinary high school in the finals, they were expected to perform poorly. Yet, they defied the odds and claimed first place with a perfect score. This is the finest testament to their capabilities. We are the first place. We are the first place. Haha, am I dreaming? Chun Jianyong, overwhelmed with joy, leaped from his seat, exclaiming in exhilaration. We are the champions with a perfect score? Yang Qianqian gazed ahead in disbelief, muttering to herself. Having witnessed Xiao Jun successfully solve all 3 questions, she had felt a glimmer of hope for a ranking, but she never anticipated they would achieve first place, much less a perfect score. This is an immense encouragement. What does it matter if we are an ordinary high school? We have still triumphed among numerous prestigious institutions. It is beyond surprising, beyond astounding, and utterly unexpected. As for this result, Xiao Jun had long anticipated it. Since the solutions were the collaborative work of 2 top scholars, a perfect score was assured. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Xiao Jun and his companions were elated. Yet the expressions of the teachers and students from Lu City High School and Wuching No. 1 High School resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful. How could they be the first place? I cannot accept this outcome. Mei Wenjie sat in his seat, his face pale and fists clenched in frustration. His heart brimmed with disbelief. He had previously declared that Wuching No. 3 High School would be eliminated in the first round. Yet, they had unexpectedly advanced to the finals. Just as he believed they would remain as mere fodder, they achieved a perfect score and first place, while Wuching No. 1 High School became the ones left behind. The disparity was so great it nearly made him choke on his emotions. Yang Huanchang, observing the chaos below, called out, "Silence, please." Indeed, it is quite astonishing that Wuching No. 3 Middle School has achieved first place, and with a perfect score at that. This serves as a testament that ordinary high schools are not devoid of talent. With enough diligence, any institution possesses immense potential. Wuching No. 3 Middle School exemplifies this notion. Having accomplished it, in October, these 2 students from Wuching No. 3 will have the privilege of directly participating in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. They have earned this qualification, as our provincial capital of Jiangbei is granting them 2 special passes. Yang Huanchang has expressed his commendation for their efforts and has preemptively awarded them the opportunity to compete in the national competition. It is important to note that participation in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad is not something that can be taken lightly. This competition is a prestigious event in the realm of mathematics for high schools across China, far surpassing the significance of provincial mathematics contests. Approximately 200 students who excel in this competition will qualify to participate in the National Mathematics Olympiad, organized by the Chinese Mathematical Society, having been selected from various provinces. Clearly, Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian have now become part of this distinguished group. Each province has a designated quota for participation. Furthermore, what is the objective of competing in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad? Naturally, it is to attain an excellent ranking. About 60 students who perform exceptionally well will gain entry into the national training team. From this training team, 6 of the most outstanding participants will represent China in the International Mathematics Olympiad. How exhilarating it is to have qualified for the National High School Mathematics Olympiad. Yang Tranqian is filled with excitement, never having anticipated her eligibility for such a prestigious competition. It is worth noting that she owes this opportunity, in part, to Xiao Jun. When she glanced at Xiao Jun sitting beside her, she found his expression as calm as still water, seemingly unfazed by the momentous occasion. She realized that she was increasingly unable to decipher Xiao Jun. He appeared to have changed from the person she once knew. Why do you look so unenthusiastic? Yang Tranqian inquired curiously. Yang Tranqian, now, may the teachers and students from the schools that have achieved rankings come to the stage as we prepare to present your awards. Yang Huanchang remarked with a smile as he sensed the atmosphere was just right. Following this, there would be an award ceremony, a shower of flashing lights, performances from various dignitaries, and subsequent media interviews. In a private room, Xiao Jun collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. I'm exhausted. Entering the Academic Elite Chat Group. Academic Elite Chat Group, Xiao Jun. Hey, you two performed admirably. I secured first place in the provincial competition. A perfect score. Shelton, of course. I can guarantee a perfect score, and it certainly was. Ryushima, congratulations, group leader. After a lively exchange, Xiao Jun suddenly noticed a change in his group member title. So, my first place in the provincial mathematics competition has elevated my status in the group? I have become an academic elite. Xiao Jun's heart swelled with joy. This was splendid news. Chapter 33. Upgraded rewards. The higher the title of group members, the more substantial the monthly rewards they receive from the group. Currently, no member has reached the titles of academic god or master. I wonder what kind of extraordinary rewards await those who achieve such levels. Xiao Jun mused, recalling that Ryushima, with the title of academic elite, had drawn a reward that increased IQ by 2. Just imagine, an increase in IQ is simply remarkable. Since joining this academic elite chat group, Xiao Jun had secretly resolved to no longer be a slothful student living off 6 properties. He aspired to become a master standing at the pinnacle of the world. Congratulations to the group leader on becoming an academic elite. The group has graciously rewarded you with a red envelope. There are additional rewards. Xiao Jun was pleasantly surprised to discover that the academic elite group had sent him a private red envelope. He clicked to open it. Upon opening the reward red envelope, it detailed, this red envelope is an upgrade reward. Each member receives a unique reward when they elevate from academic weakling to academic elite, academic scholar, academic god, or master. There are no rewards for upgrading from academic loser to academic weakling, which is quite disappointing. So that's why I did not receive a reward when I upgraded from academic loser to academic weakling. Xiao Jun finally understood. Congratulations, group leader, for drawing an IQ 10 skill card. Upon opening this upgrade red envelope, Xiao Jun was elated to discover an IQ 10 skill card. What a delightful surprise to have drawn an IQ skill card that could increase his intelligence by 10 points. Xiao Jun felt a surge of joy. What would it feel like to have an instantaneous increase of 10 IQ points? Surely, it would be quite pleasant. Previously, Xiao Jun had tested his intelligence, estimating it to be around 110. Generally, an average person's IQ ranges from 85 to 115. Below 90 is considered dull, while above 110 signifies intelligence. An IQ exceeding 120 is rare, with only 1 in 100, yet it does not indicate genius. When one's IQ surpasses 140, they are undoubtedly a genius. This is the true definition of genius. If your IQ exceeds 160, congratulations, you are a globally recognized super genius, potentially capable of making monumental contributions to society. Akin to the great minds like Einstein. Using the IQ 10 skill card, Xiao Jun took the card and tore it up to use it. In the next moment, he felt an invisible energy surge into his brain from the torn card. His mind instantly warmed, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation akin to being bitten by ants. This state persisted for 3 minutes before the warmth gradually subsided, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Could this be a second development of my brain? Xiao Jun pondered silently. He understood that a person's IQ is almost predetermined at birth, controlled by genetic factors beyond human alteration. Due to various innate factors, intellectual development may vary among individuals. In other words, if his IQ was initially 110, it would remain so throughout his life, but now with the addition of IQ 10, it signifies a secondary development of his brain. Intelligence and brain development are closely intertwined. According to some experts, when your brain is developed to 100, indicating your IQ is maximized, one can only imagine the extraordinary creativity humanity may possess at that stage. Regardless of all that, I now consider myself an individual with an IQ of 120. Although I am not yet a genius, I am certainly among the upper echelon of the intelligent. Xiao Jun shook his head, dismissing thoughts that were of no use. He took a moment to experience what it felt like to possess an IQ of 120. Among all the knowledge he had previously acquired, some he had memorized but did not know how to apply. Now, he found that many concepts could be utilized with flexibility. Intelligence is akin to the innate talent for martial arts and novels. The higher the IQ, the greater the innate ability. A person with high talent can master a martial arts technique in mere days, while someone with lower talent might take decades to learn. Xiao Jun couldn't help but reflect. Meanwhile, on the bus ride back, Xiao Jun was filled with joy while Mei Wenjie sat in sullen silence. Being on the same bus, the atmosphere was quite uncomfortable. The entire school was celebrating, particularly Principal Li Dideo and a group of leaders who were overjoyed. The significance of this provincial mathematics competition is immensely high, especially since Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian will be able to participate in the National High School Mathematics Olympiad in October. If he could achieve a ranking in this competition once again, it would certainly be a matter of pride. This left Xiao Jun and his peers somewhat taken aback. The truth is, securing the first place in the highly prestigious provincial mathematics competition has dealt a significant blow to numerous prominent high schools. Naturally, the leaders felt compelled to personally commend Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian. Xiao Jun, Yang Qianqian, you both have done exceptionally well. You have brought honor to Wuqing Free High School. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and work diligently towards entering a prestigious university, said the Director of Education, Lin Wei, as he patted Xiao Jun on the shoulder in praise. Indeed, you will need to participate in the National Mathematical Olympiad. Should you require any additional assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to us. Balancing your studies and competition is vital, added the Vice Principal, Li Qiuyun, with a warm smile. At this moment, Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian were regarded as invaluable gems in their eyes. Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian, with merely half a month remaining until the National High School Mathematical Olympiad. Xiao Jun's victory in the provincial mathematics competition has undeniably elevated his status to that of a campus celebrity. Many now label him as a mathematics prodigy. Chapter 34. Acquiring knowledge. The reason he was labeled merely as a mathematics prodigy rather than an all-round academic genius is due to his less than stellar performance in other subjects. Even in the ordinary environment of Wuqing No. 3 High School, his scores in other disciplines did not shine, let alone when compared to those from other prestigious high schools. Thus, he garnered the title of a mathematics prodigy, having set a modest goal of reaching the pinnacle of academic excellence. It seems I must commence diligent study from this point onward. Although I have access to the academic elites within my study group, who could easily assist me in cheating, it is still unsatisfactory to lack knowledge myself. I cannot afford to squander my 120 IQ and remarkable memory. After all, in the classroom, Xiao Jun was utterly disinterested in his homeroom, teacher Yang Huizhu's review of Chinese literature. His photographic memory allowed him to revise at any time and place. Today's task was to thoroughly review all Chinese textbooks from freshman to senior year, including the teacher's lecture notes and key points of knowledge. Tomorrow, he would focus on reviewing all Chinese exam papers and explanatory notes from freshman year. The day after, he would delve into the 3 volumes of Understanding High School Poetry in his drawer, memorizing all translations, meanings, themes, and expressions of every classical poem. By then, he should not lose any points on questions related to ancient poetry in the upcoming exam. Additionally, he needed to memorize the Xinhua dictionary, as the exam would cover tones, misspellings, homophones, synonyms, and various related question types. With the Xinhua dictionary firmly in his memory, he could mentally reference it during the exam. I am a genius. This notion likely only occurred to Xiao Jun, primarily due to his photographic memory, enabling him to memorize an entire Xinhua dictionary, which others, even the brightest students, would find insurmountable. On the day after that, he would review all Chinese exam papers and answers from sophomore year. The following day, he would commit all senior year Chinese exam papers to memory. Subsequently, he would memorize the 3 volumes of perfect essays for college entrance exams, 100 college entrance essay, and 1,000 excellent high school essays from his drawer, at least to accumulate more essay material, right? Xiao Jun began to outline his knowledge acquisition plan, which he considered a process of brushing through knowledge rather than merely learning. With his photographic memory, this exercise would not be about memorizing, but about efficiently internalizing vast amounts of information. He resolved to commit every significant point of high school Chinese literature into his mind. When he had all this knowledge at his fingertips, he would no longer worry about encountering any exam questions he could not answer. Aside from Chinese, he also needed to refresh his knowledge in geography and history. Compared to Chinese, these subjects were far simpler. He merely needed to review textbooks, the teacher's lecture points, notes, and all exam papers from freshman to senior years, and that would be sufficient. Next semester, he would revisit various history books from around the world. I am confident that no historical question will stump me. A confident smile spread across Xiao Jun's face. As for English, he needed to brush up on vocabulary and grammar. In his spare time, he would listen to English listening exercises. Following that, regarding mathematics, he believed it essential to first consolidate all high school formulas in his memory. Afterward, he would review all mathematics textbooks from freshman to senior year, along with various teachers' notes. Additionally, he would revisit all math exams and their solutions, making sure to commit them all to memory. Should he encounter any challenging question types, he could simply consult the two academic elites in his group, trusting his 120 IQ. He believed that after their explanations, he would grasp the concepts without issue. Xiao Jun finally finalized his preliminary plan. If he dedicated extra hours, he could complete this knowledge acquisition in less than 2 weeks. As for physics and chemistry, he would leave those aside, as he was a humanities student, after all. Suddenly, Xiao Jun transformed into a diligent student. He picked up a freshman Chinese textbook and began to read earnestly. One must admit, the ability of photographic memory is extraordinary. He could read 10 lines at once, merely needing to glance at the content for it to imprint in his mind, akin to computer or smartphone storage. In just 2 minutes, Xiao Jun had completed reading the first Chinese lesson from freshman year, including all teachers' notes, annotations, and page numbers. With rapid efficiency, he turned the pages, quickly progressing from one page to the next. His deskmate, Zhou Jieyu, noticed Xiao Jun flipping through the freshman text with great curiosity. "Hey Xiao, why are you reading a freshman textbook when the homeroom teacher is reviewing senior content with us? I remember I accidentally slipped a $10 bill between the pages of one of my Chinese books, but I can't recall which one, so I'm just checking." Xiao Jun lied without looking up. At the podium, Yang Huizhu was explaining the senior Chinese content. This was the first round of review. Her plan was straightforward: to conduct 2 rounds of high school Chinese content review this semester, followed by another round next semester, culminating in an intensive exam practice session. She aimed to have students complete numerous exercises and discuss exam papers. Given the current hot weather, students were prone to drowsiness. What is Xiao Jun doing with his head down? Is he playing on his phone again? Yang Huizhu suddenly noticed Xiao Jun, slouched in the corner of the 4th row, seemingly preoccupied with something else. He certainly did not appear to be attentively listening. Stealthily, she approached and discovered that Xiao Jun had not even taken out his senior Chinese textbook, nor the materials with the key points of knowledge she had distributed. Her brows furrowed slightly. He was pretending to read a freshman textbook. He must have been playing on his phone just moments ago. Yang Huizhu quickly reached a conclusion. Chapter 35. Yang Huizhu's shock. Although he had achieved a perfect score in mathematics and secured first place in the provincial mathematics competition, in Yang Huizhu's eyes, not studying earnestly equated to arrogance and complacency. If he continued to neglect other subjects, he would still fall short of entering a prestigious university come examination time. She believed Xiao Jun had great potential for learning. After all, how else could he have won first place in the provincial mathematics competition? Yet, she felt he was rather lazy, disinterested in attending classes and reluctant to engage in study. Xiao Jun often found himself preoccupied with his mobile phone. Such students were not unfamiliar to Yang Huiru, who had taught for several years. Despite their intelligence, they frequently struggled to gain admission to prestigious universities or, in some cases, failed to attend university altogether. The underlying reason for this was their laziness, reminiscent of the tale of Zhang Zhongyou. "I must save Xiao Jun and ensure he does not squander his remarkable potential," Yang Huiru pondered. Her words immediately captured the attention of the entire class. Xiao Jun lifted his head and noticed Yang Huiru's gaze fixed upon him, yet he felt no sense of alarm. He silently chastised himself for having been so engrossed in his studies that he had failed to notice the teacher's arrival. "I was merely reviewing my first-year Chinese literature," he stated candidly, unperturbed by Yang Huiru's stern demeanor. Indeed, he was engaged in a review of his first-year Chinese knowledge. This declaration sparked a flurry of whispers among his classmates. What a feeble excuse. He was undoubtedly playing on his phone or perhaps reading a comic. Rumors circulated about exceptional students who could review their Chinese literature during math class and vice versa, a phenomenon not uncommon at Wuching No. 1 High School, where many had gained admission to top-tier universities. Some speculated that the teacher's inadequacies were to blame, believing that self-study was more beneficial. Reviewing first-year Chinese literature, you say? Yang Huiru's immediate reaction was one of skepticism. Surely, he was fabricating excuses to mask his phone use. If he was not distracted by his phone, how could he have mistakenly brought the wrong textbook and failed to produce any study materials? She was aware of the phenomenon of self-studying among high achievers. Yet Xiao Jun had scored only 100 in the previous Chinese exam, a far cry from the standards of a top student, who typically scored over 140. Clearly, Xiao Jun did not fit that mold, and his last score was indicative of that. Indeed, Xiao Jun affirmed, undeterred by her doubts. I will assess your grasp of first-year Chinese literature. If you can withstand my evaluation, you may freely manage your time in my class henceforth, Yang Huiru declared playfully. In her eyes, Xiao Jun's recent triumph in the provincial math competition had inflated his ego, and she intended to temper his arrogance. Very well, Xiao Jun replied, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm at the prospect of having more autonomy in Chinese class. I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado, Yang Huiru mused. Surprised by his eagerness, recite the entire in memory of Lu Hejun. Xiao Jun felt a wave of dread wash over him. It was already the third year of high school, and many of the passages from the first year eluded his memory. He might recall some poetry, but lengthy prose was easily forgotten over time. Many classmates expressed sympathy for him. They felt he was being unfairly tested by their homeroom teacher. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Xiao Jun began reciting. On March 25th, 15 years ago in China, the National Beijing Women's Normal University was established. In the next moment, the classroom fell silent. Yang Huiru widened her eyes in astonishment as she continued to fixate on the textbook, which contained a wealth of content previously covered in her lessons. Xiao Jun recited every word flawlessly. The expressions of his classmates mirrored disbelief. Did he really memorize everything? Even the notes and annotations? They were astounded. How was this possible? Did he possess an extraordinary memory? Even Yang Huiru was taken aback. Teacher, I believe I have completed it correctly, Xiao Jun remarked with a faint smile. He had to commend his own remarkable ability to retain information. Studying was as effortless as drinking water. Yes, that's correct, Yang Huiru stammered, albeit still harboring doubts. Her competitive spirit urged her to verify his claims. He must be incredibly familiar with this text. I will test him further, she resolved. Recite a record of the climb to Baochan Mountain and provide a translation, Yang Huiru commanded playfully. Oh, another lengthy travelogue that must be translated. He is sure to falter this time, she thought, convinced Xiao Jun would fail. Xiao Jun smiled faintly. Baochan Mountain is also known as Huashan. The monk Huibao from the Tang dynasty initially settled here and was later buried on this site. Translation: Baochan Mountain is also referred to as Huashan. The monk Huibao established his residence here during the Tang dynasty and was eventually interred at this location. Chapter 36, Mathematical Theorems. Upon hearing Xiao Jun's recitation and translation, Yang Huiru was left utterly speechless. Incredible! My goodness, he managed to recite and translate this lengthy travelogue without a single error. It sounded just like a professional translation. Is his brain equipped with flash memory? He could recite anything given to him. Not only Yang Huiru, but also his classmates were struck with awe. Even Yang Qianqian turned her head in surprise at Xiao Jun, who had once again challenged her understanding of academic prowess. She lamented that many of her first-year texts had slipped her mind due to the passage of time, let alone translating classical poetry with such precision. While she could provide a rough modern translation, achieving the level of perfection found in classical poetry translations was beyond her capability. Teacher, I didn't make any mistakes, did I? Xiao Jun inquired innocently. If what you said is indeed correct, does that mean your earlier promise holds? He asked with a grin. Indeed, Yang Huiru thought reluctantly, unable to deny her defeat in front of the entire class. However, she admonished him, you must study diligently and not become complacent. Understood? Understood, teacher. Xiao Jun replied with a smile and a nod. Yang Huiru turned to see her classmates observing her intently, and with a furrowed brow, she declared, what are you all staring at? If you want the same freedom in future Chinese classes, feel free to challenge me as well. Instantly, all the students averted their gazes, pretending not to hear. Are they foolish? Can't they see that teacher Yang is furious? She just got embarrassed by a student. Indeed. From a poor student to an academic star. The following week, Xiao Jun found himself immersed in his studies like never before. At 17 years old, he had never been this diligent. His intention was to complete all subjects so that he could leisurely relax for the remainder of the year. While others were busy reviewing and tackling numerous practice exams, he had already finished everything. Suddenly, he remembered that there was just over a week until the national high school math competition. In 3 days, he would head to Jiangbei province for a week of collective training before directly participating in the competition. He realized he needed to brush up on his math skills, as they would be crucial for his upcoming examinations, including the college entrance exam. Naturally, he decided to seek guidance from the 2 academic stars in the academic chat group. Xiao Jun typed, "Hey everyone, come out." Upon entering, he discovered that Long Dao Hui and Shelton were engaged in a heated discussion, with messages flooding the group at an astonishing pace. Moreover, their conversation was quite lively. As I scrolled further up, I discovered that these 2 individuals engaged in mutual academic exchanges, debating and learning from one another, despite being exceptionally gifted scholars. They were not without their flaws and knowledge gaps. Thus, through their intellectual discourse, they became aware of their shortcomings and complemented each other as strengths. This scholar chat group provided them with an invaluable opportunity for interaction and mutual learning. Additionally, the group offered monthly rewards, making it unlikely for them to leave even if asked by Xiao Jun. Furthermore, Xiao Jun even assisted Takashima in matters of romance. Although he had not aided Hilton, Sheldon was well aware of the group's leader's ability to expel members. Each time he saw Xiao Jun appear, he was quick to offer assistance whenever possible. It was clear that the leader had arrived. "Leader, is there anything you need?" Xiao Jun replied, "Ahem, I wish to study mathematics, specifically the more profound aspects thereof. If you have time, could you teach me?" Hilton responded, "Absolutely." Takashima added, "Feel free to reach out to me anytime." Xiao Jun chuckled, "With your assurances, I feel at ease. So, let us begin from this moment. Which areas of mathematics should I focus on?" Takashima replied, "Since you wish to delve into advanced mathematical concepts, you should certainly explore the more formidable topics. If you master these advanced theories, solving Olympiad problems will become effortless." Hilton concurred. Indeed, to the layman, Olympiad problems appear exceedingly difficult. However, true mathematics is boundless. Takashima continued, "Yes, I believe our leader should start with renowned mathematical theorems and formulas." Hilton suggested, for instance, the fundamental theorem of algebra, the inverse function theorem, the angle bisector theorem, the sixth exponential theorem, the Morley triangle theorem, Napoleon's theorem, the fundamental theorem of curves, and the fundamental theorem of calculus. Takashima added, "And don't forget the implicit function theorem, the root theorem, the cosine theorem, the remainder theorem, the proof of the divergence of the harmonic series, the zero-degree theorem, the Zorn's lemma, the limit theorem, the value theorem, and the James theorem." Sheldon remarked, "In addition to these, there are many more, such as the three renowned mathematical conjectures that must be studied, Fermat's last theorem, the four-color theorem, and Goldbach's conjecture." Xiao Jun felt dizzy. Initially, he could grasp the meaning of the theorems mentioned by Takashima, but then Hilton introduced a plethora of theorems named after individuals, leaving him bewildered. Furthermore, what on earth were those three significant mathematical conjectures? Regardless, he resolved to commit these terms to memory, relying on his photographic memory. He could always digest the information later. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Xiao Jun decided to focus on learning for now, as he wanted to lead a carefree life in the future, which necessitated hard work in the present. In Chapter 37, the National High School Olympiad, Takashima said, "Considering that our leader will soon participate in the Olympiad, I believe it would be beneficial to study mathematical theorems related to functions." Sheldon added, "Indeed. Olympiad questions frequently pertain to functions." Takashima suggested, "Let us start with the inverse function theorem. In mathematics, this theorem provides sufficient conditions for a vector-valued function to possess an inverse in an open neighborhood containing a point in its domain. It also indicates the existence of the total derivative of the inverse function and provides a formula. The theorem can be generalized to mappings defined on manifolds and infinite-dimensional Banach spaces. In essence, a function is invertible at a point if its Jacobian matrix is invertible." Xiao Jun interjected, "Typing is too cumbersome. Let us use voice chat." Sheldon agreed, "Great." The Scholar Chat group also features video and voice call capabilities. Using voice chat is more convenient for teaching, akin to an online classroom setting. In the following days, Xiao Jun was inundated with profound mathematical knowledge by Takashima and Sheldon. Fortunately, his photographic memory prevented any overwhelming confusion. Regardless of comprehension, he diligently stored the information in his mind for later digestion. 3 days swiftly passed. Although he did not fully grasp many profound mathematical theorems, he acquired substantial knowledge that was unattainable in a high school classroom. After all, these intricate subjects were taught by these two scholars, whose depth and diversity far exceeded that of a typical high school curriculum. Even though he didn't understand everything thoroughly, Takashima and Hilton had imparted a vast amount of mathematical knowledge into his mind, which he had committed to memory. This knowledge would undoubtedly be of use in the future, and he resolved to learn as much as possible while he had the time. The next day, Xiao Jun and Yang Tianqian, under the guidance of Qin Jianyong, arrived once more in Jiang City, the capital of Jiangbei Province. They were to gather with 6 other students from different high schools for a few days of intensive Olympiad training, as they were slated to participate in the National High School Olympiad in Tianhai City shortly. This Olympiad was to be held at the prestigious Tianhai City First High School, one of the top 20 high schools in the country. On the bus, Qin Jianyong informed Xiao Jun and Yang Tianqian, "I have heard that our Jiangbei province has 6 spots available for the National Olympiad." Yang Tianqian inquired, "Are these the top 3 from the last provincial math competition?" "Yes. The 2 of you from Wuching No. 3 High School, 2 from Jiangbei High School, and 2 from Jiangbei University-affiliated high school. You 6 can now be referred to as the Jiangbei Province Olympiad team, representing our province at the national competition, Xin Jianyong explained. However, even though you are called a provincial team, the National Olympiad is not a team competition but an individual one. Each participant will have a separate exam paper, and it will depend on who performs best to win awards. Of course, if all 6 of you win prizes, it will enhance Jiangbei Province's ranking in the national standings. Xiao Jun nodded in understanding. The National Olympiad would span 5 days, the first day for the opening ceremony, the second and third days for exams, the fourth day for academic reports or excursions, and the fifth day for the closing ceremony, where results and awards would be announced. The examination format would closely resemble that of the International Olympiad, with 3 problems to be completed in 4.5 hours each day. Each question was worth 21 points, 3 times the value of the International Olympiad questions, and to align with the scoring habits of Huaxia people. The total score for 6 problems would be 126 points, with first, second, and third prizes awarded. The top 60 scorers would form the Huaxia training team for the upcoming International Olympiad. Xin Jianyong elaborated. So, you mean to say that if we rank in the top 60 of this National Olympiad, we can enter the national team for training and selection? Yang Qianqian asked. Yes. However, even if you make it to the top 60, do not assume it guarantees a place on the national team. Ultimately, only 6 individuals will be selected to participate in the International Olympiad. Thus, from the 60 of you, only 6 will be chosen to represent the national team. Xin Jianyong stated gravely. I see, that sounds quite harsh, Xiao Jun remarked. Furthermore, I bring you delightful news. Those who achieve distinction in the International Mathematical Olympiad will be eligible for admission into prestigious universities such as Beijing University, Tsinghua University, Fudan University, Nanjing University, Huaxia University of Science and Technology, Zhejiang University, and Shanghai Jiaotong University, among the nation's elite institutions. This is indeed splendid. However, Yang Qianqian did not exhibit much excitement upon hearing this. After all, qualifying for the top 30 in the national mathematics competition is no small feat, let alone participating in the international event. In the afternoon, Xiao Jun and his companions arrived at Jiangbei University-affiliated high school, where a 3-day intensive training session was to commence. On the 4th day, they would set off for Tianhai City, with the opening ceremony of the national mathematics competition scheduled for the 5th day. Upon arrival, Xiao Jun met with members from the other 2 schools. Among them were 2 students from Jiangbei High School, a male named Wu Junhua and a female named Zhou Xiaoyu. It is indeed rare for a female to participate in the national mathematics competition, as this field is predominantly male-dominated, often placing females at a disadvantage. Were it not for Xiao Jun's support, Yang Qianqian would not have qualified to compete at the national level. The other 2 students from Jiangbei University-affiliated high school were named Wang Chang and Shen Feixiang. The next 3 days would be filled with rigorous training. Those who had secured a place in the top 3 of the previous provincial mathematics competition were, for the most part, quite capable. Consequently, the instructors focused on advanced problem-solving techniques rather than foundational concepts, delving into challenging Olympiad topics and practicing past national competition questions. Thus, the 3 days passed in a flurry of intense training. On the morning of the 4th day, everyone boarded a high-speed train to Tianhai City, a journey lasting just over 2 hours, not excessively far. Upon arrival, a dedicated bus awaited them, taking them to Tianhai City First High School. After a long journey, they enjoyed a meal and some much-needed rest, and before they knew it, a day had slipped by. Chapter 38. Insufficient IQ. I resort to cheating. The following day marked the opening ceremony of the National Mathematics Competition. 200 elite high school mathematicians gathered here, a true congregation of academic excellence. The grandeur of such a national-level opening ceremony was palpable, yet one could find it rather tedious, having to endure lengthy speeches while standing until their legs grew weary. While the leaders on stage reveled in their oratory, the participating students from various provinces found their own amusement, occasionally drifting off into daydreams. Over there, it appears that a few students are from Hengshui No. 1 High School. It is said that this year, they have 4 representatives participating in the national mathematics competition. Truly impressive. No wonder they are regarded as one of the top high schools in the country. In contrast, our province has only 4 participants. Rumor has it that 8 students from the province where Hengshui No. 1 High School is located are competing, yet they alone occupy half of those slots. Quite remarkable. Over the years, Hengshui No. 1 High School has amassed countless gold medals in national mathematics competitions, including several in the International Olympiad. Moreover, it seems that the 3 students over there belong to Huazhong-affiliated high school, which was ranked first among high schools nationwide last year. They are undoubtedly the best in the country. This year, they are likely to place all their participants in the top 30, possibly even sending one of their 6 students to the International Olympiad. Indeed, students from Huazhong Affiliated High School, Hengshui No. 1 High School, Changsha High School, and other top 10 national institutions are almost guaranteed to secure places in the top 30. They possess the potential to be among the select few attending the International Olympiad. Both students and their respective teachers engaged in hushed discussions, marveling at the extraordinary talent displayed by the students from these top 10 schools, which consistently take home gold medals from the International Olympiad. After a rather dull opening ceremony on the first day, the second day finally brought the commencement of the examinations. The national mathematics competition spanned 2 days, with 3 problems to solve each day, allowing 45 minutes for each. This time, Xiao Jun did not share an examination room with Yang Qianqian. As the exam commenced, Xiao Jun glanced at the first question and was instantly overwhelmed. He rummaged through his mental repository of knowledge but found himself at a loss. Undeterred, he resolved to employ his sharp intellect to devise a solution. 10 seconds later, he conceded defeat. He realized he simply lacked the requisite intelligence. Such questions were likely intended for individuals with an IQ above 140, while his own stood at 120, prompting his decisive withdrawal. Perhaps when his IQ reaches 250, he would be able to solve it with ease. Given his limitations, he decided to rely on external assistance. Xiao Jun promptly captured images of the 3 questions and shared them in the academic elite chat group. Xiao Jun, hey everyone, rise and shine. It's time to get to work. Ling Dao Hui, group leader, are you currently taking the mathematics exam? Xiao Jun, indeed. Please help me out with full score answers if possible. Ling Yao Hui, no problem. Sheldon, I'm here, just a bit late. Ling Yao Hui, wait for me. An hour later, armed with the collaborative solutions provided by Ling Yao Hui and Sheldon, Xiao Jun submitted his answers. All 3 questions are resolved. After completing the questions, Xiao Jun found himself rather bored and began to observe his surroundings. The examination hall housed 25 candidates. He noticed some appeared despondent, clearly struggling to find a solution, while others scribbled furiously on their scratch paper, sweat beading on their foreheads, likely in distress. Only a few maintained their composure, but he was undoubtedly the calmest among them. Without a doubt, he was confident that he would achieve a perfect score on that day. Thus concluded the first day of examinations. Xiao Jun, how did you fare? Wu Junhua from Jiangbei High School inquired. Not too bad, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Are you confident, or not? Chimed in teacher Jiang Song, who remembered Xiao Jun well. Given his impressive performance in the Jiangbei provincial competition, I'm confident, Xiao Jun felt compelled to assert, not wanting to appear uncertain. Alas, I felt secure about the first 2 questions, but the third one left me stumped. I just jotted down some random thoughts. The score won't be high. Zhou Xiaoyu, also from Jiangbei High School, stomped her foot, seemingly lamenting her inability to solve that particular question. And you, Yang Qianqian? Xiao Jun noticed Yang Qianqian standing silently nearby, looking somewhat downcast. Like Zhou Xiaoyu, I lack confidence on the third question, Yang Qianqian sighed. Don't worry, today is only the first day. You'll have another opportunity tomorrow. Besides, you don't need to solve every problem. If you achieve perfect scores on the first and second questions, you still have a strong chance of placing in the top 30, as others might not solve everything either. Very few can attain perfect scores, teacher Jiang Song encouraged. Let us hope so. On the second day, Xiao Jun once again sensed his intellectual limitations, wishing desperately for an IQ of 250. As the 3 Olympiad questions proved even more challenging than those of the previous day. Thus, he found himself once again seeking assistance from the academic elite chat group. The second day of examinations concluded rather simply. The following morning featured an academic report, yet another round of tedious speeches. Thankfully, the afternoon promised a tour of the city, which elicited cheers from many. As for the results, they would be announced the day after, coinciding with the closing ceremony. In the afternoon, everyone headed to Tianhai City's Pearl of the City for a visit, followed by a celebratory dinner. Thoroughly enjoying themselves and momentarily forgetting the rigors of the past 2 days of grueling examinations. Naturally, many still harbored concerns about their results, because achieving a position within the top 30 would grant the opportunity to participate in the National Olympiad training camp, potentially leading to selection as one of the 6 individuals to compete in the International Mathematical Olympiad. As for Xiao Jun, he was indifferent to such thoughts, choosing instead to enjoy himself to the fullest. Chapter 39, Xiao Jun's reversal. The final day arrived, marking both the closing ceremony and the announcement of the results from the 200 participants in the National Olympiad examination. The venue buzzed with excitement as journalists clamored to capture the moment. On stage, Chen Xiangji, the vice president of the Huaxia Mathematical Society, was summarizing the report on this year's National Olympiad competition. At last, Vice President Chen concluded his lengthy discourse. Now, I shall officially announce the results of this National Olympiad competition. A wave of excitement swept through the crowd as everyone leaned forward, eager to hear the results. This year, a total of 200 candidates from various provinces participated in the competition. The number of gold medalists, first prize, was 60. The silver medalists, second prize, numbered 91. While 49 participants received bronze medals, third prize. The threshold for a gold medal was set at 75 points, meaning one had to exceed this score over the 2 days of examinations to earn the gold. As for the silver medal cutoff, it was deemed unworthy of announcement, as it served merely as an encouragement award. The bronze medal, on the other hand, was automatically awarded to all participants, akin to a participation trophy. After Chen Chang announced the results, the audience erupted into animated discussions. Before revealing the list of awardees, let me first disclose the ranking of each province in terms of gold medal recipients. Chen Chang tantalized the crowd at this critical moment. The first place went to the Zhejiang province team, with a total of 8 gold medals awarded. The second place was claimed by the Hunan province team, garnering 7 golds. The third place was held by the Jiangbei province team, with 2 gold medals. Zhejiang province truly lived up to its reputation, consistently ranking among the top 3 in recent years. This year, they once again secured the top position with 8 gold medals. It seemed they would claim a substantial share of the 30 spots in the National Olympiad team. Yet, what did it matter if they ranked first? The true importance lay in which province could secure the most placements within the top 30. One could speculate that Zhejiang's 8 golds might not include anyone in the top 30, resulting in a rather amusing predicament if none qualified for the national team. Who do you think will have the highest score this time? I believe it will either be Hengshui No. 1 High School or Huazhong Affiliated School, perhaps even Changsha High School. I concur. Historically, these institutions have consistently produced mathematical prodigies who achieve top scores. Jiang Song, the leader of the Jiangbei province team, felt a wave of disappointment wash over her as she saw her province's ranking at 8th, with only 2 gold medals. This meant that among the 6 participants, 4 had either received silver or bronze, leaving only 2 gold medals, the prospects of which for entering the top 30 were uncertain. If they failed to do so, the entire team would be left in despair. Who wouldn't want their province represented at the International Olympiad? That is the ultimate goal. Only 2 gold medals. Who are they? Zhou Xiaoyu's voice was tinged with melancholy, feeling hope slipping away. I believe I have no hope either. Yang Qianqian echoed her sentiment in silence. Xiao Jun, however, remained unfazed, confident that one of those 2 gold medals was undoubtedly his. Now that the provincial rankings had been announced, I shall proceed to reveal the gold medal winners. This year, a total of 60 gold medals were awarded, with 30 individuals eligible for training in the National Olympiad team, from which the final 6 will be selected to represent at the International Olympiad. I will begin announcing from the last place, starting with the 60th, from Jiangbei High School. Wu Junhua. Chen Xiangji proclaimed with a loud voice. Wu Junhua felt a mix of surprise and disappointment. The joy of winning a gold medal was overshadowed by the reality of missing out on the International Olympiad. When teacher Jiang Song heard this, disappointment etched on her face. Although Wu Junhua had achieved a gold medal, it was the last position, the 60th. This meant he would not be able to participate in the national training camp, nor have a chance to qualify for selection. As the announcements of gold medal winners continued, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those who ranked within the top 30 were elated, while those outside felt they had missed their opportunity. The higher the ranking, the more prestigious the school of the students. Now, we are about to announce the top 5. This means we have at least one student in the top 30, and potentially within the top 5. Teacher Jiang Song felt a surge of excitement, wondering which student it could be. She held high hopes for Xiao Jun, who will claim first place this year. I have no idea, but I suspect it might be a student from Hengshui No. 1 High School. There hasn't been a perfect score yet. Do you think achieving a perfect score is an easy feat? Now, I shall announce the first place winner. This year's National Olympiad first place recipient is Xiao Jun, a student from Wuqing No. 3 Middle School in Jiangbei Province. He is also the sole recipient of a perfect score in this competition. Chen Xiangji announced with great satisfaction and anticipation regarding this exceptional student. At this revelation, the crowd was left in shock and disbelief. Wuqing No. 3 Middle School? How have I never heard of it? Is it even among the top 100 high schools in the nation? What? Did I hear correctly? The first place is claimed by a student from an ordinary high school? Indeed, Wuqing No. 3 Middle School is not even considered a key high school within Jiangbei Province. Yet a student from there achieved a perfect score. How could this be? Xiao Jun seems poised to become one of the most promising candidates for the National Olympiad training. He might even become one of the 6 members representing the national team. Many were astonished to learn that the top scorer was from an ordinary high school. especially those from the top 10 prestigious institutions, who were taken aback, particularly those from Shuuya No. 1 High School, who had assumed the first place would be theirs, were left bewildered. Xiao Jun was quite pleased with his perfect score, affirming that both Longdao and Sheldon had indeed performed admirably. Xiao Jun, you achieved a perfect score and are the first. I'm so envious, Wu Junhua exclaimed. Meanwhile, teacher Jiang Song was so ecstatic that she nearly jumped for joy. Chapter 40. Training Xiao Jun's first place and perfect score. Yang Tranqian felt a twinge of discomfort upon learning that Xiao Jun had secured the top position in the National Olympiad with a perfect score. Although she wished him well, a crack formed in her long-held pride on this day. Indeed, Xiao Jun accomplished something she could not. Throughout their years, she had always outperformed him. But now the tables seemed to have turned. Simultaneously, a sense of defiance stirred within Yang Tranqian. She resolved to work harder, determined not to fall behind Xiao Jun. Congratulations, Xiao Jun. You truly excelled by achieving a perfect score. You are the only one, Zhou Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Jun, hurry. It's your turn to go on stage to receive your award, the excited teacher Jiang Song urged. Having secured first place with a perfect score, she believed Xiao Jun had a significant chance of becoming one of the final 6 members of the National Olympiad team representing at the International Olympiad. Moreover, she held great hopes that he might even win a gold medal at the international competition. Earning a perfect score at the National Olympiad was indeed a remarkable testament to his capabilities. Understood, teacher. Xiao Jun calmly made his way to the stage. As he stepped onto the stage, the journalists and media representatives below fervently captured his image. Click, click, click. This remarkable individual was none other than Xiao Jun, undeniably handsome. To everyone's astonishment, he hailed from an ordinary high school in Jianbei province, yet he triumphed over the brightest students from prestigious high schools across the nation. A true prodigy among prodigies. It was a moment filled with envy and admiration. At that instant, Xiao Jun shone as the most radiant among the esteemed medalists, having achieved a perfect score and claimed the championship title. On the stage, Xiao Jun delivered a speech of gratitude, thanking his parents, school, teachers, and himself, a typical display of appreciation. Surprisingly, Chairman Chen Jiqiang personally awarded him the gold medal, offering a heartfelt pat on the shoulder with the words, "Keep up the good work. I have high hopes for you." Thank you, Chairman Chen. Xiao Jun nodded politely. Once all the medals were distributed, the announcement was made that the top 30 students would enter a month-long national training camp for the Olympiad. With that, the closing ceremony and award presentation came to a close. Following a wave of commendation from his school and a campus speech, he was granted a special 3-day leave. Just 3 days later, he would return to Tianhai City for the month-long training. Indeed, Xiao Jun had become a household name at Wucheng No. 3 Middle School. He even graced the pages of the local newspaper, heralded as the first-place winner of the National Olympiad with a perfect score. Upon hearing the news, his parents were overjoyed. At home, a lavish feast awaited him. As he sat at the table, eating, he felt somewhat uneasy, for his parents were gazing at him with eyes that sparkled with pride. Dad, Mom, what are you looking at? Am I that handsome? Aren't you going to eat? Xiao Jun was momentarily speechless. Son, when did your intellect become so remarkable? His father, Xiao Rui, exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Eat, eat. Xiao Jun rolled his eyes. Son, as you prepare for the National Olympiad training, you must put in your utmost effort. If you become one of the 6 members selected for the international competition and win a gold medal, you will gain admission to any top university in the country. His mother urged sincerely. Indeed, while your mathematical prowess is impressive, your scores in language, English, and other subjects leave much to be desired. If this trend continues, you will surely struggle to gain admission to a prestigious university. Therefore, you must strive diligently. You've already taken the most crucial step. Just one more leap, and you will ascend to the pinnacle of your life. Xiao Rui reminded him. I know, Xiao Jun replied with a sigh. After 2 leisurely days passed, on the 3rd day, Xiao Jun shouldered his bag and boarded the high-speed train to Tianhai City. After more than 2 hours, he arrived in Tianhai City and spent over an hour reporting to Tianhai University for the training camp. A total of 30 participants were present, overseen by 4 instructors, including the esteemed head coach, Professor Liang Chaoqiang, a renowned mathematician who had led last year's National Olympiad team. They were assigned to dormitory accommodations, with 4 individuals sharing a room. This day was designated for registration. The formal training would commence the following day. At 8 a.m. the next morning, in a spacious multimedia classroom, stood a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt. Although he appeared to be in his 40s, his hair had already turned gray. With a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of scholarly elegance. Good morning, students. I am the chief coordinator of this training camp and will oversee the final 6 who will compete in the International Olympiad. Starting today, you will undergo 30 days of intensive training, along with 6 examinations. Each exam will eliminate 4 participants, ultimately leaving only 6 who will accompany me to the international competition. Professor Liang Chaoqiang stated sternly. Upon hearing his words, the students collectively gasped. The elimination rate was undeniably high and rather ruthless. They were well aware of the benefits of competing in the International Olympiad. First, this was the ultimate goal of studying Olympiad mathematics. Second, if any of them were to win a gold medal at the international competition, they would qualify for admission to top-tier universities in the country, essentially a shortcut to success. Enough with the pleasantries. Starting today, our team will provide you with 3 days of instruction. After that, the first exam will take place, resulting in the elimination of 4 participants. Professor Liang Chaoqiang declared in a grave tone. How harsh. The exam is coming so soon? I'm so nervous. Everyone, except for Xiao Jun, was filled with anxiety. Are you nervous? You should be. If you can't handle the pressure now, you won't be able to compete. He warned them. Chapter 41. Not living up to the name, Professor Liang primarily instructed the 30 students on how to manage stress, hoping they would approach the month of rigorous training with composure. If they could not endure mentally, they would certainly struggle in such fierce competition. He also analyzed the types of Olympiad questions likely to appear in this year's international competition, drawing from his extensive experience as a seasoned coach. After all, he had led last year's National Olympiad team and had a keen understanding of the competition's trajectory. He proceeded to explain which areas of Olympiad knowledge required intensive study and which did not warrant excessive focus. Clearly, Professor Liang had developed his own unique teaching plan. This was merely a broad overview. In essence, Professor Liang was akin to a coach for this group, guiding them on how to enhance their skills and knowledge. Throughout the day, 3 different instructors taught Xiao Jun and his peers. The evenings were generally reserved for self-study, at least on the first night. Xiao Jun was attentive during the classes, diligently committing the teacher's content to memory, including the exercises and their solutions. Unfortunately, with an IQ of only 120, he found that despite memorizing much of the material, he struggled to fully understand and apply it flexibly. This was a source of frustration for him. Nevertheless, he sensed that all the instructors were undeniably exceptional. Thus, 2 days quietly passed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, it was Professor Liang's turn to teach. Good afternoon, students. Today, I have prepared a selection of Olympiad problems for you. These questions are meticulously crafted and align closely with the current trends in examination formats and key points. It's possible that similar types of questions may appear in the International Olympiad, Professor Liang stated gravely. If Professor Liang had prepared these questions, they must be of significant value. Indeed, he had heard from the seniors at their school, last year's gold medalists at the International Olympiad, that during their grueling training, Professor Liang had provided them with many high-quality Olympiad problems and insights. Subsequently, many of those topics had appeared in their examinations. This certainly indicated that Professor Liang possessed a profound understanding of the likely directions for the International Olympiad questions. Of course, he is a professional. Professor Liang feels akin to a professional gamer as coach, guiding us in our strategies. He is undoubtedly the strongest brain. Someone mused quietly, appreciating the analogy. Many are well aware of the significance of a teacher, especially in the context of the college entrance examination. Typically, the exam will draw from knowledge accumulated over the 3 years of high school. If your instructor can predict some of the topics that will be tested during revision and guide you through them with repeated practice and explanation, it becomes exceedingly difficult to achieve a low score on the exam. Now, I shall present you with the first problem. With that, Liang Chaoqiang swiftly inscribed the question on the blackboard. Let P be a prime number. Prove that there exists a prime number Q such that for every integer n, P cannot divide Q. At first glance, this problem appears simple, yet upon deeper scrutiny, its complexity becomes evident. It undoubtedly possesses the difficulty characteristic of the final problem in an international mathematics competition. A sense of headache loomed over the students as they furrowed their brows at the question. All right, begin working on the problem now, ideally. You should solve it within an hour. It would be best to explore multiple approaches to enhance your response speed. You must understand that the exam lasts only 45 minutes. Although it seems ample, it is, in reality, quite limited. If you encounter a problem you have never seen before, it could take you over an hour or even 2 to devise a solution, Liang Chaoqiang elaborated. Before long, half an hour had elapsed. Liang Chaoqiang glanced at his watch and inquired, who among you has developed a strategy for solving the problem? Silence enveloped the room, signifying the obvious. Xiao Jun, have you formulated a solution yet? Liang Chaoqiang asked, his gaze hopeful, for Xiao Jun was the champion of the national mathematics competition, having achieved a perfect score, which attested to his exceptional prowess. Yet, Xiao Jun shook his head, admitting, not yet. He spoke the truth, while he understood the question. He could not conceive a method for solving it. At that moment, he felt utterly defeated. This was not a formal examination. So he refrained from seeking assistance from his academically gifted peers, feeling too disinclined to trouble them. Well, continue pondering, Liang Chaoqiang responded, a hint of disappointment creeping into his heart. The fact that the top scorer, Xiao Jun, had not arrived at a solution was unexpected. It seemed he was not as formidable as presumed, as Liang Chaoqiang himself felt he was nearing a breakthrough. Ah, I believe I have conceived a strategy. An hour later, Liang Chaoqiang wrote a new problem on the board and declared, all right, submit your answers to the first problem. I shall grade them, regardless of how far you have progressed. Submit what you have, and then you may commence working on the second problem. Following this, the 30 students approached the front to submit their assignments. Many began tackling the second problem, while Liang Chaoqiang swiftly reviewed the submissions of the 30 students. Upon reaching Xiao Jun's paper, he frowned. Xiao Jun, why have you submitted a blank assignment? Liang Chaoqiang's expression turned serious as he fixed his sharp gaze upon Xiao Jun. I cannot solve this problem. Xiao Jun replied candidly. He genuinely could not solve it, and he was not exaggerating. Liang Chaoqiang's disappointment deepened. Although this problem was indeed challenging, many students might struggle to find a solution within the hour, yet a gold medalist like Xiao Jun should have had some insight. Thus, he assigned Xiao Jun an undeserved label. Chapter 42. As long as I live, you shall always be the crown prince. Despite observing that among the 30 students, several others had also submitted blank assignments, which indicated they too had failed to devise a solution in the allotted hour. The absence of any ideas from a gold medalist seemed unacceptable. Persevere, Liang Chaoqiang remarked expressionlessly, returning to the grading of assignments. Could it be that no one has conceived any ideas in an hour? I, who ranked 23rd in the national mathematics competition, managed to solve it within an hour. Even if he is not adept at this type of problem, it is implausible that he has no strategy at all. How did he achieve a perfect score? Whispers began to circulate among the students, many clearly astonished that Xiao Jun had not arrived at a single solution. Wei Tao remarked that Xiao Jun does not seem particularly impressive. You, as the second-place finisher in the national mathematics competition, solved that problem in just 40 minutes. Yet Xiao Jun could not. Ordinary high schools are indeed just that, ordinary. Their foundational knowledge is certainly inferior to ours. What does it matter if he achieved first place in the national mathematics competition? The problems in the international competition are significantly more challenging and diverse. It appears that he is faltering when confronted with such international mathematics problems, Lin Feiyin analyzed. Over the years, some individuals who ranked highly in the national mathematics competition ultimately failed to qualify as one of the final 6 participants. Thus, who ultimately succeeds hinges on this month-long training and selection process. Lin Feiyin and his peers hailed from Hongshui No. 1 High School. Regarded as the Sea Army de la Sea Army of their institution, often referred to as the Three Swordsmen of Hongshui No. 1 High School. Wei Tao achieved second place in the national mathematics competition. Lin Feiyin secured 6th, while Zhao Ziqiang took 10th. Meaning that 3 of the top 10 positions were held by students from their school, a testament to their formidable foundational strength. They frequently practiced with international-style mathematics problems and held a high degree of confidence in their abilities. Let us test his capabilities tonight. Wei Tao scoffed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable that a student from an ordinary provincial high school had bested him, despite being only a few points shy of a perfect score. How shall we test this? You shall find out tonight. In the teacher's office, Liang Chaoqiang inquired of his colleagues, Mr. Zhong, Ms. Zhou, how has Xiao Jun been performing these past few days? He was eager to hear their impressions. The gold medalist Xiao Jun? He pays attention in class. But he seems somewhat distracted, Mr. Zheng replied solemnly. Distracted? Liang Chaoqiang furrowed his brow slightly. Yes, he often seems lost in thought. If Xiao Jun were to hear this, he would vehemently protest his innocence. While he appears to listen attentively, he is simultaneously engaged in conversation with his peers in the scholars' chat group in his mind. However, he swears he is paying attention. His remarkable memory allows him to multitask. He assures you that he retains every word spoken by the teachers and every problem written on the board. By the way, Xiao Jun often seems clueless when asking questions in class. Moreover, his completion of the assignments I have given appears lacking. He has made numerous errors, Ms. Zhou added. The more Liang Chaoqiang listened, the more displeased he became. Xiao Jun had once seemed to him the epitome of talent, yet after 3 days of training, his performance left much to be desired. He sensed that if this continued, he would undoubtedly struggle to pass the 6 selection examinations. Indeed, while he has triumphed in the national mathematics competition, the problems in the international competition differ significantly, being far more challenging and diverse in scope. If he does not devote himself to his studies this month, he may not even qualify as one of the final 6. Mr. Jung concluded with a shake of his head. His words were not mere alarmism, they were grounded in reason and evidence. Why did they conduct a month-long intensive training and selection for these 30 students? The primary objective was to identify the 6 most exceptional individuals from the group. Additionally, this month served to provide them with training on international mathematics Olympiad problem types. In the evenings, during free study time, Xiao Jun was idly perusing some mathematical concepts. Suddenly, he heard a voice behind him. Xiao Jun, I have a problem I can't solve. May I ask for your guidance? You are a perfect score gold medalist. Surely you must have some insights. Zhao Ziqiang spoke. The hat they placed upon me is rather lofty. Xiao Jun thought to himself as he turned to see Zhao Ziqiang holding a test paper. All right, let me have a look. Xiao Jun took the paper and pretended to ponder deeply. A minute passed. Xiao Jun had already been idly engaging in the top student chat group for a minute. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Zhao Ziqiang, standing beside him, was beginning to feel fatigued. Xiao Jun, do you have any ideas yet? Zhao Ziqiang asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. In his heart, Zhao Ziqiang thought, you should have just admitted you couldn't solve it earlier. What a waste of my time standing here for 20 minutes. The next day, Liang Chaoqiang stood solemnly at the podium. Today marks the first examination of this training camp, and 4 individuals will be eliminated. Yes, the 4 with the lowest scores. You must prepare yourselves mentally. I will now distribute the test papers, and once distributed, you will begin the exam immediately. The tension was palpable, as this was the first elimination exam. Many students were anxious about whether they might be among the 4 to be dismissed. Upon receiving his test paper, Xiao Jun noted there were 3 questions. To avoid elimination, he naturally sought assistance from Longdao Hui and Hilton to tackle the problems. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun stood up, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. What is he doing? Submitting his paper? Indeed, everyone watched as Xiao Jun approached the podium. Teacher, I'm finished, he said, placing the test paper on the podium. Liang Chaoqiang looked at Xiao Jun with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Are you certain you have completed it? And correctly? Liang Chaoqiang picked up the paper and glanced over it. Absolutely, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. Liang Chaoqiang spent about 5 minutes reviewing the answers, and although he did not scrutinize them in detail, all 3 problem-solving approaches were correct. While he was unsure of the final score, he was confident Xiao Jun would not be eliminated. He had successfully solved all 3 questions in merely half an hour. What a stark contrast this was to his performance in the preceding days. Well done, you may leave the examination room early. Liang Chaoqiang regarded Xiao Jun with newfound respect. He suspected the young man's previous lackluster performance was a deliberate act. Could this be the rebellious psychology of a mathematical prodigy? The other 29 students looked on in bewilderment. He finished in half an hour? Does Liang teacher's praise imply that he answered all the questions correctly? Particularly, Wei Tao and a few others displayed expressions of utter astonishment. They were well aware that in previous days, some had whispered disparaging remarks about his reputation not matching his performance. Chapter 43. The monthly rewards arrive. How could this be? Hadn't he performed poorly in class before? He struggled to answer the teacher's questions and could not solve practice problems. Now he completed 3 questions in half an hour. I had just begun to conceive the first problem's approach. He was definitely pretending. We were all deceived by his act. The expressions on Wei Tao and others reflected shock, disbelief, and a sense of being outsmarted. However, completing 3 questions in half an hour surely could not mean he got them all correct, could it? In the office, several teachers were grading the first examination papers. They quickly finished evaluating the 30 test papers and were now tallying the scores. I cannot believe Xiao Jun achieved a perfect score again. It truly surprises me, Teacher Zhou exclaimed. I am equally astonished. I thought his classroom performance was disappointing. But it seems this boy simply has a unique way of operating. He may not pay attention in class, but he focuses during exams. Does he consider our teachings irrelevant? Teacher Zheng teased. This young man. Amusing, Liang Chaoqiang shook his head. Xiao Jun's impression in his eyes was that of a mischievous spirit. In the afternoon, Liang Chaoqiang and the other teachers gathered in the multimedia classroom. Good afternoon, students. The results of your first exam are in. After I announce the results, the 4 students with the lowest rankings will be eliminated, Liang Chaoqiang stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, many students displayed expressions of anxiety and seriousness. After all, no one knew if they would be among the 4 slated for elimination. The training camp for the National Mathematics Olympiad team was ruthless. This was only the first exam. The first round of eliminations and subsequent eliminations would only become more severe. Now, if any of you are eliminated, do not lose heart. This is merely a setback in your lives. You must learn to confront failure, discern its causes, and grow stronger from it. Now, I will begin announcing the results. Starting with the first place. First place, Xiao Jun, perfect score. Liang Chaoqiang declared with a smile. A palpable shock enveloped the multimedia classroom as the 29 students were left astounded. What? A perfect score? Finished in half an hour and received full marks. Truly, he is a powerhouse in the National Mathematics Olympiad. It appears he is secure in his position among the final 6. Expressions of disbelief marked the faces of countless students. If they could add more words, it would be an astonishment beyond measure. Upon hearing his score, Xiao Jun was not particularly surprised. Second place, Wei Tao, 19 points. The exam consisted of 3 questions, each worth 7 points, for a total of 21 points. Third place, Liang Chaoqiang quickly announced the remaining scores. The bottom 4 students turned pale upon hearing their results, knowing they had been eliminated in the first round. As the days of training camp continued to pass, Xiao Jun maintained his usual demeanor in class. He attentively listened to the lessons, and during his free time, he would consult the 2 top students in the group regarding any questions he encountered. Without realizing it, more than half a month had elapsed. At this moment, 5 elimination exams had already taken place, and Xiao Jun had yet to be eliminated. Conversely, Wei Tao and his group, no. They should be referred to as the 3 swordsmen of Hengshui No. 1 High School, had been eliminated during these 5 rounds of testing. It was indeed a comically ironic twist. However, throughout this past half-month, Xiao Jun had accumulated a wealth of mathematical knowledge. He diligently absorbed the Olympiad concepts taught by the instructors. Coupled with his own studies and the explanations from the top students in the group, he could now confidently solve at least 3 out of 10 questions. A significant improvement from his previous inability to solve even one. Primarily, it was his lack of intelligence that had hindered his progress. Otherwise, his problem-solving rate would surely have increased. Moreover, he did not solely focus on Olympiad knowledge. Over the past month, Long Gaohui and Sheldon had also enlightened him on various other areas of mathematics. It could be said that his overall mathematical knowledge had achieved a comprehensive enhancement. The vast reservoir of mathematical knowledge stored in his mind was nothing short of monumental. Today, the top student chat group was particularly vibrant. Today marked the day for the monthly rewards, and the 3 eagerly awaited the refresh of the rewards. Takashima Sui, I wonder what this month's reward will be. I am so looking forward to it. Sheldon, I am so excited to receive my first monthly reward. Xiao Jun, why has tea refreshed yet? Takashima Sui, why the rush, group leader? Why don't you share with us the 365 tricks for charming girls that you mentioned last time? I must say, both Takashima Sui and Sheldon are rather inept in matters of romance. Especially Takashima Sui, had it not been for Qin Heilang's advice. He likely wouldn't have won over Tian Yuanguang. As for Sheldon, he is a bright individual with low emotional intelligence, still a bachelor. Suddenly, Xiao Jun noticed a peculiar pattern. It appears that those with high intelligence often possess low emotional intelligence. Take Beethoven, Kafka, Newton, Nobel, and Napoleon for example. Napoleon, a veritable academic prodigy, was undoubtedly a genius. Yet his wife betrayed him repeatedly, marrying him solely for his wealth and status, while he remained blissfully unaware of her lack of love for him. Alas, let us observe 3 seconds of silence for him. Group announcement, the monthly rewards have been distributed. Please collect them at your convenience. Group leader Xiao Jun S. Red envelope, group member Takashima Sui S. Red envelope, group member Sheldon S. Red envelope, finally. It has been distributed. Let us collect. Xiao Jun promptly opened his own red envelope. Congratulations to the group leader for receiving an IQ skill card level 5. Oh, how I desperately needed that. Xiao Jun was elated. However, he was puzzled. He was merely a student, while Takashima Sui, who was of a higher academic caliber, only received an IQ level 2 card. How did he receive a level 5? Soon, he noticed an explanation beneath the red envelope. The group leader receives an aura bonus for each monthly reward, meaning the rewards often exceed the leader's current level. Aha. So the chat group has been providing me with special perks. The rewards I receive have an enhanced probability of being exceptional. I like this. Xiao Jun felt even more jubilant. Without hesitation, he activated the IQ skill card. I am now an individual with an IQ of 125. Chapter 44, International Math Olympiad Academic Elite Chat Group. Xiao Jun, what rewards did you all receive? Almost every time there is a monthly reward, they inquire of one another. Takashima Sui, this time it's quite disappointing. I received a Piano Master skill card, which grants me master-level piano playing skills instantly. It's somewhat redundant, but I play the piano for my beloved Huayuan every day. Xiao Jun, damn it, you're just flaunting your good fortune. Sheldon, haha. I surprisingly received an IQ level 2 skill card. Our elite group is truly magical. Takashima Sui, what reward did you receive, group leader? Xiao Jun, IQ skill card level 1. He told a little white lie since they wouldn't know. Claiming a level 5 would be too shocking. considering his title is merely that of a student. After boasting a bit with the other two, he logged off. As the days passed, the month-long training finally came to an end. Following the final elimination exam, the 6 participants were confirmed. Xiao Jun from Wuqing No. 3 Middle School, Li Wei from Huazhong Affiliated Middle School, Qin Zhuopei from Changsha Middle School, Zhou Jiajin from Tianhai City Middle School, Lu Jitong from Chengdu Middle School, and Sun Weiming from Ningbo Middle School. Throughout the month, Liang Qiaogang and others had come to realize that Xiao Jun, despite being somewhat lazy in his studies, consistently ranked first in formal examinations. Thus, they treated him with a certain level of indulgence, acknowledging that such a prodigy always stands out. With the other eliminated students gone, the 6 of them shared a dormitory. With the training concluded, they no longer felt competitive with one another, fostering a harmonious living environment. Only 3 days remained before their flight to London for the competition, and excitement filled the air. In the dormitory, Li Wei was a bit nervous. Liang Qiaogang had just informed them that they would fly to London in 3 days. This year's International Math Olympiad would be held in London. What rank do you think we will achieve? Zhou Jiajin pondered. Believe in yourself, as long as you've put in the effort. The results will reveal themselves when the scores are released, Lu Jitong reassured him with a calm demeanor. On the 3rd day, they boarded the plane to London. On board, Liang Qiaogang addressed Xiao Jun and the others. Tonight we will arrive in London, rest tomorrow, the opening ceremony the day after, and the competition will commence the day following that. This year's International Math Olympiad has over 600 middle school students from more than 110 countries and regions participating. There are so many teams, Sun Weiming exclaimed. However, most teams do not warrant excessive concern, nor should you feel too pressured. Our Chinese team has historically been a strong contender. Our only significant rivals are a handful, the American team, the Korean team, the Russian team, among others. Nevertheless, do not let pride cloud your judgment. The title of a strong team has been earned by your seniors, not by you, Liang Qiaogang cautioned. Furthermore, our most formidable opponent is the American team, last year's champions. Liang Qiaogang stated solemnly. Last year, the Chinese Math Olympiad national team, under his guidance, only secured 3rd place. The overall performance of the 6 contestants was commendable, yet they lacked a perfect score. Last year, the American team's scores were 42, 40, 36, 34, 31, and 29. In contrast, the Chinese team's scores were 37, 36, 35, 31, 30, and 30. The American team boasted one perfect score of 42, while the Chinese team had none. This discrepancy highlighted the gap between them. Even the Russian team, ranked 2nd in the world, had a maximum score of only 39. Without a perfect score, if one of our team members had achieved a perfect score last year, our world ranking would have been different. Liang Qiaogang sighed internally, casting a glance at Xiao Jun. During the month of training, Xiao Jun had consistently scored perfect marks in 6 elimination exams, showcasing remarkable ability. If all goes well, he might also achieve a perfect score in the International Math Olympiad. If this year, one of our team members secures a perfect score and the others maintain their performance, we might improve our ranking, and perhaps even the championship is within reach. Liang Qiaogang felt a surge of hope. However, achieving a perfect score is not guaranteed. If this year's questions are particularly challenging, it's possible that no student will attain perfection. After all, such occurrences have happened in previous years. Conversely, if this year's questions are simpler than last year's, it's possible that there could be several perfect scores. Ultimately, it all depends on the difficulty of the exam questions. Understood, teacher, Zhou Jiajin and the others nodded in agreement. Xiao Jun, however, remained unfazed, his calm demeanor unshaken. He possessed an extraordinary artifact for cheating. For him, examinations were as easy as drinking water. Upon landing, Xiao Jun was struck by the vibrant atmosphere of London, the international metropolis. Big Ben stood as London's iconic structure, akin to Moscow's Kremlin, New York's Statue of Liberty, and Paris' Eiffel Tower. To Xiao Jun, it felt like a city that beautifully juxtaposed modernity with antiquity, exuding a regal opulence compared to New York, yet lacking the romantic charm of Paris, instead reflecting the wealth amassed during the zenith of its imperial era, while embodying the essence of global civilization. After everyone checked into the hotel, Liang Qiaoqiang led the group to dine at a food street, where he seemed quite familiar with London. However, upon arriving, Xiao Jun and his companions realized that it was less of a culinary avenue and more of a cultural promenade, with an artistic ambience in the air that compelled one to capture several photographs. Indeed, it was a city steeped in history. Xiao Jun appreciated the exotic charm that this place offered. Chapter 45. This year's problems are more challenging than previous years. The following day was a day of rest, leading to the opening ceremony on the 3rd day. These 2 days served as a period of recuperation. The opening ceremony primarily involved sitting and listening attentively. "Which team do you think has the best chance of winning this year?" murmured the audience, which consisted of media personnel and various dignitaries, as well as members from other competing teams. "I believe the American team has a substantial chance," someone remarked. This year, the American Mathematical Olympiad team is once again coached by Professor Rob Shin from Carnegie Mellon University. His guidance led the team to victory last year. Under his leadership, the American team previously clinched 2 consecutive championships at the International Mathematical Olympiad in 2015 and 2016. If they secure the championship again this year, it would mark another back-to-back title. Indeed, this year's American team remains formidable, another added. But I think the Russian team will also be quite strong. I heard they have 2 perfect scores in their national math competition this year. The significance of having perfect scores in their country's competition is debatable, but this is the International Olympiad. The difficulty level is entirely different. I have a feeling that the Xiao team might just win the championship. Someone interjected. Xiao team. Let us not kid ourselves. Although they are a strong team globally, their performance has declined in recent years. They may make the top 3. But winning the championship seems a stretch. True, the Xiao team has been on a downward trajectory these past few years. Regardless, in the realm of mathematics competitions, Asians remain the most astute. Last year, the American team had 4 members of Asian descent among its 6 participants. I almost forgot. It's truly ironic. Another chimed in. By the way, considering this, the South Korean team might emerge as a dark horse this year. They've been simmering for quite some time, and it's about time they made a splash. Soon, the 4th day arrived, the commencement of the first day of examinations. Over 600 candidates were assigned to different examination rooms. Naturally, Xiao Jun was not in the same room as the other 5 members of his team. Each candidate was allocated a separate examination space. Upon entering the examination room, Xiao Jun was pleasantly surprised to find members from the American, South Korean, German, and Russian teams present. These were all world-class teams. It seems this examination room is indeed a gathering of formidable teams, he thought as he took his seat and surveyed the other candidates. He noticed some appeared anxious, while others maintained a calm demeanor, particularly the candidates from the world-class teams, who seemed quite relaxed. It appeared they possessed confidence in their abilities and were at ease. As the time for the exam approached, the proctor began distributing the test papers. Once the papers were handed out, the examination bell rang, signifying the official start. Upon receiving his paper, Xiao Jun quickly glanced over all 3 questions. 1. If x is a positive integer such that xxx, prove that it is a composite number. Why are the questions on the first day so challenging? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. Typically, the questions on the first day of the International Olympiad are easier than those on the second day. And the first question usually tests fundamental mathematics knowledge, which most candidates should be able to tackle. However, the first question seemed to present a significantly higher level of difficulty. Xiao Jun rummaged through the reservoir of mathematical knowledge in his mind. To his surprise, he found a similar problem. Yet, it seemed he had yet to comprehend the essence of such questions, unable to fully grasp the concepts. He could derive a partial answer, but it was far from complete, undoubtedly resulting in a low score. There was no way he could achieve the full 7 points for that question. Forget it. I'll leave it to the geniuses in the group. Ultimately, Xiao Jun found himself relying on the expertise of 2 brilliant minds in his chat group. He needed full marks. On the podium, the chief proctor examined the test papers with a slight frown. The first question this year is exceedingly difficult. Far more so than in previous years. It seems tomorrow's questions will be even more challenging. This year, it is unlikely that anyone will achieve a perfect score. He was acutely aware that last year, out of hundreds of candidates, only one attained a perfect score, the champion from the American team. Given that this year's questions were even more daunting, the prospect of a perfect score appeared grim. At that moment, the dozens of candidates in the examination room wore furrowed brows, surprised by the unexpected difficulty of the first day's questions. Even candidates from the American, South Korean, and Russian teams bore serious expressions. An hour later, in the Genius chat group, Sheldon reached out to Xiao Jun, esteemed group leader. We have collaboratively derived the answers to these 3 questions. Please take a look. Thank you both. Xiao Jun responded, relieved. After reviewing the answers, he promptly wrote them on his test paper. Phew, finally done. He sighed, looking at his paper filled with answers, feeling quite content. Once he finished, boredom set in. With nothing to do, he casually glanced around. The desks were spaced far apart, making any attempt at cheating impossible. He noticed 2 candidates from the American and South Korean teams deep in contemplation, which made him feel quite pleased. Did that Xiao team member finish already? Jack from the American team observed Xiao Jun's relaxed demeanor, smiling at him, which made him tense up. That's impossible. How could he be done so quickly? However, Upon further observation, he noticed Xiao Jun appeared entirely at ease, seemingly having filled his test paper with answers. Although he couldn't see the specifics, it was evident that all 3 questions had been answered. Suddenly, beads of cold sweat broke out on Jack's forehead. Damn it. It's only been an hour and he has completed all 3 questions, while I've just finished the first one. Jack's heart raced in alarm. If this were the case, wouldn't Xiao Jun have an advantage in tomorrow's exam? If his opponent were genuinely that capable, wouldn't it affect the overall team score ranking? The more he thought, the more he broke into a cold sweat. He recalled his mentor's words. Encountering such a prodigy was the worst-case scenario. Minutes slipped by unnoticed, and 10 minutes later, the candidates were engrossed in their work. Only Xiao Jun, and a small handful of others who were struggling, seemed to be daydreaming. Feeling a bit restless, Xiao Jun contemplated whether he should indulge in some mischief. Participating in such a grand competition without a little fun would feel unjust, wouldn't it? Chapter 46. Why are you so outstanding? On the podium, Proctor Wilson's sharp gaze scrutinized all the candidates below, intent on preventing any form of cheating. Although there were 4 proctors in the room, he remained vigilant. Suddenly, he noticed a candidate raise his hand. Assuming the candidate had something to report, he inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss? May I submit my paper early?" Xiao Jun asked casually. Although he had once been a struggling student, he had attended a prestigious school and retained some knowledge of grammar learned in middle school and high school. He had thoroughly reviewed all his high school English textbooks, exam papers, and notes, and recently committed to memory the Oxford Dictionary, the English-Chinese Dictionary, the Udao Dictionary, and more. With an extensive vocabulary at his disposal, he found speaking English to be virtually effortless. Even without the assistance of top students, he felt exceedingly confident about the English exam. Certain that achieving a score above 130 posed no challenge whatsoever. Wilson was momentarily taken aback. "Are you finished?" he exclaimed, astonished. Had he really completed all 3 questions in just over an hour? That was utterly shocking. In his previous experience as an invigilator, he had encountered students who took at least 2 hours to finish. However, the next moment, Wilson's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. That is unacceptable. In his eyes, this student was clearly being reckless. Did he not comprehend the exam regulations? Submitting the paper early was not permitted. Shaking his head in resignation, Xiao Jun shrugged. Their conversation, however, drew the attention of all the examinees in the room. Upon hearing that Xiao Jun had completed the paper in just an hour and intended to submit it early, jaws dropped in disbelief. What? He finished the exam in an hour? How did he manage that? One could hear the murmurs. I have only just completed the first question, and he is already ready to hand in his paper. This is infuriating. Aren't this year's questions supposed to be even more difficult than last year's? How could he finish so quickly? What kind of genius is he? Sweat began to bead on the foreheads of all the examinees in the classroom, particularly those from the American, Korean, and Russian teams. Seeing a member of the Shuuya team complete the exam in an hour only intensified their anxiety as they compared their own progress. Xiao Jun's actions had inadvertently cast a tremendous psychological burden on them, potentially affecting their performance. After more than 3 hours, Xiao Jun submitted his paper and made his way back to his accommodation. Upon his return, he found Liang Chaoqiang and others eagerly awaiting their arrival. How did it go? Liang Chaoqiang inquired impatiently. I don't think there were any major issues. Xiao Jun replied. That's great. Now that the exam is over, let us forget about today's events and focus on preparing for tomorrow's test. Liang Chaoqiang encouraged. At the American team's accommodation, head coach Robertson asked the 6 team members, how did you all fare today? Not bad. I believe I can tackle all 3 questions from the first day. Although it took me over 4 hours to finish. I must say, the questions this year are significantly tougher than last year's, one of the team members reported. Good. Good. If you've managed the first day, even if some questions on the second day prove challenging, your score should remain respectable, Robertson nodded in approval. Most team members reported positive outcomes, at least confirming they had completed the tasks. Jack, how did you do? Robertson turned to Jack. It was all right. But I'm not very confident about the last question, Jack admitted. Robertson's expression darkened slightly, yet he maintained a smile to encourage Jack. No worries. Just stay focused tomorrow and keep up the hard work. Remember, your teammates are here to support you. As long as you perform well, you'll be fine. Yes, coach. I have something to report, Jack said. What is it? In the exam room I was in, a member of the Shuuya team completed all 3 questions in just an hour and even attempted to submit his paper early, though he was refused, Jack informed. What? The room fell silent as everyone stared in shock. Completing 3 questions in an hour? The other 5 members gasped in astonishment, fully aware of how few questions they had managed to tackle in that time. Even Robertson appeared taken aback. It seems the Shuuya team is formidable this year. However, Do not let that individual affect your mindset. During the exam, focus solely on your own work and do your best, he advised solemnly. The atmosphere of surprise and disbelief echoed in the dorms of the Korean and Russian teams as well. The next day, the exam commenced as scheduled. Xiao Jun remained as laid back as ever. The other students instinctively blocked out his presence, fearing that his relaxed demeanor would disrupt their own focus. Oh, all the invigilators have changed today, Xiao Jun observed with surprise. Yes, in international exams, to prevent collusion and cheating, the examiners are different each day. Well then, I can continue to have some fun today, Xiao Jun thought to himself. Had he faced the same invigilators as the previous day, he would have refrained from being playful. For asking the same question twice would be foolish. At that moment, two top students in the chat group informed him that they had already figured out the answers. Just an hour had passed since the exam began. He swiftly jotted down the answers and raised his hand once more. Excuse me, can I submit my paper early? Xiao Jun inquired with a smile. Naturally, his request was denied by the chief invigilator. However, the faces of the other examinees darkened in response. Damn it. He is submitting early again? How ruthless. One muttered. I don't want to hear this. Another chimed in. He is doing it on purpose. He wants us all to know he has finished while we're still struggling for answers. He is deliberately putting psychological pressure on us. Why is he so exceptional? Chapter 47. I have even more explosive news. This is undoubtedly a tactic devised by the Shuuya team specifically to undermine us. I must condemn this, strongly condemn it. Yet, their inner cries were futile. They could only watch helplessly as Xiao Jun showcased his abilities before their eyes, further aggravating their frustration. After this farce, many examinees felt increasingly tense, perceiving today's 3 questions as even more difficult than yesterday's. Why had Xiao Jun again completed all 3 questions in just an hour? Damn it, it's been an hour, and I still haven't figured out the first question, Jack thought, feeling inexplicably agitated. The thought of Xiao Jun from the Shuuya team already finishing his tasks only intensified his frustration, especially when Jack and his peers found themselves at a loss. Glancing up and suddenly encountering Xiao Jun's smug, triumphant smile, it fueled their irritation. They could hardly contain the urge to confront him directly. Alas, all they could do was fantasize about it internally. At that moment, Xiao Jun felt compelled to express his inner exuberance through a cheerful song. Ha ha. You can't beat me. There is no way. I'm just that strong. Ha ha ha. You can't catch up with me. La 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 la. Ha ha ha. I've defeated you all. Come at me together. I'm not scared at all. Ha ha. You can't outplay me. I rate this psychological tactic a 99 out of 100. I'm afraid that a perfect score would make me too proud. With over 3 hours left until the exam concludes, I think I'll boast a little in the top students chat group. Finally, after 3 hours, the exam concluded. Papers submitted, they departed. After 2 days of examinations, over 600 candidates sighed in relief. Now, they awaited the results to discover whether they had soared or stumbled. The following day was designated for sightseeing, as all examinees ventured to explore the renowned attractions of London, enjoying a free tour in the process. On that day, everyone was reveling with unrestrained joy. After all, they were all high school students, whose daily lives revolved around relentless studying. Finally, they had the opportunity to travel abroad. Albeit for just a single day, yet the happiness was palpable. On the 3rd day, they eagerly awaited the announcement of the results. It was also the closing ceremony of the International Mathematical Olympiad. In the venue, everyone fixated their gaze on Smith at the podium. As he was about to unveil the competition results, all cameras were directed towards him, and the candidates present were filled with anticipation regarding their scores. Good afternoon, esteemed teachers, fellow students, and distinguished guests. I am Smith. I will now announce the results of this year's International Mathematical Olympiad. Smith spoke methodically. Given that the difficulty of the problems was higher than in previous years, the committee had decided that a score of 29 would suffice to earn a gold medal. Upon hearing this, the audience displayed little surprise. The increase in difficulty meant that most candidates would likely score lower than in past competitions, and thus the gold medal threshold would not be as high as in previous years, adjusted according to fluctuations. I recall that last year, the gold medal score needed to exceed 31. It was unexpected that this year it would be as low as 29. Indeed, the problems this year were significantly more challenging. Indeed, I wonder which team will secure the title of World Team Champion this year. And will there be a perfect score? Some murmured in the audience. I doubt there will be a perfect score this year. The questions are far too difficult. Even last year, with less challenging problems, there was only one perfect score. This year, it seems unlikely. Despite the overall difficulty of this year's Olympiad problems, they could not deter our mathematical prodigies. Among the more than 100 teams participating, one team boasted all 6 members earning gold medals. This meant that none of their members scored below 29. Smith revealed this exhilarating news. What? All members achieved gold? 6 gold medals? Such a feat is quite rare in the history of the Olympiad. The audience buzzed with excitement. Which country's team is this? With all 6 members earning gold, their total score must surely be the highest in the world. They have struck gold. The atmosphere in the venue erupted with enthusiasm as everyone speculated about the prowess of this remarkable team. I won't keep you in suspense any longer. This team is none other than the reigning champions from last year's Olympiad, the American team. Smith smiled as he saw the excitement building. Boom. We are number 1. We are the champions. Cheered the American team members and their coaching staff, springing from their seats in ecstatic celebration. You have all earned gold medals. Your efforts have not been in vain. You have once again proven to the world that our American team is the strongest. Their head coach, Robert, wept tears of joy. Last year, they had won 5 golds and 1 silver. This year, they had improved with all 6 members earning gold. Jack, you withstood the pressure. Even with a score of 29, you are undoubtedly a gold medal genius. Robert patted Jack's shoulder with pride. The large screen on stage then displayed the scores of the American team members, 37, 34, 32, 31, 29, and 29, culminating in a total of 192 points. Oh no. The American team is undoubtedly on track for a consecutive championship. 6 gold medals, my goodness. We'll have to strive harder next year. At that moment, all the world's top teams felt a wave of despondency wash over them. In their subconscious, although Smith had yet to announce the American team as the overall champions, the fact that they had secured 6 gold medals indicated they were likely the best in the world. Have we lost our chance at the championship again? Young Chagon's expression was one of disappointment. Even Xiao Jun felt a pang of anxiety, wondering if he could save his team, which had all gold medalists. With a total score of 192. Everyone, I have an even more thrilling announcement to make, Smith said with a smile. What? There's more exciting news? All eyes turned towards him. Was there anything more electrifying than a team of 6 members all achieving gold medals? This year's International Mathematical Olympiad has also produced a perfect scorer, Smith announced loudly. To be honest, he had doubted that such difficult questions would yield a perfect score this year, yet it had happened. What? A perfect score this year despite the challenging problems? My goodness, did I hear that correctly? Incredible. Which team does this scorer belong to? The audience of thousands was left in stunned disbelief. Coach, do you think our path to victory might face unexpected twists? Jack asked anxiously, as Smith had yet to officially announce the world team champion. I'm not sure. Even with 1 perfect scorer on this team, if the other 5 members don't score well, the perfect score could be overshadowed by their total. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Robert replied thoughtfully. Our perfect scorer is Xiao Jun from the Huaxia team. He answered all 6 questions correctly over the 2-day exam, and his answers are undoubtedly perfect. Congratulations to him for being the first perfect scorer of this Olympiad. His individual score is the highest in this year's competition. Smith proclaimed loudly. What? From the Huaxia team? They are indeed a formidable global force. This year, a perfect score has emerged. This complicates the team rankings. While the American team secured 6 gold medals and an astonishing total of 192 points, the Huaxia team now has a perfect score of 42. If the other 5 scores are not too low, they have a strong chance of dethroning the American team and claiming this year's world championship. Now, all that remained was to announce the scores of the other 5 members of the Huaxia team. Both teachers and students from various teams, along with media personnel, were filled with astonishment and anticipation regarding this news. In contrast, the American team was brimming with anxiety. Xiao Jun, you have achieved a perfect score, exclaimed Lu Jitong, seated beside him, brimming with excitement. He seemed even more thrilled than Xiao Jun. Everyone knew that with a perfect score on their team, if the other 5 performed well, they might very well seize the title of World Team Champion. Xiao Jun, you truly did not disappoint me. Amazing. Even head coach Liang Chaogang was overwhelmed with excitement. I never expected to win the individual championship. Xiao Jun chuckled, scratching the back of his head, finding the situation quite theatrical. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Huaxia team was electric with tension. In the next moment, the large screen unveiled the scores of the Huaxia team. 42, 35, 31, 30, 29, and 28, culminating in a total of 195 points. They boasted 5 gold medalists and 1 silver medalist. The American team's total was only 192. As the audience witnessed the scores, many faces reflected shock and disbelief, for the Huaxia team had surpassed the American team by 3 points. Indeed, the gold medal for the International Mathematical Olympiad this year was awarded to the Huaxia team, who also claimed the title of world champions. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to the Huaxia team, Smith announced with great enthusiasm. The atmosphere was charged, While some rejoiced, others were visibly disheartened, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Particularly the members of the American team. A perfect score had salvaged the Xiao team, enabling them to overturn the odds. I'm unwilling to accept this. Robert sat weakly in his seat, his face a portrait of discontent. However, the dust had settled. Cameras and camcorders were all directed toward the Xiao team section, capturing the moment in a frenzy of photographs. Had there not been a subsequent awards ceremony and speeches to prepare for, it was likely that the reporters would have rushed over to conduct interviews. For the next half hour, Smith continued to announce the remaining gold medalists and team rankings. Once all was declared, the gold medalists ascended the stage for photographs and to collect their awards, followed by the top 3 teams. The Xiao team, as the champions, naturally drew the majority of attention, while the perfect score holder, Xiao Jun, shone as the brightest star. After the award ceremony, the next order of business was a series of interviews. Fortunately, Xiao Jun was proficient in English and required no translation, allowing for a flourish of self-promotion. That evening, the news of the International Mathematical Olympiad's final results broke. The London Evening News reported, "This year, the International Mathematical Olympiad has concluded in London. The problems posed were significantly more challenging than in previous years, resulting in a gold medal score threshold of 29 points. Over 100 participants achieved gold medals, with the sole perfect scorer being Xiao Jun from the Xiao team. Furthermore, the Xiao team secured the overall championship with an absolute top score of 195. After several years, the Xiao team claimed victory once more. The Global Youth News congratulated the Xiao team on their championship triumph. Additionally, they heralded Xiao Jun as a super mathematical prodigy and perfect scorer. This competition was indeed exceptionally fierce. The second-place American team performed admirably, with all 6 members earning gold medals, yet they ultimately fell short in total score, leaving them to lament their defeat. Various reports flooded the media. When the leaders of the domestic mathematical society heard the news, they were filled with excitement. Particularly, the prestigious universities in Southeast Province were taken aback by the announcement. Most notably, the entire faculty and student body of Wuchang Third High School was left speechless upon learning that one of their own, Xiao Jun, had achieved a perfect score at the International Mathematical Olympiad. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 49. Is there a serious bias? Far away in London, Xiao Jun received a phone call from his father, Xiao Rui. "Son, the newspapers are reporting that you won first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad, and with a perfect score. Is it true?" His father's voice conveyed excitement, yet a hint of disbelief lingered. This was primarily due to Xiao Jun's previous reputation as an underachiever. Suddenly, his son had soared to great heights, leaving his parents in astonishment. "Of course," Xiao Jun replied with a grin. "How about that? I didn't bring shame upon you, did I?" "Absolutely not. You've brought me immense pride. At work, I walk with an air of confidence. You wouldn't believe how envious my colleagues are," Xiao Rui boasted. Xiao Jun thought to himself. His father was indeed a man of vanity. Having merely secured a first place in the International Olympiad had him strutting as if he were an emperor. If his son were to become a world-class scholar, would he not be the one lifting the airplane instead of it carrying him? "Son, I've heard that winning a gold medal at the International Olympiad opens doors to top universities in our country. Have you decided which university you wish to attend?" "I believe Capital University and Tsinghua University would be excellent choices," Xiao Rui suggested. "All right. I won't interfere with your university choice as long as they are all top-tier institutions." Xiao Rui was not the type of parent to impose his will upon his son's life decisions. He felt that his son was now mature enough to make his own choices. As long as he did not engage in wrongdoing, he was content. After a leisurely chat, they ended the call. Xiao Jun pondered. Why has my prestigious achievement of winning a perfect gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad not resulted in an upgrade of my status in the scholarly chat group? My title remains as academic slacker instead of academic elite. Logically, achieving first place in an international competition should carry significant weight. Why have I not advanced? He stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. Although academic elite is a far superior designation, representing a monumental milestone, it likely required substantial accomplishments to attain. Was winning the International Mathematical Olympiad not enough? Then it struck him. He had nearly overlooked a critical detail. Despite his triumph in mathematics, his performance in Chinese, English, and other subjects during school examinations had been quite average. Hence, even with his first-place victory in mathematics, it was understandable why he had not ascended to the elite status. Xiao Jun slapped his forehead as he realized this oversight. Perhaps I should aim for first place citywide next time, or even first place statewide. Surely, that would secure my elevation to academic elite, he resolved. Upon stepping off the train, he was greeted by a representative from his school assigned to escort him. His treatment had suddenly elevated to a VIP level. His homeroom teacher, Yang Huiru, was there to welcome him. Xiao Jun, you've made us proud. You've truly brought honor to Wuching Third High School. You are now our star scholar. Yang Huiru expressed joyfully while driving. As Xiao Jun's teacher, she felt immense pride, as he was her student, adding to her own reputation. Especially since Wuching Third High School was an ordinary high school, largely unnoticed in the Jiangbei province, let alone nationally. Yet, from such a humble institution emerged a perfect scorer in the International Mathematical Olympiad, instantly drawing significant attention and overshadowing all other high schools in Jiangbei province. Not too shabby. Xiao Jun modestly replied. Really? That's fantastic. Xiao Jun beamed, relishing the perks of being a celebrated scholar and enjoying the prospect of potentially avoiding school. The two shared laughter. And after more than half an hour, they arrived at Wuching Third High School. Upon returning, he was immediately met by a throng of officials eager to congratulate him with commendations and accolades. At 4 p.m., a school-wide commendation assembly commenced. The principal praised Xiao Jun, simultaneously encouraging the entire student body, instilling in them the belief that even an ordinary high school could produce extraordinary talent. Following this, Xiao Jun took the stage to offer his reflections on the International Mathematical Olympiad and share his experiences. Wow, that is Xiao Jun. He looks quite dashing. The audience murmured. Having just won a perfect gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad, he was now able to choose from any top-tier university in the country. As they were extending offers to him, it must be acknowledged that participating in the International Mathematical Olympiad is indeed a shortcut to higher education. Do you think winning a gold medal at the International Mathematical Olympiad is an easy feat? It's far more challenging than the college entrance exam, murmured many students below, filled with admiration for Xiao Jun. Especially Qin Linfeng, who had an unpleasant relationship with Xiao Jun, felt an overwhelming mix of envy and resentment when he learned that Xiao Jun had secured the first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Then there was Yang Qianqian, who also harbored feelings of envy towards Xiao Jun, feeling a pang of discomfort in her heart. While Xiao Jun was on the path to prestigious universities in the capital, she found herself uncertain about her own future. Suddenly, she realized the distance between her and Xiao Jun had widened significantly. After the speech concluded, the gathering dispersed. Xiao Jun, please come with me. Our leaders wish to discuss something with you, said Yang Huiru as she approached him. What is it? Xiao Jun inquired with curiosity. It's regarding your selection of a top university in the country. 3 days ago, several prestigious universities contacted our school to verify your information, and they have sent admission letters. Once you fill out the necessary paperwork, you will be effectively pre-admitted. Chapter 50. Rejection. That is something worth considering, Xiao Jun thought to himself. Following Yang Huiru, he quickly found himself in the office. Besides the principal, the vice principal was also present. Hello, principal. Hello, director. Xiao Jun greeted them with a composed demeanor. Please, take a seat, Xiao Jun. The leaders responded courteously. Congratulations on winning the gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Several top universities reached out to us to inquire about your situation, eager to pre-admit you. The admission letters and related documents have already been sent. Once you complete these forms, you will officially become a student at one of these esteemed institutions, the vice principal said with a smile. It is noteworthy that in all the years at Wuching No. 3 High School, no student had ever been admitted to a top university in the country. This school was merely an ordinary high school, not one of the elite institutions in Jiangbei province, but rather a lesser entity within Wuching, lagging behind other regular high schools in the province. Historically, the most exceptional students from Wuching had been divided between Wuching No. 1 and No. 2 high schools. Wuching No. 3 High School had never qualified to enroll these top-tier students. As for the remaining average students, they were shared among several other high schools in Wuching, leaving very few promising candidates. Even Yang Qianqian, who had once averaged a meager score, had significantly improved her performance since her first year and even ranked second in the city. However, such exceptional cases were rare and not representative of the general student body. Thus, it was not surprising to conclude that a student from an ordinary high school like Wuching No. 3 would not be found among those attending prestigious institutions like the capital university. At least, up to that point, it had never happened. Xiao Jun began to peruse the admission materials from these universities. The conditions for acceptance, required documents, and available majors were all outlined. These universities included top institutions such as Capital University and Tsinghua University. Before long, he noticed that all the schools had designated him for the mathematics major. Every single one. It is important to note that universities offer a plethora of majors. Moreover, Xiao Jun had little interest in pursuing a mathematics degree. He did not wish to confine himself to that field even if he were to attend university. Why is it that all the schools are offering me a mathematics major? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow slightly. Here's the thing. Your gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad suggests a strong aptitude for mathematics. Additionally, they are aware that your scores in Chinese, English, and humanities subjects are not particularly impressive, which is why they are only offering you a mathematics major, Yang Huiru explained. The implication was clear: you may only excel in mathematics. For these universities, your other scores were far from satisfactory, and you lacked the qualifications to select a different major. Which university do you prefer, Xiao Jun? The director asked him. But there's no rush to finalize your decision today. You have a week to think about it. I do not wish to pursue a mathematics major, Xiao Jun stated frankly. The room fell silent, everyone taken aback. You, the first-place winner of the International Mathematical Olympiad, do not like mathematics? Well, even within the mathematics major at university, there are various branches. For instance, Capital University offers divisions such as mathematics, probability and statistics, scientific and engineering computing, information technology, and financial mathematics, Yang Huiru elaborated. Yes. You don't have to choose pure mathematics. The scientific and engineering computing or financial mathematics tracks could be quite promising for future employment, the director chimed in. No. I do not wish to pursue a mathematics major. My passion lies in computer science, Xiao Jun declared firmly. As a gaming enthusiast, he had a deep fondness for computers, and thus an inclination towards computer science. While you may prefer computer science, these universities will only offer you the mathematics major. If you decline, it would be tantamount to rejecting their offer, Yang Huiru cautioned. Indeed, these are top universities in the nation. Even at Wuching No. 1 High School, only a handful of students gain admission each year. If you turn this down, it would be a significant loss for you, the director added earnestly. You must consider this carefully. You should know that the admission scores for top universities like Capital University have historically been above 660. This could be your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How can you simply walk away from it? Absolutely. Do not forget, your recent monthly exam scores barely exceeded 500. The difficulty of the college entrance examination will undoubtedly surpass standard assessments. If you forego this opportunity, your chances of entering a top university next year will be virtually non-existent. The director said sternly, not exaggerating, but rather making a realistic assessment based on Xiao Jun's current performance. It is not that there are no opportunities. It is that there are essentially none. They argued passionately, expressing concern for Xiao Jun's future. A student with scores around 500 cannot realistically hope to attend Capital University or Tsinghua University. If you forfeit this chance, it would be an act of irresponsibility toward your future. You do not understand the value of a degree from a top university in today's world. Indeed, second-tier universities are plentiful, and first-tier institutions are everywhere. Only graduates from top universities are sought after by enterprises. The leaders and teachers earnestly implored him. If Xiao Jun truly declined, Wuching No. 3 High School would lose a student destined for Capital University. I have made up my mind. I believe in my ability to gain admission to a top university on my own terms, so I must respectfully decline, Xiao Jun asserted. What? In the next moment, the leaders and teachers were left in stunned silence as they processed Xiao Jun's rejection of the offer from these prestigious universities. Many would give anything to gain admission to these institutions. With a diploma from such a university, countless companies would eagerly compete for your employment. Yet here was Xiao Jun, choosing to turn it down. Xiao Jun, you cannot be serious, Yang Huiru exclaimed in disbelief. I am not joking, Xiao Jun replied with a smile, shaking his head. Xiao Jun, have you truly thought this through? You must understand that gaining admission to a top university like Capital University requires a score above 660, a feat that has been achieved only by a select few in our province's history. How can you simply dismiss this golden opportunity? Exactly. Remember, your last monthly exam aggregate was just over 500. The college entrance exam will be considerably more challenging. If you let this chance slip away, your aspirations for a top university will be nearly impossible to realize. The director insisted with a serious expression. Their concern was not unfounded. It was based on Xiao Jun's current academic standing. Is it not that there are no opportunities, but that there are essentially none? A student who typically scores around 500 cannot realistically expect to attend Capital University or Tsinghua University. You are being unrealistic. If you forego this opportunity, it will be a careless decision regarding your future. You do not comprehend the critical importance of a degree from a top university today. Indeed, second-tier universities are abundant, and first-tier ones are widespread. Only graduates from top institutions are the ones valued by employers. The leaders and teachers continued to plead earnestly. I have made my decision. I believe in my ability to gain admission to a top university, so I must decline, Xiao Jun reiterated. Chapter 51. The man with 6 houses upon graduation. Seeing Xiao Jun's repeated rejections left the leaders and teachers feeling helpless. A student who typically scores around 500 wishing to attend the nation's premier institution, Capital University? Was he out of his mind? Or was he simply overconfident? In their eyes, did Xiao Jun truly believe that having won first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad gave him the right to be arrogant? Even if you scored a perfect 150 in the mathematics portion of the college entrance examination, it remains but one subject. What about your performance in the others? You still need those, don't you? Yang Huira spoke to Xiao Jun with utmost seriousness. Indeed, Xiao Jun nodded earnestly in agreement. After much deliberation, however, he ultimately declined the offer. Upon witnessing Xiao Jun's departure, the vice principal remarked gravely, "I never anticipated that this young man would forsake such a splendid future. It appears he is resolutely determined not to pursue a major in mathematics, thereby effectively rejecting admission to over a dozen prestigious universities in our nation. Alas, our school has lost a promising candidate for a guaranteed spot at a university in the capital. I believe there is still hope. Let us immediately contact his parents," suggested the vice principal. Very well. That evening, at home, Xiao Jun was engrossed in a popular battle royale game. He was utterly captivated by its allure. Just as he was about to exit the game after being eliminated by a sniper within 3 minutes due to cheating, he heard his father, Xiao Rui, bellowing from the living room. "Xiao Jun, get out here this instant. I'll make sure to break your legs." "What is the matter, Dad? You shouldn't be so impulsive," came his mother, Cheng Xia's voice. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open by Xiao Rui. "What is it?" Xiao Jun turned around, puzzled. "What is it? I was about to ask you the same. Why would you refuse to sign the acceptance letter from a top-tier university and insist on taking the college entrance exam to prove yourself?" "I don't care. You must go to school in a few days and sign the admission for Capital University." Xiao Rui's face was stern with anger. Xiao Jun could easily deduce that the school had informed his parents about the events of that afternoon. "I do not wish to pursue a major in mathematics." Xiao Jun pouted. "I do not care about your preferences. I have boasted to my colleagues that my son has received offers from several prestigious universities. And here you are, throwing away this golden opportunity." Xiao Rui's nostrils flared in frustration. "Has your mind been clouded?" Xiao Jun replied, "Mom, you know I can still gain admission to a top-tier university through the entrance exam. I am aware of your capabilities. But you should not overlook the fact that despite your recent triumph in the International Mathematics Olympiad, your performance in other subjects is lacking. How could you possibly gain admission to a top university based solely on that?" Xiao Rui scoffed. "Dad, what good is signing with a prestigious university if I am enrolled in a major I do not like? If I find no joy in studying it, I will lack the requisite knowledge to secure a good job after graduation, correct?" Xiao Jun argued. "Of course it is valuable. Signing with a prestigious university allows me to brag. Even if you do not enjoy the major, possessing a degree from a top university will make job hunting significantly easier." Xiao Rui insisted, embodying the age-old belief that a university degree guarantees employment. "Dad, do you still cling to the outdated notion that attending university is solely for securing a good job? This mindset is exceedingly antiquated." Xiao Jun retorted disdainfully. "Outdated? Enlighten me." "Then, about how my perspective is obsolete," Xiao Rui challenged, arms crossed defiantly. "Do you truly believe that graduating from a prestigious university is merely a pathway to becoming a lifelong employee? Such a fate is devoid of promise. Furthermore, even graduates from Capital University often find themselves as part of the workforce, while only a select few become entrepreneurs or business owners. Many graduates earn paltry salaries of only a few $100,000 annually. In fact, it is common to find those earning merely tens of thousands each year. The few who earn millions are but a tiny fraction. Tell me, Dad, what can one achieve with a salary of a few $100,000? After expenses, how much can one save? It may take a decade to afford a home in a first-tier city. Consider the current housing prices in our second-tier city, Wuching. How much were they last summer?" Xiao Jun inquired. "And this year?" he continued. "This summer, they have surged to an average of 230,000 per square meter." Xiao Jun exclaimed triumphantly. "Isn't that right?" "Not quite. Have you strayed from the topic?" Xiao Rui frowned. "Not at all. I maintain that graduating from a prestigious university does not guarantee a bright future. I believe there exists a profession that is the most promising in the world," Xiao Jun said, gazing up at the ceiling with an air of mystery. "What profession?" both Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia asked, intrigued. "Living off one as parents," Xiao Jun declared earnestly, stirring chaos in the room. "How dare you imply that being a freeloader is the most promising career?" Xiao Rui's fury erupted. The room descended into a frenzy of chaos as the two engaged in a playful chase. "Stop this instant," Cheng Xia scolded, arms akimbo. With that, both father and son complied, taking their seats. "Xiao Rui, I know what you're thinking. You fear that your son's refusal of a prestigious university will bring you shame if he fails to succeed in the entrance examination, don't you?" Cheng Xia probed. Xiao Rui stammered. Xiao Jun silently gave his mother a thumbs up. Xiao Jun, you must not remain complacent. You cannot be a slacker for life. Cheng Xia admonished her son. Mom, I already explained that I am confident I will gain admission to a top university. But Dad does not believe in me. Xiao Jun shrugged, exuding exasperation. Are you certain you can enroll in a top university? Cheng Xia questioned skeptically. Did you ever foresee that I would win first place in the International Mathematics Olympiad? Xiao Jun retorted. Ultimately, amidst their bickering, the family reluctantly came to trust Xiao Jun's capabilities. In Cheng Xia's words, at the very least, we have 6 properties. Even if our son does not gain admission to a top university, he can certainly enroll in a second-tier one. Although his future job prospects and salary may not match those of graduates from Capital University, we possess 6 properties. Thus, they moved past the issue. And Cheng Xia proceeded to explain the situation to the school's administration, leaving them utterly astonished. It was, indeed, a rare occurrence to see parents supporting their child's decision to reject admission to a prestigious university. However, at this juncture, they had no choice but to relinquish their hopes. That evening, as Xiao Jun was immersed in a game of PUBG, he was suddenly notified by the academic elite chat group that someone had requested to join the group. Oh, finally, a newcomer was about to join. Xiao Jun felt a twinge of excitement. After all, the more scholars in the group, the better it would be for him, wouldn't it? Game scholar James Halliday requests to join the group. Agree, decline, agree. Xiao Jun clicked on agree. A game scholar? Was he skilled at gaming? Xiao Jun felt a flicker of confusion. However, in the next moment, he realized that the name seemed oddly familiar. Hadn't he seen it in a film? Ah, wasn't he the founder Halliday of the virtual game Oasis from the movie Ready Player One? Xiao Jun slapped his forehead and suddenly recalled. He had indeed watched this film, which was set in 2045, depicting a world on the brink of collapse due to an energy crisis, where humanity sought solace in a game called Oasis. Yet, the founders will shatter the tranquility of this paradise. Any player who found the Easter egg he had hidden would inherit Oasis and become the world's wealthiest individual. Goodness. He never imagined such a prominent figure would join his group. He felt incredibly fortunate. Xiao Jun couldn't help but smirk. As a gaming enthusiast, seeing a deity capable of creating virtual games in his group was undoubtedly thrilling. It is worth noting that this fellow named Halliday had pioneered the realm of virtual gaming. Indeed, he was a scholar of unparalleled caliber in the gaming domain. Xiao Jun found himself in reluctant agreement. Academic Elite Chat Group. Group announcement. Welcome newcomer James Halliday to the group. 1. Newcomers with an IQ below 110 will be subjected to humiliation, as your intelligence insults the title of scholar. This is a rule. 2. Newcomers with an IQ below 150 must share a photo. Those deemed unattractive must send a red envelope. This is a rule. 3. Newcomers with an IQ above 180 receive no rewards. This is a rule. 4. Do not disturb the group owner. They are very busy. Angering the group owner will result in expulsion. Ryoto. Oh, another newcomer has joined. Let the humiliation commence. Sheldon. 1 Halliday. Wow, this is astonishing. At first, I thought I had entered some virtual game. I never imagined such a fantastical thing really existed. Indeed. When Halliday first discovered the page of an academic elite chat group in his mind, he briefly thought it was a virtual game, as it was quite advanced, similar to what he had developed. Yet, when he sensed that this was not merely a virtual game, he dared to believe it. Halliday. Hello. Are you all from different dimensions? Halliday. My IQ is 170, and I excel at game development. Sheldon. Ha. Finally someone with a lower IQ than mine, ha. In a certain dimension, Sheldon was nearly laughing himself into a fit in his room. Ryoto. You are mistaken. Add the group owner. Sheldon. No laughing. Halliday. Ryoto. Halliday. You excel at game development? I also enjoy gaming. What games are currently popular in your realm? Halliday. Oasis. Sheldon. Oasis? The name sounds rather mundane. What type of game is it? Halliday. A virtual game. Ryoto. What? A virtual game? My goodness. We don't have virtual games here. Sheldon. Ahem. You are quite impressive. When Xiao Jun entered the group, he found these individuals already engaged in conversation. Halliday. Is that so? What gaming era are you currently in? Xiao Jun. We are all in the era of computer network games. It will likely take another 2 or 3 decades, or even longer, for mature virtual games to develop. Halliday was astonished. He had not anticipated that the technological advancement in his world surpassed that of these individuals. Sheldon. Halliday, since you are so talented, could you help me develop a cheat for a shooting game? Chapter 53. The ambition of virtual games, a cheat for a computer shooting game? Creating one is relatively easy for me. However, you won't be able to utilize it. Halliday replied. The technology he commanded was the mature technology of virtual games. Such outdated computer games were childish playtime. Crafting a cheat was even less of a challenge. Ryoto, indeed. I almost forgot that our academic elite chat group exists within our minds. We can only share images, text, videos, documents, etc. within the group. We cannot connect our minds to our real computers. This means that everything within the group can only be viewed, not downloaded into our reality. Sheldon, that's rather awkward. Xiao Jun was overjoyed. Is that possible? Halliday laughed. Of course. When I was younger, I loved playing computer shooting games. Back then, I created a cheat. Yes, it can be used in all shooting games. Sheldon, no way. Different shooting games are not the same. A cheat that works for all shooting games? Everyone expressed astonishment. Ryoto, we are well read. Don't deceive us. The cheat I created can automatically search for the source code of any game, thereby enabling the cheat function. Sheldon, you can even retrieve the source code of a game? In other words, you've hacked into their game company's internal system? It is known that the source code is the core of a game, of utmost importance. Once the source code is leaked, your game will undoubtedly be rife with cheats. Wouldn't that get you caught? Xiao Jun asked with concern, as this behavior bordered on hacking. Rest assured, this virus of mine is at least 20 years ahead of your time. They will absolutely not be able to trace it. There will be no evidence whatsoever. Halliday confidently stated. Furthermore, to prevent those game companies from discovering that you are using cheats, my cheat's characteristic code changes every hour. This ensures they cannot keep up with our pace of change. Thus, they can't trace it. Ryoto, so we change it every hour. And we have nothing to fear from detection. Halliday, exactly. Besides the aforementioned features, my cheat comprehensively penetrates the internal data of games, ensuring it identifies the optimal critical points and avoids detection as cheat behavior. Additionally, my cheat is extremely user-friendly. Once you create it, it will automatically activate whenever you run a game on your computer. You will not need to collect data, source codes, or breach various servers. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun and the others were left utterly speechless. This cheat sounded incredibly powerful. It exuded a sense of intelligence. Sheldon smacked his lips. Ryoto, I believe this is no longer just an impressive cheat. It is essentially a super virus. It can hack anyone it will. I'll rush off to create a video tutorial for you all on how to make this cheat. I will upload it shortly. Halliday hurried off. An hour later, Halliday uploaded a video that lasted an hour. Xiao Jun and the other three watched intently, eager to learn how to create cheats. The video provided a thorough explanation of the cheat creation process, detailing how to operate, code, configure, and input the virus intricately. Although we cannot transmit items from the academic elite chat group to the outside world, we can follow along with the video to create it. If we encounter any confusion, we can always ask our brother Halliday. Sheldon said with a grin. Thank you, brother Halliday. Ryoto expressed his gratitude as well. At this moment, Xiao Jun was also incredibly excited. He had always enjoyed shooting games. With this cheat, he would no longer feel inferior to anyone. He memorized the video after watching it once and resolved to create one for himself at the earliest opportunity. Xiao Jun thought to himself, as it was rather late, I decided to postpone the discussion until tomorrow. Today, Harry's entry into the group enlightened me about this academic elite chat group. It appears that its members are not confined solely to scholarly achievers from the campus. It also encompasses prodigies from various industries. Xiao Jun pondered this notion. For instance, both Takashima and Sheldon can be classified as academic overachievers. One is an exceptionally talented student, while the other is a professor who excelled in academia even after graduation. They are both dedicated to the pursuit of knowledge and scholarship. However, Harry is different. He is immersed in the realm of gaming. In the gaming industry, he is undoubtedly an intellectual giant. With such illustrious members in the group, I must leverage this opportunity wisely, Xiao Jun mused. He has always been fond of the internet and gaming, and he intends to apply for a computer science major in the future. After all, isn't Harry a distinguished figure in that domain? Gaming fundamentally relies on computer science. Without proficiency in computing, how can one develop games? Perhaps I could glean invaluable insights from Harry, and who knows, I might even create a virtual game that captivates the world someday. Suddenly, Xiao Jun realized he had harbored a small ambition in gaming. Chapter 54. I am corrupted. However, the creation of a virtual game is far from a simple task. Firstly, one must acquire a substantial amount of technical knowledge. Secondly, it necessitates human resources, material resources, and financial backing. For now, I shall set this aspiration aside. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun arose and downloaded the programming software. After preparing everything necessary and consulting Harry on various precautions, he began his inaugural attempt at creating a cheat. Thanks to Harry's detailed tutorial video, he followed the instructions meticulously, inputting various codes and programming elements. He even memorized the virus code capable of infiltrating the game's source code, which might prove useful in the future. Before he realized it, 3 hours had elapsed. He finally succeeded in crafting the cheat for a computer shooting game. His swift accomplishment was primarily due to following the video instructions. Had he been more familiar with the coding and operations, he would have completed it even quicker. Haha, it's finally done. Let us test its efficacy. Xiao Jun immediately launched the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Indeed, upon opening the game, the cheat instantly locked onto it and began to operate fully. A flurry of information appeared on the cheat interface. Commencing search for the source code of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, collecting various data, settings in progress, settings successful. Hehe. Let us enter the game and see how it goes. According to Harry, this cheat possesses two main functions, auto-aim and wall hacks. Although these features may not seem particularly impressive, they are quite standard. Excessively blatant cheats could easily attract the scrutiny of game developers. One could say that possessing both auto-aim and wall hacks essentially guarantees a satisfactory performance in the game for an average player. Once in the game, Xiao Jun indeed experienced the formidable power of the cheat, reveling in the exhilaration it provided. With auto-aim, he eliminated foes with a single shot. With wall hacks, enemies had nowhere to hide. He effortlessly outmaneuvered and ambushed his opponents. Time flew by as he played through the afternoon. After dinner, he continued playing until 11 at night. Exhilarated by his victories, 98 chicken dinners, Xiao Jun was quite pleased. As for why he didn't achieve a chicken dinner every time, that was because when cheats encounter other cheats, the outcome is uncertain. The most critical factor is if the opposing team comprises 4 players using cheats. Then it becomes a tragedy. I should take a shower to refresh myself before diving back into the game. Tomorrow night, I'll be heading to school. I might as well pull an all-nighter tonight. After resolving to do so, Xiao Jun dashed off to take a shower. Once he finished, seated at his computer desk, he picked up his phone and scrolled through his messages. Oh, a girl I searched for nearby last night has sent me a friend request. Xiao Jun noticed that someone named Xiao Tong Tong Shui had become his friend on WeChat. The previous night, unable to sleep, he had browsed for nearby people to pass the time. He frequently encountered Xiao Tong Tong Shui in that section, and her profile picture featured a stunning beauty. Each time he saw her, he sent a friend request, but she had never accepted, until now. Xiao Jun, hello, beautiful. Is that you in the profile picture? Truly stunning. Xiao Tong Tong Shui, just a filter, all thanks to photo editing. Hehe. By the way, why did you send me friend requests over 10 times? Xiao Jun, I persisted because you are so beautiful. Xiao Tong Tong Shui, oh, so cool and aloof. Upon reading the O, he sensed the conversation might be cooling off. It was crucial to find engaging topics to keep the conversation lively. Otherwise, if she sent too many O's, it would indicate her lack of interest. Leading to a definitive conclusion. Xiao Jun, what are you busy with, beautiful? However, at that moment, he couldn't think of any topics and resorted to a desperate attempt. Xiao Tong Tong Shui, playing chicken? Upon seeing playing chicken, a vivid image flashed in his mind. A beautiful girl squatting down to eat chicken while chatting on WeChat. No wonder she often appeared in the nearby section, with such a gorgeous profile picture. Her moments on social media were filled with stunning selfies. It suddenly dawned on him that she might be a working girl. Xiao Jun instantly associated her with that notion. Firstly, a woman frequently appearing in the nearby section is likely not a demure lady. If single, she is probably seeking a partner. If she has a boyfriend, she might be eyeing other options, ready to switch from a bicycle to a BMW. If married, she is likely contemplating infidelity. As for the many girls who claim they browse nearby, people merely out of boredom, seeking someone to chat with, can they truly say that with a clear conscience? Xiao Jun had played this game long enough to recognize various types of women. Once he encountered an unusual woman, it was clear she had ulterior motives. One could directly inquire about her rates. For instance, if a girl claimed to work at a hotel front desk or as a cashier, or if she said she was from out of town selling clothes, 9 out of 10 times, she was a working girl. This girl was more straightforward, lacking any subtlety. Directly stating she was playing chicken. Wow, she was multitasking, working while attracting new clients, truly impressive. The next moment, Xiao Jun decided to tease her before unfriending her. So, you're playing chicken? How much for a session? Xiao Tong Tong Shui? Xiao Jun? Xiao Tong Tong Shui, what do you mean? Xiao Jun, you're playing chicken? Aren't you a working girl? Xiao Tong Tong Shui, how dare you? What a dirty mind you have. Xiao Jun. On the next instant, Xiao Jun realized he had misunderstood her. When she mentioned playing chicken, she meant playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. However, when a beautiful girl says she is playing chicken, his first reaction was indeed that interpretation. He had completely overlooked the gaming reference. Moreover, if she meant playing a chicken game, she should have specified that instead of saying playing chicken. Adding just a couple more words wouldn't hurt, would it? Chapter 55. The unyielding Yang Huiru. This girl is likely to unfriend me now, Xiao Jun thought, without hesitation. Oh, I can still view her moments. And it shows that my friend request was accepted only 3 days ago. Haha, she has unfriended me yet. Xiao Jun quickly sent her a message. Sorry, girl. Were you playing chicken just now? I also play chicken. How about I take you along as an apology? In truth, Xiao Tong Shui had genuinely considered deleting Xiao Jun, although she often mingles with the people nearby and has conversed with various types of men. Encounters with individuals like Xiao Jun are rather commonplace. In fact, she frequently encounters peculiar individuals who, after merely 3 messages exchanged, begin to propose various prices for dates. The people nearby feature often reveals the true nature of men. She has long grown numb to the chat styles of these scoundrels. Thus, during her moments of boredom, she engages with these unsavory characters to pass the time. Among her peers, she is quite an oddity for her usage of this feature. Upon seeing Xiao Jun's message, Xiao Tonggong paused her delicate hand from deleting him from her friends list. She had just finished a game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, where she met an untimely demise. And as she exited the battlefield, she stumbled upon Xiao Jun's message and initiated a conversation. She had only recently started playing this game, and after a month, she found herself unable to survive for more than 5 minutes each time. Every day, she contemplated smashing her computer. Xiao Tonggong, if we don't win a match, I'll delete you. Xiao Jun, alright. As a seasoned player in the people nearby feature, Xiao Jun understood the importance of being persistent and tenacious. He also knew that casting a wide net was crucial. At that moment, he was indeed casting his net wide, regardless of the outcome. He believed it was essential to at least cast the net first. The two quickly added each other as gaming friends, connected their microphones, and launched the game. Stick close behind me, don't wander off, and I guarantee we'll win, Xiao Jun instructed Xiao Tong from the other end of the line. Understood, came a charming voice that nearly made Xiao Jun's ears tingle. The voice suggested she was quite a beauty. As the game interface displayed, the plane began its ascent. Where shall we jump? Xiao Jun inquired. Let's land in the city, he decided. The city? Are you trying to get us killed? Xiao Tong exclaimed. Though she was not particularly skilled, she was aware of the dangers the city posed. In her early days of playing, she had jumped recklessly, only to meet her demise before even picking up a weapon. Landing in such a location meant you were either a master or mere cannon fodder. Stay calm. I've got this. Jump. Xiao Jun responded before leaping from the plane. Xiao Tong had no choice but to follow suit. We're doomed, she thought, her face paling as she saw the numerous players congregating in the city, anticipating a chaotic battle. It was all too easy to land and be overwhelmed by the throng. Sometimes, while scavenging for weapons, one could be taken out in an instant. It came down to who could grab a weapon first, or shoot accurately, or simply rely on luck. Look, there's a squad of 4 not far behind us, and to our left, there's another duo. Moreover, there's a squad of 4 ahead of us, less than 50 meters away. We're surrounded. Xiao Tonggong despaired. Without uttering a word, Xiao Jun landed and quickly spotted some equipment nearby, albeit mostly subpar items, a few handguns and shotguns, with no rifles in sight. Stay close, he directed as he dashed towards the nearest building. Peering through the entrance, he saw some gear, a grenade, bandages, a handgun, and ammunition. Quick, grab the gear, Xiao Jun urged. Someone just entered the house from the other side, 4 of them. We're in the same building as the enemy. We need to retreat, Xiao Tonggong warned. Click. Xiao Jun loaded his weapon and charged towards the other side of the house. Utilizing his aimbot, he spotted the 4 players swiftly scavenging for gear. What are you doing? Take them out, he commanded. Are you seriously going to take on 4 with just a handgun? Xiao Tong nearly cried in frustration. Even without superior weapons, 4 handguns could easily overpower him. In less than 10 seconds, a series of gunshots erupted. She picked up a handgun and rushed over, only to find that 3 of the enemies had already fallen, with the last one hiding behind cover. With his aimbot and superior aim, Xiao Jun dispatched the remaining foes effortlessly, even with just a handgun. It was advantageous that 3 of the opponents were armed with handguns while only 1 possessed a shotgun. After eliminating the last enemy, Xiao Tong stood in stunned silence. Incredible. 20 minutes later, Xiao Jun successfully led the duo to victory. Instantly, Xiao Tong shed her previous reservations about him, even suggesting they team up again for another match. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. After a night of gaming, it was already past noon. With dinner approaching, he could leisurely prepare for school. Yes, his short 3-day holiday was coming to an end. After freshening up and grabbing his backpack, he decided to indulge in a long-awaited hot pot meal. Arriving at a bustling hot pot restaurant, he sought a seat by the window. Xiao Jun? A familiar voice called from his left. To his surprise, it was Yang Huiru. Oh right, today is Sunday. School is half-day, he recalled. Good day, Teacher Yang. Xiao Jun greeted politely, noticing a young man with black-rimmed glasses seated across from her. It appeared she had come to dine with him. Ah, you're here for hot pot too? Alone? Yang Huiru asked, a hint of surprise in her tone upon encountering her student. Yes, Xiao Jun nodded. Since you're dining alone, why not join me? Yang Huiru gestured toward the empty seat beside her. She still held out hope that Xiao Jun might reconsider his decision about not attending a prestigious university and wanted to persuade him further. Back in the day, when Xiao Jun had initially declined the school's offer, Yang Huiru had not given up hope. She anticipated that his parents would convince him otherwise. To her astonishment, she discovered that his parents were rather indifferent, allowing their child to make his own choices. Upon hearing Yang Huiru's invitation, Xiao Jun assumed it was merely a polite gesture. After all, it was evident that she was dining with the young man across from her, making it inappropriate for him to intrude. Thank you, teacher. Please enjoy your meal. I'll sit over there. I prefer the extremely spicy broth, Xiao Jun smiled. Yang Huiru replied with a gentle smile, no worries, I love the extremely spicy broth too. Excuse me, waiter, could we have a pot of the extremely spicy broth? And please add another set of chopsticks. Xiao Jun, come sit with me. The young man across the table beckoned. I have something to discuss with you. With the beautiful teacher making such an invitation, Xiao Jun felt he had no choice but to oblige. He had initially thought it was a mere courtesy, but he soon realized she genuinely wanted him to join her for hot pot. Yang Huiru's invitation stemmed from the chance encounter with her student, while she also wished to take the opportunity to persuade Xiao Jun further. Additionally, the young man opposite her, Ping Shiyang, was an introduction from her mother, a potential match. This was their second dinner together. Although she was not particularly interested after their first meeting, her mother had insisted she give him another chance. Citing his promising career as a civil servant, young, accomplished, with a car and a home, her mother insisted that they were well matched and urged her to meet with him again. Now, with Xiao Jun present, she found herself relieved from the awkwardness of conversing with Peng Shiyang. It was a fortunate turn of events. Mr. Peng, I hope you don't mind, Yang Huiru inquired with a questioning glance toward him. Peng Shiyang's expression twitched slightly. Internally, he thought it was rather awkward for him to object now that she had invited Xiao Jun to join. Of course, since he's your student, I have no objections. Xiao Jun, this is my friend Ping Shiyang. Ping, this is my student Xiao Jun, Yang Huiru introduced them. Hello, uncle, Xiao Jun grinned as he took a seat. Having heard Yang Huiru refer to him as a friend, but still addressing him in a formal manner as Mr. Peng, he surmised that the two were not very familiar with each other, perhaps even on a blind date. Thus, he playfully teased them. Peng Shiyang's face twitched again. He thought to himself, I'm only 26, how dare this high school student call me uncle? Although he felt displeased with this third while interfering with his pursuits, he nonetheless smiled and greeted, hello? Yang Huiru nearly laughed out loud, but managed to stifle it by covering her mouth. When Xiao Jun sat down, he caught a whiff of the faint fragrance of Yang Huiru's perfume. Today, as usual, she wore minimal makeup, just her eyebrows drawn and lips colored, her flawless face devoid of foundation. Such confidence in one's complexion is a trait of a girl who truly believes in her natural beauty. At 26, she resembled a youthful beauty of around 20. Xiao Jun, are you really not considering enrolling in Jingqing University or another prestigious institution? Yang Huiru asked directly. I don't want to think about it anymore, Xiao Jun replied softly. He didn't need to guess. Yang Huiru was clearly intent on discussing this matter with him. This beautiful teacher seemed relentless in her efforts. Huiru, is this Xiao Jun a student on a recommendation? Peng Shiyang interjected. No, our ordinary high school doesn't have the qualifications to recommend students to prestigious universities. He recently achieved a perfect score in the International Mathematics Olympiad, so many universities are vying for him, Yang Huiru explained. I see, Xiao Jun, you are indeed impressive. Huiru, you must be an exceptional teacher to have such a student. Peng Shiyang complimented Yang Huiru while secretly astonished by Xiao Jun's remarkable achievements. Xiao Jun, if you decline, it will be quite difficult for you to gain admission to a top university. With your total score of over 500, you won't qualify for a prestigious institution. Have you considered this carefully? Speaking from my own life experiences, graduating from a second-tier university makes it challenging to find a good job. In first-tier cities, you can throw a brick and hit a university graduate. Many undergraduates even end up working in factories. Yang Huiru continued earnestly. Perhaps you haven't experienced the hardships of factory work. I have a few classmates who graduated from vocational colleges and went to Foxconn. They start work around 7 in the morning and finish after 10 at night, barely seeing the sunlight. It's just overtime upon overtime, earning a few thousand a month. Not even enough to get by, with no end in sight. Even I, as a teacher from a second-tier university, struggle to find a good job. My salary is only a few thousand a month, though there are benefits and job stability. I can't even imagine how many years it would take to save for a down payment on a house. Yang Huiru even used herself as a cautionary example. Xiao Jun, meanwhile, began to understand the situation. He He realized that young Huira was determined to persuade him to enroll in a top university. In that case, I shall lend my support as well. Should my assistance succeed, I might earn a bit of young Huira's goodwill and gratitude, Peng Shiyong thought to himself. While a high degree isn't everything, lacking one is certainly detrimental. When you possess a high level of education, securing a job becomes significantly easier. Major corporations primarily recruit graduates from prestigious universities. Peng Shiyong added. If you sign with Jingxing University now, you'll undoubtedly soar to great heights. He continued eagerly. What Yang said is absolutely right. There are far too many university graduates nowadays. If you graduate from a top university, it makes all the difference. Let me share an example from my classmates. One of my high school friends graduated from a second-tier university, but due to a mismatch in his major, he struggled to find good opportunities and ended up selling insurance. His monthly salary is unstable, and he often borrows money from me. As for myself, I graduated from an ordinary first-tier university and now work in public service, with a total monthly income exceeding $7,000. Although I bought a house and a car at 26, I only covered half the down payment on my house. My parents helped with the rest. I financed my Honda Accord as well. Had I graduated from a more prestigious university, my career progression would certainly have been faster. Thus, academic credentials are indeed crucial. Peng Shiyong spoke with earnestness, pleased with his accomplishments. In under 3 years since graduation, he had managed to secure a house and car in a second-tier city. Feeling superior to many of his peers, his words subtly boasted of his modest success, leaving one to wonder if they were meant for Xiao Jun or Yang Huiru. After hearing all this, Xiao Jun rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, I'm not just any ordinary fish in the pond. Why are you telling me all this? Xiao Jun, we have shared all this to impart the harsh realities. You are currently a sheltered flower, entirely unaware of the fierce competition and harshness of society. If you do not seize this opportunity, you may find yourself regretting it when you enter the workforce, and by then, there will be no remedy for your regrets. Peng Shiyong said solemnly. Regardless, his objective had been achieved. Not only had he contributed to the persuasion, but he also managed to subtly showcase his youthful accomplishments. Xiao Jun, will you reconsider? Competing solely on the college entrance exam is a daunting prospect for you. Yang Huiru implored, her large, lovely eyes fixed on him. If attending a good university is for the purpose of securing a good job, then I need not worry about that. My family owns 6 properties, each measuring 600 square meters. Moreover, I have yet to take the college entrance exam. Why do you assume I won't succeed? Sometimes, you have to take a chance. It's like trading a bicycle for a motorcycle, Xiao Jun grinned. Yang Huiru's eyes widened in disbelief. She had no idea her student hailed from a wealthy family. Peng Shiyong gasped in shock, feeling a flush of embarrassment. The words he had just spoken were instantly thrown back in his face by this high school student, leaving him feeling stung. While he had been proud of his own modest 100 square meter apartment and financed Honda, here was a high school student with 6 properties, each worth the equivalent of 5 standard apartments. After all, most homes are around 120 square meters, so a 600 square meter duplex truly equates to 5 such homes. 6 duplexes represent the value of 30 ordinary apartments. Terrifying. No wonder Xiao Jun appeared so laid back and carefree. It turned out he came from wealth. Yang Huiru, at a loss for words, finally understood why his parents supported his choices. He had no reason to fear. The pot is boiling. Shall we have hot pot? Xiao Jun suggested to the awkward duo. Sure, hot pot sounds good, Yang Huiru replied, having fully resigned herself to the realization that she could not persuade a student from such affluence. As for Peng Shiyong, he felt even more hesitant to speak, embarrassed to lecture a young man from a wealthy family about life. Initially, he had considered inviting Yang Huiru to go shopping or watch a movie, but she had politely declined. In the car, Xiao Jun boldly asked, Teacher, were you on a blind date with that guy earlier? Why are you so nosy at such a young age? Yang Huiru rolled her eyes. She had anticipated that her student would guess correctly. But Peng Shiyong's behavior had been rather conspicuous. Hiki, I just thought that with your beauty, you must have a line of suitors. Why resort to blind dating? Xiao Jun replied candidly. He was naturally outgoing and felt comfortable speaking to her as a friend outside of the classroom, without the need to fear her authority. Ugh. It's my mother who is pushing me into it, Yang Huiru said, her brows furrowing in slight frustration as she shook her head. She didn't mind sharing her thoughts on her student's curiosity. In fact, it felt good to vent about her situation. Indeed, Xiao Jun speaks the truth. Yang Huiru, with her striking beauty and stable job, garners the attention of no fewer than 20 suitors, among whom are not only men from public institutions but also several business owners. However, she embodies the principle of being selective in her choices and will not enter into a relationship until she finds a suitable partner. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when Xiao Jun returned to the dormitory, with nothing to occupy his time. He decided to visit the school library to read and pass the time, as his evening study session did not commence until 6:30. Upon entering the library, he noticed a significant number of students engaged in their studies, approximately several dozen. These individuals were likely the diligent scholars of the institution, choosing to spend their holiday afternoon in pursuit of knowledge rather than leisure. What to read? Xiao Jun pondered. Perhaps literature, history, governance, and geography would be prudent selections, as they might prove beneficial for his examinations. Approaching a row of bookshelves, he began to sift through the volumes. Titles such as Geography of Huaxia, 5,000 Years of Huaxia History, World Geography, Essays on Huaxia Literature, Lesser-Known Historical Accounts, 100 Masterpieces of Prose, Watermargin, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, Cultural Journeys, How the Steel Was Tempered, and The Catcher in the Rye caught his eye. In a fervor, he gathered over 20 books and settled at an empty desk. Let me start with How the Steel Was Tempered, he thought, opening the book and diving into its pages with fervor. His reading speed was astonishing, nearly 10 lines at a glance. He could complete a page in merely 20 seconds. The soft rustle of pages turning echoed throughout the quiet library. While the sound of flipping pages was commonplace, the frequency of Xiao Jun's reading drew the attention of several students nearby. 20 seconds per page? This is the first time I've witnessed such reading speed. Is this truly the legendary ability to read at a glance? Yet, how could he possibly retain any information at that pace? It seems he is not genuinely studying, but merely performing for show, murmured some students, pointing at him. Nevertheless, Xiao Jun remained completely engrossed in his reading, oblivious to the whispers around him. Before long, he finished How the Steel Was Tempered and picked up The 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens. His speed increased even further. As the pages contained fewer words, he could finish a page in just 10 seconds. This was indeed the power of photographic memory. The more he read, the more his mind effortlessly stored the information. At present, he did not need to digest the content. He merely needed to accumulate knowledge for later reflection. It was akin to a diligent water buffalo, consuming grass now and chewing it later at leisure. Has he really finished a book so quickly? Just look at those 20-plus volumes on his desk. Does he intend to complete all of them in the few hours he has? That is hardly enough time. He might not even finish in a month. Is he merely showing off? Chapter 58. Contemplations on Game Engines. Whether he was showing off or not. One student whispered in astonishment, "Isn't that Xiao Jun from Class 3? The one who won a gold medal in the International Mathematical Olympiad. A true mathematical prodigy." Indeed. Many around him recognized him, as he had recently delivered a speech upon receiving his award in front of the entire school. Thus, most students had a vivid impression of him, the top student of the school, or rather, the best in witching. However, it was said that apart from mathematics, he was rather mediocre in other subjects. Why would he need to excel in other subjects? With his skills, he could gain admission to any top-tier university in the country. They whispered. Despite the murmurs, Xiao Jun remained focused on his reading. In addition to his diligent study, he was also multitasking in the top student chat group. With the arrival of the newcomer, the gaming prodigy Halidi, the group had become increasingly lively. Xiao Jun often entered to find the message count at 99. Recently, Long Aohui and Shelton had been eagerly seeking Halidi's advice on creating various game cheats. It was understandable for Shelton, who likely couldn't afford to purchase cheats, but Long Aohui, a scion of a wealthy family, was shamelessly trying to learn how to craft cheats for his own entertainment. Aside from discussing cheats, the trio also delved into topics regarding game development, including game mechanics and operations. Long Aohui expressed a keen interest, exclaiming that he intended to start his own game company after learning a thing or two from Halidi. Halidi, in turn, patiently answered their inquiries, and their interaction seemed quite amicable. Xiao Jun had learned a great deal about game cheats and gained insight into the broader aspects of gaming during these discussions. Halidi, is it true that the most crucial element of a game is its engine? Long Daohui asked eagerly. Xiao Jun winced at the term teacher being used so casually. Indeed, Halidi replied. The process of developing a game encompasses planning, engine development, modeling, art design, and testing. However, the game engine is the core component. A robust game engine allows for the development of not just one game, but enables the creation of various games. A good engine sets your game apart, making it exceptional. Now I understand, Shelton remarked. Halidi continued. The reason I was able to create an unprecedented virtual game like Oasis was that I developed a brand new virtual game engine over several years. It is truly a groundbreaking technology. Xiao Jun felt a surge of admiration and aspiration. As an avid gamer, he harbored a deep love for gaming. Hearing discussions about game development piqued his interest further. It seemed that studying game engines was an endeavor worthy of his time. What if he were to design an exceptional game engine and develop an unparalleled game? This thought ignited a thrill within him, especially Hallidai's mention of that virtual game engine, which had given rise to the game Oasis, captivated Xiao Jun's imagination. In the reality he inhabited, the game engines available were still at the level of traditional computer games. If he could develop a virtual game engine, wouldn't that elevate him to unparalleled heights? Yet, he understood that creating a game engine was an arduous task, requiring immense time and effort. Nevertheless, seeing as he had the time, he resolved to learn something worthwhile. He had familiarized himself with the renowned game engines of the present day. Currently, the leading game engine in the world was Unreal Engine 4, which consistently empowered game developers with enhanced capabilities. Notably, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was developed using this engine. And even some special effects in the television series Game of Thrones and the film Alien were crafted with Unreal Engine 4. The second-ranked engine is the 3 engine, developed by the esteemed company, representing notable works such as Crysis, Far Cry, and Sniper, Ghost Warrior 2. The 3 engine stands as the sole next-generation game engine compatible with 3, 360, 9, and 10. In summary, it is a remarkably versatile engine, enhancing destructible environments, lighting effects, real-time soft particle systems, dynamic global illumination, depth of field effects, and a plethora of other visual effects. Additionally, there exists another engine developed by Activision Blizzard, renowned for the Call of Duty series. In Xiao Jun's perspective, if he were to truly create an exceptional game engine, he could effortlessly profit by allowing other game developers to utilize it, even if he himself did not create any games. Presently, the Unreal Engine 4 operates in a similar manner. It is free to use, yet charges a percentage of the earnings once the game developed with it is published. The titles include Introduction to Game Engines, Introduction to Game Modeling, Fundamentals of Game Engines, and Game Engines and Development. As the evening reading session commenced, Xiao Jun retrieved a copy of Introduction to Game Engines and began to delve into it. His desk mate, Zhou Jieyu, observed Xiao Jun's choice of literature with a bewildered expression. Lao Xiao, why are you reading such books? What does this have to do with studying? You wouldn't understand the world of a top student. Xiao Jun replied without looking up. Zhou Jieyu felt a pang of envy. How had his desk mate become increasingly outstanding? Initially a mediocre student, he had transformed into a math prodigy, sought after by numerous prestigious universities. Now, he was reading such extracurricular literature. Truly, the realm of top scholars was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 59. Developing an engine is inextricably linked to mathematics and physics. Before long, the evening reading session concluded. Xiao Jun set down his book and stepped into the corridor for a breath of fresh air. Ever since he achieved a perfect score in the International Mathematical Olympiad, he noticed that many at school now recognized him. Moreover, the gaze of his classmates had shifted, predominantly filled with envy and jealousy. Many understood that they no longer belonged to the same realm as Xiao Jun, who was destined for a prestigious university in the capital. Even his rival, Yang Qianqian, had shed her former arrogance, now replaced by a sense of discontent. As for Qin Linfeng, witnessing his adversary become a recommended student for the capital's university only fueled his jealousy. From that moment onward, he could no longer mock Xiao Jun at will. Instead, he found himself the subject of ridicule. As the evening self-study session approached, Zhou Jieyu inquired, "Is anyone going to the restroom? Let's go." Several voices chimed in unison. Xiao Jun joined them. Their classroom was located on the 6th floor, with a total of 8 classrooms on their level, and only 2 restrooms shared amongst 4 classes. Due to the crowd, they typically preferred to wait until just before class to use the facilities, avoiding the congestion. Upon entering the restroom, they found 3 students smoking, likely from the regular classes. The boys had long grown accustomed to such scenarios. After their brief respite, the class bell rang. Within 20 minutes, Xiao Jun had finished reading the second book, Fundamentals of Game Engines. With this knowledge, he gained a clearer understanding of game engine development. To create a large-scale game engine, an estimated 12 years of time is required, typically involving a development team of at least 100 individuals or more. Thus, only companies are equipped to develop game engines. However, these engines are built from the ground up, necessitating ideation, technological innovation, and extensive planning, which consumes substantial time and energy. Xiao Jun reasoned that if he mastered programming techniques, he could emulate Hallidai's game engine without needing a large team or excessive time. This approach fundamentally differed from developing an engine from scratch. It promised to be more efficient and less labor-intensive. He decided to postpone pondering these issues for the future, focusing instead on preparing the foundational requirements. He learned from the 2 books that developing a game engine is not a trivial task. In essence, if one aspires to create a game engine, one must thoroughly comprehend the essential components. Not every student can grasp these, Xiao Jun lamented. A game engine is a collection of code instructions designed to operate a specific genre of games, akin to an engine that governs the game's functionality. A game can be divided into 2 main parts: the game engine, and game resources, which include graphics, sound, and animations. The formula could be represented as game engine program code plus resource graphics, sound, and animations. The game engine systematically calls upon these resources according to the game's design requirements. Crucially, another significant function of the engine is to provide a physics system, which ensures that the motion of objects adheres to established laws. For instance, a character's jump height and descent speed are dictated by the predetermined gravity value, while the trajectory of bullets and the dynamics of vehicles are likewise governed by the physics system. To study graphics, a solid foundation in mathematics is paramount. Engineers of the 3 engine must possess strong mathematical and physical skills. Engine programmers stand apart from typical game developers due to their solid grounding in mathematics and physics, from basic matrices and trigonometric functions to advanced integrals and partial derivatives. Along with their ability to optimize code and understand computer graphics and even graphic hardware architecture. Such foundational knowledge is outlined in the 2 books. It is clear that aspiring game engine developers must excel in mathematics and physics, underscoring the significance of these subjects. Xiao Jun resolved to bolster his knowledge in physics and deepen his understanding of mathematics. In the days that followed, the school ceased discussions about selecting top-tier universities, likely having given up, especially since his parents had endorsed his choices. During this period, he immersed himself in intense study, beyond self-learning software programming. He also sought insights from Halide regarding subpar game engines. Additionally, he devoted a substantial amount of time to revising Chinese, mathematics, English, history, geography, and political studies. He could not afford to neglect these subjects. If he aspired to be a top student, he needed to develop holistically. Despite the presence of the top student chat group, he believed it essential to possess substantial knowledge himself. Otherwise, it would be rather embarrassing to flaunt his intellect without adequate substance. Though he remained an underachiever, he was a distinctively unique one. Even if I aim to be a top student, I shall be an extraordinary one. The review of subjects such as Chinese, mathematics, and English was quite straightforward for Xiao Jun. He began by thoroughly reading through all the high school textbooks, committing the knowledge to memory. Next, he reviewed all the notes from his teacher's lectures. Following that, he examined all supplementary books for each subject, including translation books for classical poetry and prose in Chinese, as well as composition guides. Finally, he went through all past examination papers, answers, and notes accumulated over 3 years. Xiao Jun was confident that upon completing these tasks and digesting the material, his exam knowledge would undoubtedly reach new heights. He believed that even without relying on the top student chat group, he could achieve high scores. In the hope of accomplishing all these tasks within the remaining half-month, Xiao Jun set his first small goal. Chapter 60. The scholar whose IQ limit cannot be tested during evening study hours. Take a 10-minute break. Xiao Jun detached himself from the plethora of historical exam papers. This day had been devoted entirely to study, in comparison to his previous self. He was truly exerting his utmost effort. Curious about the activities of his peers, he glanced at the chat group. The group notification read 99. The exchanges among the academic elites always brimmed with endless topics. Xiao Jun reflected on his tendency to speak less. The discussions within this group often delved into profound subjects beyond his comprehension, rendering him an outsider. He merely observed and absorbed knowledge. As Ryu Island Hui once articulated, as a scholar, he found almost no common language with those of lesser academic prowess. The chat group was filled with scholars, which eliminated any generational gap in conversation. Xiao Jun deeply resonated with this sentiment, realizing that he and his deskmate, Zhou Jieyu, had increasingly fewer common topics to discuss. As a mediocre student, Zhou Jieyu struggled to grasp even the extracurricular books Xiao Jun was reading. Their wavelengths had diverged completely. If Zhou Jieyu were privy to Xiao Jun's current thoughts, he would surely be aghast. From their conversation, it was evident that Harry D was enjoying himself within the group. Xiao Jun inquired, "What are you all discussing?" Sheldon replied, "Group leader, we are chatting about what defines a genius-level scholar. Is their IQ truly extraordinary?" Ryu Island we added, "Indeed. I too wish to learn how one can become a genius." Both were aware that upon elevating from scholars to genius level, they would be rewarded with an upgrade in group member status. Initially, Sheldon and Ryu Island Hui believed themselves to be quite remarkable in their world, only to discover the existence of geniuses and prodigies within the scholar chat group. Such beings surely surpassed them in brilliance. Nevertheless, they were certain that these individuals were far more exceptional than Ryu Island Hui, Sheldon, or Harry D. To Xiao Jun, Harry D already appeared impressive. Having developed a virtual game, how could he not be remarkable? Ryu Island Hui asked, "Group leader, are you unaware of this?" Xiao Jun responded, "I truly am. But I believe geniuses must be even more extraordinary than you. Perhaps they can utilize their brilliant minds to create monumental contributions to society, such as transforming fantasies into reality. Harry D. murmured, transforming fantasies into reality? His virtual game Oasis is indeed a manifestation of fantasy turned into gameplay. This alone is an epic-making technological marvel. What would it be like to turn fantasies into reality? Ryu Island, we questioned, transforming fantasies into reality? Could that be too far-fetched? Is there anyone capable of achieving this? Xiao Jun affirmed, yes, I foresee certain individuals who will use unparalleled intellect to create astonishing technological advancements, such as developing epic-defining weaponry or a serum that alters human genetics, enabling an ordinary person to become stronger and live longer. What Xiao Jun described mirrored the feats of Tony Stark, who developed countless advanced weapons and ultimately created the nano-iron suit. Such intellect undeniably transcends that of the average scholar. He also referenced Dr. Erskine, the creator of the Super Soldier Serum. While he could not ascertain whether these individuals reached genius status, he was certain of one person who undoubtedly belonged to that echelon, Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. Possessing 7 doctoral degrees, he was a genius suppressing his emotions, with an IQ so elevated that it could not be measured by conventional tests. The gamma bomb he designed resulted in his exposure to radiation, transforming him into the Hulk. Thus far, neither Ryu Island Hui, Sheldon, nor Harry D. could quantify their IQ using known methods. Yet, Bruce Banner's intellect remained unmeasurable, proving that he surpassed even the highest academic echelon. In Xiao Jun's eyes, he undoubtedly belonged to the realm of genius. Harry D. questioned, is there truly such a person? Sheldon exclaimed, incredible. A serum capable of enhancing human capabilities? Ryu Island Hui added, hard to believe. Xiao Jun concluded, I maintain that when one's IQ cannot be quantified using existing methods, congratulations. You are surely surpassing the realm of scholars. Harry D. acknowledged, that makes a lot of sense. The group then engaged in a flurry of boasting, even discussing the highest echelon known as the progenitor, a title reserved for those at the pinnacle of wisdom. As days passed, half a month slipped by unnoticed. With only a month remaining until the semester's final examinations, Xiao Jun had been preoccupied with a provincial mathematics competition, followed by a national competition, a month of training with the National Olympiad team, and an international Olympiad contest. As a result, he had missed the midterm examinations of this semester. Throughout this past half-month, Xiao Jun had not idled. He meticulously reviewed all high school textbooks, exam papers, supplementary materials, notes, and revision resources in Chinese, mathematics, English, history, politics, and geography, committing the entirety to memory while digesting the information. With an IQ of 125, he comprehended most concepts, albeit with some lingering uncertainties. Moreover, he indulged in various extracurricular readings to further enrich his mind. Additionally, he gleaned a wealth of knowledge about software programming from Harry D. and self-study to accumulate foundational knowledge in game engine development. In this amusing half-month, Ryu Island Hui had even sought mentorship from Harry D., aspiring to establish his own game company and create the ultimate computer network game. However, he lacked the technical expertise and experience for a virtual game, planning to first develop a computer game for practice. Meanwhile, Sheldon also expressed interest in venturing into game development, but ultimately realized he lacked the funds to establish a game company, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Chapter 61. The fire cannot be hidden the next day. As Xiao Jun immersed himself in serious study, he was suddenly bombarded by messages from the scholar chat group. Were they discussing romantic escapades once more? He pondered while entering the chat. Within the group, the 3 scholars, despite their high IQs, displayed a rather lacking emotional intelligence. For instance, Ryu Island Hui would not have succeeded in his romantic pursuits without guidance, while Sheldon remained a single bachelor. Harry D., despite being a gaming prodigy and the world's richest individual, also remained single, secretly harboring feelings for a woman he dared not confess to. Truly a tragic narrative. Oh, today was the day for group rewards. Xiao Jun, preoccupied with his studies, had nearly forgotten that today was the first. No wonder his peers had been so lively early in the day. They had all received rewards. Clicking to claim his reward, Xiao Jun discovered he had received a package for fluency in 6 languages. A 6-language fluency package? This implies I won't starve as a translator in the future. Xiao Jun felt ambivalent about this reward. While not entirely satisfied, he found it quite beneficial. Of course, receiving something to enhance his IQ would have been even better. The multilingual mastery package encompasses 6 languages: English, Russian, French, Arabic, Spanish, and Japanese. This package enables users to attain fluency in these 6 languages, ensuring impeccable pronunciation. It is a permanent asset. Indeed, this mastery of English should greatly assist me in my upcoming English examination, thought Xiao Jun to himself. At the Huaxiao Mathematics Society, Vice President Chen Jiqiang was engaged in interviews with several media outlets. Mr. Chun, it has been nearly a month since the International Mathematics Olympiad. Out of the 6 students who distinguished themselves in the international competition, 5 have received gold medals, qualifying them for admission to top universities in the country. Yesterday, we conducted phone interviews with each of them. Li Wei and Zhou Jiajun have enrolled in Jingxing University, while Lu Jitong and Sun Weiming have opted for Tsinghua University. What is your perspective on this? A reporter inquired. Their choices are undoubtedly commendable. Both Jingxing University and Tsinghua University rank among the top institutions in the nation. Their admission to such esteemed universities is a testament to their hard work, Chen Jiqiang replied with a smile. I must say, their victory at the International Mathematics Olympiad this year is truly exhilarating. I am immensely proud of these students. Their efforts have not gone unnoticed. Mr. Chen, these students have achieved a remarkable feat, gaining admission to universities coveted by countless students across the nation through their success in the Olympiad, thus bypassing the Gaokao. Do you consider this a shortcut to success? The reporter pressed on. That is a rather pointed question. I do not view this as a shortcut. They have diligently studied mathematics, exerting efforts that far exceed those of the average Gaokao candidates. They emerged as 6 of the finest from a pool of thousands nationwide, ultimately triumphing over formidable opponents on the international stage to earn their accolades. I maintain that this is not a shortcut, Chen Jiqiang responded sagely. Applause erupted from the audience. Mr. Chen, we also spoke with Xiao Jun, the student who achieved a perfect score and won gold at the International Olympiad. When we inquired about his choice of university, he stated that he had declined offers from the mathematics departments of prestigious universities, expressing his desire to pursue computer science. Is this true? Another reporter asked. Indeed. It is true, Chen Jiqiang sighed. In fact, just a week ago, he received offers from the universities chosen by the other 5 gold medalists. However, I was utterly astonished when he rejected them. That was a golden opportunity. Taking the Gaokao carries significant risk, especially considering Xiao Jun's lackluster performance in other subjects. A total score of over 650 points might be worth the gamble, yet even a score of 650 carries substantial risk. But Xiao Jun typically scores just above 500. What is he thinking? I can't help but worry for him. What? Is this really true? I thought Xiao Jun was joking or deliberately evasive when he said that yesterday. How can he be so confident? A reporter commented, having investigated his performance in other subjects and found him lacking even for an average student. What a missed opportunity. Is he overestimating his own abilities? The following day, Huaxiao Evening News and numerous newspapers nationwide reported on the story. Huaxiao Evening News. A month has passed since the International Mathematics Olympiad. Gold medalists Li Wei and Zhou Jiajun have enrolled in Jingxing University, while Lu Jitong and Sun Weiming have chosen Tsinghua University. It must be noted that participating in the Olympiad could lead to unexpected rewards. If your child possesses exceptional mathematical talent, it may be worth pursuing this path. Securing a gold medal in the International Olympiad could propel one to great heights. Southeast Province Daily, the university enrollment information for the 5 gold medalists from the International Olympiad has been freshly released. Li Wei and Zhou Jiajun will attend Jingxing University, while Lu Jitong and Sun Weiming will attend Tsinghua University. However, Xiao Jun, the perfect scorer from Wuqing, has rejected offers from all prestigious universities, reportedly preferring to study computer science. He aims to prove himself through the Gaokao and gain admission to the university and program he desires. The news sparked considerable interest and confusion among the public. Many were baffled by Xiao Jun's seemingly irrational choice, speculating whether he had become overly confident in himself. Particularly, students from Wuqing No. 1 and No. 2 high schools found amusement in the situation, having previously been envious of a student from the ordinary Wuqing No. 3 high school who secured a spot at Jingxing University. Now, they relished Xiao Jun's rejection of such an opportunity. In contrast, the leaders from Wuqing No. 3 high school wore grim expressions upon learning of the news, having kept this information under wraps, only to have it exposed to the public. Chapter 62. The final examination. Oh, what a promising Jingxing University student has been lost to us, sighed Principal Li Dedeo in his office. Our school has yet to produce a graduate from a top university, and just when we finally have one, he goes and rejects such an illustrious institution. Yang Huira felt a pang of sympathy upon reading the news, but then recalled that Xiao Jun's family owned 6 properties, thinking to herself that perhaps the urgency was misplaced. Hey, you seem to be in the news again, called Zhou Jiayu from the back row of Class 3, holding his phone up to Xiao Jun. Why is it again? Previously, he made headlines for winning first place in the national and international Olympiads. It doesn't seem to be good news this time, Zhou Jiayu continued. The article states you turned down offers from top domestic universities. You rejected admission to those institutions? He gazed at Xiao Jun in shock, having been unaware of his rejection of such a rare opportunity. Yes, indeed, Xiao Jun replied nonchalantly. My goodness, why would you do that? Don't you realize how many people would give anything to attend a top university like Jingxing? Zhou Jieyu looked at him with confusion. I have my reasons. Xiao Jun smiled slightly. The world of high achievers is beyond your comprehension. The next day, news of Xiao Jun's decision spread throughout the school, with many expressing their bewilderment. Some believed he had become arrogant, predicting that reality would soon teach him a harsh lesson after the Gaokao. Have you heard? Our classmate Xiao Jun has rejected all offers from top domestic universities. I read it in the news. Apparently, he doesn't like the mathematics program. Isn't that just absurd? Who knows, maybe he's just overly confident, others whispered among themselves. Ugh, what a proud and arrogant fellow. Qin Lifeng scoffed as he observed Xiao Jun surrounded by curious classmates. He eagerly anticipated the day when Xiao Jun would fail to secure admission to a top university. No doubt he would. In the cafeteria, Xiao Jun once again encountered Yang Qianqian, who had taken a seat directly across from him. Xiao Jun, why did you turn down those top universities? She asked, her expression one of confusion. Just as the article stated, I do not wish to pursue a mathematics major. Xiao Jun shook his head. But you're giving up such a great opportunity. What if you don't succeed in the Gaokao? Yang Qianqian voiced her concerns delicately, as she believed he was unlikely to achieve the requisite scores. No worries. I possess great confidence in myself, for I am a top student. Xiao Jun grinned widely. Yang Qianqian acknowledged that Xiao Jun truly excelled in mathematics, but speculated that he might struggle in other subjects. A month swiftly passed, and today marked the day of the final examination, signaling the conclusion of this semester. Today, the numerous students of Wuqing No. 3 Middle School did not regard this final exam with much seriousness, as they were merely students from the regular classes. Only those in the advanced classes placed significant importance on this examination, for it served as a measure of their capabilities. This exam would reveal their shortcomings in areas requiring improvement, as well as how far they were from their ideal scores or how much they might have exceeded them. For students at the bottom of the advanced class, there was a palpable tension. A poor performance could lead to their removal from the class. As for our student Xiao Jun, he remained carefree and relaxed. Oh, it's just an exam, he thought. Xiao Jun sat in the examination hall, awaiting the invigilators to distribute the test papers. The first subject of the morning was Chinese. Regarding Chinese, Xiao Jun felt quite confident. He believed that even without consulting the elite student chat group, he could achieve a high score, though he was less certain about attaining a perfect score. The topics covered in the Chinese exam included phonetics, character forms, syntax, collocations, reading comprehension, classical poetry, and myriad other knowledge points. For someone like Xiao Jun, who had memorized every Chinese textbook, teacher's notes, past papers, review materials, supplementary books, and even dictionaries from his senior year, this was child's play. Soon, the Chinese examination papers were distributed. The first day of the final exam had officially commenced. Upon receiving his paper, he began to read through it. The first question was, which of the following groups of words contains characters with different pronunciations? The options were supply, acknowledge, unreservedly, torture, fabricate, disturb, chatter, engage, and more. Ah, so the first question is about phonetics? Too easy. After all, he was someone who had memorized the entire Xinhua dictionary. Answering such questions was a matter of mere minutes. Before long, Xiao Jun had reached question 21. It read, fill in the blanks from the following famous quotes and literary pieces. Choose 6. 1. Niao Niao 11 Xiu Feng. Qi Yuan, Xiang Fu Ren. 2. Chushui Jieshan CNSI, Du Fu, Shu Xiang. 3. Qian Zai Shaken Bo Zhong Jian. Lu Yu Shufan. Hee. Filling in classical poetry? I've memorized 3 years' worth of high school Chinese textbooks. Testing me on poetry is a breeze. Xiao Jun quickly recalled the original lines of these poems. 1. Dongding Bo 11 Mu Yi Xia. 2. Changshi Ing Xiong Lei Man Jane. 3. Chushi Yi Biaozhen Ming Shi. With a flurry of strokes, he wrote down the answers. Soon, Xiao Jun had effortlessly completed all the preceding questions, leaving only the essay. The essay prompt was, please write an essay titled Listen to the Sound of, recounting a personal story or expressing your true feelings and thoughts. To achieve a perfect score, he thought it prudent to consult the top students in the elite group. Xiao Jun decided not to write the essay himself, as Long Dao Hui claimed to have read 300 books of perfect essays from Huaxia, and with his IQ of 190, producing a flawless essay should pose no challenge. Chapter 63. The progress of a slacker. As the examination time reached the 40-minute mark, Xiao Jun had completed the entire Chinese paper and even checked it once. Finding no errors upon review, he was confident of scoring full marks. Has it only been 40 minutes? I didn't bring any snacks, can't play on my phone, and can't even rest my head on the desk. Even if I submit my paper early, it's only half an hour ahead of time. The clock hasn't run out yet. Xiao Jun felt a twinge of boredom. Thus, he resorted to engaging in the elite student chat group, seeking advice from Sheldon and other top students on various queries. Unbeknownst to him, the afternoon mathematics exam approached. Upon receiving the test paper, Xiao Jun began working leisurely. The first question was, let n denote the largest integer not exceeding a given real number, and for any real number. Hee. The first question is a special value type. I can't count how many times I've encountered such questions. They are too simple. Xiao Jun had reviewed hundreds of high school mathematics papers, and while similar questions numbered at least 80, he employed the special value method, let s try various values, and thus reached the answer in mere seconds. With the first exam completed, Xiao Jun had effortlessly navigated through the mathematics test, confident in answering 80 of the questions correctly. The remaining 20 questions were either beyond his grasp or uncertain. So he opted to leave them and tossed them into the elite student chat group for Sheldon to assist him. After an hour had passed, he had finished the entire mathematics paper. He sent it to the group for Sheldon to check, receiving confirmation that all answers were correct. The first day of examinations thus concluded. After dining, many students in the dormitory engaged in discussions about the day's tests. One student lamented a careless mistake on a supposedly easy question, expressing deep regret. Another bemoaned the inability to solve the final math problem, while yet another complained about the difficulty of the essay prompt. Come, let us compare our answers for the multiple choice questions from this morning's Chinese exam. Suddenly, one student proposed. Sure, let us see who got it right or wrong. Determining correctness was simple. The answers of 7 or 8 students that were notably similar were likely the right ones. Wait, what was the answer to the first question? Zhou Jiayu exclaimed, overwhelmed. Surely, don't tell me you got the phonetics question wrong? Xiao Jun teased with a smile. Zhou Jiayu replied, actually, many times, such straightforward questions can be mistakenly answered due to carelessness. The following morning, the English exam was scheduled, a subject that caused considerable distress among high school students. However, for Xiao Jun, he felt entirely unperturbed. First, he had thoroughly reviewed all English textbooks and exam papers. Then, he memorized the English-Chinese dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, and the Youdao Dictionary. Recently, he had even mastered 6 languages, including English. Scoring full marks was simply a matter of time. With ease, Xiao Jun completed the morning's English exam without needing assistance from the elite group. In the afternoon, he faced the comprehensive social studies exam, encompassing history, geography, and political science. The first question read, which of the following pairs of renowned works were created in the same century? The choices included Gu Yanwu's Tianxia Jun Guoli Bingshu and Locke's 2 treatises of government, Guoshoujing's Shou Shirley and Newton's mathematical principles of natural philosophy, Chao Shuichen's Dream of the Red Chamber and Boccaccio's The Decameron, Guan Hanqing's Do Yi Yuan and Shakespeare's Hamlet. Upon reading the first question of the comprehensive exam, Xiao Jun's brow furrowed slightly. The difficulty of this final examination in social studies seemed rather high. The first question struck him as quite challenging. Indeed, he observed the surrounding candidates gasping in disbelief. This question, while appearing simple, concealed complexities beneath its surface. It not only examined the history of China, but also that of foreign nations. Firstly, figures such as Guoshoujing, Newton, Chao Shuichen, Guan Hanqing, and Shakespeare are likely familiar to many students, and they are also aware of the eras in which these individuals lived. However, the likes of Gu Yanwu, Locke, and Boccaccio are not as well known, let alone the centuries they were born in. If one is not familiar with them, how can they ascertain whether they belong to the same century? Let us begin with the process of elimination, starting with those we know well. The easiest to eliminate would be Guan Hanqing and Shakespeare. I recall that Guan Hanqing lived during the late Jin and early Yuan dynasties, specifically the 12th to 13th centuries, while Shakespeare was from the mid-16th century. Thus they can be dismissed. Ultimately, Xiao Jun, relying on the vast reservoir of historical knowledge stored in his mind, managed to uncover the answer he sought. It turns out that Gu Yanwu and Locke belonged to the same century. Although this round of comprehensive examinations proved to be quite challenging, Xiao Jun, with a wealth of answers and notes accumulated from countless historical texts, managed to solve it without resorting to the assistance of the academic elites in the study group. Thus, the 2 days of examination passed quietly. The results would not be revealed until 3 days later, during which the school remained in session. Only after the results were released would the official winter break commence. Consequently, the days leading up to the results were predominantly dedicated to self-study, marking the most relaxed period of the entire semester. The students who had just completed their exams were too lethargic to engage in any further revision. Many students, during lunch or in the evening, were busy submitting various leave requests. Since the school was a closed institution, leaving required permission if the homeroom teacher did not approve. Some students even resorted to climbing over the walls to escape. If given another chance, it seemed that being an underachiever might not be so bad after all. Chapter 64. The The excited Li Dideo at Wuching No. 1 High School. The examination papers of several high schools for the final assessments were uniformly graded here. Each school sent a group of teachers for this purpose. By the morning of the third day, all subjects' papers had been graded, and the afternoon was reserved for tallying scores and rankings. In the teachers' dining hall, a group of teachers from Wuching No. 3 High School gathered for a meal. "I have good news to share," they exclaimed in unison. "You two have good news? Could it be that several perfect scores appeared in English?" "Indeed. I just saw that our school had one perfect score in English. Can you guess who it is?" The English teacher chuckled. "Who is it? Could it be Li Chaohang from the senior class? His English has always been exceptional. He has previously achieved full marks twice." No. Li Chaohang only scored 135 this time. The perfect score in English belongs to Xiao Jun. What? Xiao Jun only scored 81 in the last monthly exam. Actually, the good news I wanted to share is that our school also had 2 perfect scores in mathematics. Again, Xiao Jun and Yang Qianqian. Chen Jianyong grinned broadly, feeling quite pleased. Given the difficulty of the mathematics paper, it was astonishing that 2 perfect scores were achieved. Of course, Xiao Jun would score full marks in mathematics. After all, he won first place in the International Mathematical Olympiad. Haha, this is truly exhilarating. In fact, I also want to share that Xiao Jun achieved full marks in Chinese. Yang Huira said, her face flushed with excitement. To be honest, she never expected Xiao Jun to excel to such an extent. Now he had 3 perfect scores. This truly demonstrated his boundless potential. Oh, Xiao Jun achieved a perfect score in Chinese too? Let me tell you an explosive piece of news. Xiao Jun also scored full marks in the comprehensive subjects. A collective gasp filled the room as the teachers processed this revelation. All perfect scores? How did he manage that? Wasn't he rather average in all subjects except mathematics? The teachers were left speechless, utterly astonished. No wonder he had the audacity to reject offers from top universities. He clearly had confidence in his ability to enter a prestigious institution through the college entrance examination. Indeed, now all his subjects were perfect scores. One would be hard-pressed to find many like him throughout the province. A scholar's prowess. Perfect scores. My heavens, perfect scores. You must be mistaken. Shin Jianyong swallowed hard. If this were true, then next year, Wuching No. 3 High School would surely produce a top scholar. If he maintains this level, even if he does not achieve a perfect score of 750 in the college entrance examination, 700 points should be attainable. With 700 points, he could gain admission to any university in the country. He might even become the top scholar in the liberal arts for Jiangbei province. I did not misread. I personally opened the sealed papers. Yes, I did not misread either. Quickly, share this wonderful news with the principal. In the principal's office, Li Dideo was busy with various tasks when he suddenly received a phone call. "Principal, I have good news to report. Our student Xiao Jun seems to have scored full marks in the final examination." The voice on the other end was that of Yang Huiru. "Full marks? A perfect score in mathematics is expected." "This does not excite me," Li Dideo replied, somewhat disinterested. To be honest, he harbored some resentment toward Xiao Jun and his family. Why would one forego a good opportunity at a university in the capital to stubbornly prove themselves through the college entrance examination? They even claimed a dislike for mathematics, insisting on computer science. If Xiao Jun were his son, he would have spanked him long ago. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many people would envy such a chance? "Principal, it is not just mathematics that received a perfect score. All subjects have full marks, totaling 750 points. Yang Huiru stammered in her excitement. "What? Perfect scores? Totaling 750 points? Li Dideo sprang from his chair, his eyes wide and mouth agape in disbelief. He found it hard to comprehend. "Perfect scores?" Li Dideo confirmed once more. "Yes, indeed, perfect scores. Excellent, very good. Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Splendid," Li Dideo exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. He never anticipated that Xiao Jun could achieve a perfect score in the final examination. Such a talent had seemingly not appeared in any of the high schools in Wuching for several years. Even throughout Jiangbei province, such occurrences were rare. Although the final examination questions may have been simpler than those of the college entrance exam, achieving full marks still attested to his capabilities. If he maintains this level, admission to a top university is assured. This lad, no wonder he confidently stated that he could secure a place in a prestigious university. We thought it impossible. Now, he has finally convinced us. Li Dideo mused contentedly. The following morning, in the senior class, Yang Huiru entered, clutching a stack of examination papers and a report card, her heels clicking on the floor. Today the results of the final examination are finally to be revealed. I wonder how many points were scored this time. All right. The results of the final examination are out. I will now announce the scores. Yang Huiru's hands trembled slightly, as she could hardly contain her excitement. First place, Xiao Jun, Chinese 150 points, Mathematics 150 points, English 150 points, Comprehensive subjects 300 points, totaling 750 points. First in the city, Yang Huira declared with a bright voice. What? Did I hear correctly? All perfect scores. 750 points? Our school has never had a score of 750 before, have we? First in the city. My heavens. It's Xiao Jun. Wasn't he only average in all subjects except mathematics? How did he manage to score full marks this time? The students below were all left in astonishment. This remarkable feat has truly dazzled them, akin to blinding their titanium alloyed eyes. The future top scholar of Jiangbei province in the humanities has emerged. How has he ascended so swiftly in just one semester? Was he merely feigning ignorance? Impossible. Even Yang Qianqian covers her mouth, her wide eyes reflecting disbelief. She knows all too well how challenging it is to achieve a perfect score of 750. It's akin to scaling the heavens. Chapter 65. Transformation into a scholar. The classmates below are in a state of shock, incredulous and wide-eyed. Xiao Jun is the only student in the entire city to achieve a perfect score in this semester's final examination. Xiao Jun, please come forward to collect your report card and Chinese exam paper. Yang Huira gazes at Xiao Jun with satisfaction. No words of praise or encouragement are necessary, for fear of inflating his ego. At this moment, all the teachers and students at Wuching No. 1 and No. 2 high schools are envious and resentful. Such a perfect score should have emerged from a prestigious high school, yet it appeared in an ordinary one. It is well understood that achieving such a score in the examination typically earmarks one for admission to a top-tier university in the country. Can they not be jealous? All eyes in the class are now fixed upon him. He has become the dark horse of this semester's final exam. While everyone knew that Xiao Jun excelled in mathematics, no one anticipated he would secure a perfect score of 750. He is not merely a scholar, but the supreme scholar of the entire department. Old Xiao, you are phenomenal. It was wise of you to decline offers from top universities. With your grades, which university in the country could you not attend? His deskmate, Zhou Jiayu, shares in Xiao Jun's joy. Well, it's all right, Xiao Jun replies with a slight smile. The only perfect score in the city, one wonders what the second-place score could be and how it compares to perfection. It is no wonder he dared to challenge the homeroom teacher, reviewing math in Chinese class and English in math class. It appears he no longer requires instruction. Who would have thought such a legendary scholar would be amongst us? Ah, how infuriating. I recall he spent his sophomore year engrossed in his phone. The first semester of his junior year was no different, yet after a few months of hard work, he attained perfection. His IQ must be above 140, right? A genius among us, astonishing indeed. Second place in the grade, Yang Qianqian, scored 130 in Chinese, 150 in math, 129 in English, and 241 in comprehensive humanities, totaling 650 points, placing fifth in the city. Third place, Li Chaoeng, scored a total of 610 points, ranking 121st in the city. Ah, our class leader only ranked fifth in the city this time? Last semester, she was second. Indeed, there has been a slight decline, but it is not significant. After all, scores fluctuate with each examination. However, our class leader has once again achieved a perfect score in mathematics. She truly deserves her participation in national mathematics competitions. As Yang Huira reads out the report cards, Xiao Jun once again enters the scholar chat group due to a notification regarding his status. Ah, my group member title has upgraded. How splendid. Xiao Jun notices his title has ascended from scholar to scholar elite. Haha, my earlier guess was correct. Achieving the highest score in the department is sufficient for this upgrade. Henceforth, my monthly group rewards will yield even better items. Xiao Jun rejoices. In truth, he had a premonition of attaining the scholar title. Initially, his victory in the International Mathematics Olympiad provided him with a sense of accomplishment, and now, with the highest score in the city, there should be no issues. Yet, he wonders what is required to upgrade to Scholar God. He surmises the criteria must be extraordinarily high. Even achieving a perfect score in the college entrance examination may not suffice. He speculates that to become a Scholar God, one must make a monumental contribution to society, akin to scientific giants like Einstein. His conjecture stems from observations of Longdao and Sheldon, both of whom are scholars and are continually improving through monthly rewards. Yet they remain in the scholar tier. Even Sheldon, with several doctoral degrees, has yet to attain greater recognition, indicating he still falls short. Nonetheless, these matters can be addressed in due course. Being a scholar is already a significant achievement. As for the highest tier, the sage, one can only imagine it to be a cosmic-level intellect. Ding. In light of the group leader's promotion from scholar to scholar elite, a promotion bonus has been issued. Please claim it. Hiki, as expected, each upgrade comes with a reward. I wonder what this one entails. Ding. Congratulations to the group leader for receiving an IQ skill card of 15. An IQ of 15, splendid. Upon seeing this reward, Xiao Jun nearly exclaims with excitement. Thankfully, he manages to contain his enthusiasm, otherwise, he would attract curious glances in the classroom. Unbeknownst to him, he now possesses an IQ skill card. He discreetly tears it and opts to use it. Successful activation. In the next moment, Xiao Jun feels a familiar sensation, a warmth enveloping his brain, accompanied by a tingling sensation. It is as though his mind has been reawakened. This state lasts for about 10 minutes, after which, the warmth dissipates, replaced by a refreshing clarity. He suddenly realizes that many childhood memories, previously elusive, are now vividly clear. The various complex knowledge he had stored in his mind now makes sense, as if he has achieved a complete understanding. Take, for instance, an extremely challenging mathematics problem. Previously, with an IQ of 125, grasping its principles and solutions was arduous. Now, with an IQ soaring to 140, the knowledge flows effortlessly, allowing him to apply it flexibly across different contexts. What a marvelous sensation. It feels akin to an enlightening awakening. If I were to retake the recent final exam with my current IQ, I wouldn't even need assistance from the scholars in the group for the 99 questions. Xiao Jun muses. With an IQ of 140, coupled with my photographic memory, the college entrance examination should pose no challenge whatsoever. I, a mere small fish, am finally poised to turn the tide. An IQ of 120 means only 1 in 100 possess it. An IQ of 140 is classified as genius level. Xiao Jun now belongs to this elite category. Of course, this definition of genius does not imply effortless success. Diligence is essential for achievement. For instance, a genius who plays games all day and ignores classes will still fail to enter university. Even a super genius with an IQ of 170 who seeks to take shortcuts will remain unremarkable throughout life. A high IQ does not guarantee future success. It merely sharpens the mind. How one harnesses that intelligence to create wealth in life is what truly matters. Chapter 66. Enjoying chicken dinner with the girl takes Xiao Jun. For example, although he is a humble fish, he has been diligently studying for over a month. He has memorized all the textbooks, exercises, exam papers, notes, review materials, and supplementary books for every subject in high school. Hence, the ease with which he approached the final examination. One could say he put in the effort. While others might find such diligence daunting, his photographic memory has rendered it remarkably effortless. For anyone else, achieving such a feat would be nearly impossible. Consider Mensa, a club founded in 1946 by Roland Barrel in Oxford, England, where membership is based on IQ. The name Mensa derives from the Latin word for table, symbolizing a gathering of individuals with similar intellect at a level playing field. It boasts approximately 100,000 members, all belonging to the high IQ demographic. The Mensa test typically consists of 30 questions. Answering 23 correctly equates to an IQ of 148, thereby qualifying one for membership in the Mensa Club. Its members range from preschoolers and dropouts to individuals with multiple doctoral degrees, as well as those living on welfare and millionaires. The diversity of their professions is astonishing, including professors, truck drivers, scientists, firefighters, computer programmers, farmers, artists, and musicians. This clearly illustrates that possessing a high IQ does not necessarily guarantee one will excel in life. If one applies their intelligence solely to labor, they will remain in that role for life. Similarly, if one utilizes their intellect merely for driving, they will perpetually be a truck driver. Furthermore, aspiring to be a successful entrepreneur requires more than just high intelligence. One must also possess a broad vision, foresight for long-term investments, as well as courage and determination. Ultimately, it is one's effort and persistence that lead to success. Such achievements are unattainable without them, unless one is exceptionally fortunate, like Xiao Jun. The following day, all high schools finally commenced winter vacation. Fortunately, as his home was in Wuching, a bus ride brought him home swiftly. Upon dropping off his luggage, Xiao Jun immediately retreated to his room, first turning on his computer. Xiao Rui, initially lounging on the sofa engrossed in television, noticed his son had not emerged from his room. He could easily guess what Xiao Jun was up to playing on the computer, of course. Xiao Jun, are you hiding like a recluse? You should venture outside, breathe some fresh air, and perhaps chat with the elderly folks in the neighborhood. If nothing else, you could ask a classmate out on a date. I wouldn't oppose early romance. It's certainly better than isolating yourself in your room, playing games. Xiao Rui had little patience for such behavior. However, Xiao Jun chose to ignore his father's words. This boy, he was beyond saving. Seeing no response from the room, Xiao Rui was nearly driven to shout in frustration, realizing this was undoubtedly a phase of adolescent rebellion. Bang! Xiao Jun, unable to contain his irritation, flung open the door and indeed found himself immersed in gameplay. Although Xiao Rui spoke sternly, he never resorted to physical punishment. At the age of over 10, he felt powerless to enforce compliance. Upon retrieving Xiao Jun's report card and discovering a total score of 750, he was momentarily stunned. Rubbing his face in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What on earth? This is unbelievable." His loud outburst seemed to reverberate throughout the entire house. What is going on? His busy mother rushed in from the kitchen. It appears Xiao Jun has aced his exams. Full marks in mathematics? Xing Xia eagerly inquired. No, he achieved perfect scores across all subjects. What? Both parents were left speechless. I believe you this time. Xiao Rui laughed heartily. Who wouldn't he want their child to excel beyond others? Tomorrow at work, he could boast to his colleagues. Xiao Rui felt that his life, which had been rather mundane since middle age, was finally on the rise. He had unintentionally become a part of the demolition generation. And now his son was making him proud. Though his monthly salary was just over 4,000, he drove an Audi A6 to work. Do not question his confidence. He owned 6 properties along with a substantial 1 million cash compensation from the demolition. I now have 6 properties, such status. I previously feared handing them over to my son. Worried he would become a slacker, living off my hard-earned success. Such a fate is disheartening, after toiling for half my life. I could not allow my son to squander it all. But now that my son excels, I am no longer afraid. Hearing his father's heartfelt reflections left Xiao Jun somewhat pained. Is this truly my biological father? All right, you two should go out. I need to focus on my game. Very well, enjoy yourself. The two parents cheerfully exited, particularly Xiao Rui, whose attitude towards Xiao Jun had undergone a complete transformation. After a gaming session, Xiao Jun took out his phone, logged into WeChat, and intended to invite a girl to play together. This girl was none other than Lin Xiaodong, with whom he had previously played. Lin Xiaodong, are you there? Let us team up for some gaming. Xiao Jun sent a message. I'm here, logging in right now. Since Xiao Jun had taken her out for a few gaming sessions, she was no longer as aloof as before. By the way, what is your name? I'm Xiao Jun. I'm Lin Xiaodong. What do you do? Not telling. As they chatted casually, Lin Xiaodong finally logged into the game. Let us team up and start. For the entire afternoon, Xiao Jun guided Lin Xiaodong through matches, winning every game. This was all due to the advantage he had. I'm exhausted after a whole afternoon of gaming. I'm heading out to dinner with my family. Catch you later. By the way, you're so skilled at gaming. I think you should consider going pro. Lin Xiaodong remarked. Forget about going pro. I'm a straight-A student destined to be the world's top scholar. Xiao Jun scoffed. Deep down, he was aware of his actual skill. It was all thanks to the advantage he had. In the days that followed, Xiao Jun remained a recluse. He certainly could not waste his winter break and was determined to indulge in gaming. However, he did not spend every moment gaming during the mornings and afternoons. He engaged in discussions within the scholar chat group, boasting and gleaning useful information. Recently, he had been consulting Halidi about virtual game engines. It was in the afternoons and evenings that he focused on gaming. Indeed, he had aspirations of developing his own game engine. Within the scholar group, a gaming virtuoso named Halidi was available, and Xiao Jun was eager to extract knowledge from him. Fortunately, Halidi was a generous spirit, willing to share his insights. Gradually, Xiao Jun acquired substantial knowledge and technical skills regarding virtual gaming. For instance, Halidi explained several core technologies of his Oasis virtual engine. Firstly, a virtual renderer, which includes virtual 3D imagery. Games are inherently reliant on two-dimensional and three-dimensional graphics, which are essential components in creating game characters, backgrounds, animations, and more. However, these were merely the foundations of conventional computer games. He had advanced from these basics to develop virtual 3D imagery, essentially bringing these images to life, creating a sense that one exists not merely within a virtual gaming world, but a realm that feels genuinely real. This is the allure of virtual gaming. It can blur the lines between game and reality. In addition to the aforementioned technologies, there are virtual physics engines, virtual collision detection systems, virtual sound effects, virtual scripting engines, virtual realistic animations, artificial intelligence, virtual network engines, and virtual scene management. The aforementioned components are integral to constructing a virtual game engine. Beyond learning from Halidi, Xiao Jun also purchased over 30 books on software programming, game engine development, and related subjects. After all, he needed to start from the basics without foundational knowledge. He would be lost when it came to editing code or developing detection systems. Thus, he had to begin anew, as Halidi's guidance was limited to virtual game engines. It was akin to Halidi explaining how to design and construct a villa. Yet Xiao Jun needed to understand how to create a single brick or a tile in order to build the house. Otherwise, what would he use to construct it? Well, this little rascal is actually reading instead of gaming. How rare. Xiao Rui entered the room and found his son lying on the bed, engrossed in a book. Self-discipline for programmers? Xiao Rui was momentarily taken aback. Shouldn't a high school student be engrossed in books about perfect essays or translations of classical poetry? Subsequently, he noticed that Xiao Jun's bedside, desk, and chair were cluttered with a multitude of books. Introduction to Programming Code Programming Fundamentals of Language Introduction to Game Modeling Basics of Software Design Fundamental Knowledge of Game Engines. What is your opinion on these books, Xiao Jun? Xiao Rui could not help but inquire. I intend to major in computer science in college, so I'm studying some of this knowledge in advance. Xiao Jun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. All right, Xiao Rui thought, somewhat at a loss for words. After all, his son had scored a perfect 750 in his final exams, indicating he had mastered most of the high school curriculum. Even if he performed poorly in the college entrance examination, achieving a score of 700 should not be a problem. He had heard of many academic prodigies who began studying high school material in middle school, and now it seemed such a genius had emerged in his own household. During dinner, Xiao Jun made a modest request to his parents. Mom and Dad, I wish to purchase a new computer. A new computer? Isn't the one we bought last year sufficient? Why do you need another? Xiao Rui questioned, perplexed. The specifications of that computer are inadequate. I require a high-performance machine. Xiao Jun insisted. Come now, let him have it. He ranked first in the entire city in this semester's exams. Consider it a reward. Sheng Xia interjected. She had always played the role of the indulgent mother. Very well. How much will it cost? Xiao Rui nodded. About 20,000 yuan, Xiao Jun replied. What? 20,000 yuan. Why do you need such an extravagant computer? It would be a waste for gaming. You're not a professional gamer. Xiao Rui scoffed. Though he was a progressive middle-aged man, he was aware of the gaming profession. You're not a pro, so why spend so much? You could manage with 5,000 to 6,000. I'm currently studying software editing and developing games. I need a high-performance computer. Moreover, think of it as an investment in my future. What if I develop some software or a game that sells for hundreds of thousands or even millions? Xiao Jun argued, counting on his fingers. Xiao Rui, Sheng Xia, what? You don't believe in me? It's better to be safe than sorry. My potential as a scholar is evident. Xiao Jun boasted. That's excessively expensive. Xiao Rui shook his head. He might consider it if it were around 10,000 yuan. Your father only wishes for our son to succeed and become a great entrepreneur. Yet he hesitates to invest 20,000 yuan. What are you thinking? Sheng Xia chimed in. Regardless of whether their son would use the computer for gaming or something else, she felt that spending 20,000 yuan to celebrate his perfect score of 750 was reasonable. Ultimately, under Sheng Xia's persuasion, Xiao Rui relented. All right, a 20,000 yuan computer is indeed a luxury that an average family cannot afford. Only a well-off family like ours could entertain such a purchase. With the 20,000 yuan in hand, Xiao Jun, of course, did not foolishly purchase a computer from the electronics market, as it would be a rip-off. Assembling one himself was far more prudent. If he spent 20,000 yuan at the electronics market, the actual worth of the components would likely not exceed 13,000. In fact, he had wanted to assemble a high-performance computer when he initially considered developing a game engine. A 20,000 yuan computer should suffice. He consulted with peers in the academic elite group regarding which specifications for the processor, graphics card, hard drive, and so forth to acquire. Then he began his extensive procurement. Chapter 68, Software Programming Mastery Skill Card. Completed. Now he just needed to wait for the components to arrive for assembly. In the afternoon, Xiao Jun continued to immerse himself in the gaming world, playing alongside Lin Xiaodong. After days of playing together, their relationship had progressed from gaming friends to regular friends. Xiao Jun even managed to obtain a photo from her, and it was stunning. Due to the possibility of the photo being enhanced, he could not ascertain her actual age. She appeared quite youthful. He wondered how she looked without makeup. In this era, even an unattractive person could be transformed into a beauty with just a filter. It was disheartening. He thought, once we become more familiar, I might attempt to ask her out. Lin Xiaodong, do you live in the same district? Xiao Jun inquired. Knowing her home was in the Wuqing district. No wonder when I searched for you, it showed a distance of 3 kilometers, he noted. We're quite close. Yes, she replied. Besides playing PUBG, what else do you enjoy? Playing Dodiju, of course. As they played games, their conversation flowed naturally, making for a delightful day of gaming together. The next morning, when Xiao Jun awoke, he found the academic elite chat group buzzing with activity. Upon entering, he discovered it was the day for the monthly group rewards. Academic elite chat group. Liangdao Hui. Haha. I received a new mobile phone battery design. This time, my foundation happens to own a mobile company, and our phone batteries can now be upgraded. It is said that this new battery can charge in 5 minutes and last for 10 hours. Shelton. Envious of those with rich families, or rather, those with foundations. Halidi, this academic group is truly remarkable. I received a 10 emotional intelligence recharge card. Can emotional intelligence really be recharged? Liang Daohui. Halidi. You'll definitely have an easier time with the ladies now, giggle. Liang Daohui. Shelton, what did you receive this time? Shelton, I got a mastery card for physics papers. It's not particularly useful for me. I wish I had your new mobile phone battery design. I could sell it and become rich. Liang Daohui, you'll have another opportunity. Xiao Jun, wow, it's quite lively in here. Shelton, the group leader has arrived. Welcome. Liang Daohui, what did our esteemed leader receive this time? Halidi, anticipating. Especially Halidi, who was genuinely astonished and captivated by this academic chat group. He could not fathom how individuals from different worlds could communicate and receive such mysterious rewards. I haven't claimed mine yet. He clicked to receive the monthly reward. Upon finding his red envelope, he clicked to claim it. Congratulations. You have unlocked a software programming mastery skill card. A software programming mastery skill card? Xiao Jun was both surprised and elated upon seeing this reward, for it was precisely the foundational skill in software programming he lacked. With it, he could immediately begin developing a game engine. Let us see what it entails. Software Programming Mastery Skill Card, permanent item that grants abilities in software development, game development, and versatile programming. You have now become a qualified computer engineer. After reading this, Xiao Jun felt a surge of excitement. With this mastery in software programming, he would no longer need to peruse those fundamental textbooks or start from scratch. He could dive right in. Of course, the mention of game development did not imply he could independently create a game. Rather, it meant he had the capability to join a game development team and become a qualified computer engineer. In essence, by utilizing the skill card, Xiao Jun had transformed into an exceptional all-round programmer, proficient in various computer skills. I have obtained a software programming mastery skill card. Hee, it's exactly what I need. Liang Daohui, congratulations, leader. Shelton, congratulations. Halidi, haha, you can start attempting to develop a game engine right now. After exiting the elite student chat group, Xiao Jun immediately opted to utilize a skill card. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind, nearly overwhelming him. This information encompassed a myriad of topics related to fundamental programming, graphical programming, basic networking theories, game server architecture, client-side programming, scripting, and so much more. Delighted, he thought to himself, now I am indeed an accomplished computer engineer. With this newfound knowledge, he discovered that he could grasp the concepts Harry had previously explained with greater clarity. Seizing the opportunity of the winter break, he contemplated beginning the construction of his first game engine. He planned to emulate Harry's virtual game engine, knowing he could always consult Harry with any questions he encountered. Naturally, he understood that developing a game engine would not be a simple task and would require a significant amount of time. Fortunately, he had ample time at his disposal. He mused, the day I successfully develop the virtual game engine will mark a transformative moment in the realm of human gaming. The following day, all the components he ordered online for assembling his computer arrived. He hurried to a computer shop and enlisted the help of a technician to assemble it. After paying a labor fee of 200 yuan, the task was completed. While the typical assembly fee for an ordinary computer ranges from 50 to 100 yuan, Xiao Jun's computer was more complex, featuring liquid cooling and other enhancements, which warranted a higher charge. Within a few hours, the assembly was completed, the system was installed, and after a brief debugging session, everything was functioning flawlessly. The graphics were stunning, and the performance was smooth without the need for any accelerators. As for developing the game engine, he felt it prudent to wait a little longer and seek further guidance from Harry. Thus, the next few days passed in a leisurely manner for him, while other students were busy attending various tutoring classes or diligently completing holiday assignments. He devoted his time to gaming, even achieving first place in the city rankings. Frustratingly, he also flirted with girls and played games alongside them, often winning in every match. Chapter 69. Initial development of the game engine. A few days later, with preparations nearly complete, Xiao Jun sat before his computer, ready to embark on the initial development of his very own game engine. He named this engine the Galactic Virtual Game Engine 10. The game engine he was about to develop differed fundamentally from the traditional game engines like 2D and 3D engines currently in use worldwide. His creation would be akin to Harry's Oasis virtual reality game engine. Harry's Oasis game is a holographic virtual reality experience composed of countless planets and myriad cities. In the Oasis world, players can assume any game character and engage in various activities, whether forming teams for quests or traveling to distant planets to romance deities. Unlike traditional game experiences, this game allows players to embody their characters directly and partake in battles, dialogues, and other actions within a virtual realm, providing an unparalleled immersive experience. Upon entering the game, players find themselves in a secure room where they can access a menu via a virtual controller featuring 4 main categories: characters, leaderboards, social interactions, and maps. By opening the map, players can navigate to 27 different locations simply by clicking to teleport to their desired destination. Some locations are dungeons requiring combat, while others necessitate only interaction, allowing players the freedom to choose their path. Indeed, the sensation of virtual reality evokes sentiments of virtual reality, all-encompassing, vivid, and tangible, within reach, realistic texture, all dreams no longer distant. This is the impression the Oasis virtual game left on Xiao Jun, as well as the allure of virtual gaming that Harry had conveyed to him. However, achieving such immersive graphics and game mechanics would require a distinctly different game engine. The Oasis virtual game operates on a decentralized model, where individual nodes rather than a centralized server store data. In such a system, the simultaneous login of millions of users worldwide could lead to server congestion, processing delays, and even crashes. Harry had once told him that the Oasis game employs an innovative fault-tolerant server matrix capable of harnessing additional processing power from every connected computer, efficiently managing the demands of over 500 million users without experiencing system failures or delays. Overall, this creates an instantaneous and infinitely scalable gameplay experience. Free from limitations in access speed and frequency, Xiao Jun contemplated. Thus, he resolved to commence his development with the rendering engine. Placing his hands on the keyboard, he began to type away at the code. Thanks to the software programming proficiency he had acquired through the skill card, writing code, programming, and executing commands felt effortless. As thoughts of programming filled his mind, lines of code naturally materialized, conveying their meanings and purposes. Strings of intricate code appeared within the code editor on his screen. The rendering engine is a crucial component of the game engine, responsible for displaying images, text, animations, and more. In the context of games, characters, backgrounds, and text are all rendered by this engine. He was developing a virtual rendering engine, which would differ from traditional engines that primarily utilize 2D and 3D imagery. Lacking true realism, the visuals produced by his virtual rendering engine would undoubtedly approach the realm of virtual reality, with a unique rendering composition and distinct visual display. He tirelessly coded for an entire day, nearly exhausting himself in the process. That evening, when Lin Xiaong invited Xiao Jun to join her for a gaming session, he declined. After all, he was a man on a mission, with no time for games. The next day, he continued refining his first piece of code and eventually managed to edit a rudimentary program for the rendering engine. However, upon testing this program, he discovered that its functionality differed significantly from what Harry had described. It seemed to fall short of expectations, still confined within the limitations of the current world. What had gone awry? Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. The renderer consists of countless subprograms, and encountering an obstacle with the first one suggested that the subsequent ones would likely be equally challenging. Perhaps it was wise to address this initial issue first. He sighed, deciding to indulge in a game of chicken instead. Shaking his head, he felt as though the relentless coding over the past 2 days had drained him of vitality. Xiao Jun promptly messaged Lin Xiaodong, proposing they team up for a game. How about it? He inquired. Without you, I can't last more than 10 minutes in each match. Lin Xiaodong replied, sending a playful expression. Haha, it seems you can't do without me, Xiao Jun remarked, his words carrying a double entendre. Indeed, let's play a game. The two quickly launched into a gaming session. Xiao Jun, what have you been up to these past few days? Lin Xiaodong asked, noticing his recent busyness. Xiao Jun did not shy away from revealing that he had been engrossed in coding. Aren't you a student? Engaging in this? She queried, a look of surprise on her face. I aspire to enroll in a computer science program in the future, so I'm getting a head start on these topics. Oh. Lin, the beautiful young lady, continued. When shall we meet up? We could even go to an internet CAF to play together. Xiao Jun casually suggested a meeting, feeling the timing was right to gauge her response. All right, Lin Xiaodong replied, albeit with a hint of disappointment in his tone. The other party genuinely seems to be busy. Or perhaps they are merely feigning busyness. They themselves are uncertain. However, the phrase "let's discuss it when you have time" suggests a rather dim prospect for future communication. After indulging in a few rounds of gaming with Lin Xiaodong, he returned to coding that evening. He also took the opportunity to consult with Takashima Sui and Sheldon in the Scholar Chat group, as these two had recently begun learning from Halidi as well. The reason he did not consult Halidi directly was that the latter had not appeared today, likely preoccupied with matters in his real life. I have commenced the development of a game engine, he sighed, yet it appears to be rather off track. Takashima Sui responded. Wait until Halidi-sensei is available to seek his guidance. It seemed there was no other option. That evening, Halidi finally made an appearance in the Scholar Chat group. Halidi, group leader, is there something you require of me? Xiao Jun, a few days ago, I began attempting to develop a virtual game engine. However, I discovered that the rendering engine I created diverges significantly from your previous descriptions. I am uncertain where the issue lies. Halidi, is that so? Please elaborate on the process and the outcomes. 10 minutes later, Halidi understood the situation. Group leader, your developmental direction is not erroneous. However, you lack the new code, as well as advanced graphics and simulation programs. These three technologies do not exist in your world, and thus employing your world's technology to develop my virtual game engine is bound to be fruitless. A revelation dawned upon Xiao Jun. No wonder he had always felt something was amiss with the small program he developed. It utterly failed to achieve the desired effect. Could you teach me? Of course. I happen to have some free time now. Halidi, this new code was developed by my team and me. It is distinct from traditional code, an epic-making invention, likely over 30 years ahead of the coding technology in your world. Xiao Jun gasped in astonishment, realizing that coding is perpetually evolving, often changing multiple times within a year. To be 30 years ahead is truly a remarkable concept. The prospect of preparing to learn knowledge and technologies that are 30 years advanced filled him with excitement. In the following days, Halidi consistently instructed Xiao Jun on these matters. Fortuitously, Xiao Jun possessed an exceptional memory, allowing him to learn at an astonishing pace, akin to a train speeding along the tracks. Within 3 days, he had memorized all the material. Seated before his computer, Xiao Jun commenced the re-editing of his first small program. His slender fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, valued at over 500 yuan, as he adeptly coded with the new syntax. Concurrently, he incorporated the techniques from the new graphics and simulation programs as instructed by Halidi. After a grueling day of effort, Xiao Jun finally completed his inaugural small program. Upon inspection, he found it entirely satisfactory. Not bad. I have finally taken the first step, he mused, rubbing his sore neck and leaning back in his chair, a smile gracing his face. Tonight, I shall take a rest and commence work on the second program tomorrow. That evening, Xiao Jun joyfully engaged in gaming with Lin Xiaodong once more. Lin, do you have time tomorrow? He inquired, unwilling to give up just yet, planning to extend another invitation. If he were to be turned down again, he would spare himself further effort. Lin Xiaodong, what's up? I wish to invite you to meet, Xiao Jun replied with a grin. Sure. Lin Xiaodong readily agreed. Xiao Jun was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiaodong would consent so readily this time. Could it be that her previous refusal was genuinely due to her busy schedule? Tomorrow at 2 p.m. at the New World Internet CAF. Let us not miss each other, Lin Xiaodong declared. Absolutely, Xiao Jun nodded, albeit feeling somewhat unprepared for their first meeting to take place in an Internet CAF. It seemed she intended to continue gaming together. The following day, Xiao Jun set off from home at 1 o'clock. The New World Internet CAF was not far from his residence, just a 10-minute bus ride away. He frequently visited this CAF to play games. Upon arriving, he deliberately chose a less crowded area and settled at a computer. Since he had yet to reach the agreed-upon time, he opened PUBG for a quick match. Just as he concluded a game, the clock struck 2 p.m. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message. Lin Xiaodong, I have arrived at the New World Internet CAF. Have you made it? Xiao Jun, I'm here, at Station 35. Lin Xiaodong, all right, I'll come over. Having met online before, Xiao Jun did not feel overly anxious. His mindset remained relaxed. He found himself wondering what Lin Xiaodong looked like without makeup. A minute later, a graceful figure caught his eye. Surely, it must be her? Approaching from 10 meters away was a stunning woman clad in a black leather jacket, topped with a dark gray beret, smiling as she drew closer. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, her figure beneath the leather was undeniably alluring. Her complexion resembled that of a lotus flower, with eyebrows like willows, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief, exuding a playful charm. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her lips, slightly upturned, painted a picture of beauty. Despite wearing light makeup, she would undoubtedly score a solid 95. Xiao Jun felt fortunate that he was meeting not a dinosaur, but a beauty. You are Xiao Jun? Lin Xiaodong inquired, glancing at his station number, 35, with a smile. Indeed. Please, have a seat. Would you like something to drink? Xiao Jun welcomed her warmly, not gazing at her with infatuation but rather engaging her amiably. Hot milk tea, please. Lin Xiaodong settled down casually, scrutinizing Xiao Jun before sweetly remarking, You're quite handsome. Flattery. You are the one who has introduced me to the essence of beauty. Xiao Jun replied with a grin. He believed himself to be rather presentable, standing at 1.78 meters, inheriting all the best traits from his parents. Notably, many novels depict protagonists as ordinary-looking yet somehow manage to attract the most beautiful women. In reality, if one were truly ordinary, a beautiful woman would scarcely give them a glance. For instance, would you even spare a second glance at a dinosaur-like girl? Thus, Being handsome certainly presents its advantages. Lin Xiaodong playfully rolled her eyes. So, shall we game now? Of course, what else would you like to do? With that, Xiao Jun led Lin Xiaodong to continue gaming at the CAF. Since he had arrived early, he had installed a cheat he had created on the computer. He disabled the wall-act feature but retained the aim assist, ensuring they won nearly every match. Ultimately, keeping Lin Xiaodong entertained was paramount. When a beauty is pleased, everything else falls into place. During their time gaming together, Xiao Jun gleaned quite a bit of information about Lin Xiaodong. Chapter 71. An encounter with Yang Tranqian. First and foremost, Lin Xiaodong was only 19 years old, just 2 years his senior, and currently enrolled in university. Lin Xiaodong. Where do you attend university? Xiao Jun asked after eliminating an opposing sniper. Beijing Conservatory of Music, she replied. Wow, the Beijing Conservatory of Music? A high achiever indeed. Are you destined to become a singer or a star? I feel I should request dozens of autographs and photos from you now. Xiao Jun exclaimed, taken aback. The Beijing Conservatory of Music ranks among the top 5 music universities in the country, with graduates often becoming singers, stars, or engaging in various music-related professions behind the scenes. It is undeniably a promising career path. Come on, do you really think becoming a singer or a star is that easy? Lin Xiaodong rolled her eyes. I yearn to apply for a position as a music teacher or perhaps join a band as a violinist after graduation. Alternatively, I would not mind working in the background of the music industry. However, I am not particularly interested in becoming a singer. Most importantly, I feel that I lack the necessary talent. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun nearly burst into laughter, exclaiming, What do you mean you don't want to be a singer? Is it not that you feel you are not cut out for it? Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed true that aspiring to be a singer or a star is far from easy. First and foremost, one's own abilities are crucial. But luck plays an equally significant role. And what about you? Did you not claim to be an academic prodigy? Where do you plan to apply? Lin Xiaodong shifted the topic. Hey, I'm preparing to apply to Capital University. We can team up for some gaming sessions over there. Xiao Jun replied with a smile. That sounds great, but will you be able to get in? Lin Xiaodong teased, raising an eyebrow. Of course. The two engaged in lively conversation while playing games. And before they realized it, it was already 6 in the evening. Well, it's 6 o'clock. Shall we go have dinner? Xiao Jun asked Lin Xiaodong. Sure. I'm quite hungry too, she nodded in agreement. What shall we eat? Given the cold, hot pot is the obvious choice. Soon, they arrived at a well-reviewed hot pot restaurant and began their meal. Naturally, no hot pot experience is complete without tripe. By the time they finished eating, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Excuse me, could we have the bill? Xiao Jun called for the waiter. Hello, your total is 199 yuan, the waiter replied after calculating. That price is reasonable for two. Let me take care of it. Just as Xiao Jun was about to scan the code to pay, Lin Xiaodong swiftly pulled out her phone to scan it instead. How could I let a lady pay for dinner? Xiao Jun was taken aback by her assertiveness. You're just a high school student. How could you have that much pocket money? I'm a university student with a bit more to spare. Besides, you've been gaming with me, so this meal is on me. Lin Xiaodong insisted earnestly. All right then, Xiao Jun conceded, realizing it was a bit too sentimental to insist further. After settling the bill, they walked out of the hot pot restaurant side by side. Since it's still early, why don't we catch a movie together? Their essay comedy that has been quite popular lately called Digging Up Dust. It reportedly grossed over 500 million in just 3 days. Lin Xiaodong suggested to Xiao Jun sure. Xiao Jun agreed without a second thought. He had been following the film but had been too lazy to go alone. Now that a beautiful girl had invited him, he was more than eager to join her. Did this mean she had a favorable impression of him? Let us go. They took a ride to a nearby cinema. Upon arrival, they found the ticket hall bustling with people. Wow, it seems like a lot of people are here tonight. They must all be here for Digging Up Dust, right? Xiao Jun remarked in surprise. Indeed. However, there are also 2 other films performing well. Called Universal Tech System and Deep Sea Developer, the first film has grossed over 300 million, and the second over 200 million, Lin Xiaodong explained. Wait here for a moment. I'll queue up to see if there are any tickets left. As a gentleman, Xiao Jun took the initiative to do the heavy lifting. All right, I'll wait here. After a few minutes, Xiao Jun successfully purchased 2 tickets for seats together. Although the location was not ideal, securing tickets was already a victory. Fortunately, the cinema was large with many screening rooms. Otherwise, they would likely have missed out. We have our tickets, but we can't go in for another 20 minutes. Let us find a place to sit. Xiao Jun waved the tickets in his hand. Good idea. Lin Xiaodong nodded. Oh, there seems to be a spot over there. Let us go. She pointed to a corner. However, just as they settled down, Xiao Jun was startled to see a familiar face sitting next to them, Yang Tranqian. Xiao Jun? Yang Tranqian. They both recognized each other. Are you here to see Digging Up Dust as well? Though Xiao Jun and Yang Tranqian were not particularly friendly, Courtesy dictated they greet one another. Yes, I came with a few of my girlfriends. Who is this? Yang Tranqian asked, glancing at Lin Xiaodong. Noticing Lin Xiaodong's good figure, elegant demeanor, and exquisite features, she wondered if she was Xiao Jun's girlfriend. Oh, this is my friend Lin Xiaodong. And this is my classmate and class leader, Yang Tranqian. Xiao Jun introduced them. Oh, both women exclaimed in unison. After exchanging a few polite remarks, the conversation dwindled as Xiao Jun and Lin Xiaodong resumed their chat, while Yang Tranqian continued her conversation with her friends, as neither group was particularly familiar with the other. Soon, it was time for ticket checking. Let us go. It's time for the tickets. Xiao Jun informed Lin Xiaodong, and they both stood up to leave. As they walked away, Yang Tranqian and her friends followed behind them. Wow, Tranqian, your male classmate is quite handsome. It's a shame he has a female friend with him. Otherwise, I would have asked for his WeChat. One of Yang Tranqian's friends teased. Haha, I can't help but want to flirt a little, another chimed in. This made Yang Tranqian feel a bit uncomfortable, especially since she had been watching Xiao Jun and Lin Xiaodong chat animatedly. Well, if you like him, just go ask. What is there to be afraid of? Yang Tranqian rolled her eyes. But what if that Lin Xiaodong is the one he is pursuing? By the way, Tranqian, do you have Xiao Jun's WeChat? You could share it with us. Chapter 72. Why are you so willful? Where do you live? Xiao Jun inquired. At by Shui Bay? That's nice. As the year's end approached, the festive atmosphere grew increasingly palpable. However, this did not significantly affect Xiao Jun as he matured. He found that the excitement of the new year was not as exhilarating as it had been during his childhood. In his younger days, receiving a mere 50 yuan as a red envelope could bring a week's worth of joy. The abundance of snacks and the freedom from school made the holiday delightful, especially with the thrill of receiving red envelopes, which made the new year one of the happiest times for children. Now, however, he had gradually lost that special sentiment. During these days, Xiao Jun spent his days developing his Galaxy game engine and teamed up with Lin Xiaodong for some gaming sessions in the evenings. They had even gone out for a late-night snack together, solidifying their friendship in reality. In Wuching, the New Year's atmosphere rendered the city almost deserted. Shops were closed. Markets were shuttered, and the streets grew eerily quiet. Thus, the rural areas became the liveliest during the New Year. Xiao Jun's parents, Xiao Rui and Cheng Xia, had already prepared their New Year goods long ago. Their hometown is located in a rural area of Wuching, in Qingshui Town, Xiao Family Village. Upon entering the village, they immediately felt the lively atmosphere. At the village entrance, numerous elderly folks strolled with their grandchildren, while under the large banyan tree, several aunties gossiped while enjoying sunflower seeds. Without a doubt, they were discussing which family's son had achieved success or which daughter had married well, and gossip about divorces and job placements was also rampant. What else could these aunties possibly talk about? As Xiao Rui's Audi 6 entered the village, it caught the attention of many. Do you even recognize the license plate? Pfft. They're driving an Audi 6. Is that not enough to identify it? Don't tell me you can't even distinguish the car emblem? Surely. You know how to browse the internet. However, it did not garner too much attention, as many villagers owned cars that were more expensive than Xiao Rui's. At least 7 or 8 people owned vehicles of greater value, most of whom were business owners. The priciest car in the village was a Maserati Quattroporte worth 2 million. It is a business owned by a man in the building materials industry, who happens to be a relative, so when Xiao Jun meets him, he must respectfully address him as seventh uncle. Despite his complaints, he must still tidy up. The house has been uninhabited for too long, inevitably gathering a thick layer of dust. The family of 3 worked together, spending an hour to clean the kitchen, living room, and bedrooms, leaving other areas for later. Xiao Rui, sitting on the sofa, lamented his aching back. Just as he was about to ask for your help with dinner, you pretended to be tired, so he decided to manage on his own. His mother hurried to the kitchen, as it was already 5 p.m. Soon enough, 2 people entered, Uncle Xiao Yuanshan and Aunt Li Guimei. Hello, Uncle, Aunt. Xiao Jun greeted them as the younger relative, but after the pleasantries, he returned to his phone, engrossed in his games. Xiao Jun has grown quite a bit. Has the teehee? Where's your sister? In the kitchen, came the reply. The adults began their idle chatter, of which Xiao Jun had little interest. He continued playing games while engaging in a discussion with several top students in his chat group. Before long, his mother joined the conversation, as it was only polite to greet guests. After all, they were relatives, and being away for studies inevitably distanced them. But once he returned from studying abroad, things would be better. By the way, I heard your Xiao Jun received a perfect score in the International Mathematical Olympiad, but then declined admission from a top university in the country? How reckless. Li Guimei remarked with a serious expression. Indeed, in this day and age, a good diploma is crucial. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gone through such lengths to send our boy abroad. Once he returns, entering a large enterprise will be a matter of course, Xiao Yuanshan added. pride evident on his face. It was a source of pride for him that his son could study abroad. We disgusted, but this boy refuses to listen. He insists on taking the college entrance examination to prove himself. Xiao Rui sighed. We respect the child's choice, his mother interjected. Xiao Jun, sitting on the sofa, remained silent. He rarely interjected when adults spoke, and he did not hold a favorable view of Uncle Yuanshan's family. Chapter 73. School is starting. The couple. Xiao Yuanshan and Li Guimei had always looked down upon Xiao Rui's family, considering them poor relatives. Years ago, Xiao Yuanshan contracted a high school cafeteria and opened a tile shop, making him a small business owner. He could afford an Audi A5 4 or 5 years ago. This is how it is among the Chinese. Relatives often engage in comparisons, measuring who can earn more money. When financial comparisons fail, they measure success by whose children can attend prestigious universities. Many wealthy relatives tend to look down on their poorer counterparts. Although Xiao Jun's parents worked for state-owned enterprises, they were tied to fixed salaries, which did not earn them respect in the eyes of someone like Xiao Yuanshan. However, a few years ago, when Xiao Jun's grandfather's old house was demolished, they received 6 apartments in compensation, and shortly after, Xiao Rui bought an Audi A6. It could be said that the financial standing of Xiao Jun's family had leveled with that of Xiao Yuanshan's. Imagine. After working hard to build a business and accumulate wealth, suddenly, through a single demolition, someone else catches up to you. It's impossible not to feel envious, especially since Xiao Jun's academic performance had been lackluster in recent years. The couple seized the opportunity to use their son's prestigious study abroad experience to belittle Xiao Rui's shortcomings. Xiao Jun had been keenly aware of this dynamic, and he believed his father Xiao Rui had also noticed Yuanshan's attitude. In fact, many relatives around them held some disdain for Yuanshan's family. But out of respect for familial ties, they could not voice it openly. However, behind the scenes, they did not harbor much affection for them. The intention behind respecting the child's choice is commendable, but I heard Xiao Jun's scores in subjects other than mathematics are average. With that, gaining admission to a top university through the college entrance examination may prove challenging. Xiao Yuanshan commented. Indeed, gaining entry into a prestigious institution like Capital University is something you all have relinquished. Once this opportunity is missed, it may never return, Li Guimei chimed in. Her tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude, as if she found delight in Xiao Jun's rejection of a top university. Initially, we chose to respect the child's decision because we had great confidence in him. Xiao Rui's wife, Cheng Xia, interjected. Confidence? Ah, sister-in-law. The college entrance examination is not the same as the mathematical Olympiad. The entrance exam includes Chinese, mathematics, English, geography, and history. Li Guimei's meaning was clear. No matter how skilled he was in mathematics, it would not save him in other subjects. Of course, we understand that, but this time Xiao Jun scored 750 points, achieving the highest in the city. I believe he will not disappoint us in the college entrance examination 6 months from now, Xiao Rui declared proudly. What? Perfect score? Xiao Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock. Top in the city. Li Guimei's mouth fell agape, as if a duck egg could fit inside. She could hardly believe it, as Xiao Jun's previous scores had been merely average. Even his exceptional performance in mathematics had surprised them. Now, hearing of his perfect score and citywide ranking left them utterly stunned. A score of 750. A perfect score. He could very well become the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Indeed, that is why I believe Xiao Jun's refusal was justified. At the very least, it allows him the freedom to choose a field of study he loves, rather than being confined to mathematics, Xiao Rui said with great satisfaction. Especially upon witnessing the astonished expressions on Yuanshan and his wife's faces, his heart swelled with joy. For so long, he had been overshadowed by them. Now, not only was his wealth substantial, but his son had also vindicated him. He no longer feared gossip behind his back. Ah, this is wonderful. It seems our clan will soon produce another student from a prestigious university. The two of them departed reluctantly. Days passed, and finally, the day of the new year arrived. Early that morning, the village was filled with the smoke of cooking fires, as families rose early to slaughter chickens and geese, preparing offerings for worship. After the offerings, it was time for the New Year's Eve dinner. Nowadays, the New Year's Eve dinner need not be held in the evening. Many rural families began feasting in the afternoon. After the dinner, some would visit neighbors, while others would go out to play or drink with friends. Those who had prepared couplets would hang them up in advance. Families with cars would drive into the county, shopping before returning home. Of course, many gathered at home for barbecues and other festivities. Father drove off to a reunion with his elementary school classmates, while mother went visiting at her second aunt's house. Not wanting to watch the spring festival gala and finding staying at home too dull, Xiao Jun resolved to go to his fourth uncle's house to play mahjong. Arriving at his fourth uncle's house, he mingled easily and, after exchanging greetings, began playing mahjong with his cousins. As a less academically inclined student, how could he not know how to play mahjong? The game continued until 11:30 p.m. At 11:50 p.m., they commenced the worship. At midnight, the firecrackers were lit, and fireworks were set off. At this hour, the entire village engaged in the same activities, not limited to their own community, as neighboring villages followed suit. This had become a custom. The sight of fireworks lighting up the pitch-black sky was indeed spectacular. On the first day of the new year, the family ventured into the county for some fun. On the second and third days, they visited relatives. Since mother would soon return to work, and Xiao Jun was to start school on the 8th day, he couldn't help but reflect on how quickly this winter vacation had passed. Upon returning to Wuching, Xiao Jun and Lin Xiaodong met for a meal and spent the afternoon at an internet cafe. Lin Xiaodong expressed her feelings, lamenting that ever since Xiao Jun enrolled in school, no one was available to play games with her. Regardless, they had developed a good friendship, especially since Xiao Jun discovered that Lin Xiaodong was still single, presenting a significant opportunity for him. He playfully mentioned that in 6 months, he could take her on adventures every day. Before they knew it, it was the 8th day of the lunar month, and Xiao Jun was preparing to return to school for his final semester of high school. By June, he would be facing the college entrance examination. Time truly flies. Chapter 74. Seeking Harry D's guidance. The first day of school inevitably began with the opening ceremony. The leaders summarized the previous semester's events and announced the goals for the current term, providing encouragement to all the senior students. As there were less than 5 months remaining until the college entrance exam, back in class, the homeroom teacher, Yang Huiru, delivered yet another motivational speech, emphasizing the importance of gaining admission to a prestigious university for future success. However, it was uncertain how many students truly absorbed this message. Xiao Jun, who already possessed 6 properties, was certainly not paying attention because he was busy seeking Harry D's guidance in the academic elite chat group. This group allowed for private messaging. And ever since Xiao Jun harbored aspirations of developing virtual games, he had been diligently studying, driven by his passion as a gaming enthusiast. Although he was aware of the challenges involved in creating and launching a virtual game, he believed that one must always have dreams. Xiao Jun, Harry D. I have developed several small programs for the rendering engine recently. I've sent you the demo video. Do you think there are any issues? Harry D. I've watched it, and you've done a commendable job. Xiao Jun, aha, that's wonderful. Thank you for your guidance. To be honest, Harry D. was genuinely kind and willing to teach, sharing the secrets of his virtual game, Oasis, without reservation. Xiao Jun earnestly inquired, apart from focusing on the development of the virtual game engine. Is there anything else I need to learn? Harry D. replied, indeed, there is much more. Your first step is to create this virtual engine, followed by developing a virtual game. However, merely having a game does not equate to success. You must also develop the game server, which is crucial. Without a robust server, it cannot support the operation of the virtual game or provide a satisfactory user experience. When Oasis was launched, it could accommodate 5 million online users simultaneously without lag or crashes. Do you know why? Xiao Jun responded, exactly. Good hardware needs compatible software. The physical engine of Oasis represents another significant technological breakthrough. Early multiplayer online games were limited by the size of the simulated environment and the number of users. If too many players logged in at once, the server would slow down. However, Oasis employs a new fault-tolerant service matrix server that effectively addresses this issue. Yet, even accommodating 5 million users online is still insufficient for my requirements. As the player base grows, I have also developed and upgraded the game server. Ultimately, my team and I created a novel auxiliary technology, Cloud Engine. Every computer connected to Oasis becomes part of the server. In other words, each player's computer contributes to the game's server. With countless computers forming the server, do you think there will still be lag? Harry D. smiled. So, what you need to learn now is the development technology for this Cloud Engine. Xiao Jun, filled with excitement, asked, exactly. You've already started learning the fault-tolerant server matrix. So I believe you should also learn the Cloud Engine. Thank you so much. You are truly my teacher. Xiao Jun expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Not at all. Since I joined this group, I've not only received monthly benefits, but also enjoyed delightful conversations with other members. I find great happiness in being part of this community. And contributing in some way is only natural, Harry D. replied, prompting Xiao Jun to commend him for his foresight. The group leader continued. While you are diligently learning how to develop virtual games, I must remind you that creating a virtual game is an arduous task. You will likely face numerous challenges and require a significant amount of time. Although my guidance will help you avoid many pitfalls, it is improbable that a single person can develop a game like Oasis. You need a strong team to handle various aspects and substantial funding for investment. Xiao Jun nodded, acknowledging that creating games indeed demands a large team, financial resources, and time. Nevertheless, he felt that he could begin developing the game engine in his spare time. After all, a good game engine is essential for any software game, and he would need to develop the hardware later on. Thus, it was an immense undertaking. He figured he could establish a team when it was time to develop the game. As for money, he was confident that with an expanding wealth of knowledge, he would find ways to generate income. Before long, a week of school had passed. At this moment, Xiao Jun felt no need to study high school subjects anymore, as he had already stored all the necessary knowledge in his mind. It could be said that during this final semester, his presence in school was inconsequential. However, he could not skip school entirely, as he had the academic elite chat group to learn from daily, making it unnecessary for him to open a textbook in the past week. The teachers would not raise any objections either. Xiao Jun, the monthly rewards have been distributed. Hurry in to claim them. A notification jolted Xiao Jun from his reverie. Another month had passed. He entered the group and clicked to receive his monthly reward. Ding dong. Congratulations. You've received an IQ 5 skill card. Haha. An IQ boosting skill card that increases my IQ by 5 points. How delightful. Xiao Jun exclaimed joyfully as he activated the skill card. Instantly, his IQ surged from 140 to 145. Chapter 75. The diligent Sheldon within the group. Members eagerly shared their rewards, creating a lively atmosphere. Especially Sheldon, who boasted about acquiring an IQ 2 skill card, which significantly boosted his intelligence. He proudly proclaimed that he was now on par with Takashima Comet in terms of IQ. However, currently, Xiao Jun's IQ was the only one lagging behind in the group. Although 145 is considered genius-level intelligence, it paled in comparison to the other academic elites. Takashima Comet. Hee, I established a new game company yesterday. I plan to start developing a brand new 3D game soon. I've learned quite a bit from Harry D recently. While I cannot develop a virtual game just yet, I believe I can attempt to create a new 3D game. Sheldon, wow? Are you serious? I thought you were just talking. Xiao Jun, I support you in spirit. Harry D, haha, go for it. Takashima Comet. Of course, I'm serious. The knowledge I've gained should be put to good use. Since I've learned so much about games, it would be a disservice to myself not to develop something profitable. Xiao Jun, I wholeheartedly agree with Takashima's perspective. However, it is indeed rare to witness someone like him, a scion of a wealthy conglomerate, laboring so diligently to amass wealth. Takashima, I have meticulously planned to invest a total of $200 million in developing a groundbreaking computer network game. My aim is to facilitate a larger number of concurrent users and expand the background and map. Ideally, I aspire to create something akin to the Oasis, though, of course, it would not rival it. If I could achieve even a tenth of that, it would be my ultimate goal. At this moment, Sheldon listened to Takashima's gaming company plans, feeling an unexpected pang of discomfort. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the thought that his intelligence was on par with Takashima's. Yet now, as he heard Takashima casually mention launching a gaming company and investing $200 million, he felt a twinge of envy. He believed his intellect was comparable to Takashima's and had many ideas, yet he had never taken action. Consequently, as a man in his late 20s, nearing 30, he found himself merely a university professor, subsisting on a meager salary. He couldn't even afford a luxury car, let alone a mansion. Suddenly, he felt as though his intelligence had been squandered over the years. In a certain timeline, Sheldon raked his unkempt hair. Not only was he far from career success, but he also lacked a girlfriend. Meanwhile, Takashima, as a scion of a conglomerate, could play and research as he pleased and invest as he wished. Take Halliday, for instance. He had already become the world's richest man in his timeline. Even the group owner was merely a high school student who, upon graduation, possessed 6 properties. Sheldon thought of the paltry balance in his bank account, his dilapidated vehicle, and his rental accommodation, and the more he pondered, the more discontented he became. No, I cannot continue to squander my life and intelligence like this. I must strive for excellence. At the very least, I should outshine the group owner. Sheldon rolled up his sleeves, ready to devise a plan. Xiao Jun, hey, Sheldon, have you been submerged in the group chat? In the past, Sheldon was the most enthusiastic participant, often multitasking between work and engaging in the chat. Each time the group chat notifications hit 99, at least 77 messages were undoubtedly his. Xiao Jun, Takashima, Halliday? Xiao Jun, has this fellow been stimulated by something? Takashima, I am not sure. Xiao Jun, let us continue discussing games. Takashima, why are you not considering developing a virtual game? Given his ample resources and connections as a scion, it would seem most advantageous for him. Takashima, it's not that I don't want to develop a virtual game, but rather, the challenges in creating one are immense, as you likely know. Moreover, The current conditions in my world do not permit it. Xiao Jun, oh, how so? Xiao Jun nodded after hearing Takashima's words. He recognized the validity in them. Fortunately, in his world, they would transition into the fifth era within a year and a half, which was significantly quicker than Takashima's world. Xiao Jun, nevertheless, developing a top-tier third game as a first step is also commendable. Once the time is ripe, you can then embark on the virtual game. Takashima, indeed. I discovered that after listening to Halliday's explanations about the Oasis, I too felt a strong urge to play. Xiao Jun, if only we could invent a time machine to traverse to Halliday's world, then you could indulge in the game. Both individuals shared a profound interest in virtual gaming, especially as Xiao Jun had already begun development. Their conversation grew increasingly animated, and even in Sheldon's absence, they remained engaged. Takashima, I believe that when virtual games are finally developed, it will be quite challenging for them to gain instant popularity. There may even be a scenario where players desire to play but cannot afford to do so. Chapter 76, Should Virtual Games Rely on Internet CAF Promotion? Takashima, the reason I assert that instant popularity is elusive is not due to a lack of appeal in virtual games, but rather due to other factors. Xiao Jun understood Takashima's implication. He recognized how alluring the Oasis virtual game was. Beyond the captivating visual experience, it offered an incredibly immersive tactile feedback suite, where all sensory changes in the virtual realm would affect the user's reality. For instance, if the protagonist in the virtual world received a punch, the player would likewise feel a force on the corresponding part of their body, albeit significantly lesser due to the game's nature. Additionally, there were expansive interactive peripherals, akin to treadmills, equipped with harnesses or mechanical devices that simulated various scenarios within the virtual reality game. These large interactive devices could replicate a myriad of actions, running, jumping, overcoming obstacles, ensuring that the sensory experiences remain consistent with the player's physical body, thereby minimizing sensory dissonance and heightening immersion. With just these elements, the allure was undeniable. Xiao Jun was eager to hear what Takashima had to say next. Takashima continued, the reason I believe it will not gain immediate traction is that it will be prohibitively expensive, making it inaccessible to many players initially. Let us suppose we develop the virtual game and simultaneously create the necessary hardware. When we launch the game into the market, will it succeed? I fear it may face a cold reception. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun furrowed his brow. Indeed, Takashima had a valid point. A game cannot solely rely on affluent players. How many wealthy heirs are there? They cannot outnumber the common populace. Thus, for a game to thrive and generate revenue, it requires a substantial base of ordinary players to sustain it. Otherwise, it would surely falter. After contemplating, Xiao Jun smiled slightly. I believe that is not a problem. While investing 30,000 yuan to engage in virtual gaming is undeniably steep for most ordinary individuals, the allure of virtual gaming is irresistible. I am confident that as long as we develop the game and the necessary equipment, we need not worry about its popularity. We can initiate its launch through Internet CAF promotions. Xiao Jun beamed. Internet CAF promotions? Takashima appeared perplexed. Well, now Internet CAFs have transformed into Internet coffee shops. So let us refer to it as Internet CAF promotion. I recall my childhood, back when I was just a primary school student, around 2005 or 2006. During that time, most average families owned very few computers. Even if they did, they were often outdated models, suitable only for chatting or playing simple games. However, for large single-player or online games, they were utterly inadequate. Everyone had to flock to Internet CAFs. During that era, salaries typically ranged from 800 to 200 yuan, with anything above considered decent. A mobile phone or a computer often cost several thousand yuan. Thus, many families could hardly afford a computer and had to resort to Internet CAFs for gaming. Back then, an ordinary Internet CAF charged 15 yuan per hour, while a well-maintained CAF charged around 2 yuan per hour. Despite the high cost, countless individuals flocked to them. What does this reveal? Xiao Jun asked with a grin. Takashima, are you suggesting that when we release the virtual game, we can establish Internet CAFs for those who cannot afford the equipment to play? Haha, clever. Precisely. Think about it. Even the most basic equipment costs 30,000 yuan, which many cannot afford. However, surely they can manage to play at an Internet CAF? Even if the investment for a virtual game Internet CAF is substantial, and hourly rates are higher, perhaps 20, 30, or even 50 yuan per hour, there will still be players eager to partake. However, faced with the allure of virtual gaming, spending 20 or 30 yuan per hour is still affordable for these ordinary individuals. After all, a cup of milk tea costs 15 yuan now. Xiao Jun continued his analysis. Moreover, the establishment of internet cafes could initially be undertaken independently. Once these cafes gain traction, I believe many investors will opt to join in. At that point, will we still worry about these internet cafes not being widespread across the land? This means that once we promote our virtual games through the internet cafe model, and eventually most people can afford virtual equipment, our player base will be tremendously large. If those virtual cafes were to close down, so be it. Our objective would have been achieved. Long Dao Hui licked his lips. Indeed, haha. Xiao Jun nodded. This was precisely his line of thought. A decision drawn from past experiences with internet cafes. Virtual gaming computers are expensive, and so are the equipment, but that is no issue. You can always play at an internet cafe. Although the hourly fee is a bit high, it's better than merely watching others play. Isn't it? Chapter 77. I want to empty the library. Xiao Jun contemplated how to implement this plan, deciding to address it later. For now, his focus remained on learning, acquiring knowledge relentlessly. In the days that followed, apart from seeking out Harry in the study group for additional help, Xiao Jun diligently devoted himself to studying in the real world as well. During lunch, as school was dismissed, he inquired of his nearby classmates, Li Bohua, Huang Wenning, and Li Shuebin, do you need to borrow your library cards today? If not, may I borrow one? Xiao Jun, did you not just borrow 25 books yesterday? Are you borrowing again? Li Bohua asked, astonished. He could hardly believe that Xiao Jun could have read through all those thick volumes in just one day. Indeed. I have finished reading them, Xiao Jun replied with a faint smile. Wow, what remarkable eyesight and memory you possess. Truly worthy of being a top student, Huang Wenning praised, giving Xiao Jun a thumbs up. Since they shared a desk, their frequent interactions had fostered a solid camaraderie. Not bad, I suppose. Anyway, it's our last semester of senior year. Who has time for extracurricular reading? We're all buried in review. Li Shuebin lamented, I haven't borrowed from the study library in over 6 months. This library card is of no use to me anymore. You can keep it for your convenience. Indeed, in the final semester of senior year, who isn't striving hard to review. There's no time for leisure reading, and most extracurricular books are of little use for the college entrance examination. Li Shuebin accurately summed up the sentiment among the senior students. You're right. I won't be using my library card either. Just keep it with you for your convenience. Huang Wenning and Li Bohua echoed, handing their library cards to Xiao Jun. Since each student could only possess one library card and could borrow a maximum of 5 books at a time, one had to return 5 books to borrow another 5. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough to read. Thank you. Xiao Jun expressed his gratitude as he accepted the library cards. Shall we go eat? Li Bohua asked. You all go ahead. I'll head to the library first to borrow my books, and then join you for lunch. Xiao Jun called to his deskmate. Zhou Jiayu, let us go. Grab your library card. Huh? Off to borrow books again? I feel like a free laborer, always tagging along to the library with you. Zhou Jiayu complained, wearing a weary expression. Come on, the cafeteria is packed. We might have to queue if we don't hurry. With that, Zhou Jiayu reluctantly grabbed his library card and followed Xiao Jun to the library. This time, Xiao Jun planned to borrow another 25 books, as he had 5 library cards. At the library, Xiao Jun navigated skillfully to the books he desired. He currently focused on 3 categories of books. First, physics-related texts. Second, finance and management literature. And third, an assortment of miscellaneous books. He believed that any book deemed worthwhile should be explored. Firstly, the physics books would aid him in developing a game engine, as they encompass a wealth of essential physical principles. Mathematics knowledge is, of course, necessary too. However, Xiao Jun had absorbed a significant amount of mathematical concepts over the past few months and decided to take a brief pause from that. The second category, finance and management books, was intended to lay a foundation for his future entrepreneurial endeavors. He had no intention of working for someone else. He aspired to become an entrepreneur. The third category was purely for pleasure. As the saying goes, in books, there are hidden treasures and beauty. Currently, he found immense joy in reading Jean May and marveled at it as a magnificent piece of artistic brilliance. Before long, Xiao Jun, accompanied by Zhou Jiayu, selected 25 books of his liking and brought them to the librarian for registration. Excuse me, could you please register these books I am borrowing? Xiao Jun placed a hefty stack of books on the table and smiled at the middle-aged librarian seated across from him. Borrowing and returning books every day. It's hard not to remember someone in such a situation. The librarian had never encountered a student who borrowed so frequently in his many years of service. Imagine borrowing 25 books daily, returning them the next day, and borrowing another 25. Young man, do you really manage to read all these books in a day? I find it hard to believe you can finish 25. The middle-aged librarian asked, skeptical about the workload his borrowing habits imposed on him. If the student were genuinely reading them, it would be one thing. But if not, it was merely increasing the librarian's workload. Of course, I can't read them all by myself. I'm borrowing these for my classmates. Xiao Jun replied with a smile. knowing better than to claim he could finish them all, as the librarian would never believe it. Are your classmates really that free? Don't they need to review? Is there enough time for them to read these extracurricular books? The librarian looked at him with a hint of disbelief. Do they plan to read one book a day and not study? Their phones have been confiscated. So you see, they have little else to do but read these books, Xiao Jun casually remarked. The middle-aged librarian chuckled, clearly convinced. I suppose it's a rare occurrence when so many students from a key class want to borrow books. 25 books are still too few. It seems I'll need to borrow a few more library cards from some classmates tomorrow. I believe I should aim to read 50 books daily. Xiao Jun mused. With his remarkable memory, reading posed no challenge. Whoa, are you planning to increase your borrowing again? Are you attempting to empty the school library? Zhou Jieyu, hearing Xiao Jun's mutterings, was left speechless. That's not quite the right expression. It's more about exploring the entire library. Xiao Jun retorted, slightly pouting. Chapter 78, The Overachieving Scholar. Upon hearing this, the classmates in the class hastily brought out their review materials. However, there was one exception, Xiao Jun. He remained seated, earnestly engrossed in his book. His peers had long since grown accustomed to this situation. They recognized that Xiao Jun was a top student, one whose world did not necessitate the presence of a teacher. Even the teachers tacitly accepted this, as long as they did not disturb Xiao Jun. He was free to choose when and what knowledge to pursue, whether reading an English book during Chinese class or a history book during math class. No teacher would admonish him. In a way, Xiao Jun enjoyed a small privilege. Such excellence warranted it. Pan Shirlang was not perturbed by Xiao Jun's disregard for his historical review materials. He understood that Xiao Jun was likely well prepared for the final exam, having achieved a perfect score and ranked first in the city. As spring enveloped the atmosphere, accompanied by persistent rain, particularly in the afternoons, drowsiness was easily induced. Sure enough, after Pan Shirlang took a stroll around the classroom, he found that the sleepy students were gradually waking up one by one. Suddenly, when history teacher Pan Shirlang walked past Xiao Jun, he noticed that Xiao Jun was engrossed in a book titled Quantum Mechanics. Why would he be reading a physics book? Pan Shirlang furrowed his brow. Quantum mechanics, a branch of physics that studies the motion of microscopic particles, certainly falls under the domain of physical sciences. However, as a liberal arts student, Xiao Jun did not need to study physics for the college entrance examination. What was he doing with such literature? Soon after, Pan Shirlang discovered something even more astonishing. On Xiao Jun's desk lay over 20 books, including titles such as Macroeconomics, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, Entrepreneurship and Life, Phenomenology of Spirit, On the Origin of Species, and Economics. None of these books were pertinent to the college entrance examination. How was he even reading these? Pan Shirlang found himself utterly perplexed. Shouldn't a student preparing for the college entrance exam be focused on materials relevant to the test? Even reading some historical novels or global geography magazines would at least have a slight connection to the knowledge points required for the exam. Indeed, he found not a single volume related to high school curriculum, practice tests, or review materials in Xiao Jun's desk. The entire surface was cluttered with extracurricular readings that bore no relevance to the exam, even though Xiao Jun had scored a perfect 750 points on his final exam. Taking first place in the city, he was neglecting to review high school knowledge. Instead, he seemed to be squandering his energy on these unrelated books. Whether he could achieve such outstanding results again in the college entrance examination remained uncertain, Pan Shirlang mused. After all, each of the 6 subjects in the high school liberal arts curriculum is replete with numerous knowledge points, and 6 subjects are no small feat. If one does not regularly revise those points, forgetting them by the time of the exam would indeed be a tragedy. As the saying goes, reviewing the old helps one to know the new. Nonetheless, Pan Shirlang refrained from voicing his concerns. Perhaps Xiao Jun was just indulging in these extracurricular books occasionally. As long as it was not a daily habit, it would be fine. In the following half-month, Xiao Jun continued to nourish his mind daily by borrowing dozens of books from the library, leaving the librarian utterly astounded. Throughout this period, he had not once retrieved his high school textbooks from the drawer. Even the practice tests and other materials were discarded due to insufficient space in the drawer. His little actions did not escape the notice of the teachers. Initially, they thought it was merely a supplementary endeavor for a top student when they saw Xiao Jun only engaging with extracurricular literature. However, as days turned into weeks, their concerns grew when they realized he had not touched any high school knowledge in half a month. Consequently, each subject teacher approached the homeroom teacher, Yang Huiru, to report Xiao Jun's recent situation, collectively voicing their grievances. One day, I even surreptitiously inspected his desk and drawer, only to find no review tests or materials. He claimed there was no room in the drawer and that he had thrown them in the trash, Pan Shirlang lamented. Indeed, I recognize that Xiao Jun is a prodigy, an exceptional student. Not only did he clinch the first prize in the International Mathematical Olympiad, but he also achieved a rare perfect score in the final exam, topping the city. Yet, he has not reviewed any high school knowledge for half a month. Instead, he has devoted his time to reading books unrelated to the college entrance examination. This is concerning. No matter how clever he is, he cannot possibly retain all the reviewed knowledge without regular revision, can he? The geography teacher added. Exactly. If he continues this way in his final semester, with 6 months of neglecting high school studies, it raises doubts about whether he can achieve a perfect score again, let alone gain admission into a prestigious university. The English teacher analyzed. In their eyes, they all recognized Xiao Jun's talent and academic prowess. Yet, they felt that his current approach was excessively reckless. No matter how remarkable one may be, it is unreasonable to neglect reviewing essential knowledge points. Yang Huira listened to the teacher's complaints and rubbed her forehead. Dear teachers, I have observed Xiao Jun's behavior as well. It seems I need to find an opportunity to have a serious conversation with him. He is our school's greatest hope for this year's college entrance examination, and we cannot allow him to continue down this misguided path, she declared solemnly. Indeed. In the eyes of these teachers and administrators, as long as Xiao Jun maintained his level of performance, gaining admission to a top university would pose no challenge. However, his current actions were decidedly troubling. If Xiao Jun were aware of the teacher's thoughts, he would certainly assert that he had no intention of revisiting high school knowledge this final semester, for it was all firmly lodged in his memory. There was no need for further revision. Chapter 79. Billionaires start from dropping out during evening study hours. Xiao Jun sat at his desk, engrossed in a book titled Billionaires Start from Dropping Out. In his third year of college, Bill Gates left Harvard to focus all his energy on Microsoft, a company he co-founded with childhood friends in 1975. At the age of 19, Steve Jobs dropped out of college to work for Atari, the television game company. In 1984, at the age of 19, Dell, driven by his passion for computers, left school to create his own company. After graduating high school in 1962, Larry Ellison attended the University of Illinois, but dropped out during his second year. He is now the owner of the largest database software company in the world, with products spread across the globe. Mark Zuckerberg, a dropout from Harvard University, co-founded the social networking site and is often hailed as the next Gates. It is undeniable that dropping out can lead to wealth. While those university students toil away in books, the dropouts are either amassing capital or embarking on entrepreneurial ventures. By the time they graduate and begin job hunting, these former students have already laid the groundwork for their careers. Each autobiography and entrepreneurial journey he read left Xiao Jun deeply contemplative. However, those who dare to drop out and pursue entrepreneurship are all exceptional individuals, visionaries with immense determination. If anyone else were to drop out casually, 99 out of 100 would face harsh lessons from the school of hard knocks. Suddenly, the previously somewhat noisy classroom fell silent. Soon after, the sound of high heels echoed through the air. A moment later, the delightful fragrance of perfume wafted into the room as Yang Huiru appeared before Xiao Jun. However, at that moment, Xiao Jun remained absorbed in the sea of knowledge, pondering whether he too might consider dropping out to pursue entrepreneurship in his second or third year. Yang Huiru stood before him, observing his focused reading. She couldn't help but frown slightly, taken aback by the book he was perusing. Billionaires start from dropping out? She thought. Which lowly author penned such a book? Does he not realize that successful dropouts are merely 1 in a million? It is truly misleading for students to be exposed to such literature. This is unacceptable. The thought that Xiao Jun might be influenced by this book caused her to feel an instinctive worry. What if he considered dropping out now, or in the future? The next moment, she noticed that Xiao Jun's desk was cluttered with over 30 books, including titles such as The Booming Years, A Chronicle of Wall Street's Bull and Bear Markets, Employment, Interest, and Money, and Buffett's Letters to Shareholders. Astonished, she questioned, why on earth is Xiao Jun reading such books? What could a high school student possibly gain from these financial and entrepreneurial texts? As Yang Huira recalled that Xiao Jun was currently engrossed in a book titled Billionaires All Start by Dropping Out, a chilling suspicion emerged in her mind. Could he possibly be contemplating dropping out? The mere thought of it ignited a profound sense of mission within her to intervene. She felt compelled to prevent Xiao Jun from being misled by the superficial allure of such literature. If these books truly held the key to wealth and a successful entrepreneurial journey, then the authors of these works would have long since become entrepreneurs themselves, rather than toiling as writers. In this day and age, she was well aware that traditional authors faced considerable hardships, with meager royalties to sustain them. Thus, the plight of a struggling writer was all too evident. Teacher, do you need something from me? At that moment, Xiao Jun noticed Yang Huiru standing before him, lost in thought, and inquired, yes, please accompany me to my office. I have something to discuss with you. Yang Huiru responded, turning on her heel and departing. Although Xiao Jun was uncertain about the purpose of her summons, he decided to follow her without hesitation. In the office, it was just the two of them. The door firmly shut. Xiao Jun, I've received numerous reports from your subject teachers stating that over the past fortnight, you've been engrossed in extracurricular reading, books unrelated to the college entrance examination, Yang Huiru stated with a serious expression. Yes, Xiao Jun admitted, nodding in acknowledgement. As there was no need for him to dispute this matter. Xiao Jun, I recognize your brilliance. You are an exceptional student. Having achieved a perfect score and ranked first in the city, perhaps your 1 hour of study equates to a week's worth of effort for others. However, I must caution you, this path you're on is misguided. You have not reviewed any high school material for half a month. If this continues, you will forget much of your high school knowledge. Imagine forgetting a crucial math formula during an exam, or certain historical facts, or even some classical poetry from your language studies. Such a lapse would be catastrophic for your future examinations, including the college entrance exam. Therefore, I suggest you reduce your extracurricular reading and dedicate more time to revising your high school material. Rest assured, we will not impose our review schedule on you. You may manage your time freely, but you must promise me to minimize your extracurricular reading, all right? Yang Huiru implored earnestly. She believed she was negotiating with Xiao Jun in a reasonable tone. Had it been another student, she would have likely adopted a more forbidding approach. This leniency stemmed from her recognition of Xiao Jun as a treasure of Witching No. 3 High School. No, revising is out of the question. I will never revisit high school knowledge. Xiao Jun shook his head expressionlessly. What? Yang Huiru felt a surge of frustration at his words. She had earnestly attempted to elucidate the stakes involved, only to be met with his indifference. He seemed utterly unyielding. Are you planning to spend this final semester neglecting your high school studies entirely to read extracurricular books? Yang Huiru challenged, her brows furrowing in disbelief. Indeed. Xiao Jun shrugged nonchalantly. Yang Huiru pressed her forehead in exasperation, at a loss for words. She perceived Xiao Jun as increasingly arrogant, perhaps feeling invincible in his ability to gain admission to a top-tier university. Did he not realize that his brain was not a computer, capable of permanently storing everything it encountered? Seeing the mixture of disappointment and anger on Yang Huiru's face, Xiao Jun could not help but admire her. She was indeed a responsible homeroom teacher. Teacher, it's not that I don't wish to review high school material. Rather, I believe I have retained it all in my mind. I no longer need to review, as I can still achieve perfect scores. Thus, I intend to spend my time this semester reading extracurricular literature. Xiao Jun confessed candidly. Is everything you say true? You're not contemplating dropping out to pursue entrepreneurship, are you? Yang Huiru's eyes widened in earnest scrutiny as she gazed at Xiao Jun. Of course, everything I said is true. What is this nonsense about dropping out to become an entrepreneur? When did I ever mention such a thing? Xiao Jun scoffed. But the book you were reading, billionaires all start by dropping out, and the others you've perused are all about finance, investment, and entrepreneurship, Yang Huiru pointedly noted. I merely happened upon that section in the library filled with books on finance and entrepreneurship, so Yang Huiru was taken aback. Did he truly read through the entire shelf? Impressive. Wait, you claim to have memorized all the high school knowledge? I cannot believe that. It's impossible. There is simply too much content. You cannot have retained it all. Even if you did at one point, you are bound to forget some of it. I still think you should allocate some time for revision. Yang Huiru remained unconvinced. All right. Perhaps my limited perspective as a struggling student has constrained my imagination. I will never grasp just how formidable the mind of a top student can be. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? How frustrating. Xiao Jun lamented. What would it take for you to trust me? Should I recite the English-Chinese dictionary for you? He rolled his eyes. Ahem. Yang Huiru nearly choked at his suggestion. You don't need to recite the English-Chinese dictionary. Instead, I will prepare some papers for you in language, mathematics, and comprehensive subjects. If you can achieve another perfect score, I will no longer interfere with your academic freedom. How does that sound? Yang Huiru declared firmly, realizing that if reason failed, she must resort to more stringent measures. Sounds good. Xiao Jun clapped his hands in agreement. Very well, I have the papers ready for you. Tonight, you will begin with the language exam. Tomorrow, I will present the remaining papers. But you must complete them in my office under my supervision to prevent any cheating, Yang Huiru stated, having prepared these challenging papers with the help of other teachers. Unexpectedly putting them to use now. These papers were intentionally difficult, even more so than the college entrance examination, designed to ensure that Xiao Jun would not achieve a perfect score. After all, in their eyes, Xiao Jun had not reviewed for half a month. And with these exceedingly difficult papers, they were confident he would not succeed. If he did manage to score perfectly, they would feel reassured about his prospects in the college entrance examination. All right. Xiao Jun took the language paper, picked up a pen, and began to write with rapid strokes. Meanwhile, Yang Huiru sat beside him, keeping a vigilant eye to prevent any dishonest behavior. Wow, teacher, this language paper's difficulty surpasses that of the college entrance exam. It seems you have indeed put considerable thought into selecting and crafting these questions, Xiao Jun remarked after completing a question. Glancing up with a smile at the exquisitely featured young Huiru. Her cheeks flushed at his compliment. Hurry and complete it. Otherwise, you won't have enough time. She chided, spitting out a playful retort. Rest assured, teacher, I work quickly. After all, being single has honed my speed. Xiao Jun flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Get on with it, and stop wasting time. Young Huiru raised an eyebrow, glaring at him. His casual mention of being single and his swiftness hinted at a more mature conversation. Was this high school student teasing her? Young Huiru felt her cheeks warm. How audacious of him to speak so freely with a teacher. With swift strokes, Xiao Jun focused intently on writing down his answers. The office fell into a hushed silence, filled only with the sounds of their heartbeats, breaths, and the scratching of pens on paper. How could he answer so quickly? Young Huiru observed as Xiao Jun seemed to read a question in an instant before moving on to write his answer, as if he were responding in real time. She was curious to see if his answers were correct, so she leaned in closer to catch a glimpse. In that moment, their heads were uncomfortably close together. If there were classmates outside, they might wonder why the two were so close. The warm breath exhaled by Young Huiru tickled Xiao Jun's face. Especially the faint scent of her perfume was quite pleasant. Oh, this fellow has answered 10 questions, and they all seem correct. As one of the question setters, Young Huiru was well aware of the answers. This Chinese exam paper was collaboratively crafted by 4 language teachers at the school. Teacher, why are you leaning so close? Your breath is tickling my face. Xiao Jun suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Young Huiru instinctively pulled back, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment. I wasn't doing anything. I just wanted to see your answers. Make sure you write carefully. The teacher won't look again. It turns out Young Huiru has such a shy side. An hour later, Xiao Jun had completed the entire Chinese exam paper. For a man who had memorized all the high school Chinese textbooks, notes, exam papers, review materials, supplementary books, and various essay collections, taking a language exam was utterly effortless. Coupled with his impressive IQ of 145, he had thoroughly grasped the knowledge contained in his mind. Thus, writing was not only swift, achieving a perfect score was undoubtedly within reach. I'm done. Xiao Jun put down his pen, lifted the exam paper, and handed it to Young Huiru beside him. So fast? Young Huiru set down her phone in astonishment. It had only been an hour, and he had finished the entire Chinese exam paper? Typically, language exams lasted around 2.5 hours, and many examinees often struggled to finish in time. Yes. Xiao Jun nodded. Did you not check it? Young Huiru inquired. No need. All right. After Xiao Jun left, Young Huiru eagerly prepared to grade the exam paper. She was curious to see if Xiao Jun would score full marks. It was a strange anticipation for a teacher to hope a student wouldn't achieve a perfect score. Chapter 81. The aloof new academic prodigy? Before long, self-study was over. Late that night, around 11 o'clock, she finally finished grading the exam paper. He truly could achieve full marks without any revision. However, while he scored perfectly in Chinese, other subjects were not guaranteed. Young Huiru mused inwardly. The next day, Xiao Jun took exams in English, mathematics, and comprehensive studies. Each time, he submitted his paper within an hour, astonishing Young Huiru. On the third day, all his scores were released. Full marks across the board. This left Young Huiru and her colleagues once again in shock. Xiao Jun's recent exploits had already reached the ears of numerous leaders. This time, the test was also under the leader's directive. Now that they knew Xiao Jun had effortlessly achieved full marks again, they all felt reassured, as if in a few months, wishing no. 3 High School would surely produce a student bound for a top-tier university. It seems we no longer need to worry about Xiao Jun, one remarked. He speaks the truth. He has retained all the necessary high school knowledge. I believe if he forgets any concepts, he will review them himself. We can afford to relax a bit. Chun Jin-Yong sighed. He suddenly felt that his team of teachers was overly anxious and fretful. I concur with old Chen's sentiment. Another teacher added. Xiao Jun's formidable abilities are evident. These exam papers are more challenging than the college entrance examination, and he has effortlessly scored full marks. All right, Young Huiru nodded in agreement. In the office, Young Huiru said, Xiao Jun, once again, you have achieved full marks. 750 points. Therefore, I have decided to leave you to your own devices in your studies. However, I hope you remain humble and perform well in the upcoming college entrance examinations. She placed the exam papers before Xiao Jun and spoke softly. Rest assured, teacher, I won't go astray. I always study with a plan. Xiao Jun replied with a slight smile. Goodbye, teacher. Genetic prodigy Abraham Erskine applies to join the group. Agree. Decline. Abraham Erskine, the genetic prodigy? A look of surprise lit up Xiao Jun's face. Others in the group were unfamiliar with him, but he knew this individual very well. After all, the renowned Super Soldier Serum was his invention. Wait, that's odd. Logically, someone who developed a serum that enhances human capabilities should have made a tremendous contribution to humanity and should not merely be classified as an academic prodigy, but rather elevated to the status of a genius. Why is he still referred to as a prodigy in the group? Does this mean he doesn't qualify? Xiao Jun was astonished. So, are the standards for a genius extremely high? I agree. The Super Soldier Serum. If I could obtain research materials, could I also develop the Super Soldier Serum? Xiao Jun's eyes sparkled. Who wouldn't want the ability to overpower 100 individuals? Who wouldn't crave immense power? However, it seems that Dr. Erskine had a rather short lifespan. I must remind him to take care. If he were to pass away, how could I obtain the manufacturing methods for the Super Soldier Serum from him? Xiao Jun thought to himself. Besides, if I can offer him guidance, I could secure a favor from him. Would Dr. Erskine dare to refuse me then? Xiao Jun knew that when Dr. Erskine successfully used the Super Soldier Serum, he was celebrating with a group of researchers and leaders. However, a Hydra spy named Fred stole another batch of the serum during this time. Dr. Erskine attempted to intervene but was shot dead by Fred, tragically meeting his end. It must be said, he truly was a short-lived genius. Due to this incident, 2 batches of the Super Soldier Serum were developed, one for Captain America and the other stolen by Fred. With the inventor Dr. Erskine dead, no one could replicate the Super Soldier Serum. Furthermore, the other batch was shattered during Captain America's pursuit of Fred. Xiao Jun felt it imperative to prevent such a tragedy from repeating. Talents like Dr. Erskine should not perish. Welcome newcomer Abraham Erskine to the group. 1. Newcomers to the group with an IQ below 110 must first undergo humiliation. Your IQ insults the term prodigy. This is a rule. 2. Newcomers with an IQ below 150 must share a photo. Those deemed unattractive must offer red envelopes. This is a rule. 3. Newcomers with an IQ above 180 receive no reward upon joining. This is a rule. 4. Please do not disturb the group leader unnecessarily. The group leader is very busy. Annoying the group leader will result in expulsion. Ryazaki. Oh, finally, we have a new member in the group. Sheldon. Humiliation. Humiliation. Allied? A genetic doctor? Is he involved in genetic research? He must be quite knowledgeable in biology, genetics, chemistry, etc. At this moment, Xiao Jun was also eager to discover whether Dr. Erskine had indeed developed the Super Soldier Serum. However, he suspected that it had not yet been developed. Once it was, it would not be long before disaster struck. 3 minutes quickly passed. Ryazaki, where is the newcomer? Why hasn't he spoken yet? Sheldon, this newcomer is rather proud. He won't even introduce himself. Allied, perhaps he is still in awe of our academic prodigy chat group's wondrous nature? However, 5 more minutes passed, and the group was in uproar, particularly Ryazaki and Sheldon, who were increasingly annoyed with the newcomer Erskine. Was he trying to be aloof? Sheldon, group leader. I think this fellow named Erskine is trying to act cool, as if he is above us in the academic prodigy chat group. Ryazaki, Sheldon is right. I believe he is disregarding the leader's authority. He should be humiliated and then expelled from the group. Xiao Jun, while irritated, was still reluctant to expel Erskine from the group for the time being. After all, in order to acquire the Super Soldier Serum, one must obtain it from others. However, Xiao Jun felt it imperative to maintain his authority as the group leader, thus he declared, I will privately message him. If he is busy, then that's acceptable. If he is not responding, I will immediately kick him out. Chapter 82. Let the performance commence. Indeed, the group leader is formidable. The group leader is powerful. Let him know that our elite study group is not a place anyone can enter or linger at will. Several sycophants, including Takashima Hui, showered praise. Hey, Sheldon. You haven't been very active lately, Takashima Hui remarked. How's your entrepreneurial journey going? Sheldon replied, it's going all right. I'll check out for now. Xiao Jun began to privately message Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine, are you busy? Why didn't you greet the folks in the group upon joining? Let us wait a moment. Perhaps he truly is occupied, Xiao Jun thought to himself. That moment stretched into over an hour. Do you believe I want to actually kick you out? Xiao Jun, known for his fiery temper, had little patience for disobedient members, even if the Super Soldier Serum was at stake. He was skeptical that there weren't other brilliant geneticists who could join the group. Surely, they could develop a potion to enhance human capabilities in due time. At that moment, Erskine sent a message in the elite study group. I sincerely apologize, everyone. I was busy earlier. Hello, I am Erskine. While engaged in his experimental research, Erskine had been taken aback upon discovering the existence of a rather fantastical chat group. Information about the elite study group flooded his mind, revealing it to be a nexus connecting geniuses from various realms and timelines, where they could converse freely. Moreover, he learned that this group offered monthly rewards. However, He was at a critical juncture in his experiment and could not afford any mistakes, so he set this matter aside to complete his work first. Hello. I'm Takashima Hui. I thought you had gone silent, he continued. Sheldon quipped, what is your IQ? Welcome, newcomer, chimed in another member. As the group indulged in casual banter, Xiao Jun privately messaged Erskine again. Dr. Erskine, you mentioned being busy with experiments. Were you working on a serum to enhance human capabilities? Upon hearing this, Erskine's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. The information from the elite study group indicated that the group leader was certainly not from his timeline. How could he possibly know this? After all, his research was highly confidential. Yet, given the extraordinary nature of this chat group, it was not entirely surprising that the leader might be privy to his situation. Perhaps, he mused, this group leader was a deity? Group leader, how did you know? Erskine inquired, inadvertently revealing much. Xiao Jun surmised that Erskine had yet to succeed in developing the Super Soldier Serum, but whether he was in the early or later stages remained uncertain. Regardless, as long as Erskine was alive, he had not achieved his goal. This was of little consequence, however, as it presented an opportunity for manipulation. Not only do I know you are researching a serum to enhance human capabilities, but I also know that among your higher-ups, there is a member named Fred who is a spy. This spy, affiliated with Hydra, has infiltrated your secret project. When you finally succeed in developing the Super Soldier Serum, he will seize one vial for himself and will eliminate you. Xiao Jun stated solemnly. What? This is impossible. Erskine exclaimed, his heart racing. Could this group leader truly be a deity? He knew that among the project's leadership was indeed a member named Fred. But how could he possibly be a spy? And how did the group leader know so much? Perhaps you perceive me as a god. In truth, I am merely someone gifted with prophetic abilities. I seldom employ these abilities as they come at a cost. However, as you are a member of our study group, I cannot stand idly by while one of my own is in peril, so I offer this warning. Xiao Jun declared with noble intent. Prophetic abilities? Erskine was once again astonished. To be honest, he found himself believing a significant portion of this. Unless he were dreaming. Yes, of course, you may choose to disbelieve me. Yet, I will prophesy the events you are soon to encounter and the individuals you will meet. At that point, you can decide whether to trust me. Should you believe? Please take measures to preserve your life, for the serum you seek to develop is not the ultimate or most perfect solution. If you live on, I believe you could create an even more advanced and perfect serum. Xiao Jun smiled. In truth, the Hulk was a reverse-engineered creation of the Super Soldier Serum, resulting in gamma radiation that transformed him into the colossal being he became, with a quarter of the serum derived from the Super Soldier formula. Thus, if Dr. Erskine survived, he might indeed develop an even stronger serum. What you are about to encounter is this. Once you successfully develop the serum, the first individual to undergo clinical trials will be a scrawny soldier named Steve Rogers. That is all for now. I shall leave you with 2 pieces of advice. First, it would be wise to find someone you can trust to eliminate the spy Fred. Even if you cannot take him down, remain vigilant against him. Second, you should also utilize another serum to enhance your own abilities. This way, you will have a means of self-preservation. Otherwise, once you develop the serum, you will become a target sought after by numerous factions, placing you in grave danger. You may evade death once, but not a second time. I must warn you. Hydra's influence is vast, pervasive across the globe, and incredibly elusive. Xiao Jun continued. I am listening intently, Erskine stammered, overwhelmed by the weight of information. The surreal nature of today's encounter left him feeling both awestruck and bewildered. Chapter 83. Cherish your high school days. This influx of information was overwhelming for Erskine, creating a significant psychological impact. Regardless of whether Xiao Jun possessed prophetic powers, he had accurately identified Erskine's work on the Super Soldier Serum and mentioned the name Fred, which confirmed everything. Emerging from the realm of the elite study group, Erskine stood in his laboratory, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. Will I die? Is that Fred truly a spy for Hydra? The first person to use the Super Soldier Serum I develop will be called Steve Rogers? Erskine's mind replayed Xiao Jun's words. Regardless of the outcome, time would reveal the truth. The group leader had suggested that as long as he survived, he might still develop an even more perfect and powerful serum. Such a notion stirred excitement within the scientific enthusiast. Doctor, we have encountered an issue that requires your guidance. A research assistant called to Erskine. Once Erskine hurried off to attend to the situation, Xiao Jun was left uncertain whether his words would have any effect. If Erskine ultimately succumbed, there would be nothing to be done, and he would merely have lost a promising prospect. The critical factor was that the Super Soldier Serum had yet to be developed, thus yielding no useful results. Sigh. I can only hope for his survival and that he does not act too stubbornly, Xiao Jun mused inwardly. Days of high school passed by quickly. This was his final semester, and he cherished it deeply. University would be akin to entering a small society, where relationships among classmates would no longer be so innocent. Therefore, it was essential to cherish these high school days. Perhaps during your high school years, you felt that it was the most arduous, frustrating, and challenging time of your life. However, years after graduation, you will come to realize that those high school days were, in fact, the most fulfilling, pure, and beautiful. In any case, Xiao Jun, aside from his regular studies, diligently sought knowledge from accomplished peers in the academic elite chat group, engaging with scholars like Hallie D. Occasionally, he would take a break from his studies to indulge in gaming at an internet CAF, or to enjoy a quick meal outside when the cafeteria offerings did not appeal to him. Naturally, he would also find time for some physical activity. Throughout this final semester, Xiao Jun was not merely engrossed in intense study, but was savoring the last moments of his high school experience. Conversely, his classmates were quite the opposite, working diligently. Yet, a small group had resigned themselves to the belief that they could not gain admission to a second-tier university, succumbing to a sense of defeat. Each individual has their own choices to make, especially at this age. They bear the responsibility for their decisions. What matters is that they do not harbor regrets about their choices in the future. As for Erskine, he appeared exceedingly busy, scarcely making an appearance throughout the week, likely absorbed in his experiments. Before long, the midterm examinations approached, and once again, Xiao Jun achieved a perfect score of 750, reassuring the faculty and administration. They felt confident that he would excel in the upcoming college entrance examination, assured that even if he faltered, a score above 600 should be easily attainable, securing a place at a prestigious university. After the midterms, the days passed steadily, and soon they entered the countdown to the college entrance examination, now just 30 days away. By this time, Xiao Jun had nearly read the majority of the books available in the school library. As the countdown progressed, the students in the regular class seemed to be on an extended vacation, frequently skipping classes to enjoy leisure activities, like gaming or shopping. The teachers, resigned to this behavior, hardly intervened, well aware of the typical trajectory for these students, many of whom would enter the workforce immediately after graduation or pursue vocational education. Of course, attending a vocational school is not inherently negative. Many who were once troublemakers in high school have gone on to carve out successful paths after completing their studies. Throughout the semester, Xiao Jun also received several accolades, as rewards were given out monthly. These included an IQ Level 3 skill card, a physics mastery skill card, and a one-time IQ 200 item card valid for 1 week. The IQ Level 3 skill card elevated Xiao Jun's intelligence to an impressive 148, while the physics mastery skill card ensured he attained a profound understanding of all physics knowledge, though not quite at the doctoral level. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Xiao Jun, particularly as he required substantial physics knowledge for his endeavors in game engine development. The one-time IQ 200 item card instantaneously increased his intelligence by 200 points, but was only effective for a week. Since Erskine's arrival in the academic elite chat group, it seemed no new members had joined, likely due to the random nature of admissions. The days until the college entrance examination grew shorter, and with just 1 week remaining, the school announced a break. After a few days, the momentous exam would commence. Xiao Jun's parents held immense confidence in him, especially following his perfect score in the midterms and subsequent practice exams. They could rest easy, echoing Xiao Rui's words. Whether it was a formal or informal examination, he would surely gain admission to a top-tier university. During the 3-day holiday, Xiao Jun chose not to study. Instead, he remained in his room, diligently developing his game engine. Throughout the semester, he had dedicated each holiday to this project. However, due to time constraints, he had only made modest progress, hoping for significant advancements during the summer break. Chapter 84, The College Entrance Examination, June 7th. The day of the National College Entrance Examination. This marks a pivotal turning point in the lives of countless high school students. At Wuching No. 3 High School, there were no parents waiting outside the gates, as it is a closed campus with students residing in dormitories, negating the need for parental drop-offs. Nevertheless, some parents planned to bring meals during lunch and dinner to treat their children, offering encouragement to approach the exam with earnestness and care. On campus, candidates hurriedly made their way, clearly feeling the weight of the impending examination. At 8:40, Xiao Jun, like others, entered the examination hall early. Finding his designated seat, he placed his black pen, 2 pencils, eraser, and, most importantly, his examination admission ticket on the desk. In the college entrance examination, one could afford to lose anything but the admission ticket. Without it, one would not be allowed to sit for the exam. No matter how brilliant you are, losing your admission ticket could lead to disaster. At 9 o'clock sharp, the Chinese language examination commenced. Upon receiving the test paper, Xiao Jun immediately began answering the questions. After completing a few, he mused, This is indeed the college entrance examination, as the questions encompass a wide range of knowledge and are significantly more challenging than regular tests. However, for him, it posed no insurmountable difficulties. The first task required translating the underlined sentences from classical Chinese into modern vernacular. 1. Not long after, he was promoted to the position of literary selection official. But those he recommended conflicted with the ruling authority. 2. Despite numerous recommendations from both domestic and foreign sources, the emperor paid them no heed. 3. Those scholars who held lofty ambitions but were out of sync with the times often retreated to the mountains and forests. Responding to the news of Gu Xianqing's establishment of an academy. Every Chinese exam invariably includes translation, Xiao Jun thought, shaking his head. Almost every time. There is a requirement for translating classical poetry or prose. This time there was no poetry translation, but a classical text translation instead. Too easy for someone like Xiao Jun, who had memorized every classical poetry and prose translation book from high school. This task was a breeze. With swift strokes, he penned the answers. After another hour, he completed the entire Chinese examination paper. This time, he had no intention of submitting it early, as the college entrance examination is strict and does not permit early submissions. The morning exam was for Chinese, while the afternoon would feature mathematics. In mathematics, Xiao Jun's speed increased even further. After just 30 minutes, he reached the final challenging question. His pace was extraordinary. Let us see how difficult this year's final question is, he thought as he examined the problem. Final question. Given that f, x, is a constant at x1, the equation of the tangent line at that point is y20. 1. Determine the intervals of monotonicity for f, x2. If for any real numbers, a 1, a 2, it holds that for any x1, x2. In the interval, a 1, a 2, f, x1, let 3x22 is satisfied. Find the range of values for the real numbers. 3. Prove that for any positive integer, n, the inequality for n22 n1 let 2 n1 holds. Ah, this is intriguing. This question actually incorporates knowledge of functions, logarithms, and scaling methods. This question demonstrates some level of sophistication. Typically, the first part of the final question is relatively straightforward, accessible to any student with a solid mathematical foundation. The second part, however, increases in difficulty, requiring one to identify patterns, particularly in proving the last term, which is crucial for scoring points. Only students with a firm grasp of fundamentals and strong computational skills can tackle this portion. As for the final question of the last section, it is often the most challenging, not that the top students cannot tackle it. Typically, mathematics instructors advise only the most proficient mathematicians to attempt it. Average students should not squander their time here, but rather focus on the preceding questions. However, Xiao Jun is precisely the academic prodigy and mathematical expert. When the clock struck 45 minutes into the exam, Xiao Jun had already completed the mathematics paper. Thus, this day of examination came to a close. In this round of the college entrance examination, Xiao Jun relied solely on his own capabilities, without the assistance of any academic chat groups. He undoubtedly possessed the potential to achieve a perfect score, considering his IQ of 148 and his comprehensive mastery of all high school knowledge. The following morning was the social science examination, encompassing geography, history, and politics, with a total score of 300 points. This year's social science questions were manageable. Xiao Jun had already tackled the geography section. The biological types were diverse, sensitive to global warming, with excellent air quality and minimal human impact. Global geographical knowledge. In a heartbeat, Xiao Jun discerned the answer he sought, sensitive to global warming. A maritime vessel was navigating the Pacific Ocean, and when it reached a designated area, the front of the ship faced west longitude, the rear faced east longitude, the left side was in the temperate zone, and the right side was in the tropics. The questions posed were as follows. 1. The direction of the vessel's navigation was approximately east, west, north, or south. 2. The latitude and longitude of the vessel's current location were 235 longitude 180, 235 2023 5, 160, 235 longitude 0. 3. The vessel was navigating within the Arctic Circle, the Tropic of Cancer, the Equator, or the Tropic of Capricorn. Another question with multiple components. This particular question posed some difficulty. If one were careless, many students with commendable grades might falter. Ultimately, he completed the social science exam paper in record time, finishing in nearly 30 minutes. In the afternoon, it was time for the English examination. For many students, English has always been a source of trepidation, even for those with decent grades. After all, English has consistently been a weak point. However, for Xiao Jun, who is proficient in 6 languages, it was as effortless as drinking water. After 2 days of intense examinations, Xiao Jun could not help but reflect that his high school life had come to an end as of this day. Chapter 85. We have graduated. As Xiao Jun emerged from the examination hall, he observed his fellow classmates in the schoolyard, each appearing to exhale a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Yes, the college entrance examination had finally concluded, regardless of future results. The arduous 3 years of high school were finally over. Liberation at last. Tonight, I shall indulge in an all-night gaming session. I no longer wish to consume cafeteria food. Now that the exams are over, I will confess my feelings to the girl I have secretly admired. Faintly, Xiao Jun heard a medley of complaints and reflections. As he strolled past the back of a teaching building, a flurry of shredded paper suddenly cascaded from the sky, filling the air with what resembled a snowstorm of paper fragments. Some of these scraps appeared to have been torn from draft paper, while others were from textbooks or examination papers. We have graduated, finally bidding farewell to the wretched high school years. Some mischievous students from the upper floors of the building had thrown these paper shreds out of the windows, resulting in cheers and shouts echoing throughout the campus. The entire school path was carpeted with these remnants. Perhaps spurred by this chain reaction, numerous other classrooms followed suit, with students tossing their own paper fragments. Someone even shouted, "Let us go. Tonight, we shall deflate the director's car tires." Damn it. I was caught climbing the wall to access the internet 5 times this semester. Hearing this, Xiao Jun could not suppress a smile. It appeared that these troublemakers had a deep-seated grudge against the director. Suddenly, one of his roommates exclaimed loudly while looking at his phone. The homeroom teacher said that tonight our class will gather for dinner at the Dongxing Grand Hotel at 8 p.m. I hope everyone will be on time. Dinner after the exams? Each person contributes 50 yuan. If you cannot make it, be sure to inform the homeroom teacher in advance. Now that the exams were over, a farewell dinner was certainly in order. This might be the most attended farewell dinner, as some students might not return to school when the results are announced, with others heading straight into summer jobs. As for the reunion years down the line, that seemed even more distant, as classmates would be scattered far and wide, making it difficult to gather everyone. Are you going to attend? Of course. What about after dinner? Is there a second event planned? Second event? We don't even have girlfriends. What else could we do but go to an internet cafe? The roommates engaged in a lively discussion. It's only 5:10, and dinner isn't until 8 p.m. Are we supposed to wait in the dorm until 7:30? At this moment, Zhou Jiayu chimed in. Exactly. Let us head to the internet cafe and form a team to play games. I remember there's an internet cafe not far from Dongxing Grand Hotel. We can arrive by 7:40, and it won't be too late, Xiao Jun suggested. All right, let us set off now. Thus, a group of them exited the school in high spirits. At the school gate, throngs of students filled the entrance, creating a cacophony of chatter. Well, the bus stop is utterly packed. We definitely won't fit on the bus. Upon leaving the school, they noticed the bus stop was surrounded by layers of students, all eager to leave. Hailing a taxi? Too expensive. The fare could cover an hour of internet cafe time. Being students, they deemed taxi rides a luxury. Let us walk to the next few bus stops. There surely won't be as many people there, Xiao Jun proposed. Sounds good. As they walked, Zhou Jiayu remarked, wow, there are so many couples from our school. Not long after, they noticed several pairs in Wuqing No. 3 middle school uniforms walking hand in hand or side by side. So sweet. This sight served as a hefty dose of envy for the single members of their group. How blatant. Hand in hand right near the school. Now that we graduated, the teachers won't mind. As they continued, they passed by a hotel just as a couple in Wuqing No. 3 middle school uniforms exited. Alas, there are no rooms available, the boy lamented. Even such a large hotel is fully booked. I checked online and found that all the major hotels nearby are fully occupied. It seems we can only inquire at the smaller ends. Xiao Jun and his friends overheard this conversation clearly. Wow, having a girlfriend is great. We can only go to the internet cafe, while they can enjoy their time in a hotel room. Zhou Jiayu expressed his envy. Regretfully, why didn't I date earlier? He lamented, as if you could have attracted a girl. As they passed by a small inn named Yangla, they spotted another couple from their school exiting. The boy, tall and slim, and the girl, quite pretty, were engaged in conversation. Damn it, not only the big hotels are booked, but even the smaller inns have no rooms available. Not even by the hour. What the heck? He believed that an overnight stay was unnecessary. Merely 3 hours in a short-term rental would suffice for his needs. That would allow him to engage in intimacy 3 or 4 times. Why not go to your place? Didn't you mention that your parents are working late and won't return until around 10 o'clock? The girl whispered. Oh dear, how could I have almost forgotten that? Let's hurry to my house, and we can finish up quickly before heading out for dinner. With that, the boy took the girl by the hand and hurriedly flagged down a taxi on the road ahead. Oh, the abundance of romance. I wonder how many young girls will transition into womanhood tonight. Why, oh why, do I not have a girlfriend? A group of lonely souls lamented their plight.